My name is Xing Tian, a sophomore in the Department of Physical Education at Haicheng University. Today marks the 15th day since I was betrayed. However, the woman who wronged me now stands before me, clad in an irresistibly seductive JK uniform. Her hair styled in twin ponytails, her bare feet gracing the ground. As I gaze upon the enchanting figure that once captivated my every thought, my eyes widen in disbelief. This is a university, bustling with people. What on earth is she trying to achieve with this display? I can't help but ponder whether something tainted can still be consumed. Before I can prepare myself psychologically, she dashes towards me in an oddly contorted manner. Watching her awkward gait, I fear she might stumble and fall, injuring herself. Lu Jiao, please, not like this. I just finished training, my back is a bit sore today, and this is a public space. I retreat a couple of steps in a feeble attempt to distance myself. She closes the gap, 5 meters, 3 meters, and upon reaching 2 meters, I'm startled to notice that her mouth is stained with blood. A masquerade ball. Has she been cavorting with that wealthy heir for so long that she has become this wild? Lu Jiao offers me no time to contemplate as she extends her arms toward me before I can react. Seeing her, who has been absent for 15 days, I gently open my own arms in return. Instantly, an unparalleled smack resounds through the air. What the hell? Who does she think I am, a punching bag? A professional plumber? After being struck, Lu Jiao spins twice before collapsing onto the ground. I am stunned. My mind races as I try to recall the angle and force of my earlier action. Did I hit too hard? How could she have spun twice? The crucial point is, if she's spinning, her body should follow suit. Isn't it a bit excessive for just her head to rotate twice? I realize I am finished. I have committed a grave act. My future is in ruins. My life, shattered, the law will not spare me. My first instinct is to flee, but where can I possibly go? With surveillance technology so advanced, escape seems futile. My second thought is to obliterate the evidence, but that is even more improbable. I am a practitioner of unrestricted combat, not anatomy. I know my limitations. Trembling, I attempt to retrieve a cigarette to calm my nerves, yet the little whirlwind that is Lu Jiao slowly rises back to her feet. My mouth agape. I let the cigarette fall as I watch in disbelief. The one who was once my moonlit fantasy, my sweet darling, has now returned, her head bent backward, producing a series of odd noises, and once more extends her slender fingers toward me. This gesture feels oddly familiar. I numbly raise my hand, intertwining my fingers with hers. At that moment, my phone chimes with a familiar tune. Wipe the glass, wipe the glass. Before I can answer, Lu Jiao lunges at me, tightly embracing my body, her head swaying from side to side, struggling to lift it but failing miserably. I am astonished. She once claimed to be as fluid as water, and I had indeed tasted her delicate, fragile form. Yet, she never disclosed her affliction, did she? Resigned, I return the embrace. Why not? After all, I had just dealt her quite the blow. What harm is there in holding her for a moment? I pull out my phone, connecting the call, but before I can speak, my dorm leader's anxious voice crackles through the line. Old 3, where are you? I'm at the gym entrance. Brother, I've encountered a bit of situation. Could you have old 6 bring some lubricant? I reply. The dorm leader, Zhang Chong, an exceptional talent known for his prowess, possesses an oddly peculiar excitement. No one knows what thoughts swirl within his mind at that moment. Even watching a video of a man galloping on a majestic steed could provoke him to rush to the restroom for a quick release. Stop talking nonsense. What time do you think it is? There was an emergency broadcast across the internet. A zombie virus has leaked from a laboratory in America, and cases have been reported in our country. Avoid contact with anyone and return to the dorm immediately. He bellows in a panic. Zombie virus? I glance at my 2 old companions, once so familiar, now seemingly transformed into mindless creatures. Goodness, Lu Jiao must be no wonder she's dressed like that. It's clear she's up to something. Understanding the situation, I attempt to push Lu Jiao away, but she is surprisingly strong despite my efforts. I cannot budge her. Just as I am at a loss for what to do, a voice from behind startles me. Third brother, don't be afraid, I'm coming. Old 6, Wu Gang, stands at a towering height of 1.96 m, his skin a deep sheen, muscles rippling beneath his surface. Yet, his voice carries the tone of an old matron, and his favorite pastime is lifting weights with a delicate grip. I turn in surprise that I see old Six wrenching a trash can fixed to the cement ground, shouting as he rushes towards us. In the blink of an eye, I hear a loud thud as Lu Jiao's head tumbles to the ground, rolling away. The arms that once clung to me slacken. As I witness this scene, memories flood my mind like a cinematic reel. The shyness of our first hand-holding, the exhilaration of our first kiss, the reckless abandon of our first hotel stay. Sorrow wells up within me as I collapse to the ground. Jiao Jiao. You idiot. Here, take this. Before I can express my love and longing, an overly excited voice interrupts me, shoving a javelin into my hand. Dorm member 4, Zhang Yunfeng, an eccentric soul, dresses himself like a Taoist priest. His waist-length hair tied up with a wooden stick, he spends his days either studying talismans or crafting magical tools. Old 4, what about you? What will you use? I ask, noticing his empty hands, my heart warming with concern. I possess profound skills. I have no need for mere mortal weapons. As he speaks, Old 4 retraces his steps and retrieves a tumter-long Guan Yu sword, hoisting it onto his shoulder. How thrilling! You too. Follow me, watch as I vanquish demons and slay foes. I'm petrified. The warmth I felt moments ago has been replaced by an icy chill. Where did you get that? I gaze at the gleaming sword, bewildered, directing my gaze towards Old 6. Earlier, while dining with Old 4, we ordered a spicy hot pot. It was rather delightful, though there could have been more lotus root. You know how I adore lotus. Stop, stop, stop. For heaven's sake, your words are driving me mad. I hastily interject. Following Old 4's lead, we proceed, with Old 6 chattering incessantly beside me. Third brother, you have no idea. It was terrifying. Blood splattered everywhere, and thankfully, the creature moved slowly, allowing us to escape. Old 4 insisted on bringing it to the martial arts club, claiming he was seeking a suitable weapon. Could you not have tossed that damn trash can away? At this rate, we'll attract the zombies. I snap, unable to contain my frustration. Oh, Old 6 sheepishly tosses the heavy trash can aside, sending it soaring into the nearby thicket. What the hell? Who's making such a ruckus? A scrawny figure leaps from the bushes, adjusting his trousers as he curses. Second brother? My eyes widen in disbelief. Dorm member 2, Wang Ruixin, who I often suspect has his brain scrambled with his anatomy, thinks of little else beyond which girl to pursue each day. Sure enough, as he emerges, a fair-skinned, charming girl in a floral dress follows closely behind. Though her attire remains pristine, the remnants of a fierce battle linger upon her painted lips. Old 3, Old 6, what are you two miscreants up to? Why are you vandalizing the trash can? Second brother, it's not like that. I attempt to explain, but my words are cut short as Old 4, brandishing the sword, races past us like a whirlwind. Look, look, what are you waiting for? Run? Initially, I am perplexed by his urgency, but as I glance back towards the direction from which he came, a curse escapes my lips involuntarily. For there, a horde of zombies is charging towards us at an alarming speed. Chapter 2. The campus bell waves us over 4 men and 1 woman. We raced forward at breakneck speed, encountering a few scattered zombies that lunged toward us along the way that I must admit. Old 4 indeed possessed some remarkable skills. The hefty green dragon crescent blade, which seemed even heavier than him, was wielded with a fierce grace. However, its lethality was somewhat lacking, failing to deliver a single fatal blow. In a frenzy of excitement, he began to shout boisterously, but soon after, he quieted down, turning on his heels and fleeing, having inadvertently drawn the surrounding zombies toward us. Thus, we found ourselves running a complete circuit around the campus. Finally arriving in front of the dormitory building on a university campus, at around 8 in the evening. The air was thick with an overabundance of hormones and pheromones at this hour. The area in front of the building was typically crowded with couples, lost in their own world of affection. Today was no exception. Yet, this evening, the air was devoid of the usual sweet fragrance, replaced instead by a nauseating stench of blood. The chaos was such that it could only be described as a scene of carnage. With bodies strewn about, and zombies in groups of 3 or 5 feasting on various victims, hundreds of zombies loitered slowly in front of the dormitory entrance, inching closer in response to the anguished screams emanating from within. What should we do? It seemed the dormitory's main entrance was locked. Old 6, tall and imposing, anxiously stomped his feet after surveying the situation. Even if we managed to get inside, who knows how many zombies lurked in the corridors? I pondered. Should we flee outside the campus? Old 2 suggested. With only a few thousand students on this campus, look at the mess we've landed in. Outside must be even worse, Old 4 muttered quietly. Having regained some composure, let's go around, Old 1 proposed. Our dormitory is on the second floor. Let us have Old 1 open a window so we can climb in. My suggestion received unanimous approval. Fortunately, we successfully navigated to the back of the building. Unfortunately, it was crawling with zombies as well, at least dozens of them. Keeping my distance, I took out my phone and dialed Old 1's number. All eyes were fixed intently on our dormitory window, hoping Old 1 wouldn't foolishly expose himself and run around. Hello, came a soft response, instantly easing our collective anxiety. How's it looking inside? I whispered. It was chaotic before, but now it's silent. They might all be dead. He replied. We're at the back. Think of a way to lure the zombies away. All right, I'll jump down and make a sacrifice for you guys, Old 1 said, his tone serious. Damn it. Don't joke around at a time like this. I scolded him in a hushed voice. Weren't you the one who started this joke? He retorted, though he didn't dare raise his voice. Holding the phone, I found myself at a loss for ideas, my mind racing in desperation. Suddenly, Old 2 snatched the phone from my hand. Old brother, I have some bottles of liquor stashed under my bed. I'll throw them far away. Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up. Could it be that Old 2 finally had a brilliant idea? Even Old 1 on the other end of the line was astonished, exclaiming, Damn, Old 2, your brain finally clicked into gear. Quickly, let us make this swift, I urged, holding back my excitement. Everyone present cast admiring glances at Old 2. In that moment, I couldn't help but feel a surge of respect for him. Amidst such a heart-pounding crisis, he managed to come up with a plan. What remarkable composure! We huddled behind an old red building, about 30 to 50 meters from our dormitory window, ready to execute our plan. Not long after, Old 1 cautiously peeked out again. When he noticed the zombies had turned their attention away from the building, he picked up a bottle and hurled it into the distance. The sound of shattering glass drew the zombies' attention, and they began to stumble toward the noise, gazing upward in confusion. Damn it, Old 6, what are you doing? Old 1's voice could be heard over the phone. We were all drenched in cold sweat, anxiously watching the previously scattered horde of zombies now converging below. What the hell are you thinking? I berated. Look over there at the girls' dormitory. Someone on the second floor is waving at us. Old 6 pointed out. Are you seriously worried about someone else? She's at least safe in there while we're out here. Old 4 hissed under his breath. I followed Old 6's gaze. And despite the darkness, I could make out the figure of the campus belle, Mu Qingxue. When she noticed we were looking at her, her waving grew more frantic, as if desperate for us to acknowledge her presence. Truth be told, I was not one to be overly sympathetic in such dire circumstances. With our own lives on the line, who would care about a campus belle? However, I did know Mu Qingxue. She was the manager of our school's team. During a match once, when an old injury flared up and my shoulder dislocated, she helped me for a whole half hour in the locker room, gently massaging my shoulder until Lu Jiao arrived. For that kind gesture alone, I couldn't just stand by and watch her perish. Old 3, don't let your compassion get the better of you. She's in the washroom, where there's water. She won't die there, but we'll figure out a way to save her once we're safe, Old 2 reminded me, bringing me back to reality. The group redirected their attention back to our dormitory window. However, Mu Qingxue, mistaking our silence for abandonment, gradually lowered her waving arm. I didn't want to look over there, but my eyes betrayed me. When I glanced back at Mu Qingxue, her head was bowed, tears streaming down her face in despair. The sight of her utter hopelessness was almost unbearable. Before long, Old 1 peeked out once more. Upon noticing the zombies had lost interest in the building, he picked up another bottle and threw it with all his might. The distance was great, but the shattering glass captivated our attention, and we all widened our eyes in disbelief. Old brother, what the hell are you doing throwing it this way? As the zombies began to chase after the sound, closing in on us, we braced ourselves for a fight. Finally, Old 1 seemed to have come to his senses and threw the bottle in another direction. With a loud crash, the glass shattered, and the nearby horde of zombies quickly turned and ran in the opposite direction. Seeing them retreat, we dashed from our hiding spot, racing toward the dormitory entrance. In the midst of our escape, I suddenly veered toward the girls' dormitory. Chapter 3. Rescuing Mu Qingxue in such a critical moment. My sudden divergence left everyone momentarily stunned. Old 3, are you trying to get yourself killed? Old 4 shouted. I heard his roar but paid it no mind, sprinting toward Mu Qingshue's window with all my might. Gesturing for her to open it, without hesitation, Mu Qingxue pulled the window open, but hesitated at the daunting drop of 2 stories. "Jump, hurry, I'll catch you," I urged, lowering my voice to encourage her. Yet, she stood there, frozen in uncertainty. My heart raced with urgency. Had it been anyone else, I would have undoubtedly berated them and walked away, but with Mu Qingxue, I couldn't bring myself to do so. I could only plead softly. "You silly girl, jump now, stop dawdling." Startled by my words, Mu Qingxue seemed taken aback. It was probably the last thing she expected to hear from me, but before she could respond, a voice beside me called out, "Come on, sister, jump into my arms. It's safe." I turned to see Old Six standing next to me, and in that moment, I felt a wave of gratitude wash over me, despite the pain I was enduring. At this point, Mu Qingxue likely realized that if she didn't leap into action now, her chance for survival would dwindle rapidly. Noticing the determination in her gaze, I glanced back at the scene beneath my dormitory window. Thankfully, the zombies showed no signs of turning back, and even Old One above had begun to throw bottles as a diversion, leading the horde in a chaotic dance. I saw the girl Old Two had brought back safely into the dormitory. I turned back to Mu Qingxue. "Stop dragging your feet. Hurry up. Do you want to live or die?" I pointed toward Old Six's waiting arms that I intended for her to jump into Old Six's embrace, confident in his strength to catch her. But to my astonishment, the campus belle aimed directly for me and leaped down. As I watched her graceful descent, it suddenly dawned on me what her hesitation had been. She wasn't wearing any pants. I stood there, momentarily stunned, as her long, fair legs parted, heading straight for my face. In that instant, I saw it all: the pink lace of her underwear, the pristine fabric of her bottoms, and oh my God. With a gasp, I collapsed to the ground, my head pounding painfully against the earth, darkness clouding my vision. I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Does this silly girl not understand a word I'm saying? Wasn't my gesture clear enough? However, I must admit, her precision was truly exceptional. I reckon that if she were to attempt it again, she would struggle to replicate such accuracy. That moment, this girl was comfortably seated upon my face, eliciting a sensation that was distinctly unique. My mind jolted awake, and I shouted for us to flee. Fortunately, my partner, Lao Lu, and I were in perfect sync. Without needing my words, he swiftly scooped up the blushing Mu Qingxue and dashed outside. After patting my still-dazed head, I glanced at Lao Lu, who was retreating, and Lao Air, who was already perched on the windowsill. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, but before I could fully savor the moment, a horde of zombies surged toward us from the front of the building. It was likely my earlier exclamation of exasperation that had drawn them in. Not daring to linger, I scrambled to my feet and fled, waving my hands at Lao Si and Lao Lu below. What I truly wished to convey was for them to hurry and disregard me. Yet these two fools merely responded with heart signs from below. Observing the two imbeciles in the distance, I cast a glance back at the advancing zombies, my impatience mounting. "Hurry up, the zombies are coming," I shouted in urgency. My loud call attracted the attention of the pursuing undead, who fixated their gaze upon me. Seeing this, Lao Si and his companion wasted no time and began to climb up to the second floor via the window railings. The stakes were high. As I reached the ground floor, the zombies had already blocked my path. In a fit of desperation, I pivoted and dashed in the opposite direction. As I departed, I couldn't resist grabbing the spear I had propped against the wall. Mu Qingxue, standing at the second floor window, attempted to shout, but was silenced by Lao Da's hand over her mouth. With the apocalypse just beginning, none knew whether these zombies could ascend stairs. It was not that Lao Da wished to abandon me. Rather, he sought to prevent unnecessary loss of life. In a world teeming with over 100 zombies in pursuit, one could only imagine the feelings of impending doom. I certainly felt as though my life was drawing to a close. Thankfully, the zombies were still lacking in speed, and the number of undead on campus had not yet reached a level that would leave me utterly surrounded. Otherwise, I might have already given up. As the horde behind me continued to swell, I found myself in a disoriented sprint toward the school's main gate. Upon reaching the sprawling iron gates, I took a few seconds to close them and secured them with a hefty padlock. Just as the zombies were closing in once more, I seized an opportunity to bolt toward the sports field, a vast and sparsely populated area. Crucially, the stadium featured a small iron gate designed for single passage. My plan was to lure the horde into the stadium and slip through the gate, thus evading the multitude of zombies. My relentless escape drained my energy, causing my strides to diminish. Yet the zombies behind me showed no signs of slowing. As they drew nearer, I felt the urge to surrender. However, just as I passed the first cafeteria, a figure burst forth from within. It was Chef Lou, a stout and somewhat rotund man, who exhibited an astonishing burst of speed, leaving me in the dust. Witnessing this, I felt my competitive spirit rise. After all, I was a standout athlete in the sports department. How could I allow myself to be outpaced? If news of this were to spread, my reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Gritting my teeth, I summoned my remaining strength and surged ahead, narrowing the gap between myself and Chef Lou. Upon realizing I was gaining on him, he cast an approving glance my way, only to bark, "Get lost, you little brat, and stay away from me." What was this? He hadn't spoken to me like that when he used to mooch cigarettes off me. Yet, as I turned to glance back at the encroaching zombies, I understood. His disdain was not directed at me, but rather at the grotesque horde behind us. "Lou, we need to split up. You go left, and I'll go right," I shouted urgently. "Screw that. The left is a dead end," Lou retorted. "You know it's a dead end, so where else do you expect me to run?" Chapter 4. Survival after the catastrophe. Ultimately, Lou, being of an older age, might possess bursts of speed, but when it came to endurance, he clearly lagged behind. Not long after, his steps began to falter, and his body swayed unsteadily. I was about to mock him for his lack of stamina when I suddenly noticed something was off with his expression. I hurriedly approached him and discovered that his left shoulder was already a gruesome mess. "Damn it, you've been bitten. Why didn't you say anything sooner?" I cursed loudly, then quickened my pace, trying to distance myself from him. Lou seemed to take this as a challenge. Seeing me speed up, he kept pace with me. "What the hell are you doing? Just get the hell away from me. I can see the bite marks," I yelled, accelerating once more. Lou's eyes began to glaze over, yet he still pressed on, pleading, "Xing Tian, don't leave me behind. I don't want to die." I was on the verge of collapse. It was not a matter of whether he wished to live or not. If he turned, he would undoubtedly be the first to attack me. Just as I feared, I couldn't shake Lou off. My dormant intellect began to churn. "Lou, hand me the kitchen knife. It's too heavy for you." "Let me help lighten your load," I suggested. Perhaps caught in the struggle between transformation and humanity, Lou handed over the knife without a second thought. Yes, I took the blade. I tossed it aside, momentarily stunning him. In that brief moment of confusion, I tripped him, and he collapsed without even having the chance to stumble. "Xing Tian, you little brat." His voice was soon drowned out by the ravenous growls of the zombies. I felt no remorse. It was simply survival. In a world where one must prioritize their own existence, especially when one could transform at any moment, it was only logical to leverage Lou's limited life for my own benefit. "Lou, it's been a year and a half. You've borrowed 375 cigarettes from me. Consider this repayment. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the next life." I spoke without concern for the volume, as sending someone off deserved a certain decorum. Some might question why I didn't simply trip him without the pretext of asking for the knife. To them, I would respond that I feared he might react violently and attempt to use the knife against me. If even the slightest misfortune befell me, that knife could very well claim my life. With Lou's sacrifice, the horde trailing behind me fell back considerably. However, upon reaching the stadium, I realized I had underestimated the situation. There were at least 300 to 500 zombies wandering the field. I glanced back at the throng of corpses, and then at the undead milling about the stadium. After a silent curse, I plunged in, seeking refuge in the unoccupied stands. As long as these zombies did not surround me, I believed I could find a way to survive. Without hesitation, as I dashed through the stadium gates, the nearest zombies took notice of me, staggering forward in a disorganized frenzy. Without a moment's hesitation, I leapt up onto the 2-meter-high railing of the stands, exhaling deeply as I surveyed the impotent horde below. However, to my dismay, the zombies began to mindlessly ascend the stairs. "Damn it," I cursed under my breath and sprinted away. This time, it was truly perilous. While only a few zombies managed to reach the stands, the sheer number below was overwhelming. The small door I intended to escape through was situated right beneath them. In the face of life and death, hesitation was not an option. I pushed my speed to its limits, striving to put distance between myself and the approaching undead. The zombies on the stands pursued me closely, while those below followed my every move on the track. The only solace I found was that they were oblivious to their surroundings. Fixated solely on me, some crashed into walls, others became entangled in the railings, and a few even toppled over the stands, causing chaos among their ranks. Running in circles around the stands, I approached the small opening. Glancing back, I felt a surge of optimism. As long as nothing unexpected occurred, my chances of escape were solid. Yet, as fate would have it, when I leapt off the stands and reached the small door, I discovered it had been secured from the outside, a door that had never been locked for a century. With no time to think, I thrust my hand through the railing, desperately trying to dislodge the latch. But no matter how I reached, it was always just out of grasp. In those fleeting seconds, the anguished cries of my fellow survivors echoed from outside that I knew my time was up. It was too late to flee, and I would only collide with the oncoming horde. Defeated, I refused to be bitten. The thought of such a fate filled me with revulsion. In my desperation, I pressed the spear against my throat, determined that if I were to die, it would not be at the hands of the undead. The growls of the horde grew increasingly closer, signaling the end of my life. In those final moments, countless thoughts flooded my mind. I recalled my grandmother, who had raised me, and my parents, who had abandoned me after their divorce. I harbor a profound hatred for them, and even as the final moment approaches, I find myself fantasizing that if I were to become a zombie, I would certainly seek them out, to bite them and devour their offspring to form a family. In the depths of despair, I tightened my grip on the spear once more, bidding farewell to this damned world. Dear grandmother, I am coming to find you. Just then, in that fleeting instant when the zombies burst through the doorway, just as I was about to pierce my own throat, the iron door behind me creaked open. In films, the climactic moments of survival are often portrayed with great emotional intensity. However, I must confess, in that moment, I could hardly muster any emotion. Instead, like me, one would merely rush through the small door, hastily latch it shut, and then collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. Are you all right, third brother? The voice rang out again. And I glanced up to see fifth brother. What are you doing here? I asked, surveying the surroundings. Nearby, by a large tree, lay two corpses with their skulls smashed in, and I immediately understood who had secured that small door. It was none other than that pathetic fifth brother, who had been preoccupied with a girl, afraid of being interrupted. Chapter 5. Dormitory. Fifth brother. Good heavens, you almost got me killed. In this life or death situation, I gazed at the zombies crowded against the small iron gate, frantically biting and growling, as I lay on the ground, trying to soothe my almost overworked heart. After a moment, I quickly stood up. Brother, I called you, but you didn't answer. I was busy. It's perfectly normal not to answer the phone. Fifth brother shrugged. I pointed at the half-naked female corpse and the male corpse on the ground. What happened to them? Don't mention it. I nearly got impotence from fright. I was in the middle of a research project when her boyfriend barged in. Before I could explain, he transformed, bit her, and then tried to bite me. So, I took care of both of them. Fifth brother indicated the blood on his hands and pants, his face a mask of disdain. I nodded. Let's go. This place is no longer safe. I've drawn most of the zombies to the stadium. We can take the back route and should be able to return to the dormitory without much trouble. Incredible. Third brother, was that video shared in the group really you? What video? I asked, puzzled. Fifth brother pulled out his phone and showed me the video. It was clearly filmed from a high-floor window, likely around the 5th or 6th floor. The footage depicted me leading hundreds of zombies in a macabre marathon. The video was brief, as I passed by in a flash. The person filming capturing only the dark mass of corpses behind me. As they recorded, they couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of it all. This is truly insane. Look at the chaos outside. And they're still out for a night run. Upon hearing this, I was tempted to curse your brain even functioning. Am I really going to go out for a night run at a time like this? And you can't even distinguish between escaping for your life and going for a jog. Tell me, how did you even get into university? Accompanied by fifth brother, we returned discreetly. As we walked, I couldn't help but admire myself. I was truly remarkable. There were hardly any zombies left in the entire vicinity, only the occasional small groups. For me, they were but mere decorations. A far cry from my former glory as a triple champion in unrestricted youth combat in the local province. Had it not been for my shoulder injury, which caused frequent dislocations, I would never have had to retire and return to school. With a few swift strikes of the spear, I dispatched the zombies that needed to be dealt with. And we made our way to the supermarket. Thankfully, the power remained intact inside, illuminating the place. Perhaps everyone was in a panic, fleeing the chaos outside. To my surprise, the supermarket was devoid of any zombies. After rummaging for a while, I finally found 2 large woven bags in the storeroom that I instructed fifth brother to grab high-calorie, filling items while I quickly packed our supplies. With haste, we emerged from the supermarket carrying 2 hefty bags of food. However, We had not ventured far when we encountered a familiar face around the corner of a teaching building. That it was none other than Uncle Lou, who I had just tripped moments ago. Uncle Lou looked utterly wretched. His abdomen had been torn open, his insides spilling out, part of his intestines dangling down to his knees, and his right arm had vanished. Half of his facial skin had been gnawed away, exposing his stark white bones, a sight that was truly heart-wrenching. Uncle Lou seemed to recognize me from a distance, limping towards me. Seeing him in such a horrific state sent a shiver down Fifth Brother's spine. This old Lou has met a truly gruesome end. That I felt a pang of darkness wash over me. Truth be told, hearing Fifth Brother say that unsettled me, for Uncle Lou's dire condition was directly linked to my actions. I had intended to understand Uncle Lou's plight, but Fifth Brother's words made it hard for me to take action. "Uncle Lou, don't force my hand," I said, throwing the food to the ground and raising my spear. My attempt to reason with him seemed futile, as he was oblivious to my words. Limping ever closer, with a heavy sigh, I aimed for Uncle Lou's head and thrust my spear forward. The sound of shattering bone echoed as I struck. Watching Uncle Lou slowly collapse, I withdrew my spear and turned to leave, but after a few steps, I halted. That I heard Uncle Lou murmuring on the ground. Curious, I approached, as it seemed impossible for someone who had just been struck in the head to still be speaking. I knelt beside his body, wanting to confirm what I had heard. To my astonishment, it was indeed Uncle Lou's voice I heard. Once I discerned what he was saying, I slowly rose to my feet and crushed half of his skull beneath my foot. "Xing Tian," he muttered, and that phrase echoed in my mind as I made my way back. I couldn't comprehend how a person who had turned into a zombie could still articulate human language. Nor could I fathom how he could remember my name. This revelation left me bewildered. Could it be that remnants of one's memories linger even after becoming a zombie? I pondered quietly. If this were true, it would explain Lu Jiao waiting at the gym entrance, as she had waited for me there almost every night for over a year after training. Time passed swiftly in contemplation, and before I knew it, Fifth Brother and I had returned to the base of the dormitory. There were still plenty of zombies in front of the building, so I dared not disturb them and instead circled around to the back. I called Eldest Brother. "Hello? Third. Are you all right?" The call connected quickly, and Eldest Brother's voice was filled with surprise and relief. "If I were dead, who would bring you lube for the restroom?" I chuckled. "Third Brother." "You were scaring me." Sixth Brother chimed in from the phone. "Get lost, you pathetic fool. Just grab Mu Qingxue and run. Don't you see if your third brother is okay?" I admonished in a hushed voice. "Third, you've really become famous," Eldest Brother exclaimed. Seizing the phone from Sixth Brother, that I understood what he meant. It was certainly about the video shared in the school group chat. I couldn't be bothered to engage further and said into the phone, "Eldest Brother, open the window and lower 2 ropes. I've got some food to bring up. There are still a few zombies downstairs," Eldest Brother whispered from the window ledge, glancing at the corner where I stood. "You found Fifth Brother? Is that idiot all right?" "He.S. fine. If it weren't for him, I might not have made it." "That's good to hear." Chapter 6. Safely returning to the dormitory. At the back of the dormitory, I had just lured away all the zombies, but now a dozen or so had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Eldest Brother wanted to use the same trick again, but I declined. That I couldn't be sure whether the zombie horde had been attracted by my earlier exclamation or by the glass bottles. As I hesitated, Fourth Brother's voice came through the phone. "Don't worry. Third, I'll handle these few nuisances with you." Sixth Brother chimed in with determination. That I was genuinely touched, overwhelmed by the spirit of my brothers willing to risk themselves for me. Without further ado, I gave the command, and the dormitory window swung open. Fourth Brother was the first to leap out, clutching his meticulously crafted peachwood sword in his mouth. He snapped his fingers at the horde below and began to sway suggestively on the windowsill. The zombies, as if on cue, rushed towards Fourth Brother. The initial experiment concluded, confirming that zombies could not climb stairs. Faced with Fourth Brother's antics on the second-floor windowsill, the horde could only groan helplessly, their arms outstretched in futile grasping at the air. Meanwhile, Fifth Brother and I sprang into action, silently advancing with our spears. After dispatching 3 zombies in stealth, the rest finally noticed my presence. That I had no intention of lingering. I turned and fled, drawing the attention of a dozen zombies away from the base of the building. Seizing the opportunity, Fifth Brother carried the 2 woven bags beneath the window, positioned on the first-floor railing. Sixth Brother successfully received the supplies before leaping down alongside Fourth Brother. "Fifth Brother, why is there so much blood on your pants?" Sixth Brother inquired, eyeing him curiously. "It's from the zombies." fifth brother replied. Oh, sixth brother said, picking up the Qinglong Yenue Dao from the ground, and followed fourth brother towards me that I had to admit, with his build and the weapon in hand. Sixth brother indeed exuded an aura that suggested he could hold his ground against any adversary. However, I couldn't help but notice how awkwardly he ran, his ample backside swaying in a most peculiar manner. In a moment of reckoning, I struck with my sword, and Old Force seized the opportunity. His peachwood sword piercing through the skull of a zombie. After retracting his blade, an expression of exhilaration adorned his face. Had my talisman transformed into a treasure? Indeed, a weapon without a blade can still harm the enemy. My innate talents are truly exceptional. Yet, I chastised him inwardly. Enough with the sentimentality. This zombie's bones are brittle, easily pierced as if with chopsticks. Compared to this fool, my sixth brother was far more reliable. Wielding a large knife with unwavering resolve, not only could he sever heads, but even cleave through limbs with a single stroke. The three brothers fought and retreated, and as we neared the lower window, only 5 zombies remained standing. Damn it! Old Four exclaimed softly. I and Old Six cast puzzled glances at him, only to see his peachwood sword lodged firmly in a zombie's eye socket. Refusing to budge, no amount of force from Old Four could extricate it, causing the zombie to wail in agony. It was not until the weight became too much for the creature that it collapsed to the ground, with Old Four stepping on its chest before exerting a final effort, resulting in the sword snapping. Clutching the remaining hilt, disbelief clouded Old Four's face as he cursed, "You'll pay for this, you little brat." Without a hint of intention to assist us, he swiftly ascended the railing of the first floor, his movements so agile and rapid that they seemed almost otherworldly. Without a weapon, Old Four was of little help, abandoning us without a second thought. Yet, as fate would have it, the old adage about calamities rarely coming alone proved to be true. No sooner had Old Four climbed the stairs than Old Six, true to his nature, managed to snap his Qinglong Yenue knife in half. It made sense, considering the martial arts club's weapons were mere props for performances, incapable of withstanding our onslaught. Old Six gazed at the fallen blade, then at the 4 zombies clawing at him, and finally turned to me. Despair etched across his face, as if he had made a solemn decision. Third brother, I'm sorry. That moment, I knew my fate was sealed. Yet I bore him no ill will. What could be more precious than one's own life? Damn it, Old Six. Before I could complete my mental lament, I felt my feet leave the ground, and the world began to spin around me. Old Six, in his folly, had lifted me up, spinning me in a dizzying whirlwind of affection. I felt my feet collide with various objects, the impact on my shins excruciating. After a minute of this chaotic motion, I managed to steady myself against the wall, the 4 zombies now reduced to lifeless forms. Old Six, did you ever consider they might bite my legs? I retched slightly as I scolded him. Old Six gently patted my back, suddenly realizing, oh dear, I forgot. Get lost. I don't want to see you right now. I retched again, feeling the nausea rise. Third brother, aren't you going back to the dorm? Old Six asked, fidgeting. I looked up in frustration at the towering figure, muttering under my breath that I'd only be gone for a moment. Old Six, you should hurry. 2 more are coming. He pointed into the distance. I turned to see that the commotion had indeed attracted more zombies. Upon glancing back, I found Old Six still standing idly by, and I cursed, why aren't you moving? You useless brat. Before the 2 zombies could reach us, I had already ascended the railing of the first floor, watching the 2 zombies futilely claw at me. I lifted my spear and dispatched them with ease. Ultimately, we had to descend. I didn't want 2 guard dogs lingering beneath us. Finally, I stepped into my long-awaited dormitory, before I could even sit down and savor the relief of surviving. A delicate figure rushed into my embrace, tears flowing like rain, relishing the softness against my chest. A sudden surge of energy coursed through my previously exhausted body. The scene felt awkward as I glanced at my dorm mates. Old Four was engrossed in examining his talisman, while the others feigned ignorance, with only Old Six casting me a resentful look. However, when I raised my middle finger at him, he shot me a disdainful glare before turning away. All right, ladies, now is not the time for tears. Our survival in this apocalypse has only just begun. I intended to comfort Mu Qingxue, but after much thought, I found myself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Was Mu Qingxue still wandering about in just her underwear? If that were the case, it would be utterly embarrassing. I quickly glanced down and felt relieved to see she was wearing my fighting shorts, her slender legs smooth and glistening, causing me to swallow hard in appreciation. After a moment of observation, I realized there was indeed a distinct difference between male and female physiques. Mu Qingxue stood at around 1.7 meters tall, not much shorter than my own height of 1.82 meters, yet my shorts on her looked more like a skirt. All right, third and fifth brothers, go wash off the blood from yourselves. And fifth, are you certain you're unharmed? It seems like the blood on your pants is fresh, the elder brother remarked. With that, my thoughts turned to the potential danger I faced, and I needed to check if old 6's spin had resulted in any bites on my legs. After reassuring Mu Qingxue, I headed to the washroom for a cold shower. The shower facilities lacked hot water unless students installed heaters themselves, but thankfully, I managed to cleanse the blood from my body without discovering any wounds. Due to years of martial arts training, my physical resilience surpassed that of the average person, and I didn't even find many bruises. As I emerged refreshed, I was taken aback to find old 5 bound to a chair by the others. What's going on? I asked in confusion. Third brother, old 5 is in distress, he cried, tears streaming down his face. Damn it, just look. The elder brother pointed at the white towel draped over old 5's legs. Upon closer inspection, I realized old 5's pants had been stripped away at Mu Qingxue, and the other girl had turned their backs, hiding in the corner. Driven by curiosity, I lifted the towel with a single glance. I couldn't help but exclaim, Old 5, where's your manhood? Holy hell, what's with this button? I stared at old 5's blood-soaked pants. That I got bitten. Can't a guy just book a room? Why must it be a wild encounter? Old 2 scolded him, exasperated. Hearing this, I, old 4, and old 6 exchanged admiring glances. Someone had just been sent flying from the woods by old 6, and yet he had the audacity to criticize old 5. What do we do now? I surveyed the room. None of the brothers spoke, and they deliberately avoided my gaze. Seeing their reactions, I sighed in resignation, using a towel to cushion my hand as I poked at the bloodied area. Does it hurt, old 5? With tears streaming down his face, old 5 shook his head. It doesn't hurt. Third brother, I don't want to it's alright. I want to let you die. But you need to hold on. I've seen in movies that if an arm gets bitten, it's best to cut it off to prevent the virus from spreading. You might still be saved. I began rummaging through drawers, but couldn't find the watermelon knife in the dormitory. What's there left to cut? There's barely anything left. Old 2 shouted. Shut it. I glared at him. Third brother, don't bother. It's useless. The elder brother pointed at old 5 behind me. That I turned to see old 5's pupils had turned from black to white. Though he still had some awareness, his eyes were indistinguishable from those of other zombies. Third brother, please don't kill me. Old 5 began to slur his words, twisting his neck in apparent agony as the bones cracked ominously. I understood. It was too late, completely too late. Old 5, who aspired to be the king of dog-like devotion, had finally achieved his goal after a year and a half of longing for the illustrious sea queen. He often claimed that to be a dog to one is to be a wolf to 100. To become the king of dogs, one must serve the sea queen. Today, on what would be his final day as a human, he had succeeded, earning the title of Dog King, only to lose his manhood in the last moment. Tragic, poignant, commendable. His life was a diligent one, a brilliant one unparalleled by any other. At 10 o'clock that night, our dormitory was well stocked with food, and even old 2 had 2 crates of white liquor. In memory of our fallen dog king, old 5, and to honor the glorious days he had once lived. The brothers gathered together. Old 5, a true man, even without his manhood, managed to drag his mutilated form to provide us with sustenance. My brother, the elder brother, raised his cup in tribute. Ugh, gurgle old 5. Now a zombie, attempted to roar, but was interrupted as old 2 shoved a bottle of liquor into his mouth, pouring half down his throat. Fourth brother, your deeds will be remembered throughout history, old 4 declared, downing a glass of liquor in one gulp. A gurgle, old 5 sputtered. Old 2 set down the bottle, having consumed a third of it. Fifth brother, I won't say much. It's all in the drink. Old 2 raised his glass and downed its contents. Before old 5 could utter a sound, old 2 poured the rest of the liquor down his throat. Have you ever seen a zombie drinking alcohol? I certainly have. With a loud belch, the room filled with the scent of liquor as if it had been spilled everywhere. Old 6 rushed to the window, flinging it open to let in fresh air, only to exclaim in surprise, Third brother, didn't you say you killed old Lou? Right, I replied nonchalantly. The figure downstairs appeared strikingly familiar to me. I let out a sound of confusion and rose to the window to peer down. To my astonishment, it was none other than old Lou. The very man whose skull I had shattered at that moment. He bore only half a head, yet that solitary, milky eye fixated unwaveringly on our dormitory window. This was absurd. How could he possibly be alive with just half a head? I muttered in disbelief. Meeting old Lu's gaze, I recognized the bitterness and hatred simmering within his eyes. Do you remember me? I whispered. Xing Tian. Old Lu replied in a garbled tone. Old Lu. I was left with no choice. You turn into what you are without warning, I responded earnestly. Xing Tian. Damn it, did I turn back into the dormitory. Retrieving my renowned weapon, the red and white striped spear. Old 3. Are you out of your mind? It's pitch dark down there. What if something goes wrong? Old 1 seized my arm. That bastard is insulting me. Let him insult you. We need to figure out why a zombie can survive with a head injury and how he remembers you. Old 2 interjected, blocking my way. That bastard is indeed insulting me. I emphasized. Brother 3, it might be wiser to deal with him when dawn breaks, Old 6 cautiously suggested, gripping my arm. Before I could respond, a delicate little foot suddenly kicked me squarely in the face from my bed. What is wrong with you? Just go back and drink your wine. Mooching Shue. I glared furiously, but in an instant, I found myself subdued, obediently sitting back down. Damn. The 4 brothers collectively sighed in exasperation before also taking their seats. What baffled me most was that Old 5 even smirked, clucking his tongue. Are you still grinning? Look at the mess we're in. When that little wretch bit you, didn't you mention that your brother is Xing Tian? I scolded Old 5, sensing he understood, for that condescending gaze of his was filled with disdain. Chapter 8. A kick without a sound. Gazing into Old 5's contemptuous eyes, I genuinely wanted to deliver a ruthless blow. However, having witnessed Lu Jiao's fate, I hesitated. Reflecting on my once beloved, my heart twisted with melancholy, a lingering sadness enveloping me that refused to dissipate. I had begged her countless times to wear black stockings. Yet she had never acquiesced, while just half a month with someone else led her to don those alluring tights. Now even in death, I felt utterly humiliated that I echoed the old adage. One is reluctant to ride their own bicycle. Yet it seems to sprint under another's ownership. How utterly frustrating. My brothers, noticing my deep contemplation, wisely chose to remain silent, likely because Old 4 and Old 6 had already recounted my misadventures. Yet, the little foot upon my bed offered no respite from my sorrow. Lightly, it tapped my right cheek before retreating, that I glared once more, but again succumbed to the inexplicable softness of the moment. It was a kick without a sound that I couldn't fathom why this foot kicking seemed to be a compulsive habit. Even more perplexing was the odd sense of joy I felt after being kicked. Old 5, you know she doesn't drink, but today she raised a toast to you. Without you, my brother wouldn't be back with us. Your sacrifice bears fruit. Thank you, Old 6 remarked. He, who never touched alcohol, climbed onto his bed after downing a glass. Presumably, he understood that if he got drunk downstairs, we wouldn't be able to move him. Only I remained, casting a deep glance at Old 5. Old 5, I owe you a debt of gratitude. My brother may not save you, but I promise I won't harm you in this life. You are my 5th brother. I hold no regrets. With that, I tilted my head back and downed my drink in one go. Old 2 opened another bottle, ready to pour it into Old 5's mouth. However, Old 5 shook his head, surprising everyone present. Does this guy actually have awareness? He knows he can't drink? Old 4 stood in astonishment. I rolled my eyes. Downstairs, there was still someone cursing at me. What was there to be surprised about? This isn't like what you see on TV, Old 2 remarked, looking at Old 5 with pleading eyes. Old 5, do you still recognize your brothers? If so, just nod. Old 1, remaining composed, inquired of Old 5. Hearing this, we all turned our gazes toward him, genuinely hoping for a nod, but it quickly became evident that it was an impossible task. Old 5 continued to gaze blankly at Old 1, mouth agape, as if trying to consume the air. Damn, I thought you had regressed, Old 2 remarked, promptly shoving a bottle into Old 5's mouth and forcing half of it down his throat. This time, Old 5 complied, lowering his head, his eyes glazed over, appearing half asleep. Quick, throw this guy in the bathroom before he vomits on the floor, Old 1 urged. After tossing Old 5 into the bathroom, the 5 brothers reconvened to discuss our next steps. Old 1 proposed that the military had established a temporary shelter by the sea, and we could relocate there. The risk is too great, Old 2 countered. The school is already a semi-closed space, and it's in chaos. Entering the city would be exponentially more difficult. Old 4 declared he intended to experiment with Old 5's talismans and magical artifacts, claiming that if successful, he could traverse heaven and earth at will. Get lost, damn it. If it weren't for old 6's last-minute brilliance, I'd be dead. Before old 4 could retort, a fragrant little foot kicked me again. In foul language, I turned to glare at Muchinshue, whose exquisite face and expressive, sparkling eyes captivated me once more, and once again, I was silenced by a kick. Old 3, do you have any suggestions? Old 1 asked. While fleeing earlier, I shut the heavy iron door of the school that S rarely used. This should at least keep the zombies outside for a while that we can use the school as our base, trying to survive before seeking help. I refrained from mentioning the search for a shelter, as I felt it was unrealistic. If the military could control the outbreak, they would eventually find us. If not, we had to rely on ourselves to survive. That my suggestion garnered the approval of the majority, especially from Muchinshue, who lay in my bed. With a rough direction established, we began formulating a survival plan. This time, the 4 brothers turned to me in unison. Their synchronized action left me somewhat flattered. I was self-aware. Throughout my life, I could engage in physical activity, but I could never handle mental exertion without becoming drowsy. I was only at this university due to my status as a national athlete, which speaks volumes about my limited knowledge. Don't look at me like that, I exclaimed helplessly. As my words faded, their gazes shifted to Old 1. What the hell are you looking at me for? Am I any better than him? Old 1 pointed at me. To be honest, it was a bit disheartening to be compared to him at such a time, but there was no other choice. With so few of us, I was the tallest among the short ones. As soon as Old 1 finished speaking, their attention turned to Old 2. Old 2, more straightforward, pointed at his own crotch and then at his head. Don't look at me. I'm the one who S backward. Have you all forgotten? The 3 nodded in agreement, and it was finally Old 4's turn. Seeing us look his way, Old 4 opened his mouth to speak, but we simultaneously raised our glasses, ignoring him. It wasn't that we disrespected his rights. It was just that aside from slaying monsters, he spent his nights absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. He truly wasn't capable. I didn't want to compare myself with him, but in comparison, he was genuinely lacking, not in intelligence, but in mental fortitude. Am I allowed to speak? Just as we downed our bitter drinks, a gentle, delicate voice floated down from above. We 4 looked up, our hearts collectively exclaiming, damn. How could we have forgotten about Muchinshue? She was a renowned scholar, the embodiment of beauty and intelligence in the finance field. As we directed our hopeful gazes toward her, Muchinshue sat up, stating, what we should focus on now is how to solve our food supply issue. I just observed that if we ration our food, it should sustain us for a month. But what about afterward? The supermarket has plenty, Old 1 replied. Muchinshue shook her head. There are surely more survivors than just us at the school. If hundreds or even thousands are eating, how long will it last? As soon as she spoke, we, the brainless crew, fell silent. This was a monumental problem. If it went unresolved, the school would not serve as a base, but rather a graveyard. Given enough time, cannibalism might even ensue. Chapter 9. Planning before Muchinshue, we 4 had to acknowledge that we resembled fools. Even I, the dormitory's intellectual pillar, felt outclassed. 3rd brother's wife, please elaborate, Old 1 urged. His spirit reinvigorated. The term 3rd brother's wife left Muchinshue's cheeks flushed. I intended to explain on her behalf, but seeing her shy demeanor without any rebuttal, I felt a strange warmth amidst this impending apocalypse. As if spring had arrived. The school was vast, and we were still unable to control it. I proposed we start with the dormitory building. Only by clearing out the entire dormitory and gathering all the survivors could we hope to survive. Upon hearing this, the 5 of us collectively bowed our heads in contemplation. Muchinshue's proposal was undoubtedly a commendable one. However, the notion of cleansing the entire dormitory building seemed utterly fanciful. None of us could ascertain the number of zombies lurking within our residence. Just the 5 of us. In such a confined dormitory corridor, to attempt a cleansing, that would be akin to courting death. I was aware of your thoughts. The internet had not yet lost its efficacy. Just a moment ago, I had posted a statistical inquiry on the campus forum, and within a short span, we had confirmed that there were 56 survivors in Building 3, excluding ourselves. Muchinshue handed me her phone, displaying a chart containing the names and dormitory numbers of the living within our building. After a quick glance, I gave Muchinshue a thumbs up. I yearned to exclaim, "You're amazing." Yet upon reflection, such praise seemed somewhat unrefined when directed at a girl, so I held my tongue. The leader took the phone, pondered for a moment, and suddenly declared, "Wait for 7 days." We all looked at the leader in astonishment. 7 days? What a notion. After a week, many would perish from hunger or thirst. Third brother, it's survival of the fittest. Do you not understand the gravity of our situation? Those with the means will endure, while the incapable will be eliminated. This is the law of nature. We need not sacrifice our lives for the sake of these outsiders. The leader's words silenced my desire to retort. Even Mu Qingxue merely opened her mouth in surprise, but refrained from speaking further. The leader was correct. A thorough cleansing of the dormitory was imperative. However, to risk our lives to save others, only for them to share in our supplies, seemed a futile endeavor. The leader added, one can never know the depths of human nature. Saving them may lead to our own demise. I agree. Second brother chimed in. I, as a practitioner, should. What the hell? Fourth brother interrupted. What were you doing when the Peachwood sword broke? The leader swiftly countered fourth brother, who was about to retort. Fourth brother desired to challenge the leader, but considering the leader's depleted state, he thought better of it. I too felt that had the leader descended, he would have been of no assistance and might have put himself in peril. Moreover, in 3 days, the school's supermarket would undoubtedly draw visitors due to hunger. Unlike Xingtian, who had a grasp on the zombies, an ill-fated raid could lead to the supermarket being stripped bare, potentially attracting a horde of zombies, complicating our future food acquisition. After a moment of contemplation, the young girl sitting on the bed dropped another bombshell. Tomorrow, I will make another trip. I will gather as much as I can. I only pray that the zombies in the stadium do not wander about. I interjected, tomorrow we all go. We must at least secure provisions for several months, even if it means enduring the hardships. The leader asserted, today's gathering is the heaviest and most disheartening I have experienced since my enrollment. As every discussion revolved around plotting against the living and vanquishing the dead, that it was only past 1 in the early hours that everyone returned to their respective beds. That I, however, could only clamber on a fifth brother's bed. Fifth brother's bed was adjacent to mine, and typically we would sleep head-to-head for convenience in late-night conversations. Today was no exception, though regrettably, the familiar presence above me was absent. Fortunately, the scent wafting above was rather pleasant. Are you asleep? Mu Qingxue's faint voice reached me as the dormitory filled with the sounds of snoring. Not yet, I mumbled, feeling the exhaustion weigh heavily upon me. I'm scared, Mu Qingxue whispered. What are you afraid of? Fifth brother can't get out, but that still frightens me. I turned over impatiently. Then count sheep, or come hide under my covers. That I was truly exasperated. After being chased by hundreds of zombies throughout the school, one would understand the meaning of mental and physical fatigue. It was the dead of night, and here she was, being overly dramatic. To be honest, I hadn't meant it in that way. I was merely fatigued and somewhat irritable, leading me to utter such a remark. Yet, to my utter astonishment, she actually crawled over and slipped into my covers. I was taken aback, my eyes widening as I beheld her delicate face so close. Not afraid anymore? If fifth brother comes out, he will bite you first. The dormitory was so dark that I could not discern Mu Qingxue's expression as she spoke those words. However, judging by her tone and the trembling hand resting on my waist, it was clear that this was not her true intention. I recognized that spring had arrived. We were amidst the apocalypse, so why bother with niceties? I wrapped my arms around Mu Qingxue's slender waist. The moment I touched her, I felt her body tense up, only to gradually relax thereafter. What were you doing in the washroom? Why aren't you wearing pants? I inquired softly to alleviate the awkwardness. Washing clothes. Since I was washing anyway, I figured I might as well wash my pants too. Who knew it would turn out like this? Mu Qingxue replied, still haunted by the memory. Truly unfortunate. Had you been in the dormitory at that moment, you'd likely have become a zombie by now, I muttered. The fleeting energy I had regained dissipated once more, leaving me utterly exhausted. Sleep. With me here. You need not fear, I murmured before closing my eyes. The following morning, amidst this apocalyptic landscape, I surprisingly enjoyed a comfortable and natural awakening. Perhaps everyone realized how exhausted I was, for not a single soul stirred to wake me. Even Mu Qingxue remained sound asleep in my arms. As I moved, Mu Qingxue's enchanting eyes fluttered open. Upon noticing that everyone in the dormitory had awakened, she hurriedly withdrew the large hand that had nowhere to rest from her clothing, quickly adjusting her outfit before sitting up. Fifth brother had already been dragged out of the bathroom by fourth brother, who was now adorned with yellow talismans, experimenting with various tools such as chalk lines, red powder, and bagua mirrors, among others. Chapter 10. Descending the stairs sitting up, I glanced at my phone. It was already past 10 in the morning. I looked toward the door, where the leader was peering through the peephole. Leader, did you find anything? I asked with curiosity. Strangely, I haven't seen a single zombie all morning, the leader murmured. Those creatures typically linger in place unless provoked. Why not knock on the door to see? I suggested quietly. Are you out of your mind? The leader shot back, raising a middle finger at me. I merely smiled, as jesting was a means to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Xingtian, which one is your toothbrush? Mu Qingxue emerged from the shower, inquiring. I pointed to the new one nestled within the wardrobe beneath me. The young girl responded with an "oh," and rushed into the washroom. It was already deep autumn, and Mu Qingxue was clad only in a short-sleeved shirt and my athletic shorts, while it might suffice for the time being. It was an untenable situation in the long run, especially given that this winter would likely bring no heating, that if the pandemic continued to spiral out of control, the power system might abruptly fail us. In the Northeast, without heating, winter could be lethal. I truly needed to devise a plan to procure some clothing for Mu Qingxue. Ideally, I should gather blankets and medicine, considering the number of people in our dormitory. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, lost in thought, I glanced at fifth brother and fourth brother. You two ought to rein it in. It seems fifth brother is utterly disheartened. To my surprise, fifth brother glanced back at me. Though I couldn't tell if I was merely imagining things, I couldn't shake the feeling that fifth brother's gaze seemed to plead. Third brother, I beg you. In this misery for me, I leapt from the bed, attended to my morning routine, and ensured I had breakfast without missing a beat. The plan we had set the previous night was to first acquire weapons from the gym, followed by raiding the supermarket. Initially, there was some disagreement regarding the order of these tasks, yet ultimately, Mu Qingxue decided we should prioritize securing weapons. Her rationale was simple. We needed to ensure our survival before contemplating how to improve our situation. Without much deliberation, the others readily concurred with her proposition, as if some spell had been cast, making it seem that her superior academic performance rendered her infallible. We donned our gear, retrieving the thickest books we could find, binding them to our forearms and shins with tape, hoping they might save our lives in a critical moment. Following fifth brother's example, second brother took my protective cup from my competition days, while the remaining two followed suit, absconding with my spare cup. I warned them that wearing such items would hinder their ability to run, but these three fools refused to heed my advice. With no other recourse, I resigned myself to the situation. Observing my lack of protective gear, Mu Qingxue grew anxious, insisting I wear several pairs of pants before I ventured out. I was incensed by her insistence. Whispering in her ear that I promised I would return, the shy little girl clung to me tightly, saying she would wait for my return, which ultimately spared me from her demands. The leader was ultimately left behind in the dormitory. The truth was, he was simply too weak to in the event of an emergency. I feared he might perish on the way. Additionally, with fifth brother present, both Mu Qingxue and second brother, whom we called Feifei, were somewhat apprehensive. Thus, rather than toting around the leader as a burden, it was wiser to let him remain in the dormitory, putting him to better use. Before our departure, the leader poured 4 cups of liquor, solemnly raising one in our direction as a toast to our journey. To hell with it, I muttered, gently sliding open the window. Second brother approached and downed his cup of what he deemed a farewell drink, while fourth brother followed suit, casting a bewildered glance at the leader. The last to approach the window was the sixth brother, who, with his extraordinarily heavy eyelids, gave the eldest a fierce pinch, though no words were exchanged. The silence spoke volumes. Mu Qingxue anxiously watched as the 4 of us leapt from the building, then turned her gaze towards me as I mercilessly whipped the corpse of Uncle Lu. Only then did she turn back to the eldest, letting out a soft hum before walking away. The eldest, still standing in a daze, maintained his drink in a poised position. Third sister-in-law, how could you speak so harshly? He questioned. Eldest, it's just a simple hum from little Shui. Feifei chimed in from the bed of the second brother, peeking out from behind the curtain. No, that hum was even more unpleasant than the insults from those few good-for-nothings, I retorted. The 4 brothers dared not take a new path, cautiously retracing the route I had taken upon my return yesterday. It appeared to align closely with my expectations. We encountered no significant hordes of the undead along the way, and there were still many corpses I had dispatched during my previous return. Moreover, we were astonished to discover that during the daytime, while these zombies were not afraid of the sunlight, they were considerably sluggish. How should I describe it? It was as if they were in a deep slumber. As long as you did not create too much noise to awaken them, they would overlook your passing even if you were right beside them. This revelation instilled us with immense confidence in the military's ability to control the spread of the epidemic. Third brother, are you certain you were the last one to leave the gymnasium yesterday? The fourth brother inquired. Absolutely. When I left, all the lights were off, So there should have been no one left. I replied that I cannot agree. The second brother interjected. What makes you say that? I looked at him in confusion. Yesterday, I intended to take Fei to the gymnasium to discuss poetry and literature, but someone got there before us. The second brother replied earnestly. How disgusting. The sixth brother scoffed, rolling his eyes. As we spoke, the four of us crouched at the corner of the gymnasium's entrance. I peered towards the main entrance. Aside from the already fly-ridden Jiao Jiao, I did not spot any other zombies nearby. How many people did you see? I asked the second brother. 1 man and 6 women. He answered decisively, without hesitation. You remember quite clearly, I mumbled. Good grief. A dragon among 6 phoenixes at the peak of life. How could I forget? The second brother's eyes widened in envy. Maybe they were just trained, the sixth brother retorted, rolling his eyes at his second brother. Trained in what? Push-ups, sit-ups, splits, back bends, squats. Stop, stop, stop. I know you have many tricks up your sleeve. No need to show off, I said, waving my hand impatiently. So what should we do? Do we go in or not? If we go in, should we turn on the lights? What if there are too many zombies when we switch on the lights? Give a suggestion. I turned to the 3 fools. I suggested that the fourth brother speak first. I think we should set up a formation and invite Master Zhang to bless us, for crying out loud. That's even worse than shouting I'm an idiot. It might at least startle someone. I cursed, gritting my teeth as I rounded the corner and pushed open the gymnasium's large door. Chapter 11. The archery goddess Jiang, our school's gymnasium, is not particularly large. Featuring only 3 basketball courts, 3 volleyball courts, and 2 badminton courts. These are all clearly visible upon entry. Although there are no lights on at this moment, the daylight makes the interior merely dim, not affecting visibility. The most uncontrollable aspect is the dozen or so small rooms on the left side of the second floor, which house wrestling, archery, taekwondo, martial arts, and our free-fighting training rooms. Each room is quite small. Probably not even 200 square meters. As the 4 of us stealthily entered the gymnasium, I carefully surveyed the entire first floor of the court, finding it devoid of any presence. It was quite satisfactory. I turned back to inform the sixth brother to lock the door, as a precaution against any zombies wandering in unnoticed, potentially ambushing us upon our return. The sixth brother nodded in compliance. But the next moment, a loud clank made my heart skip a beat. You didn't just break the lock again, did you? I turned to look at the sixth brother. He bashfully held up a small piece of the broken lock's ring. Shaking it before me, I was truly at my wit's end. How many times had I told him, be gentler? How many locks have we replaced in our dormitory over the past year and a half? The fourth brother rushed over to inspect the lock. I want to die right now. Really, just let me die. I'm exhausted, so very exhausted. My body is tired. My heart is tired. I'm completely disenchanted with life. Third brother, you too. Next time such a delicate task arises, can't you let the second brother handle it? The second brother patted my shoulder in comfort. Listen to yourselves. Locking a door is considered a delicate task. I'm living a great life but feeling suffocated. Had I known the dorms were assigned based on IQ, I would have sold my possessions to afford a decent place to stay. Can't open it. Huh. Once we grab our weapons, we can just smash the glass door to get out. The second brother suggested that as soon as he said this, the fourth and sixth brothers' eyes lit up, their expressions indicating, wow, what a brilliant idea we hadn't thought of. You 3 never considered that smashing the glass would attract a horde of zombies. I shouted. I've made up my mind. Once I return, I'm going to have a child with Mu Qingxue. I need to improve our family's genes. If in the future I have a child comparable to these 3 idiots, I would absolutely strangle him to death and start over. It really is my third brother who thinks things through. The sixth brother praised me, roused from his stupor. Enough chatter. Let us go find weapons. There are low windows at the far end of the first floor. We can jump out from there. I said, suppressing my simmering anger, and then, armed with a spear, cautiously made my way upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, the long corridor was devoid of any shadows. Sighing in relief, I was about to inform the 3 behind me that it was clear of zombies when a sudden noise from the end of the corridor caught my attention. My heart leapt into my throat, and I peeked down the hallway, finding nothing had changed. What's in the classroom at the far end? I asked. Wrestling, ethnic dance, archery. The 3 of them answered simultaneously, each providing a different response. I felt dizzy, struggling to calm my frazzled nerves while desperately searching my memory for any recollections. Unfortunately, my brain was not cooperating, and I couldn't recall anything at all. Forget it. It doesn't matter. The martial arts team's classroom is in the middle. We'll grab what we need and leave. Whatever happens in there, happens, I murmured, Bending slightly as I proceeded down the second-floor corridor. As I passed the first few training rooms, I cautiously peeked inside, but each time I did so, I was met with nothing but the mundane. Consequently, I lost the inclination to be cautious with the remaining training rooms, standing upright and glancing past them nonchalantly. The three dimwits behind me saw my confidence and grew even bolder. Aside from not shouting loudly, they behaved as if it were just another day. Second brother, your intel is way off. 1 man and 6 women, really? If that were the case, he'd be pissing blood. The sixth brother scoffed. Nonsense. Your second brother might not remember others, but how could he forget women? There's the archery goddess Jiang Yi in there. The second brother shot back defiantly. Oh, please. People say Jiang Yi is a lesbian. How could she possibly sneak into the gym at night for a hookup? And with 1 man and 6 women, the fourth brother chimed in, turning with me to enter the martial arts team's training room. I paid no heed to their ridiculous banter about Jiang Yi. It had no bearing on our current situation. Survival was paramount. Upon entering the martial arts training room, I discarded my signature weapon, the spear, and began searching for a more suitable weapon. After rummaging through everything, I found nothing to my liking. Swords, daggers, halberds, none of these felt as comfortable as my spear. Growing increasingly disinterested, I ultimately picked up my spear again while glaring at the three as they rummaged through the cabinets. Fourth brother, put down the Guan Yu knife, I shouted. Second brother, you idiot. Those 2 axes are bigger than you. What do you plan to do with them? Sixth brother, you dimwit. Toss that whip aside. And what the hell do you have in your pocket? What are you going to do with a candle? Under my barrage of complaints, the sixth brother finally relinquished the 2 axes, the second brother took a steel knife, and the fourth brother chose a longsword. Looking at the suddenly formidable trio before me, I felt inexplicably more at ease. That it truly is said that appearance greatly matters. Third brother, why aren't you taking a weapon? The sixth brother asked. I'm accustomed to this. I can't get used to anything else, I replied, turning to exit. However, just as I stepped out of the training room, a dark object swiftly approached from the corner of my eye. Instinctively, honed by years of combat training, I ducked. With a thud, an arrow quivered against the open door frame. Everything happened too quickly for me to think. I turned back and shoved the 3 brothers behind me. Taking a position near the doorframe, unwilling to reveal myself, are you human or zombie? A voice, both furious and slightly trembling, called out. Are you blind? Do zombies dodge arrows? I shouted back from my position. Are you? Xing Tian? The girl exclaimed, her voice laced with surprise. Who are you? How do you know me? I asked, puzzled, yet still not daring to show myself. I'm Jiang Yi. We sat together on the bus to the college sports meet. Jiang Yi. That name sounded so familiar. Isn't she the girl the second brother just mentioned? The one from the bus to the college sports meet? I couldn't believe it. That cold girl was Jiang Yi? At that moment, it seemed that she and I had not exchanged a single word. Chapter 12. Almost causing the death of the living. Upon hearing the other party claim to be Jiang Yi, the second brother proudly turned to look at the sixth brother, as if to say, did you see? Your second brother's eyes are like a ruler. As long as it's a beauty, one glance is all it takes to recognize her. The sixth brother, unimpressed by the second brother's boastfulness, merely rolled his eyes and ignored him. What are you doing here? And how many of you are there? I certainly did not possess the same foolish mentality as these two. Clearly, the other party had long-range weapons. If they deceived us into stepping outside only to bombard us with a volley of arrows, we would be doomed on the spot before Jiang Yi could respond. The second brother tapped me from behind and asked, what on earth? I've already told you, there are 7 of us. 1 dragon and 6 phoenixes. That I genuinely wanted to give this fool a reprimand akin to what Lu Jiao would have received. However, there was no way around it. This guy was nominally my second brother. According to the rules of the road, betraying the elder brother is punishable by death, yet I could not contain myself. I couldn't strike him, but I could certainly curse at him. Get the hell out of here, you bastard. Are we even on the same wavelength? There are 4 of us, and one of my classmates is injured. You need to help us, Jiang Yi's anxious voice came through. Just as her words reached me, the sixth brother, in his usual oblivious manner, was about to rush outside, but I pulled him back with a firm grip. Third brother, what's wrong? The sixth brother looked at me, puzzled that at such a time, I could trust no one. I uttered, while my mind was in turmoil. Xing Tian, hurry over, she's in critical condition, while I was still grappling with my thoughts. Jiang Yi's voice echoed once more. Damn it, a big man dying is one thing. It can be heavy or light. I muttered under my breath. Third brother, that's heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. The sixth brother gently reminded. Are you correcting me? You stay here, and if I don't return soon, you all need to find a way to escape quickly. Don't come looking for me, I instructed, gritting my teeth before dashing out. I was merely 20 to 30 meters away from the end classroom, yet with every step I took, my heart raced more intensely. I was genuinely terrified that a figure might suddenly emerge at this moment. I found myself yearning to encounter a few zombies, eager to test my new weapon. Upon reaching the entrance on the first floor, I noticed several zombies meandering about the small square outside the main door. It seemed that the commotion from upstairs, voices and scuffles, had attracted them. However, when I turned my gaze toward the basketball court, it remained eerily silent. This contradiction perplexed me. How could the zombies outside hear the noise while those within the same venue remained oblivious? Was it possible that this place harbored not a single undead creature? Hey, you all aim carefully. Don't knock me down, I cautioned Jiang Yi and the other 3 girls behind me. Don't worry. I'll handle it. If they dare miss, I'll take care of them, Lao Lu replied, brandishing his axe with a flourish. Lao Si glared, while Lao Er shot a disdainful glance at Lao Lu. Observing these two, I felt a strange sense of resignation. With such companions, what more could I regret? Perhaps dying early would mean an earlier rebirth. With a resolve that disregarded all ties, I strode into the arena. To alert the zombies of my presence, I crossed my weapons, intentionally creating a cacophony of harsh, grating sounds as I traversed the basketball court. Passing by the volleyball and badminton courts, I approached the small window. Yet the area remained eerily still. Realizing I might be overly cautious, I waved casually at a group of people. They rushed toward me, but halfway there, I was taken aback. From the previously silent basketball locker room, a horde of towering zombies erupted, spurred by a faint sound. What on earth is going on? I frantically gestured to the crowd. They quickly realized the danger and, upon glancing back, quickened their pace. However, the girls, despite being athletic, could not match the speed of the boys. As Jiang Yi and her companions lagged behind, I instinctively ran toward them. Lao Lu, seeing me turn back, followed suit, albeit with a reluctant expression. Lao Er and Lao Si glanced back, their weapons in hand, and rushed to join us. Despite the approaching horde of merely 20 or so zombies, the impending battle loomed, just as the last girl was about to be overwhelmed. I leapt forward, delivering a merciless jab that drove my sharp hook deep into the zombie's skull. Without a moment's hesitation, I withdrew my arm and executed a swift left slash, severing a zombie's hand. I fought while retreating, skillfully managing 3 or 4 zombies that were slow to react, never allowing them to so much as graze my clothing. Don't worry, I'm here. A shadow zipped past me. With remarkable agility, Lao Lu wielded 2 heavy axes as if they were mere toys. Meanwhile, the sight of a girl, her fist raised in a cute stance yet retreating from the zombies, left me utterly exasperated. What are you doing? Where's that fierceness from yesterday when you were smashing Lu Jiao? I scolded. Oh, I just didn't want to hurt these charming gentlemen, Lao Lu replied in a sugary tone. What the hell? Is this the time for flowers to bloom? I muttered in disbelief. Beware, see my blade. A glint flashed as I swiftly dodged, raising my hook in defense. After the clang of metal, I turned incredulously to Lao Si. What the hell was that for? Sorry, I forgot my contact lenses, he replied, retreating. Unbelievable, I grumbled. Just then, I felt a shadow loom over me, and instinctively rolled forward, narrowly avoiding a head that rolled to the ground. Glancing back, I saw Lao Er wielding a steel knife, and I felt a surge of relief. In critical moments, my second brother proved reliable. The commotion inside the gym attracted the attention of zombies at the entrance, who began pounding on the glass doors. We need to finish this quickly, I shouted. Almost immediately, a zombie beside me collapsed, an arrow piercing its temple. Great shot. I couldn't help but commend, only to hear Jiang Yi mumble. But I aimed for another one. Come on, take it easy, the 4 brothers shouted in unison. Chapter 14. The overlord of the supermarket equipped with my hook. I felt invincible. Each punch and swipe sent the zombies before me crumbling or tearing apart. The only discomfort I experienced was the gruesome aftermath of close-quarters combat, with the dead showering me in putrid flesh and congealed blood. After successfully escaping through the small window, I crouched against the wall. Retching. Point 3 Brother, you're not expecting, are you? Lao Lu asked, patting my back with concern. Expecting what? Do I look like I have that capability? I snapped, still gagging. Well, you did sleep beside Mu Qingxue yesterday, so it's only natural to have a reaction. He mumbled. Am you Qingxue? Jiang Yi inquired, knitting her smooth brows in confusion. Seeing her gaze, I dismissed the need for explanation. In this dire moment, it hardly mattered. 3rd brother, Just hold on until we finish raiding the supermarket. Then we can clean up, Lao said calmly, but he too felt the urge to retch as we walked past the trees, having disposed of a few zombies along the way. Upon arriving at the supermarket, I immediately sensed something was amiss. There shouldn't have been any zombies here yesterday, yet now a dozen or so wandered about. It seems someone has been here, I whispered. Who could be more reckless than you? Lao mused. Watch your mouth? I shot back. Is that an insult? I was clearly displeased. Third brother, second brother, and fourth brother mean. Stop. No need for explanation. Your words are worse than insults, I interrupted Lao. About a dozen. Roughly 20 meters away. Can you three handle them? I looked at Jiang Yi. She glanced up and nodded. We should be able to manage. Without hesitation, we sprang into action, though we couldn't claim a perfect shot for each. We ultimately took down the zombies from a distance. After instructing Jiang Yi and the other girls to retrieve their arrows, I led Lao Lu and the others into the supermarket. As I had suspected. It was clear that someone had been here. The chaotic scene within revealed food carelessly discarded after only a bite. Who would waste food like this? Lao Lu grumbled. It's immoral. You can take, but don't squander. Lao spat in disdain. Such cruelty deserves punishment, Lao Si added. Enough lamenting. Let us gather supplies and leave, I urged, heading toward the warehouse with the woven bags from yesterday. However, after just a few steps, I halted, puzzled. What's wrong? Lao Lu asked. I stared at the tightly shut warehouse door. I distinctly remember not closing it yesterday. Someone inside. Lao approached with his knife drawn. At that moment, the three girls returned. Having gathered their arrows, the once unified front against a common foe quickly dissolved as Lao and Lao Si greeted them with smiles, hastily offering food from the shelves. Noticing Lao Lu pouting beside me, I gestured for silence and stealthily approached the warehouse door, straining to listen. The door was merely a thin sheet of metal, and if there were any sounds inside, I would certainly hear them. As the silence stretched uncomfortably, I finally discerned hushed voices within. Those inside. Come out. It's from that department, right? I called out. The occupants, realizing they had been discovered, retorted angrily. Go to hell. The supermarket belongs to us now. Who the hell do you think you are? Lao exploded, rushing forward to kick the door. Lao Lu quickly restrained him. Let third brother handle this. They're living people, not zombies. Let us talk it out. Talk it out? In this apocalypse, cutting off my food supply is tantamount to a death sentence. How can we talk? I spat, ready to pull the door open, but before I could reach for the handle, the door creaked open unexpectedly. I glared at the young punk emerging. Do you not recognize who I am? Standing before me was Duan Hu, the notorious campus bully from Haicheng University, rumored to hail from a crime family. I had heard countless tales of students who had suffered at his hands, yet I had never encountered him until now. Duan Hu, you think you can intimidate me? Lao shouted, struggling against Lao Lu's grasp. Come on, try to take a swing at me. Duan Hu taunted, stretching his neck in a provocative manner. I remained silent, my gaze drifting past him to the 7 or 8 individuals behind, including 2 girls. Huddled together in the corner, barely clothed. It was evident what had transpired. Their desperation for warmth had led them into a perilous situation. They likely believed that being with a man would offer them safety, only to find themselves ensnared in a nightmare. As Duan Hu and Lao exchanged heated words, the former's confidence swelled, particularly upon spotting Jiang Yi, his demeanor growing more brazen. Isn't this Yi? What's wrong? Hungry? No worries, come with your senior. I have plenty of food. As Duan Hu approached Jiang Yi, having taken merely 2 steps, he found Jiang Yi already raising her bow and arrow, fully drawn and aimed directly at him. Take another step, and I assure you I will release the string. This marked the first occasion today that Jiang Yi had reverted to the expression of an icy beauty. Duan Hu halted, his demeanor slightly awkward, for he was genuinely afraid. An arrow is indiscriminate in its aim. Those trained in martial arts are well aware that the psychological toll of ranged attacks that can kill or maim is vastly different from that of close combat. Although Jiang Yi was targeting Duan Hu, her expressive eyes were consistently fixed upon me, conveying that with a mere nod, she would unhesitatingly let the bowstring go. Observing this, I could only manage a wry smile and shake my head. Duan Hu, right? We are from the same school. Surely, it need not come to such extremes. Duan Hu glanced back at me, recognizing my face. I know you. You idiot. What is your name again? Oh, Xingtian, right. The one whose girlfriend was so overwhelmed by my roommate's antics that she was rolling her eyes. He continued, this scoundrel. Let our third brother deal with him. You can insult me all you want, but don't you dare insult our third brother. Upon hearing this, I felt little emotional response. but the fourth brother was incensed. Were it not for the sixth brother holding him back, he might have lunged at Duan who, "Hey, Xingtian, for the sake of your girlfriend, you can leave those 3 girls behind today. I'll let you. You fool, take a few things with you." Chapter 15. The first kill. Watching Duan who sway before me, I was genuinely vexed. Before he could finish his sentence, my claw-like hand had already plunged into his neck. Beep, beep, beep. The incessant sound continued. Do you know how bothersome this is? Huh? Do you even realize? Each word was punctuated by a forceful thump upon Duan who's head. Only when his skull was a bloody mess did I finally catch my breath and stand upright. You too. The girls, come out. I bellowed at the few individuals in the storage room who were staring at me as if I were a ghost. The individuals in the storage room huddled in a corner, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at me. Seeing the 2 girls pale with fright and frozen in place only heightened my irritation. Striding into the storage room, I soon tossed out 2 nearly unclad girls. Did those fools in there assault you? I asked, my eyes ablaze with anger. The 2 girls, still in shock but now hiding behind Jiang Yi and her companions, nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this, I gently closed the iron door of the storage room. Moments later, anguished wails erupted from within, a cacophony of pleas and screams mingling with the sound of collapsing objects that lasted only a little over a minute before it ceased. The storage room door was forcefully swung open, and a bloodied boy stumbled out, only to be yanked back into the darkness by my outstretched hand. With a scream, the world fell silent. What if our third brother gets carried away and takes us down too? The second brother exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed toward the storage room. When we return, I'll draw a talisman for the third brother. Why does this feel so cursed? The fourth brother added. Equally stunned that I told you both not to stoke the flames. Our third brother has been in a foul mood lately. The sixth brother complained. Didn't he? We just released him last night. The second brother replied. Looking puzzled, if Mu Qingshui isn't a dead fish, then it shouldn't be a problem. I didn't hear anything. The fourth brother interjected. Jiang Yi shot a glare at the 2, then turned to enter the storage room. What did he say about me? The second brother asked, pointing at Jiang Yi as he looked at the sixth brother. He called you a rogue. No. I heard her cursing my great-grandmother. Did I feel the same? She cursed me even more harshly, but couldn't he say it out loud? The fourth brother added. Jiang Yi entered the storage room, looking at me, seated atop a corpse while smoking, unsure of how to begin. To claim that I felt no emotional turmoil during my first kill would be a mere facade. However, the feeling was but a whisper of what one might expect, to quote our leader. In a world where the law has vanished, the strong prey upon the weak, and survival hinges solely on strength and might. Are you all right? Jiang Yi inquired as she crouched beside me, concern etched across her features. Discarding my cigarette, I rose and replied, I'm fine. Just gathering supplies that we need to hurry back before dark. The storage room was in disarray, boxes toppled and bags hastily packed. Once we exited the supermarket, I called out to the sixth brother, tossing my bag of food to him. What are you going to do, third brother? He asked. That I'm going to close the stadium's gates, I replied. Though I said this, only I knew my true intentions. Through today's events, I had come to realize that human nature may be unleashed or even distorted in the face of impending doom, since everyone is only out for themselves. Why should I strive to be the Good Samaritan? I indeed intended to close the stadium gates, primarily to prevent some nefarious individuals from exploiting the hordes of corpses. However, there was another matter I hadn't disclosed. I planned to lure a massive swarm of zombies to guard the supermarket for me. As Zhang Zuolin, the king of the Northeast, once said, it's all mine. Whoever dares to seize it from me shall face my wrath. The hundreds of corpses within the stadium continued to wander in its depths, the sound of the sliding gate echoing as I shut it. Yet, when a few of the corpses approached, I had already secured the door, watching their ashen faces press against the iron bars, their outstretched arms reaching for me. I stepped back a few paces and did not leave immediately. Instead, I waited for the nearby zombies that had heard the gate close to gradually surround me. Gazing at the dozens of zombies shambling toward me, I chuckled. Brothers, thank you for your company yesterday. Once I obtain the time, I shall ensure your utter destruction. With that, I turned and sprinted back to the supermarket. Leading the horde of zombies behind me, I plunged into the storage room and swiftly locked the door. This was not a suicidal act, for during the scuffle in the storage room, I had bumped into a shelf that concealed a small window, large enough for a person to escape through. With considerable effort, I leaped through the window and dashed in a specific direction. There were a couple of clothing stores nearby, one specializing in undergarments and bedding, and the other in fashionable apparel. Although such campus clothing stores may not thrive, they were still viable. I just hoped there were no customers present when the incident occurred. After 2 days of battling zombies, I had discovered that in open spaces, their threat was minimal. The real danger lay in confined areas. Even the most agile among us could not evade the powerful grasp of the undead. After some searching, I finally arrived at the two stores, both owned by the same proprietress. She was plump and always adorned in vibrant attire, often riding a pink electric scooter. Upon glancing at the storefront, I noticed her scooter parked beneath a tree out front, indicating she had yet to leave for the day and was likely inside the shop. However, peering through the glass, it seemed empty, just as I was deliberating whether to enter. I heard the crunch of dry leaves beneath footsteps behind me. Without time to turn, I pushed off the ground and executed a roll, narrowly avoiding a hefty zombie that lunged at me. "Is that you, proprietress? Have you turned into a zombie while still running the shop?" The zombie lunged again, but this time, I did not hold back. My claw-like weapon severed half her head. A few more zombies, drawn by the commotion, approached, about 4 or 5 in total. Employing my combat skills, I maneuvered between the trees. Minutes later, the battle concluded, and the gruesome sight of the fallen zombies was almost too horrific to bear. Navigating cautiously, I crossed the street, first checking the electric scooter to discover the keys were still in the ignition. Much to my delight, turning the key, I noted that the battery was sufficiently charged. This would make things easier later. Once inside the store, I deliberately made some noise, yet received no reaction. Regardless of style or size, I hastily stuffed 2 large bed sheets into bags. Before leaving, I spotted a pair of high-top leather boots on the wall, similar to those Jiang Yi wore, and I casually tossed them into my haul. Strapping the 2 bulky bags to the back of the scooter, I sped away, leaving the surrounding zombies in my dust. However, upon returning to the dormitory, I found my fellow brothers still huddled by the red house, refusing to venture out. Chapter 16. The Apocalypse and Spicy Hot Pot. Riding my pink electric scooter, I approached them. As soon as they saw me return, their faces lit up with joy. The 6th brother rushed forward. "Third brother, there are so many zombies downstairs. We can't get up with so many of us." Hearing this, I leaned forward to take a look. Good heavens, there weren't this many when I left. How did they suddenly multiply? "Did you bring them here?" I could not help but inquire of the 3 fools. "Who do you think you're looking down on?" The 2nd brother retorted, irked. "Exactly. Do you think we're idiots?" The 4th brother shot back, rolling his eyes at me, just as the 6th brother was about to speak. I quickly interrupted. "All right, I get it. I was wrong. I'll change." Observing the elder brother gesticulating wildly in the 2nd-floor dormitory, I helplessly pulled out my phone. "What are you signaling?" I asked once the call connected. "After you all jumped down, the other idiots on the 2nd and 3rd floors followed suit. But before long, they were chased back by zombies. Some were bitten to death, while others fell to their demise while trying to climb back up." The elder brother explained. That I fell silent for a few seconds. "Brother, with so much to say, you might as well gesture until next year. We might not even guess what you mean. Are you feeling unwell?" The elder brother was offended. "Am I saying that? What I'm indicating is that there are hardly any bottles left in the dormitory. You won't be able to come up at all." "All right, I understand," I replied impatiently before hanging up the call. Glancing back at my pink electric scooter, a faint smile graced my lips as I resolved to draw the zombies away, urging my companions to ascend the stairs, promising to return shortly. With that, I mounted my little motorcycle and boldly sped off. I circled the zombies a few times, playfully swaying my hips atop the vehicle. The undead were infuriated, and even my comrades, particularly the girls, were left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, I had been a merciless demon, and now I was behaving like a fool. How could they possibly reconcile this transformation? As I noticed the zombies trailing behind my scooter, I rode leisurely, leading this horde straight towards the supermarket. However, to my astonishment, someone in the school group had shared a video titled "Delivery Guy Truly Dedicated, Risking Life for Money." Bold and unashamed, I lured all the zombies to the supermarket, revved the throttle, and made my escape. Just around the corner, they ceased their pursuit. Relieved of the pressure behind me, I felt emboldened and recalled the cafeteria run by old Lou, hastening towards it. The 3rd cafeteria, situated far from the campus center, was typically quite deserted except during mealtimes. One might wonder why people would venture so far for a meal. The answer lies in its affordability. The same rice bowls, generously portioned, cost 2 yuan less than those at other cafeterias, making it a veritable paradise for students like me from less fortunate backgrounds. That I faintly remembered the exit where old Lou would emerge, and I entered quietly. After surveying my surroundings, I noticed only a few corpses with their heads cleaved by kitchen knives, and with that, I felt reassured enough to slip behind the counter. I genuinely sought some rice, flour, and oil, but lacking cooking utensils in the dormitory, it would merely be a waste of time. Ultimately, I settled for a spicy hot pot stall. After packing the base ingredients and assorted vegetables from the freezer, I placed them onto my electric scooter and rode back. As I traversed the desolate campus, I suddenly realized that most of the zombies had been drawn to the vicinity of the supermarket. However, a school is not composed of only a handful of people. A significant number of zombies were likely trapped within the dormitory. How many undead lurked in my dormitory building? That remained an enigma. Contemplating the daunting task of clearing the dormitory, I acknowledged that it was beyond my intellectual capacity. Perhaps I should leave this dilemma to Xiaoxua. Once again speeding back, I arrived downstairs, and the window on the second floor flew open. Jiang Yi, bowstring taut, scrutinized my surroundings with vigilance. I merely smiled in response, appreciating her cautiousness. In times like these, such instincts were commendable. In an apocalypse, everyone must possess a sense of urgency for the group to endure. When I climbed the stairs, Mu Chengxue seemed eager for a hug like the day before, but upon approaching, she halted, clearly taken aback by my disheveled appearance. Waving the others away, I dashed into the bathroom. Too lazy to wash my clothes, discarding them directly into the trash bin. Originally, I had intended for old Lu to fetch me a pair of shorts, but instead, it was Mu Chengxue who brought them. The instant I opened the door, the girl appeared nonchalant, yet I could discern the shyness in her eyes. I truly could not fathom why old Lu could deliver them just as well. What compelled her to endure such embarrassment? Once Mu Chengxue closed the door, it dawned on me. It must be for Jiang Yi, a demonstration of her standing. After my shower, I discovered the dormitory already bustling with people, particularly Lao Wu, who was overly excited at the sight of so many. The girls huddled together in a corner of the upper bunk, too frightened to move. This only exacerbated the sense of crowding in the dormitory. A few new girls had arrived, and the leader was thrilled, but upon seeing me emerge, he immediately adopted a stern expression. Did I not say that it's survival of the fittest? He began. But I interjected, come on, brother, before I came out, you were practically drooling. Now you want to talk about survival of the fittest? Impossible. When did this happen? He quickly wiped his mouth. I had no intention of meddling in matters of love. But coercion and manipulation were off the table. We had an understanding. I felt it necessary to remind him about the two girls who had come over last night, as he might not be aware. That night, when everyone was struggling for food and warmth, our dormitory had the audacity to prepare a spicy hot pot. Under the leader's deliberate machinations, the aroma wafted throughout the building. Let them salivate. Let them hunger. The more that come out, the better, he declared, asserting that this would not only assist us in dispatching zombies but also help us clear the dormitory. While I remained silent, I did not entirely agree with his reasoning. Our dormitory could stand on its own, thanks to my nighttime escapades which had revealed the zombies' basic behaviors. Furthermore, we possessed combat skills above average. However, for a group of ordinary individuals facing the unknown, venturing out was akin to signing their death warrants. Just as today's events unfolded, according to the leader, no one who had gone down had returned alive. Therein lay the disparity. To rely on such a crowd to clear the dormitory was nothing short of a pipe dream. It would be a blessing if they did not create chaos. Chapter 17. Pre-battle strategy. After Mu Qingshue's tally, it was revealed that 34 individuals from the lower floors had ventured out after we left, none of whom returned. Thus, our dormitory still housed 24 residents. Would these 24 become our allies? A fervent discussion ensued, but as the debate intensified, it became apparent that our group of men could do little but watch as Mu Chengxue and Jiang Yi engaged in a heated exchange. Unable to interject a single word, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that when these two stubborn beauties could not reach a resolution, they simultaneously turned their gazes towards me. Well, I'm full and too tired. I'm going to sleep, I awkwardly mumbled. Not happening. Both girls chimed in unison. Feeling cornered, I discreetly glanced at the leader, who, upon meeting my gaze, turned towards the window to smoke. I then looked at Lao Si, who was fumbling in his pocket but came up empty. Lao Er was preoccupied, holding Fei Fei's hand with an amorous expression as he flirted with the new girl. As for Lao Lu, the moment I shifted my gaze, he spoke up, "Third brother, I'm with you." "Fine. Let us all just perish then. How exhausting. Can't we wait a few days to discuss this issue? Right now, we have no shortage of food and drink. If we ration carefully, we could last at least another 2 months. That is 2 months. In such a long span, those who were meant to starve would have already done so." and those unable to withstand it would have long since left the dormitory only to be bitten. Once everything settles, we can make a decision. Why must we rush? I pleaded softly. All right, they both replied in unison, leaving me utterly bewildered. What did that mean? The common folk had long since arrived at their conclusions, yet they chose to toy with me. That night, I found no space on the beds, with 5 additional people in the dormitory. Merely sleeping on the floor sufficed. Thankfully, there were enough blankets to manage a makeshift bed. The carefree brothers remained in their own beds while Lao Lu and I slept on the floor. 6 girls squeezed together, managing to fit 2 to a bed. The most perplexing part was that Mu Qingxue and Jiang Yi, who were so at odds, ended up sleeping together, which left me utterly confounded. It was only when Lao Lu sent me a WeChat message that I grasped the situation. The 2 girls were watching each other, seemingly conveying the message, I can't sleep, and neither can you. I truly did not understand why they had not acted sooner. When I was with Lu Jiao, they were absent and it was somewhat excusable. But now, half a month after my breakup, where had they all been? With the apocalypse upon us, they all suddenly emerged. What were they trying to achieve? Did they not think the world was chaotic enough? Frustrated and unable to sleep, I took advantage of the current power and internet supply to log into the school forum on Lao Air's computer. The video from my nighttime run had been pushed down, replaced by the delivery guy video, which seemed to have vanished without a trace. Perplexed, I clicked on the system's most popular post. After a mere glance, my eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? I muttered. Instantly, everyone in the dormitory jolted awake. Damn it, I'm now the villain. I cursed quietly. The group descended from their beds in disarray. Staring at the video on the screen, rendered speechless, the footage showcased me leading the horde of zombies towards the supermarket, and even included scenes of me slaying Duan Hu within the supermarket. The video concluded with an ominous statement. When the apocalypse arrives, true malevolence reveals itself. Xing Tian, a sophomore in the physical education department. This individual was undoubtedly from the computer science department, a skilled hacker capable of infiltrating the supermarket's computer. The leader mused, stroking his chin, that he recognized Lao San and Lao Si, who chimed in. The video's angle suggests it was filmed from the 7th dormitory building, Lao Air remarked, listening to the brothers' speculations. I was taken aback as I turned to the 3 notorious fools. What was this? Was it a case of great wisdom masked by folly? Were they feigning ignorance? Where had their usual foolishness gone? How had they suddenly transformed into amateur detectives? The most pressing concern was that this post had gained significant traction. If the surviving students united against us, we would be at a disadvantage. Mu Qingxue noted with a frown. Should we explain our actions regarding Duan Hu? The 2 rescued girls eagerly suggested. It's futile now. Whatever you say is of no consequence. Jiang Yi sighed. What shall we do then? I turned to glance at the 2 beautiful women. Most of the zombies in the campus have been lured away by you, but the residents on the 2nd floor can come down at any moment. If they come here to create chaos or vandalize, it will indeed be a troublesome matter, Mu Qingxue said with a troubled expression. They should be too afraid. They've been starving for 3 days. And once they emerge, their first thought will be food, Jiang Yi interjected. The expansion of territory is imperative, Mu Qingxue analyzed. Upon hearing this, I dejectedly lowered my head. I had just decided to take a break for a few days. And now all of that seemed in vain. Fine, let's take action tomorrow, I said weakly. It's too late. I can't be bothered to check the updates on the computer without waiting for everyone to return to their beds. I shut down the computer and burrowed into the quilt beneath my feet. But just as I closed my eyes, I felt the quilt shift, followed by a soft body snuggling into my embrace. Without needing to open my eyes, the scent revealed it was Mu Qingxue. It's cold on the floor. Aren't you silly for not sleeping on the bed? I mumbled. Sleeping with my boyfriend, I don't feel cold at all. She replied before I could retort. A cool voice floated in, adding, so do I. Suddenly, I felt the quilt shift again, and before I knew it, another icy figure nestled into my other arm. Startled, I opened my eyes to see Jiang Yi in my embrace. Noticing her eyes were closed, as if she were about to drift off to sleep, I incredulously turned to look at Mu Qingxue, only to find she was not angry at all. Instead, she quietly closed her eyes. Third brother, I want to join too, came the voice of Lao Lu. Get off the bed, I scolded. I heard Lao Lu grunt heavily before climbing onto Lao Wu's bed. Embracing 2 beautiful women, I felt a bit flustered. But it was merely a fleeting panic. Life now is a day-to-day existence. Why not indulge a little? Perhaps these 2 girls think the same way. The next morning, I awoke with a pressing need to relieve myself. 2 little feet rested on my calves, one on each side. In that moment, I suddenly realized that the title of Ice Mountain Beauty for Jiang Yi was somewhat justified. But after all, she was alive. How could her feet be so cold? I glanced at her serene, sleeping face and felt reassured. Otherwise, I might have thought I was hugging a corpse. That would indeed be chilling. Chapter 18. Breaking through the dormitory, looking out the window. I saw the sky was still dark. Gently pushing aside the long legs draped over me, I staggered into the bathroom. Squatting there, I lit a cigarette and looked around at the walls, lightly tapping them with my hand. A hollow sound echoed back, and this revelation brightened my spirits. This indicated that the walls of the bathroom and shower area were not load-bearing. They were made of hollow bricks and quite thin. Truly, heaven does not starve a foolish sparrow. Us simple folks have our own methods. Without needing to confront the zombies in the hallway, I could still expand my area of movement. I had considered smashing down the dormitory's front door and luring the zombies out with my little motorcycle. But upon further reflection, that would be a grave mistake. If the door were gone, the zombies outside could simply wander in, posing a greater danger. After finishing my cigarette, I was exhilarated by my new discovery and found myself wide awake. As I stepped out of the bathroom, I noticed the two girls sitting there with sleepy eyes waiting for me. Indeed, I had intended to forego sleep, but now there was no avoiding it. I hurriedly dove into the quilt, entering sleep mode. However, sleep was elusive. My mind was racing with thoughts. I could only close my eyes and plan how to safely and effectively break through all the dormitory rooms on the second floor. As I contemplated, I instinctively wrapped my arms around the delicate figure beside me. Suddenly, I realized that even in the apocalypse, there could be moments of beauty. Was this not an unexpected peak in life? I, who could go anywhere but never think, fell asleep in the blink of an eye, having been lost in thought just a moment prior. When I finally opened my eyes again, everyone in the dormitory had already awakened. Mu Qingxue was huddled under the quilt, staring at her computer. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was soundly asleep, likely exhausted and frightened from the previous day's harrowing events. That you're awake. Look, that person has started making trouble again, Mu Qingxue remarked, handing me the notebook. As I opened my eyes, I took the computer and saw that the first video about the extermination from yesterday had already been pushed down. In its place was a post titled "Save Me Out, I guarantee your safety and food." Once this post was released, it stirred up a tempest, almost simultaneously. Hundreds of people replied. A quick glance revealed that skepticism and inquiries dominated the responses. Some even suggested that as long as he could lure the zombies from the supermarket away, they would rescue him. Yet, the poster was clearly not foolish. He understood that if he drew the supermarket zombies away, no one would be able to rescue him. Thus, the two sides engaged in endless tug-of-war. In the comments, I glanced up at Mu Qingxue. Should I post something to redeem myself? The young girl shook her head. No one will believe you now. I sighed, bitterly shaking my head. It sounds good in theory. One must look out for oneself. But when it comes to the opposition of the people, it feels quite unsettling. Who can truly reach the realm of Cao Cao? Who would rather bear the world's wrath than allow the world to bear his? The students on the lower floors should have all gone down by now. I sensed that the outside would be quite chaotic today, Mu Qingxue murmured. How about we make it a bit more chaotic? I replied with a smile, turning back before entering the bathroom. Third brother. What are you planning? The eldest asked. Aren't they all starving? I'm giving them an opportunity, I said with a grin before disappearing into the bathroom to wash my face and brush my teeth. By 10 in the morning, fully equipped, I descended the stairs, hopped onto my beloved little motorcycle, and waved at the group above. Don't you all want to come out? Aren't you hungry? Didn't you all say I'm not a good person? Well then, I'll spread all the zombies across the campus. Whether you can eat or not depends on your own abilities. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxue also posted on the forum under my name. Whether you can eat or not depends on your own abilities. At this point, I had no fear of offending anyone. Let them do as they please. If they have the capability, let them bite me. For a full hour, I first headed to the first cafeteria, gathering rice, flour, and oil, taking everything back to the dormitory, even bringing back a massive rice cooker. With all these additional items, the dormitory became even more cramped. I then rode my motorcycle, searching for zombies, while there were none in large numbers. Plenty of small groups roamed about, along with those hidden in the dormitory. I estimated that the total number of survivors in the entire school did not exceed 500. Dispersing these zombies throughout the campus, I twisted the throttle and sped away. It's not that I'm inhumane. It's that you all do not regard me as human. After cursing them out, do you, alas, do not even mention that helpless little gaze. It pierces my heart, truly a pitiful sight. Infuriated, I leapt up and delivered a sharp smack to Lao Lu's head. Just as I was in the midst of my tirade, the door to the adjoining bath chamber was cautiously opened by Lao Air. Goodness, has it now transformed into a one-bedroom apartment? A mere hall, you say? Hurry up and tidy up. While there's still time, I shall venture to the next dormitory. Having said that, I turned to leave, only to be halted by Mu Chinchue's voice from within that room. What is it, my dear? I turned around with a charming smile. Lao Lu, observing this, let out a heavy snort. Snort all you want. In a moment, I shall let you smash over there, and you better not bury me again. In truth, upon learning that Lao Lu could easily topple a hollow wall, I felt an immense joy. However, I could not afford to treat him too kindly, the moment I show him even a hint of goodwill. That old rascal starts scheming to take advantage of me. How absurd. I currently have 2 girlfriends, and I have yet to utilize either. How could I allow you to jump the queue? That individual spoke again, as Mu Qingxue handed over the computer. The poster was not that person. It was someone else who recorded the zombies wandering downstairs, claiming to have witnessed me dispersing them throughout the school. The comments beneath the post were overwhelmingly one-sided. Apart from cursing me, they wished for my early demise. To these, I paid little heed. What truly concerned me was a pinned comment that read, I have a way to lure all the zombies in the school to the base of the Xingtian dormitory building. If you save me, the zombies from the supermarket will also appear at the base of the Xingtian dormitory. After reading the comments, I found it hard to believe, not only them, but even I wouldn't dare to roam the school carelessly right now. However, the very next moment, I heard a faint whirring sound of propellers outside the window. In an instant, a shiver ran down my spine, smacking my thigh. I hurried to the window. I couldn't believe my eyes. There, hovering about 3 to 4 meters in the air, was a small drone curving around the corner of the building that I couldn't help but curse under my breath. Lao Air, who was also peering out the window, gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard must know Lao San. He even knows where our dormitory is located. Jiang Yi, shoot down the drone quickly. I shouted into the room. In the next moment, I looked up at Zhao Kai and the other individual, speaking in a barely audible voice. You 2 go and bang on the door to lure the zombies upstairs, and I will use the rope to rescue you. On the first attempt, they did not comprehend my meaning. It was only after I repeated myself and gestured that they finally grasped my intent, though hesitation began to cloud their expressions. It was understandable, given the apocalyptic circumstances. What trust could one expect from people at such a time? Especially since my reputation had already been tarnished by that fool on the forum. It was impossible for them to be unaware of the posts circulating online, so their skepticism was only natural. However, to my surprise, Fanbo, usually indecisive, displayed an unusual determination today, nodding at me before turning back to the room. This left me astonished, especially as Zhao Kai attempted to dissuade him, leaning against the second-floor windowsill. I heard the resounding thuds of banging on the door from the 3rd floor. Peering out towards the dormitory entrance, I counted no fewer than 30 zombies rushing from the left side towards the staircase. The sight sent a chill down my spine, and I silently thanked my lucky stars for not having acted recklessly earlier. Had the creatures truly entered the dormitory, it would have been a one-way trip. Feeling it was time, I rolled back into the dormitory, taking a moment to glance at the long unseen corridor before shutting the door behind me, just after finishing a call with Lao Lu. A loud crash emanated from the bathroom. A group of people emerged, and I took the rope from Lao Lu's hands, moving towards the window. Seeing the 2 anxiously waiting below, I tossed the rope down. Moments later, Fanbo slid down the rope, but an unfortunate mishap occurred with Zhao Kai. Whether it was due to days without food leaving him weak or the terrifying sight of the zombie horde below, he stepped onto the second-floor windowsill only to misstep. Before I could reach out to catch his foot, he let go of the rope entirely, watching a living person plummet into the throng of zombies below. I shut my eyes in anguish. Hearing the screams from downstairs, I weakly leaned against the window and lit a cigarette. Lao San, we didn't wish for this to happen. Couldn't bear it. He was afraid. Don't blame yourself. My companion, the leader, settled down beside me. I remained silent, but soon regained my composure and stood up. The second-floor corridor was devoid of zombies, so I resolved to check all the dormitory doors that were ajar, which would facilitate our subsequent maneuvers. I gathered my thoughts and said, Sangu, I'll go with you. Lao Lu was the first to step forward. I shook my head, saying nothing, yet firmly resolved in my heart that I absolutely could not take these fools with me. Approaching Fanbo, who was devouring his food, I inquired, is anyone on the 3rd floor using a drone? Fanbo, looking dazed, shook his head. No, he replied. Everything said on the Xingtian forum isn't true, right? I sighed and shook my head. If it were true, I wouldn't have thrown the rope to you just now. After saying this, I gently opened the dormitory door and stepped outside. Chapter 21. Whether or not it exists. It is the same stepping out of the dormitory door. I glanced around and my current position could not be described as central, yet it was somewhat close. Each floor housed 18 dormitories, arranged from west to east, with one row on the north and one on the south, 10 on the south and 8 on the north, due to the staircase's positioning. My dormitory was on the south side. And as things stood, there were still 7 dormitories on the south that had not been breached. The north side also had dormitories left open, but I hadn't checked them. Why hadn't I prepared earlier? Apologies, my mind isn't sharp enough to retain that much information that I took a brief glance at the south side, noting that 2 dormitories remained unclosed. Fortunately, one was adjacent to my dormitory on the east side. Unfortunately, another one was nearly out of consideration, as it was on the far east side, right next to the washroom. That was the very dormitory where Mu Qingxue had initially stayed, spanning from south to north and containing dozens of faucets. A spacious area for washing bed linens and covers, as it was large enough to accommodate the water mess without needing to clean up afterward. I turned back to Lao Lu and exchanged a knowing glance. Understanding my intent, Lao Lu closed the current dormitory door. I hurried to the adjacent dormitory, checked it thoroughly, and confirmed there were no zombies inside. Although I should have remained in my dormitory, the allure of the far eastern dormitory was too tempting to resist. Why? Because controlling that dormitory would allow me to access the 4 northern dormitories, enabling an effective dual-directional maneuver. After a moment of internal struggle, I decided to exit and explore the far eastern dormitory. However, to my astonishment, before I could take more than a couple of steps, I heard a loud crash from the bathroom of the dormitory. In the next instant, I heard the unmistakable groaning of zombies in the corridor and the chaotic sound of their footsteps. Damn it! I cursed inwardly and quickly returned to the dormitory, shutting the door behind me and leaning against it. Seeing Lao Lu emerge from the bathroom, I nearly lost my composure and exclaimed, "Didn't I tell you to wait for my signal before banging the wall?" Lao Lu shook his head. "You never said that." I wanted to continue scolding him, but seeing Jiang Yi behind him shaking her head slightly, I fell silent. A torrent of anger surged within me, but I suppressed it entirely. What more could I say? I had failed to convey my instructions clearly. How could I expect 4 fools to understand my intentions? Due to Lao Lu's misstep, our exploration for today had to come to an abrupt halt. Glancing at the time, I noted it was already past 5 in the evening. Darkness would soon envelop us. During dinner, we began to allocate rooms. Initially, I had intended for the girls to occupy a separate dormitory, but they were too frightened to agree. Thus, we had to disperse the boys, ostensibly to protect the girls. Yet, judging by the expressions of the guys, it didn't seem they were inclined to offer protection. Rather, it appeared they were more eager to prey upon the young ladies. Tonight was quite extraordinary. In a world overrun by zombies, we managed to enjoy steaming hot rice. Although the only dishes provided were a salted duck egg and a sausage for each person, it was evident that everyone was quite content. After dinner, we gathered to discuss our next steps. Mu Qingxue, who had been monitoring the internet, reported that the military had initiated rescue operations. Furthermore, we were quite close to a temporary shelter by the seaside, and they would likely reach us shortly. This piece of good news brought smiles to everyone's faces, but Jiang Yi delivered a sobering reality check. The success of the rescue operation hinges on whether the power and internet remain intact. If one day the power and internet are cut off, it would signify the complete failure of the rescue operation, and we would have to rely solely on ourselves. While her words might have been ill-timed, they were undeniably the brutal truth. In an instant, the smiles faded, replaced by solemn expressions. Observing the sudden shift in mood, I hastily spoke up to offer comfort. "All right, whether or not we are rescued, we have survived for 3 days on our own. Even without rescue, I believe we can continue to thrive." However, as soon as I finished speaking, I couldn't tell if it was my ill-fated words or Jiang Yi's that caused it. But the lights in the dormitory went out. Panic ensued as everyone scrambled for their phones, only to discover that we had lost signal. Damn it. I cursed under my breath. A few of the girls nearby began to sob softly. I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, reassuring myself, trust in our country, trust in the military, we will be rescued eventually. After speaking, I turned and made my way to the dormitory assigned to me. Life without electricity and the internet was dull and monotonous. After washing up, I crawled into bed early. Though my eyes were closed, the hundreds of zombies downstairs loomed over me like a sword hanging by a thread. Keeping me alert to ignore them was simply not an option. What if these creatures suddenly evolved to climb stairs one day? While I was peacefully asleep, they could break in through the window. Such a scenario was absolutely unacceptable. Yet, after scouring several dormitories, I found no remote-controlled devices that I couldn't fathom why small drones could be used at will, while our search yielded not even a single remote-controlled toy car. I couldn't help but inwardly curse. Did the school not only consider intelligence when assigning dormitories, but also group the impoverished together? As I raged internally against the school, a familiar fragrance wafted past me. Moments later, I opened my eyes wide, observing two stunning beauties approaching my single bed. They gracefully sat beside me, and although it was cramped, they chatted while applying lotion to their skin. "Ladies, this is a single bed. Is it truly necessary for three of us to share?" I asked, feigning a pained expression. "Are you suggesting we favor one over the other?" Mu Qingxue shot me a fierce glare. I wouldn't dare. I quickly waved my hands in protest. "Then are you seeking another?" Jiang Yi asked coldly. "By heaven's virtue, if I wished to, I would need someone available. With hundreds of zombies downstairs, how could I?" I replied with a grimace. "Then why make any comments at all?" Mu Qingxue burrowed under the covers. "I have no objections," I said, though internally, I felt quite conflicted. I had never experienced such a situation. Being sandwiched between two lovely ladies was both exhilarating and awkward, leaving me unsure of how to proceed. "Have you both conspired against me? Is it your intent to never sleep alone with me? Then what difference is there from being without women?" Jiang Yi gently nudged me, then lay down beside me. I found myself squeezed in the middle, enjoying the embrace of both beauties yet feeling increasingly uncomfortable, even struggling to breathe, just as I prepared to reluctantly close my eyes and sleep until dawn. An all too familiar scent wafted near my bed, accompanied by a heavy sigh. "Sangu, aren't you going to squeeze in?" The familiar fragrance tickled my nose, and the more I savored it, the more I felt a sense of nostalgia. Ignoring Lao Lu, I glanced down at the two lovely girls beside me, asking, "May I inquire where you got your lotion from?" Two girls spoke in unison, referring to someone as Old Six. A wave of darkness washed over me, and with that familiar scent, I was instantly numbed to all sensations. Chapter 22. The shift in school dynamics in the following days. Due to the interruption of both internet and electricity, we found ourselves utterly oblivious to everything happening outside, including the events occurring within the campus itself. Despite our ignorance of the outside world, we continued with our tasks. After 6 days of relentless effort, we had managed to break through all the dormitories on the south side of the second floor. What we had not anticipated was that the easternmost room had evidently belonged to a reclusive male. The dormitory contained little else but instant noodles and soda. We had unearthed nearly 20 boxes of the latter. The stones that fell from the walls were repurposed into makeshift stoves, while the remaining stones were seized by Old Six, who, in his leisure, took to smashing zombies with them. One could not underestimate Old Six's prowess. In these few days, he had dispatched no fewer than 20 zombies with those very stones. Inspired by Old Six's example, Jiang Yi and her group of archery girls devised a clever method. They used nylon ropes attached to their arrows, allowing them to shoot and retrieve them, thus significantly conserving their supplies. Although this method may have compromised accuracy, the quantity would determine the quality. When not occupied with eating or sleeping, the girls would practice shooting, managing to slay a dozen zombies in a day. By the 6th day, the number of zombies downstairs had diminished by over 100 during these days. Some individuals had rushed out of the dormitory due to hunger, only to be swiftly silenced by the sounds of their own demise. We felt powerless to intervene, resigned to their fate, hoping that in another life, this world would be free of suffering and hunger. Finally, on the 7th day, I made my way to the washroom. After securing the door, I felt no trepidation regarding the possibility of zombies lurking in the first dormitory to the north, as the space was ample. Once prepared for combat, I gestured at the wall, and without hesitation, Old Six swung his axe twice. The hollow brick wall crumbled, and I instinctively pushed Old Six aside, fearing he might be foolishly overtaken by any emerging zombies. However, after a moment of silence, I realized there was no movement at all. Confused, I cautiously stepped inside, only to feel a tap on my shoulder from Old Six behind me. "What is it?" I glared back at him. He pointed at my foot, which was about to descend upon a body. Indeed, I had stepped precisely where a corpse lay. I quickly jumped back, horrified. The unfortunate soul had been struck by the collapsed wall. Bloodied and seemingly lifeless, observing the pants that had slid down to the ankles, I surmised that the individual had been caught in a moment of vulnerability. Soon, I discovered another issue: if they could still defecate, it indicated they had managed to sustain a semblance of life. Yet, upon entering their dormitory, I was immediately confronted with a nauseating scene. After retching for what felt like an eternity, I finally quelled my urge to vomit. Looking at the cured meats hanging from a clothesline, I marveled at how this individual had managed such a feat. How on earth did he manage to eat a fellow student? I muttered. Exasperated, Old Six explained the process of curing meat, but I rolled my eyes, clarifying that I was not inquiring about the method of preservation. What about that foolish fellow? What shall we do with him? Old Six gestured towards the restroom. Dispose of him. We cannot afford to let him rise again as a zombie. Toss him downstairs for the brothers to feast upon, I replied, before heading to the window to peer outside. The once vibrant campus now lay desolate, a stark contrast to its former glory, resembling a hellish wasteland. In the span of just over 10 days, the place had not been reduced to utter ruin. Yet it was undeniably chilling to behold. Crowds of crows feasted upon the decomposing remains scattered across the ground, while the once celebrated stray dogs and cats now appeared gaunt and lifeless, stumbling about aimlessly. Lighting a cigarette, I scanned the surroundings from the window, only to find not a single zombie in sight. Confused, I pondered why. If there were no zombies below, people would resort to cannibalism, observing the cured meat Old Six had salvaged. I found myself questioning the rationale behind his choice to consume a roommate if there were no zombies. Had that foolish individual from the forum failed in his endeavors? Were there still hordes of zombies at the supermarket? Or had he succeeded, forming factions now competing for resources? As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I recalled the remnants of supplies at the supermarket when we had departed. Would there be enough to sustain several hundred people? Or merely enough to last a few days? Shaking my head, I realized that if my estimations were correct, the school had indeed become a den of cannibalism. It dawned on me that the zombies below were not burdens but rather our protectors. Had they not been present, the starving individuals would have certainly stormed the building by now. With this revelation, I pulled the curtains shut and turned to rejoin the others, informing Jiang-E and her companions to cease shooting. Gathering everyone together to share my newfound insights. Upon hearing my discoveries from the dormitory, shock spread across the faces of my companions. After a thorough discussion, I resolved to investigate further. Knowing both ourselves and our adversaries was imperative. Otherwise, I felt as though someone was lurking behind me with a knife. Despite the group's fervent objections, I was undeterred. My companions insisted on accompanying me, but I countered that a larger group would only draw attention and hinder our reconnaissance. In the end, they could not dissuade me. Donning a mask and glancing down to confirm the absence of zombies, I leaped down, eliciting worried glances from my companions. Navigating the area required not only evasion from zombies but also caution against other humans. Although I encountered no one, I remained vigilant. In the distance, I spotted the school's only large supermarket. While devoid of zombies, it was guarded by several students wielding red-tasseled spears. I retreated quietly, piecing together the situation. The fool from the forum had succeeded, establishing his own faction and seizing control of the supermarket, denying access to other students. If my assumptions were correct, aside from the cafeteria I had emptied, the other 5 had likely been stripped bare as well. Damn, this is bleak, I muttered to myself. That moment, a group of frail students approached, supporting one another as they made their way toward me. Please, let us join you. We only seek a morsel to eat, pleaded one of the weaker boys. The president has decreed that weaklings like you are merely a waste of resources. You should be eliminated. Go outside where food is abundant, came the harsh response from one of the armed figures. Chapter 23, the long-awaited outside world. From a distance, I could see the hatred flickering in the boys' eyes. Yet, faced with the towering figures armed with weapons, they ultimately refrained from attacking the supermarket. I couldn't help but smirk. It was no wonder they were starving. At this juncture, they might as well gamble their lives. There could be a chance for survival. While I disapproved of the president's methods, I recognized that his actions were, in this dire situation, somewhat justifiable. In this new era, survival had reverted to a primal state. One's worth was no longer measured by academic accolades or intelligence, but rather by physical strength and the ability to endure harsh conditions. The weak were mercilessly discarded, retreating in defeat. I resolved to follow them. As the gatekeeper's mention of the outside world had piqued my interest, this indicated that students were beginning to venture beyond the campus. A desperate necessity for food was no longer renewable, and survival demanded relentless effort. Trailing behind, I arrived at the easternmost wall of the campus. Beyond it lay an old residential area, the tallest building barely reaching 6 stories. This was my first glimpse of the world outside since the zombie outbreak. Compared to the devastation within the school, the exterior was even more harrowing. Collapsed buildings, wrecked vehicles, and human remains littered the landscape. I even spotted the skeletal remains of a child, its face gnawed away. This is truly horrific, I muttered involuntarily, observing the frail boys as they squeezed through a gap in a fence before disappearing into the distance. I approached myself. However, upon attempting to follow, I realized just how emaciated they were. I found myself stuck, unable to pass through the fence. With no choice left, I opted to scale the wall instead. The fence was not particularly high, merely around 2 meters. Finding a foothold, I took a running leap and vaulted over. Once on the other side, I proceeded with caution, yet the sight of the boys nearing the end of the building complex eased my tension. Their apparent fearlessness indicated that this path had been traversed many times before, granting them a sense of security. With the pressure lifted, I began to survey my surroundings, though labeled as residential buildings. Most of the ground floor units had transformed into small shops due to their proximity to the school. Vendors offered a variety of snacks and goods, yet the tightly shut doors left me perplexed. If students had been leaving the school in search of food, surely this would have been the first place to be raided. Why, then, were there no hungry individuals seeking sustenance within the shops? Driven by curiosity, I approached a small eatery selling fried rice and leaned in to listen closely. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence. I gently tapped on the door with my grappling hook, and soon I was met with a series of guttural growls rushing towards the entrance. No wonder, there were zombies inside, and no one dared to enter, I muttered as I took 2 steps back. I raised my gaze once more to confirm the small shop's sign, assuring myself it indeed advertised fried rice, and my interest piqued. The mere fact that they sold fried rice suggested an ample supply of rice within, which would undoubtedly be a high-quality staple food, just as my own rice supply in the dormitory began to dwindle. Judging by the sounds of the undead inside, there could not be more than 3 of them, which was a trivial matter for me. Some might question my certainty, asking how I could be so sure of what I had heard. To that, I could only respond by reflecting on my recent experiences and the incessant noise created by that group downstairs, who would wail endlessly at the slightest sound. If I had not honed my hearing, my efforts would have been in vain. Just as I prepared to kick open the wooden metal door and dispatch those zombies, a desperate cry for help reached my ears from a distance. I quickly concealed myself in the corridor, eyeing the direction from which the cries originated. It was the same direction from which the group of boys had departed. Far off, I spotted 2 zombies pursuing a bespectacled young man. Under normal circumstances, it would not be difficult for a young man to evade 2 relatively sluggish zombies without being cornered. Yet, this particular boy stumbled and faltered, nearly falling prey to the undead. Truthfully, I had no intention of intervening, but I recognized the boy as one of the group that had left earlier. His survival indicated that the others were likely in dire straits. As for the chairman at school, I knew little about him, yet the unfolding events suggested that a confrontation with him was inevitable. Rescuing this boy, providing him with food, and gathering information could be a strategic move. Having come to this conclusion, I decided to act. A lack of intelligence did not preclude me from seizing an opportunity. The boy drew closer, and just as he stumbled and fell before me, I seized the moment. Before the 2 zombies could pounce on him, I swiftly maneuvered behind them, striking the back of their heads with precision. With a couple of resounding thuds, the zombies crumpled to the ground. The boy, who had tightly shut his eyes in anticipation of death, remained bewildered when he felt no pain from being torn apart. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and upon seeing my masked face, he froze in shock, unable to comprehend how anyone would dare to come to his aid in such a dire time. However, when his gaze fell upon the grappling hook in my hand, the fear in his eyes intensified, surpassing even the terror of encountering 100 zombies. Xing Tian, is that you? The boy stammered. You know me? I replied, perplexed. I was curious how he recognized me while I was masked. Your weapon? He trembled, pointing at my grappling hook. I glanced at my hand and suddenly understood. That fool on the forum had posted a video of me killing someone, and the boy had undoubtedly seen it. Are you afraid of me? I inquired. The chairman said you kill without blinking, that you devour people whole. What the hell? Setting aside all else, just those 2 misleading phrases illustrated the chairman's lack of intellect. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not fall for his ruse. Is the chairman the one who incited you all against me on the forum? I asked with a smile, tilting my head. My smile seemed to have an adverse effect. The boy hastily scooted backward in alarm, as if I might harm him. Removing my mask, I shook my head in exasperation and took 2 steps toward him, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. You fool. Use your brain. If I intended to kill you, why would I save you? After my verbal outburst, the boy finally grasped the reality. The true malevolent force within the school was the chairman, not me. Witnessing the dawning realization on his face, I nodded in satisfaction, praising his newfound understanding. Xing Tian, could I have some food? I know you have plenty. Although the boy now understood I was not a villain, He was still visibly apprehensive, especially when requesting food, fearing I might turn on him. It was understandable. In these times, a mere morsel could mean the difference between life and death. How many could bear to share their sustenance with others in such dire circumstances? I have my reasons. Why should I give you anything? I thought to myself, choosing to remain silent, wary of frightening him further, lest a mere glance cause him to faint that I am useful. Truly, I am a mechanical engineering student and can repair many things. If you have a generator, we could restore power to the dormitory. Upon hearing the mention of electricity, my interest piqued, though I had to feign indifference. What good is electricity? Do you think I am unaware that generators require diesel? I replied dismissively, where would I procure that? I know there's a gas station by the school entrance. There are hardly any zombies around. The boy eagerly interjected. Oh, so that means the chairman's group has already made their rounds there. Right, trying to trick me into confronting them. I mused, stepping back to reconsider the situation. No, they wouldn't know how to handle it. There are no members of their group there. I swear, the boy insisted urgently. Why should I believe you? I shot a glance back at him. The boy hung his head, perhaps pondering why I should trust him. Fine, you will accompany me shortly. Having achieved my objective, I saw no need to torment a desperate individual further. As soon as my words left my lips, I delivered a swift kick that sent the door crashing open. The two zombies within fell to the ground, and before they could rise again, I dispatched them with my grappling hook. The boy watched in wide-eyed astonishment, his mouth agape to eye in his mind. The chairman's group required at least a 2-to-1 advantage to confront zombies, yet I shattered that conventional wisdom. Hence, in the boy's eyes, I was not merely impressive, but a true force to be reckoned with. Stepping into the shop, I surveyed the surroundings. Piles of vegetables had begun to rot and mold, yet I spotted 4 or 5 bags of rice, each weighing 100 pounds. Additionally, I found an abundance of eggs and sausages in the freezer, which delighted me. Just from the contents of this small shop, we could easily sustain our group for a month. However, the pressing question remained, how could we transport such a large quantity of supplies in one go? Before I could devise a plan, the boy, having caught sight of the food, rushed in like a man possessed, shoveling raw eggs into his mouth and devouring sausages as if there were no tomorrow. At first, I said nothing, but as his wastefulness escalated, I delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling aside. It's fine to eat, but wastefulness is unacceptable. I might just dispose of you if you continue. Perhaps fueled by the food in his stomach, the boy's wit sharpened, and he faced my threats with a newfound calmness. Xing Tian, from now on, I will follow your lead. I will do whatever you ask. Point 1 does not strike a smiling face. I thought, observing his demeanor with a mix of pity and resignation, that I needed to devise a way to transport the rice, sausages, and eggs back, ensuring a hearty meal of rice for him later. The boy was equally resourceful, wiping the egg residue from his mouth and immediately began searching the shop for usable items. After a lengthy search, he returned to my side, a frown etched on his face. It's hopeless, Xing Tian. There's nothing suitable, only manpower. His words nearly prompted me to strike him, but I restrained myself. I understood that one person could only accomplish so much. Can you carry 50 pounds of rice? I asked. He nodded resolutely. Ultimately, I bore the burden of 100 pounds of rice while he managed 50. However, as soon as we re-entered the school grounds, he faltered. Frustrated, I had no choice but to shoulder the 150 pounds alone, trudging forward with great difficulty. Thankfully, we encountered no members of the chairman's group along the way, and we eventually returned to the dormitory's entrance. The others, who had been waiting on the upper floor, hastily assisted us. Afterward, I took old Lou and old C back to the shop, finally clearing it out. Remarkably, we encountered no one during our journey. This surprised me. If the chairman had taken control of the school, surely he wouldn't neglect other locations in favor of the supermarket. Yet, during dinner that evening, through the boys' recounting, I finally learned the truth of recent events. We had truly feasted that night. Among the 2 girls we had rescued from the supermarket, one possessed exceptional culinary skills. She managed to combine white rice, eggs, and sausages in such a way that the aroma was irresistible. A full 10 pounds of rice disappeared in an instant, and even Mu Qingxue and Jiang Yi consumed double their usual portions. As the boy sipped a long-missed cola, tears streamed down his face. An outpouring of emotion that was both heart-wrenching and cathartic. He cried while apologizing to me and lamenting the chairman's tyranny. It was during this moment that I learned the boy's name was Han Bin, a freshman, according to him. After we had been trapped in our dormitory, some had indeed gone to rescue the chairman, but the sheer number of zombies in that dormitory deterred any students from entering. Ultimately, the chairman resorted to a compromise, agreeing to have food sent up via rope daily in exchange for leading all the zombies away from the supermarket. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Wasn't that drone of his destroyed by old Lou's brick?" Hanbin chuckled. "The chairman has many." And then, I asked weakly. Hanbin remarked that the chairman had indeed followed through on his word. The zombies had been lured away, and those who rescued him kept their promise, delivering meals to him daily. Initially, the school enjoyed a brief period of peaceful coexistence for 2 days among the surviving students. Although they did not interact directly, there was an unspoken understanding. When one felt hunger, they would discreetly take a portion of the day's food. However, on the 3rd day, guards began to appear at the supermarket entrance. Claiming to be members of the student council. It was then that everyone realized the chairman, in his folly, had established a student council and appointed himself as its president. Those who approached were faced with a choice: submit or be expelled. The individuals who remained were all brawny and imposing. Those of a more refined disposition, like them, would be swiftly dismissed without any sustenance. What about the girls? Did any female students survive? Old Air interjected sharply. Upon hearing this, both Fei Fei and the girl who had been bitten shot him warning glances. Yet, Old Air remained undeterred. After all, as Liu Bei once said, "My second brother is unmatched in the world." Ignoring the girls' reactions, he persistently inquired about the survival of any girls. While the 2 girls could only seethe in silence. I, however, was different. I had just bestowed a look of admiration upon Old Air when suddenly 2 small hands clutched my vulnerable ribs, causing me to squirm in pain. I couldn't comprehend why Old Air could indulge in revelry every night while I was left to suffer in silence. Was that love? Was it supposed to be devoted care? Why was I subjected to such extreme treatment? Was I wronged? Chapter 25. Finding joy in adversity. Hanbin mentioned that very few girls had survived. Almost like a rare phoenix among a multitude of crows, but any girl that remained would receive unconditional aid. This statement prompted several boys present to vehemently condemn one another for their lack of shame, for exploiting their power with ulterior motives. Yet, before the boys could fully express their grievances, the 2 girls I had rescued chimed in with a soft hum. I cast a puzzled glance their way, but before I could inquire further, the leader bowed his proud head. This simple gesture revealed to me that something was amiss, though I chose not to pry further. Perhaps it was a bit selfish of me. I wanted to preserve the leader's dignity. What happened next? I inquired, turning to Hanbin. The boys who were denied entry banded together to storm the supermarket. But their strength was insufficient, and they were swiftly dealt with. Old Air interjected. Hanbin lowered his head in embarrassment. The forces of darkness are at play. Old San must act as a champion of justice. Old C said to me with a serious expression. It is imperative to uphold righteousness. We cannot let these scoundrels go unpunished. Doing so would be a disgrace to Haicheng University. Wouldn't you agree? Old San, the leader, also turned his gaze toward me. I felt that Old C and Old C were right. What do you think, Old San? Old Air added with certainty, observing the 3 of them in their synchronized agreement. I chose to remain silent and instead looked at Old Lu. Aren't you going to voice your opinion? I asked. Old Lu shyly offered a delicate gesture. I'll defer to you, third brother. I then turned to Fanbo, who seemed to be chumming it up with a bow and arrow-wielding girl, eager to showcase his masculinity and declare his intent to obliterate his rival. Realizing this, I extinguished my cigarette and stood up. Taking a deep breath, everyone present expected me to rally them to fight for justice, yet I simply turned and walked away. What a bunch of fools, right, Old San? Right, Old San? I muttered under my breath. Damn it, there are over 60 of them. What are you thinking? You want to act in the name of justice. I'll tell you, you're asking for trouble? Jump off a cliff if you want to die. I guarantee you'll be cleaner than a crematorium. I ran it as I walked away, my voice fading as I moved past several dorm rooms. The group exchanged glances. It's over. Old San has lost it. The leader murmured. We need to find a place to regroup. Otherwise, it could get serious. Old Air remarked, staring blankly at the bathroom I had exited. He must have lost his mind. Tomorrow, we'll perform a ritual. Old C began, but Old Lu suddenly shot up, casting a disdainful look at the 3, declaring, third brother is right. What a bunch of fools. The leader stared incredulously at Old Lu, who was swaying his plump hips as he left. What is going on with him? He has gone rogue. Old Air chimed in. The forces of darkness are gaining ground. Old Lu has succumbed, Old C said earnestly. After saying this, he nudged Fanbo, asking, what are your thoughts? Fanbo, whose attention was solely on the girls nearby, was oblivious to the group's discussions until Old C suddenly called him out. The bed is too small. It's a bit cramped. He nonchalantly replied. The trio of fools initially froze before erupting in a chorus of curses. Hanbin, watching them, shook his head in despair. Humph. Mu Qingxue and Jiang Yi could no longer contain themselves, emitting cold huffs as they departed. What were they cursing about? The leader inquired, pointing at the two girls in astonishment. They just let out a huff. Okay. Fei Fei rolled her eyes before turning to wash up. That was harsh. Old Air clutched his chest, feigning heartbreak. Was it worse than what Old Sans said? The leader asked. Old C quickly shook his head, words that cannot be spoken, filled with filth and vulgarity. The nearby girls, unable to endure any longer, stood up one by one, shaking their heads in dismay. That night, I lay on the enormous double bed, which had been pushed together from two beds. I watched the two girls curled up in my arms, trembling from the cold after their cold water shower. I couldn't help but worry. December was fast approaching, and the northeastern weather was growing increasingly frigid. If this continued, it would truly become untenable. Whether or not they took warm showers was secondary. The primary concern was that as deep winter set in, the survival of the group would undoubtedly face challenges. The greatest fear at such times was illness. Without proper treatment, even a fever or cold could lead to fatalities. With this in mind, I resolved to take Hanbin out tomorrow. It seemed imperative to prioritize the generator and diesel fuel on our agenda. What are you thinking about? Mu Qingxue asked, glancing up at me as I appeared lost in thought. I was pondering the meaning behind Wan and Nana's gazes at the leader earlier. I replied with a smile. It's none of your concern. Mind your own business, Jiang Yi said, nestling closer to me, her naturally chilly disposition making her particularly clingy these days. Is this an issue of internal cohesion? That old lecher wouldn't dare make any inappropriate requests of Wan and Nana, would he? I asked, increasingly alarmed. Upon hearing this, the two girls burst into laughter. That's a bit excessive. What's going on? I pressed anxiously. The two girls exchanged glances, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The leader is a bit perverted. One managed to say. I'm well aware of his perversion, I replied, pinching the bridge of my nose in exasperation. What's really going on? I insisted, noticing their reluctance to speak. Observing their bashful expressions, I realized something was definitely amiss. Finally, after much back and forth, Mu Qingxue surrendered and leaned in close to whisper the details into my ear. Upon hearing the account, I jolted upright, utterly incredulous. I can't believe this. I should just throw that scoundrel out. As I prepared to get up, the two girls quickly pulled me back down onto the pillow. It's their matter. It's about intimacy. Do you understand? Mu Qingxue chided me with a playful slap. But that's tantamount to pouring salt on a wound, I exclaimed. How do you know they aren't enjoying themselves? Jiang Yi shot me a glance. Enjoying themselves? Having someone narrate their experiences with that? Is that enjoyment? I looked at Jiang Yi in shock. She chose to ignore my response, her icy foot slipping beneath the covers to nestle against my thigh. At least they aren't merely existing. What's going on? Are you hinting at something? I asked, feeling a mix of indignation and amusement. Out of consideration for your feelings, I've been holding back. My eyes are practically turning green, I protested, casting a bewildered glance at Mu Qingxue and pointing at Jiang Yi. To my surprise, after a moment of hesitation, Mu Qingxue's face turned a shade of red as she mustered her courage and murmured, Why don't you give it a try? How do you know we wouldn't be willing? Huh, are you serious? I stared at Jiang Yi in disbelief as she shyly turned her back to me. When I looked back at Mu Qingxue, she also offered me a tantalizing view of her back. So, am I the fool here? I muttered as I reached out towards Mu Qingxue. Chapter 26. Living in the moment with a racing heart and trembling hands. I had never imagined that I, a destitute orphan, would find myself basking in the glory of an apocalyptic world. What an honor this was. All I could do was live up to the expectations of those I cared about, ensuring that their happiness intertwined with my own. Life had never been more beautiful. Husband. This was the first time Mu Qingxue had addressed me as such. I believed that given my experiences of leading hundreds of zombies on nightly escapades, I held the top rank in endurance. Thus, I bore no psychological burdens in this regard. After a while, suddenly, old Lou, that fool, popped his head in from the next room. Third brother, take care of your health. I was startled, turning to him with a gentle gaze. Get lost. Old Lou huffed and retreated. An hour later, I faintly heard a girl's voice lamenting. Just look at how he is thriving. Is everything all right? I asked, concerned, as I sensed that things had taken a turn for the worse. This wasn't what I had envisioned. This was university life. How could it be? The two girls sweetly shook their heads. Some things are no longer as significant as they once were, Jiang Yi murmured softly. Hearing this, I fell into contemplation. Indeed, in a world where today might be our last, certain matters had lost their weight. At this moment, experiencing and cherishing the present was paramount. If it weren't for the apocalypse, if we hadn't met, would we have ended up together? I asked gently. I shall resolutely express my admiration for Chang Shui. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yi replied, perhaps I will not, for my nature dictates that I cannot take the initiative to pursue anyone. What about the custom-made claw hook you ordered? Will you not give it to me? Jiang Yi nudged my arm, suggesting, maybe I will have someone else deliver it. Gently caressing the petite girl's waist, I understood. In times of peace, people maintain a facade, suppressing their true selves. Yet, when the world's order is disrupted, individuals may truly liberate their spirits and embrace experiences they once dared not pursue. In the 7th dormitory building, a yoga mat lay on the floor as one engaged in sit-ups, push-ups, and squats. Sweating profusely, a man with a cold gaze seized today's leftover supplies report and slammed it down on the table. The loud crash echoed, drawing a chorus of growls from approaching zombies outside the dormitory door. Grasping a steel needle, about the thickness of a pinky and over a meter long, he approached the door. The peephole in the door was now nothing more than a gaping hole, and the intruder banged heavily against the door. A bunch of useless fools, after a whole day out. You couldn't find even a morsel of food? As he spoke, the steel needle was thrust violently into the hole in the door. When he pulled it back, the cloth on his left hand gently wiped the congealed blood from the needle. Rescue me? Do you possess such capability? He scoffed at the thought of a bunch of brainless savages. The steel needle shot out once more, claiming the life of another zombie pressed against the door. One day soon, I will make you kneel before me. Xing Tian. We shall see. That night, although I felt a bit unsatisfied, the sight of the two girls peacefully asleep made it hard for me to leave. I stayed with the two exhausted little ones until the sun was high in the sky. It was until the tantalizing aroma of fried rice wafted through the air that the three of us finally roused from bed. After our meal, I settled by the window in the northern dormitory, lighting 2 cigarettes and offering one to Lao Wu. How are you, Lao Wu? Sitting alone in your room, enjoying the view and breathing in the fresh air. Isn't it delightful to be away from the washroom? Lao Wu glanced at me, chewing the smoke in his mouth. What's with that look? You're living in a panoramic apartment, and you're feeling wronged? I asked, catching a glimpse of his astonishment. Lao Wu merely muttered a couple of half-hearted sounds, lacking energy. Recently, I had noticed his spirit seemed somewhat diminished. I was unsure of the cause, and I also observed that the group of zombies downstairs appeared less spirited than before. At times, when I flicked cigarette butts at them, they merely glanced at me indifferently before continuing their slow, aimless wandering. Were they starving? I wondered. Lao Wu, are you hungry? I tentatively asked. Lao Wu opened his mouth and made a couple of sounds before turning to gaze out the window again. Lao Wu, should I catch some wild game for you? How about feral cats or dogs? I inquired. Whether it was my imagination or not, I distinctly saw a glimmer in Lao Wu's eyes. Could it be that you truly understand what I'm saying? I regarded his profile with suspicion. Lao Wu turned his head and uttered a couple of sounds before continuing to stare out the window. Observing him, I was filled with doubt, but ultimately, I joined Han Bin, Lao Lu, Lao Er, and Fan Bo in leaping down from the building. Since we were heading directly outside the school, we encountered not a single soul along the way. After we climbed over the wall, we had scarcely walked far when we heard voices in the distance. Let us enter the corridor and hide, I whispered. Let us see how many people there are. We can take them by surprise and show them the prowess of our 204 dormitory, Lao Er exclaimed excitedly. I exchanged a glance with Lao Lu, who, like an iron statue, effortlessly lifted the enthusiastic Lao Er and moved him into the corridor. Lao Er protested, kicking and struggling, but Lao Lu remained unfazed. Do you remember you're the one who is supposed to be obedient? Once we're out, just listen to San Gu, Lao Lu advised patiently. However, Lao Er did not cease his struggle, leaving Lao Lu with no choice but to raise his strong left hand and smack Lao Er on the backside. After a surprised gasp, Lao Er quieted down, his cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness, leaving me astonished. Good grief, Lao Lu, you won't turn him into a eunuch with that slap, will you? Chapter 27. The gas station. We hit on the second-floor landing of an old building, and I cautiously peered through the dilapidated window to observe below. Good heavens, we were fortunate to have hidden in time, for there were at least 30 individuals, each wielding weapons, though laughter and chatter echoed within the group. To my eyes, they appeared remarkably organized. They could charge forward, risking their lives, or retreat to ensure their survival. To claim that these individuals were well-trained might be a stretch, but they had undoubtedly received guidance from a skilled mentor. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel intrigued by the student council president. Could this fool possibly be a reincarnated character from a novel? Once the crowd had moved on, I led my companions cautiously out of the corridor. Observing the departing group, I gestured for Hanbin to lead the way to the gas station. Upon hearing my words, Hanbin grew anxious, struggling for a moment before whispering, Xing Tian, there are at least a dozen zombies wandering inside the gas station. Can we manage? Lao Er was the first to object, glaring at Hanbin. What is there to fear about a dozen? My third brother has run with hundreds of zombies and returned unscathed. I understand your point. No need to remind me. Worst case, I'll just bring that group of zombies back for a marathon, Lao Er retorted. Don't be modest. Just remember, we are invincible. I nodded in agreement. Deeply impressed by Lao Er's exceptional courage, Lao Lu may not have been the sharpest tool in the shed, but even he could sense my sarcasm, just as a massive hand lifted. Lao Er quickly changed his demeanor. What is the matter? We must act according to our abilities, right, Lao San? I pursed my lips, nodding while lighting a cigarette. Hanbin, you also saw that kind of group. Do you think we could possibly survive? Hanbin nodded without hesitation, acknowledging the difficulty. I smiled slightly. Then let us proceed. But let us hope that group from the student council doesn't catch wind of us. No problem. Hanbin indeed did not disappoint, as he led us down a path he had likely traversed many times before, and I saw not a single shadow of a zombie along the way. I asked Hanbin if he could provide an estimate of how many people remained in our school. Hanbin shook his head, indicating he did not know. However, you mentioned that even if you didn't know, there wouldn't be too many left. Those on higher floors couldn't descend, either starving or getting bitten when they tried to flee down the stairs. Some had attempted to escape using bed sheets or drainage pipes. But as far as he knew, none had succeeded. They either fell to their deaths or were dragged in by zombies from lower floors. From his brief words, I could imagine the tragic scenes that must have unfolded within the school during those days. When we finally reached the main road, the apocalyptic scenery before us left everyone, including myself, wide-eyed in shock. It was truly devastating. Far worse than any depiction in television shows or films. I quickly regained my composure and nudged Lao Er beside me. Surprised? Unexpected? I'm almost going to faint. Do you believe it? Lao Er glanced back at me. This is nothing. The business school next door is in worse shape. When the zombie outbreak occurred, it coincided with the school anniversary. I heard from someone with merely a fleeting glance. He was so startled that he instinctively recoiled and hurried back. It was not like this yesterday. You must believe me, Hanbin hastily explained. I patted Hanbin on the shoulder, refraining from expressing disbelief, for in this chaotic world, it is entirely normal for someone to arrive unexpectedly. What should we do now? Fanbo, who was venturing out of the dormitory for the first time, lacked the courage of Hanbin and seemed eager to retreat to the safety of the dormitory. I pondered for a moment. This was not school, and the number of zombies was essentially fixed. There were only so many of them. Outside, it was uncertain where zombies might be lurking, and relying on people to lure them away was a futile thought. You would be surrounded in an instant. Just as I resolved to abandon this venture and return to the vicinity of the school to raid a few small shops for supplies, a buzzing sound from a drone reached my ears. Filled with curiosity, I crouched low and stepped forward to take a look, only to discover it was a group from the student council. I observed a burly male student skillfully maneuvering a drone to gradually lead the zombies away. Although a few unruly ones turned back and charged towards the boys, they were quickly subdued by the spear-wielding attackers among the remaining dozens. Chapter 28. Business School. Having witnessed the scene, I realized it was futile. Forget about the hamburgers. They now belonged to the student council. My only hope was that they would not take away the generator. Upon returning to the group, the second-in-command inquired about the situation. Forget about the hamburgers. They have changed hands, I replied helplessly. From the student council? He asked. I nodded. Let us wait a moment. Perhaps they will leave the generator for us. The others nodded in agreement, falling silent. As I gazed at the drone above, I felt an overwhelming envy. Possessing such a device would undoubtedly yield great benefits. This drone is a gift from the student council president, and it is merely a basic model, capable of flying only a few dozen meters before automatically returning when it exceeds its range. Hanbin whispered beside me. Suddenly enlightened, I nodded. Why is that hefty fellow trailing behind the horde of zombies? I wondered aloud. He must be afraid of exceeding the remote control range. I exclaimed. Wait, does this drone require electricity? Where are they sourcing it? I abruptly recalled this question and turned back to inquire. It's simple. The batteries from cars or electric bikes can solve that. Hanbin explained. I was taken aback. It was certainly a clever solution. Had it been left to me, I would never have considered it. They're making their move, Hanbin quietly alerted me. I quickly turned to see that the 30-plus individuals had no intention of entering the KFC, but were heading towards the adjoining supermarket and the employees' area of the gas station. This is bad, I muttered. What is going on? The second-in-command leaned in to ask. It seems this group isn't here for food. They appear to have objectives similar to ours. I replied. Isn't that too coincidental? He remarked, peering over my shoulder. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Hey," and pointed towards the distant buildings near the gas station. "There is another group coming," following his finger. I indeed spotted a group of around 20 individuals approaching our direction. Upon their arrival, they did not head towards the gas station but instead made a beeline for the rotund student controlling the drone. The gas station personnel, having witnessed the unfolding scene, wasted no time abandoning their post to confront them. The two factions stood opposed, gesturing animatedly at one another, their conversation seemingly far from amicable. If I'm not mistaken, these individuals are from the business school. Hanbin whispered. Do they have a grudge against the student council? I asked. Not quite. While I cannot hear their words, I sense they are here to seize the drone. Hanbin speculated. As Hanbin and I were conversing, the two groups unexpectedly erupted into a brawl. Despite both sides wielding weapons, it appeared that neither was intent on inflicting fatal harm on the living. However, I understood that such cautious probing would not last long, as ordinary people often succumb to impulsive emotions during fights. The so-called accidental injuries were indeed real. Those caught up in the heat of the moment often forget just how hard they strike. Sure enough, after one student council member fell to the ground, the conflict escalated. The two groups ceased their tentative exchanges and began to engage in earnest combat. Although the student council had a numerical advantage of over 10 individuals, I quickly realized that the business school's fighting spirit was formidable. Their numerical disadvantage did not hinder them. Rather, they fought on equal footing, with fervor and vigor. As the chaos of the battle intensified, I sensed an opportunity slipping away. Without greeting the few individuals behind me, I dashed forward. In warfare, speed is of the essence. Opportunities are fleeting, and if not seized now, when will they be? Behind me, the second-in-command and the sixth followed closely. But Fanbo and Hanbin hesitated for a moment before remaining still. I understood that I needed to locate the generator as swiftly as possible, if it were to be found here. However, according to Hanbin, gas stations typically had generators, and I trusted his word. Lao Lu, go grab a fuel can to collect some diesel. Ergo, head to the employees area and be cautious of any lurking zombies, I instructed in a hushed tone. Both nodded and departed, while I sprinted towards an independent structure at the side of the gas station. This was likely where miscellaneous items were stored, and I felt there was a greater chance of finding a generator here. Without hesitation, I yanked open the iron door before I could fully assess the interior. A zombie lunged at me. With years of combat experience, I instinctively evaded the deadly lunge. Before the zombie could turn, I had already dispatched it with a swift motion, its lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Inside the makeshift storage area, a plethora of items lay strewn about: brooms, mops, shovels, and, to my delight, a generator. Elated at the sight of the generator, I beckoned to Lao Air, who had just emerged. Upon seeing me, Lao Air was beside himself. The heavy-set man gazed at me, his expression one of sheer terror. What you should be contemplating right now is how to swiftly vacate this cursed place. Rather than confirming my identity while fleeing, I shouted in a manner akin to a frantic cry. The stout fellow cast a quick glance at the horde of corpses nearby, not even affording me the courtesy of a nod in response before vanishing in a swift motion. That I stood in shock, staring at the disappearing figure, then turned my head towards the few boys sprinting alongside me, bewildered by what had just transpired. The boys beside me were tall and robust, yet their speed was not particularly impressive. Xiang Ge, once a national champion in the 100 and 200 meters at the university sports meet, was among them. I was astounded, incredulous at the sight of this physique belonging to a national champion. The boy muttered, "I was injured later, and the medication contained a hefty dose of hormones, which caused my weight gain." What the hell? Is it really just a hormone issue? Even chicken feed doesn't have that much strength. I sighed, urging myself to pick up the pace once more. As I sprinted furiously, I caught up to the stout man just as we neared the school's walls. At this point, he was already panting heavily, looking as though he might collapse at any moment. A national champion. Surely he possessed explosive power, but endurance remained paramount. I leisurely overtook him. The stout man, visibly disgruntled, gritted his teeth and pursued me, though he could utter not a single word, as even breathing seemed laborious. Observing the stout man closing the gap, I smiled slightly. Just a few dozen meters to the school wall. Shall we race? The stout man opened his mouth, a rasping sound akin to sandpaper escaping his throat. Fine, no race then. Why the hell are you cursing at me? I retorted, my dissatisfaction evident. The stout man appeared taken aback, hurriedly opening his mouth again, unsure of what to say. You old fool. Are you trying to provoke me just because I showed you some courtesy? I extended my leg, causing him to lose balance and crash to the ground like a massive cannonball, crushing the drone he had been holding. The group trailing behind me witnessed my confrontation with the stout man and, in an instant, they surged forward, encircling me. The stout man took a moment to recover before raising his hand to halt the others, declaring, "Hold on, it's a misunderstanding." Hearing this, I shot him a furious glare. "Misunderstanding? You ungrateful fool. I saved you, and you still insult me." The stout man, struggling to sit up, pointed towards the wall ahead, saying, "Quick, go take a look. There are two groups of fools ahead." Upon hearing this, I glanced in the direction of the wall, where I saw Lao Lu and Lao Er confronting the remnants of the student council. "Damn it," I exclaimed, dashing away like the wind. The stout man, with the assistance of the others, managed to rise and hurried towards the school wall. "Enough of this useless chatter. It's the student council, right? If you're so formidable, come and try it. If you dare lay a finger on me. When our Lao San returns, none of you will escape unscathed." Lao Er stood like a war god at the forefront, exuding an imposing aura. "Xing Tian, is it? What a joke. You're no different from being trapped in the dormitory by our chairman." Unable to escape, a round-faced boy shouted. Lao Er, who was not particularly eloquent, seized a knife and was about to charge forward when I swiftly sprinted, leaping over the wall in 2 strides. "Stop bickering. You all should be in the business school. How can you still have the audacity?" Seeing me return, Lao Er and Lao Lu appeared to have found their backbone and were eager to act. Awaiting my command to confront the battered group before us. "Lao San, I told you not to meddle in others' affairs. You see, I just saved this bunch of idiots, and they're already shouting at me." Lao Er shouted in anger. I shot him a glare. He was indeed a man who thrived on trouble. In the meantime, the stout man and several others struggled to climb into the school. "You lot are truly pathetic, fleeing at the first sign of trouble. Do you have any idea how close you came to leaving us behind?" The stout man berated the returning members of the student council. "Are we the ones being cowardly? Look at us, each of us wounded. Continuing to fight would merely mean delivering ourselves as fodder." The round-faced boy retorted. "Go to hell, Zhang Xuedong. You think I don't know you? You'd be delighted if we all perished, making it easier for you to be the group leader." The stout man shouted angrily. "Bear in mind, you shouldn't speak so recklessly, Zhang Xuedong," he continued. Ignoring Zhang Xuedong, the stout man ambled over to him and draped an arm around his shoulder. "Be honest. Don't push me to the point of taking you out right now. Don't threaten me." "I am not afraid of your bluster," Zhang Xuedong scoffed. Observing their exchange, I discreetly gestured to Lao Lu behind me. Sensing the cue, Lao Lu silently retreated with the generator. "Hey, we're all classmates. Must it be this serious?" I stepped forward to mediate. "Who are you? What gives you the right to play the Good Samaritan?" Zhang Xuedong glared, leaving me momentarily speechless. "You see, relying on them. Your photo is practically plastered all over the school. And you still don't recognize it. How ridiculous," the stout man whispered to me. "Indeed, there are times when even I have my moments of confusion," I conceded, smiling. Chapter 30, A Battle of Wits and Strength. Xing Tian. "You saved me today. Rest assured, we shall pretend this encounter never happened," the stout man continued in a hushed tone. Hearing this, I thought, wow, what a character. Gazing at his broad frame, I realized his meticulousness rivaled that of my beloved Xiao Shui. Before I could ponder further, the stout man seized a makeshift spear from someone nearby and swiftly pierced Zhang Xuedong's skull. Extracting the spear, the stout man turned to the remaining members of the group, declaring, "If anyone has doubts, feel free to voice them." I was dumbfounded. This was astonishingly decisive. This guy was undoubtedly formidable. Today, we sought the generator but found none, encountered the business school as people. Zhang Xuedong was slain, and the drone was destroyed. Remember this, the stout man proclaimed, tossing Zhang Xuedong's body over the wall. After completing this, the stout man turned to me and asked, "How about that?" I gave him a thumbs up. Impressed by his audacity in front of so many people. "Won't you get reported for this?" I inquired. "Report? Don't be ridiculous. They're all my people." As for Zhang Xuedong, he was arrogant, relying on his connection with the chairman. I've long wished to eliminate him, the stout man replied dismissively. I suddenly understood, realizing that the stout man's motives ran deeper than mere vengeance. "How many women do you have in your group?" I inquired, trying to change the subject. 31. "Once I unify the student council, brother, you can choose anyone you like," the stout man laughed, slapping my shoulder. "You're not keeping them all in captivity, are you?" I probed cautiously. "Of course not. We're civilized individuals who believe in free love, a very liberating kind. Given the state of the world, they understand what needs to be done to survive, don't they?" I nodded in agreement. "Then I look forward to your good news. Rest assured, it won't take long. For Jiang Yi's sake, I will hasten my efforts," the stout man assured me with a grin. I smiled back, but inwardly plotted how to eliminate this foolish stout man when the time was right. The business school had already made an enemy of Haicheng University, and instead of fortifying against external threats, they sought to usurp power. When the time came, beset by internal strife and external foes, I would relish watching their predicament. That I would continue to play the role of an observer, biding my time for the perfect moment to strike. Lost in thought, I suddenly slapped my forehead. Astonished, had I just used several idioms? After bidding farewell to the stout man, I pretended to head back. Once he and his group had departed, I reversed course and leaped out of the school. My objective was clear. I had spotted a police officer among the zombies during the recent chaos, and crucially, he had a handgun, an essential weapon that I must acquire. I made my way back to the gas station, only to find it utterly deserted. Where did all the zombies go? Where is my gun? What the hell? Are they playing tricks on me? Didn't they just chase us? I crouched at a distance, cursing under my breath. Finally stabilizing my nerves, I gritted my teeth and approached the gas station. I couldn't leave empty-handed. Even if I couldn't secure the handgun, I needed to bring back some food. Noticing 7 or 8 zombies inside KFC, I shrugged them off and instead entered the gas station's convenience store. Upon stepping inside, I found a zombie with its head cleaved open lying at the entrance. I recognized it as the handiwork of Lao Air. Leaving bodies unattended, he had blocked the entrance, which explained why it had been so difficult to push the door open earlier. Muttering a curse, I took a leisurely step inside, casually grabbing a bottle of water and tossing it towards the back of the store. Listening intently, I discerned no sounds of zombies moving, and my heart felt a sense of relief. I found a large fabric bag within the supermarket and swiftly cleared the counter of cigarettes, leaving no variety untouched, with various meats also falling victim to my scavenging. Socks and underwear were not to be overlooked, as I had a girl at home who valued cleanliness. Just yesterday, even her delicate underwear had been washed in the snow, so it was imperative to procure some today. The items I gathered continued to multiply, necessitating another bag, and by the time I had almost emptied the supermarket, I stood before 4 enormous fabric bags. Gazing at them, I scratched my head in perplexity. I had become rather ambitious, not considering whether I could carry them all. How I wished for my little motorcycle at that moment, I muttered in frustration. Then a thought struck me. Back at the self-built house where I had discovered the generator, I vaguely recalled there being a handcart. I hurried over, flinging open the door to the makeshift dwelling, and felt a surge of joy. It seemed my mind was still sharp, certainly sharper than that of the 4 fellows. After considerable effort, I managed to extract the handcart, only to find its tires completely deflated. It was arduous to push, but it was better than nothing. I loaded the 4 massive fabric bags onto the cart, obscuring my view of the path ahead, yet I had no intention of abandoning any of the bags. The creaking handcart emitted a constant cacophony as I remained vigilant of my surroundings, fearful that the noise might summon the unknown zombies. Sure enough, moments later, a chorus of groans erupted from behind me. I swiftly turned to look, exclaiming in utter disbelief, with a surge of adrenaline. The once cumbersome handcart now kicked up a cloud of dust. The creaking sound merged into a symphony of chaos, leaving only the constant squeaking behind. I fled ahead with the cart, nearly losing my mind. Just moments ago, I had sought them out, yet now, when I wished to avoid them, they all appeared. Although not as numerous as before, over 30 clumsy creatures still posed a significant threat to my safety. As the horde drew nearer, I hesitated, contemplating whether to abandon my supplies. Old 3. If you're looking for supplies, do let me know. How can I manage all this alone? Old 4 whispered urgently. Chapter 31. The ultimate sprint. I had no time to ponder further. I shouted ahead towards the fabric bags, urging them to come quickly for the bags, as zombies were approaching from behind. In that moment, Old 6 and the others arrived, likely obscured by the mountain of fabric bags, thus failing to notice the impending danger. Turning around, upon seeing the throng of zombies, Old 4 and Old 2 took off running, showing no inclination to assist me. Damn it, you 2 fools, come back. There are condoms in the bags that you've been yearning for, I shouted. No sooner had my words left my mouth than I felt a gust of wind pass by me. In a blink, one of the bags had vanished from the cart, and as I looked further away, I saw the 2 idiots hastily disappearing around a corner with the bag. Witnessing their retreating figures, I couldn't help but lament the fickleness of human nature, ungrateful and heartless, akin to swine. At this critical juncture, it was my younger brother who came through, effortlessly lifting 2 bags onto his shoulders, alleviating over half of my burden. Fanbo and Han Bin attempted to mimic Old 4 and Old 2 by hoisting a bag, but in their eagerness, Han Bin, the scrawny one, stumbled and fell headlong into the cart. The cart, already unsteady from my rapid pushing, was further destabilized by his weight, leaving him struggling to regain his footing. "What the hell, you weakling? Fanbo, you two push the cart and get out of here. I'll divert the horde," I bellowed, relinquishing my grip on the cart. The handcart, propelled by its last vestiges of momentum, surged forward. "Come on, sons. Follow me. I'll treat you to some meat." I scraped my claws against each other, deliberately creating noise to lure the zombies. The horde seemed to heed my call, making a sharp turn and abandoning their pursuit of Fanbo and the others. Seeing this, I steadied myself and sprinted away in the opposite direction. Returning to the gas station, a brilliant idea struck me. I seized the fuel nozzle and began spraying gasoline along the zombies' anticipated path. After expending nearly $100 worth of fuel, fearful of igniting the gas station, I hastily grabbed a fire extinguisher. As the zombies approached the designated spot, I ignited the gasoline, with a resounding explosion. Flames leapt forth, engulfing the legs of the zombies within moments. Assessing the distance between the flames and the gas station, I felt confident and turned to flee once again, unfamiliar with the terrain. I dared not veer into the buildings, opting instead for the main road, which provided an unobstructed view and ample space for evasion. Sprinting down the main thoroughfare, I gradually distanced myself from the horde. Some zombies collapsing to the ground, consumed by the raging flames. As victory seemed within reach, my spirits lifted, thinking I could outlast them. However, before I could savor the moment, a fresh wave of over 100 zombies emerged from a chaotic car wreck in the distance. Spotting me as a delectable morsel, they charged forth without a shred of mercy. With formidable foes in front and relentless pursuers behind, I felt utterly doomed. Just the night before, I had indulged in a moment of ecstasy. And now I was faced with imminent demise. Defiant and unwilling to accept my fate, I contemplated darting into the buildings on either side, but quickly abandoned the idea. The unfamiliar terrain posed a grave risk. What if I encountered a dead end? Even if not, there could be another horde lurking within. A swift glance back revealed that the zombies had become scattered due to their frantic running. Some falling, others succumbing to the flames. In the gaps between them, I spotted a glimmer of hope. If I acted swiftly and remained focused, I could make it. In a moment of desperation, I patted the book strap to my arm, whether it would save me or doom me. I had no choice but to rely on it now. With that thought, I propelled myself forward, charging at the first two zombies I encountered, one male and one female, using the momentum of my charge. I mercilessly slashed with my claws, shattering their skulls. The second wave consisted of a small group of 5 or 6 zombies. Without hesitation, I plunged into their midst, dodging 2 filthy hands reaching for me. I braced my forearm against one zombie's gnashing jaws and rolled to safety, narrowly escaping the clutches of the small horde. Next came a limping group of over a dozen zombies. Far too many to push through head-on. I had no choice but to rely on my speed, taking a circuitous route to circumvent the throng. However, as I veered off course, I slowed down, allowing the previous zombies to catch up. One managed to grasp the hem of my clothing, and without hesitation, I executed a spinning kick, coupled with a claw strike, sending the 2 nearest zombies sprawling. Just barely evading the approaching horde, I managed to escape. Although my right forearm bore the marks of a significant bite, glancing at my arm, I felt a surge of gratitude. Had it not been for the book wrapped around me, I would have been in dire straits. Shaking off the clawing zombies behind me, I finally broke free from the most perilous area. The remaining obstacles blocking my path were either too charred to move or crawling on their hands and knees. After sprinting a few more steps, my eyes lit up as I spotted my gun. The police zombie, now prostrate on the ground, struggled to crawl towards me. I pivoted the gun towards it, delivering a powerful kick that sent its head flying, and quickly retrieved the handgun from its waistband. With no time to spare, I dashed away, knowing the zombies were nearly on my heels. As I rolled away, my predictions were confirmed. At that moment, several zombies toppled over the police zombie. A chaotic tumble of limbs. Witnessing the scene behind me sent chills down my spine, a visceral reminder of how fleeting life could be. That was indeed a life-or-death moment. With a cry of despair, I scrambled to safety, fleeing into the distance. Upon returning to the gas station, I was met by a throng of people standing at the entrance, perhaps 40 or 50 of them, each looking fierce and armed to the teeth with an array of weapons, knives, guns, axes, and even a makeshift blood dripper. One particularly foolish individual brandished a contraption that resembled a homemade weapon. "Damn it, it's him," one of the boys shouted, pointing at me, his leg wrapped in bandages. "You a fool from the business school. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here." I raised my gun towards the sky, pulling the trigger, yet nothing happened. I froze for a second. Finally recalling that I hadn't T-chambered a round, hastily, I racked the slide again, aiming at the sky, but still no sound. Could it be that I was out of bullets? This realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. Faced with an army of zombies, I could run, but against armed men, how could I resolve this without the deterrent of my handgun? Just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, the group from the business school, after hurling insults my way, scattered in a panic. Chapter 32. A network emerges. Though my mind was racing with thoughts, the sudden retreat of the business school cohort left me perplexed. However, upon glancing back at the approaching horde of zombies, clarity dawned upon me. In that moment, feeling scorned for merely being called a fool, I found solace. If I were in their shoes, faced with a group of zombies charging at me, I would undoubtedly trip and teach them a lesson. If there were a next life, I would aspire to become a well-rounded individual excelling in all facets of life. As the obstacles ahead disappeared, I quickened my pace once more, the horde of zombies trailing behind me, having lost their target, began to lag. By the time I sprinted to the school wall, only a scattered few zombies remained in pursuit. I waved at Lao Lu and the others, who had been waiting by the wall, and with a shout of "Get him!" I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Soon, the battle came to an end, and I observed Han Bin, who was elated after having dispatched a zombie. I genuinely wished to extend my regards to his ancestors. But alas, I was far too exhausted to utter a word. "Third brother, we all thought you wouldn't return. You don't need to envy the drones anymore. You are far superior to them," Lao Lu remarked as he hoisted me up and began to carry me back into the school. I opened my mouth to respond, but my throat was parched, and no sound emerged. Lao Lu turned to me and inquired, "What did third brother say?" "He spoke of vanquishing demons and upholding justice. It is his destiny, and he bears the responsibility," Lao Si replied with a serious nod. A dissenting voice chimed in from Lao Er. "Oh, spare me, third brother didn't he say all that? He was merely calling the drone trash and advocating for a human-centered approach." Hearing such an interpretation, I opened my mouth again, yet still, no words came forth. "What else did third brother say?" Lao Lu asked. "He said that with great power comes great responsibility." Lao Er gazed at me with admiration. "Clearly, it needn't be mentioned. Responsibility is inescapable," Lao Si countered. Meanwhile, Han Bin had been observing my condition, his face a portrait of concern. Yet he still sought to advocate for the truth. It seems that Brother Tion didn't quite say it that way. "Then what did he say?" Lao Er looked at Han Bin with dissatisfaction. After a moment of hesitation, Han Bin glanced at me as if seeking approval. Upon my affirmative nod, he gritted his teeth and translated. Brother Tion said, "You two fools, you nearly got me killed." The aftermath of Han Bin's statement was predictable. Lao Er and Lao Si chased him all the way to the dormitory building. When Lao Lu carried me back to the dorm, two girls rushed over to check on my condition. Upon seeing the significant chunk of flesh missing from my arm, they were horrified and began to weep. Particularly, Mu Qingxue insisted on checking my trousers to ensure I hadn't lost anything vital like Lao Wu. Thankfully, after my persistent refusals, I managed to avoid becoming the center of attention. As night fell, the dimly lit campus became eerily silent, inducing a sense of unease. After successfully completing the day's assignments under the guidance of the two lovely teachers, I approached Lao Wu with 2 bags of less than fresh lamb slices. "Lao Wu, there is no fresh meat left, but the frozen stuff should suffice. Just make do with it," I said, lighting a cigarette. Lao Wu gazed at the lamb slices with a mix of longing and aversion. I opened a box and began to feed him piece by piece, evoking a sense of nostalgia, back in those days before the zombie outbreak. One evening, Lao Wu and I sat side by side on the balcony, smoking. "Third brother, I truly wish we could pause time at this moment, watching the sunset and the myriad of lives below while enjoying a calming smoke. It feels so wonderful." That time, I couldn't grasp Lao Wu's sentiments. But now, I suddenly understood. The world he once envisioned was indeed so perfect and unblemished. "Lao Wu, third brother is tired. Your 3 brothers equate to fools. If I were gone, you wouldn't even have lamb slices to eat," I murmured. Lao Wu turned to me, seemingly nodding, as if encouraging me that perseverance leads to victory. As I placed the last slice of lamb into Lao Wu's mouth, I felt a wave of relief. "Thank goodness you survived. Otherwise, you would have been one of those fools." Upon hearing this, Lao Wu shot me a disdainful glance, then ignored me, turning his gaze to the starry night sky. Noticing his disinterest, I too fell silent, and we sat together in harmonious companionship, braving the cold winds and gazing into the inky darkness of the campus, lost in thought. A faint buzzing heralded the sound of engines, and soon lights flickered on in several dorms. Startled, I stood up and made my way back, passing through various bathing and restroom areas until I finally returned to my original dormitory. "Darling, it's wonderful, there is power," Mu Qingxue exclaimed as she rushed towards me. I smiled and planted a kiss on her forehead before glancing at Han Bin. That was a bit loud, especially at night. Can't you keep it down? Upon hearing this, Hanbin rubbed his chin and shouted for a while, "Fine. Tomorrow I'll throw him into the washroom. The volume will drop." I rolled my eyes. Is that how you interpret my words? As I stepped onto the balcony to observe the frenzied horde of zombies below, I hastily instructed everyone to turn off all the lights. With the lights extinguished, the zombie throng grew quieter, leaving me feeling considerably more at ease. Darling, turn on the computer." Jiang Yi called out excitedly. "What is going on?" I asked. "We have internet." Jiang Yi replied enthusiastically. This news filled me with joy. Having power and internet indicated that the entire city wasn't plunged into darkness, but rather that certain areas were affected for specific reasons. This also suggested that the military's rescue efforts were not a complete failure and that we still had hope. "Quick, let us see what's happening online," I urged. Everyone gathered in the dormitory, charging their phones now that there was power, and began browsing the news. It became evident that the zombie virus originated from the United States, a nation that, in its relentless pursuit of research, had inadvertently brought about an apocalypse. "This is infuriating," the eldest exclaimed in frustration. "Having always dominated, now that our Huaxia has suddenly risen, they seem a bit unsettled." Fan Bo casually replied. "Unsettled? If it weren't for third brother, you'd be a corpse by now. How can you still sympathize with them?" Lauer glared. "There's news that our country has developed a vaccine to suppress the virus," a girl announced. "One shouldn't take all claims at face value, nor should one disregard them entirely," Lao Si commented with a composed demeanor. "Regardless of the veracity of the claims, considering our current resources, waiting for rescue is not an issue. I propose we remain stationary and await assistance," Hanbin suggested quietly. "Your courage is as minuscule as a needle." Lauer ridiculed. "And who was it today that saw a multitude of zombies and fled like a coward?" Han Feng retorted defiantly. "Big brother, this coward should be sacrificed." Lauer looked at the eldest. The eldest pondered for a moment. "I can operate the generator now. He is honestly of no real use. We can offer him as a sacrifice." The two brothers harmonized in their agreement, startling Hanbin, who hurriedly hid behind me. Glancing fearfully at the two, I found the notion feasible. "You can carry a bag. Do you expect to have it loaded into the vehicle? You're something else," Lao Lu remarked disdainfully. "Brother Tian, save me." Hanbin was on the verge of tears. I waved my hand dismissively. Why frighten him? Without him, how could we access first-hand information online? As I spoke, Jiang Yi placed the computer in the center of the group and reported, "Currently, only a few smaller counties have managed to control the outbreak effectively, and the temporary shelters by the sea are still intact. How about we arrange 2 vehicles to head to a shelter tomorrow?" Lauer proposed. "That's too far, over 40 kilometers. If anything goes wrong, it could spell disaster." Mu Qingxue shook her head. "Then how long must we wait for them to rescue us?" Fan Bo inquired. "I've already posted a request for help online. The military will likely see it soon." Mu Qingxue stated. I shook my head. "They're overwhelmed as it is. The chances are slim." "Then what do we do?" The eldest looked at me. "We wait. We have no worries about food, drink, or shelter. Should we fear we won't make it?" I concluded, reiterating the day's events. As it stands, the internal strife within Haicheng University seems to have stabilized. Whether the adjacent business school will cause trouble remains uncertain. If conflict were to erupt, or if 2 factions were to engage in battle, it would ultimately work in our favor. In that case, we could unify Haicheng University, and the entire campus would belong to us, rendering us unafraid of waiting for rescue, no matter how long it took. Upon hearing my explanation, the eldest beamed at me. "Third brother, you're quite the strategist." "Isn't that a bit unrefined?" Lauer interjected. "While it may deviate from the norm, it is not without merit," Lao Si added. Faced with 3 fools, I had no words to offer, hastily concluding the small meeting and returning to my dormitory. With the return of power, the group of girls finally had the chance for a hot shower. Thanks to the discovery of a dormitory equipped with a water heater. As for the boys, to conserve energy, we each took cold showers or quickly washed up. The cold water left me shivering, and I hurriedly climbed into bed, burrowing under the covers until I regained my warmth. Finally, my phone had charged, and snuggled in the blankets, I began to browse the news from the reports across various regions. It was evident that the situation had spiraled into chaos domestically, while abroad, it had devolved into a state of anarchy. The only country untouched by the zombie virus was North Korea, which remained sealed off, becoming an oasis amidst the turmoil. As I immersed myself in the news, 2 girls emerged from the bathroom, their hair steaming from the heat. I glanced up and nodded in satisfaction. Both girls had donned the new pajamas they hastily gathered earlier. Though the style was somewhat outdated, At least they had something clean to wear. I felt a sense of fulfillment. Knowing my near demise outside was not in vain, it now felt particularly rewarding. I eagerly awaited the two girls, who for the first time in a month were using a hairdryer to dry their hair. The days of being surrounded by two stunning beauties yet unable to touch them have passed. Before the two of them could come upstairs, I swiftly leaped out of bed. The two little girls looked at me in confusion, asking what I was up to. I flashed a knowing smile. And they understood. Yesterday was filled with fiery passion. It was easy to overlook things occasionally. However, I soon began to feel a pang of regret at this juncture. Allowing a girl who loves you deeply to become pregnant is undoubtedly an unwise decision. Given the current medical conditions, the possibilities of pregnancy and childbirth are severely limited. There is even a risk that one of the girls could lose her life due to unforeseen circumstances. This is precisely why the eldest and the others are in such a hurry, or rather, extremely eager to acquire those essential supplies for self-defense. Upon arriving at my neighboring dormitory, which serves as our supply storage room, I was confronted with a space that resembled a supermarket, brimming with an array of items. I felt somewhat at a loss as I rummaged through the clutter, searching in vain for the small raincoat that I had worked so hard to retrieve yesterday. With a bewildered expression, I made my way back, muttering to myself in confusion. How strange. I clearly brought back so many items. I dare not claim there were too many, but there should have been at least 100 boxes. How could I find not a single one? Hearing my mumbled thoughts, Mu Qingxue finally grasped my predicament. After a brief chuckle, she and Jiang Yi embraced each other, laughing uncontrollably. What is the matter? I inquired. Puzzled. If you can find it, it would be a miracle. Before dinner today, the elder brother and the others have already divided everything up. Mu Qingxue replied softly, biting her lower lip in shyness. Damn it, I exclaimed in frustration, turning and storming out. Then, chaos erupted in the dormitory as my shouts echoed from afar, gradually growing louder and then receding. Eventually, the few reluctant souls were compelled to surrender several boxes of the items I sought. Only then did I choose to retreat in indignation, returning to my own room. That night was tumultuous. I took it upon myself to teach those foolish ones a lesson, no matter where I am. I can strike down a general amidst a sea of soldiers, unstoppable in my might. Amidst the distant sounds of girls' reproachful admonitions, I fell into a satisfied slumber. In the following days, I remained confined to my quarters. Not out of laziness, nor due to being ensnared by the comforts of companionship, but because I had finally begun to clear the hallways, with the addition of the mechanical whiz Han-bin. Things became exhilarating. Although he was somewhat weak, it was precisely this weakness that enabled him to craft a movable wooden wall, towering over a person, using the bed's door panel and drawer handles according to the width of the corridor. With this contraption, bolstered by our position adjacent to the washroom, we could advance and retreat at will, wreaking havoc upon the zombies in the hallway. Within just 2 days, we had successfully disposed of all the zombies in the corridor, casting them into the mass of corpses south of the dormitory. Chapter 34. Evolution. With the zombies in the corridor no longer a constraint, we utilized the wooden wall to begin purging the zombies within the various dorm rooms. Confronted with 3 to 5 zombies at most, or merely 1 or 2 at least, it was an effortless endeavor akin to a leisurely stroll. During this period, I also discovered Han-bin's remarkable talent for prying open doors and unlocking them. With 2 screwdrivers in hand, there was no door he could not open. On the afternoon of the 6th day, the sun's afterglow streamed through the window, illuminating the dormitory on the westernmost side of the 5th floor. Standing by the window, I lit a cigarette, feeling an overwhelming urge to howl at the heavens. The sensation of being able to wander freely in the hallway was truly a long-lost pleasure. Beaming with excitement, Mu Qingxue rushed up from behind and wrapped her arms around my waist. Darling, what are you up to? My heart surged. I replied playfully, just showing off. The elder brother and the others are sealing the dormitory entrance. Mu Qingxue said softly. At this, I gasped in surprise and turned to her, who came up with such a strategically significant idea. The little girl chuckled. It was ES suggestion. If it weren't for Han-bin's intervention, the 4th brother would have wanted to throw open the big door and welcome the new world. What a foolish fellow, I couldn't help but exclaim, now that we had ample wood. I believed we should not only seal the main entrance but also the windows on the 2nd floor. Mu Qingxue pondered for a moment and replied, it's still my precious baby who thinks ahead. Once we have a baby, you'll be absolutely brilliant. I flattered her, though I couldn't help but wonder which fool had poisoned the minds of the 2 girls, insisting on having a son or daughter before they could rest. I managed to convince them to abandon this wicked notion. Was this a joke? Having a child at this time? Wouldn't that be inviting suffering upon ourselves? As we spoke, Mu Qingxue tugged at me, leading me downstairs to the 1st floor. By this time, the dormitory door had mostly been sealed shut by the elder brother and the others. How is it, third brother? The elder brother proudly gestured towards the door. I was about to nod in praise when a different voice interrupted. What craftsmanship? You've been standing there blabbering, and Haven T lifted a finger. The second brother retorted angrily. Come on, without my guidance. Could you have managed? The elder brother shot back, displeased. Step aside. We initially listened to you. If it weren't for Hanbin's timely discovery, the door would have been down. Fanbo sneered at the elder brother. Damn it, that's slander. What a scare tactic. The elder brother's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, it's better if you remain silent. The sixth brother replied resignedly. Little brat, you're turning against me. The elder brother pointed at the sixth brother. If you have time for this, you might as well go cook for everyone. The fourth brother patted the elder brother's shoulder. The elder brother stared incredulously at the crowd. Third brother, go to hell. How can I face people when I am so utterly inadequate in their eyes? Silently, I turned and walked away, not uttering a word. Why you? Third brother, the elder brother pointed at me, feeling dizzy. As night fell. The past few days had exhausted us all, and we decided to take a day off tomorrow, resuming the sealing of the second floor windows the day after. However, early the next morning, a figure appeared beneath the northern window. It was the bear Fatty. His size made climbing to the second floor quite a challenge, and since he was unaware of the current situation inside the building, he did not dare to come up. When I pulled back the curtains, Bear Fatty's eyes immediately fell upon the fifth brother by the window, startling him into a shiver. He couldn't help but think how fortunate it was that he hadn't gone directly upstairs. If he had, he would have surely been bitten the moment he stepped in. With a swift motion, I leaped down to stand before Bear Fatty. What brings you here unannounced? Bear Fatty leaned back, peering towards the second floor dormitory. I knew he was looking for Jiang Yi, but unfortunately, the little girl was still fast asleep from exhaustion. In these past few days, I had been preparing to take action. Currently, our student council comprises over 80 members, excluding the girls, and I have 36 trustworthy subordinates, along with 28 who could be swayed. I need your assistance to seize the presidency, Bear Fatty stated. Given the disparity in strength, do I even need to help? I questioned, puzzled. Just in case, we must prepare thoroughly. Has anyone from the business school come looking for trouble? I inquired. They've come a few times, but they're too afraid to enter. Fearing we might have a trick up our sleeves, he replied. I nodded, understanding that without knowledge of the terrain, I too would hesitate to recklessly enter another school. All right, let me know when you plan to act. And come find me beforehand. Though I said this, my mind was racing with thoughts of under what circumstances or what opportunity one could eliminate Bear Fatty. How dare he harbor thoughts toward my precious girl? If I don't deal with you, how can I restore peace? The situation had shifted. It appeared that today would not be a day of rest. Ascending to the second floor, I gave the fifth brother a light tap on the head. What's wrong? You're young yet lacking vitality, I remarked. The fifth brother slowly lifted his head, lethargically clicking his tongue. I tilted my head in confusion. What's this? Didn't I feed him some expired lamb slices yesterday? Why does he look as if he's on the verge of death? With a mind full of questions, I returned to the second floor dormitory. I had assumed the others would still be asleep. But when I opened the door, I found each person in the dormitory peering curiously out the window. Before I could utter a word, the sixth brother called out, Third brother, look at these zombies. They appear to have gone mad. Even tearing into their own. With a head full of questions, I approached the sixth brother and leaned in to look down. Damn, the sixth brother was not deceiving me. The zombies below were indeed turning on one another. The intact limbs began to assault the disabled, and the larger figures pounced upon the smaller ones. In an instant, the area below transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Most bizarrely, those who were swiftly torn apart and devoured showed no signs of resistance, calmly allowing the stronger zombies to feast upon their bodies. Darling, something feels amiss. Jiang Yi, clad in her pajamas and barefoot, rushed in, looking quite frantic. Why aren't you wearing shoes? It's already several months in. Freeze. I quickly scooped her up. Surprisingly, she did not blush at my tenderness. Instead, she gazed at me seriously. Darling, they are selecting the fittest. If I'm not mistaken, they are preparing for evolution. Chapter 35. Is he electrified? Upon hearing the word evolution, a jolt of alarm shot through me. Are you certain? I asked, looking at Jiang Yi in my arms. Jiang Yi shook her head, indicating uncertainty, yet added, something unusual must surely be at play. I genuinely wished to avoid pessimistic thoughts, but I couldn't help but feel that my wife's words held merit. What should we do? In an instant, I made a decision. Sweetheart, gather your sisters and continue shooting. Take down as many as you can. With that, I dashed toward my dormitory with Jiang Yi in my arms, shouting to my comrades, hurry and seal the windows. Damn it, something is off. Without hesitation, we sprang into action. This was no time for idleness or delay. If indeed our beloved little ones have spoken the truth, this group of inept individuals has undergone a transformation, setting aside other matters, if they can now ascend stairs. Then all my efforts over the past month would have been in vain, wouldn't they? For an entire day, the dormitory was in a state of mobilization, scouring the entire building until we managed to locate 2 power drills, one of which was already smoking. By 10 o'clock in the evening, we had successfully boarded up all the windows on the 2nd floor tightly. A group of us then hurriedly began transferring supplies to the 3rd floor, while the stairway at the 2nd floor was also securely barricaded with bed frames. At midnight, I stood at the entrance of my room on the 3rd floor, smoking a cigarette and gazing downwards. Below, that group of fools had consumed half of their own kind within the span of a day. I even witnessed, before sunset, a fellow with a gaping hole in his abdomen, whose decaying flesh was slowly oozing out due to overindulgence. It seemed nothing was amiss, I muttered. Darling, the whole internet is buzzing about this event. An expert in evolutionary biology has published an article stating that this is a manifestation of evolution. E remarked softly from her position on the bed. Has there been any news from the military? I turned to inquire. The troops have been organizing rescue efforts, and they have now begun using drones in large numbers to lure the zombies, followed by targeted detonations. That idea is undoubtedly a good one, but it merely serves to eliminate the zombies on the streets. Once they enter a building, many lives would still be lost, I sighed. The authorities are urging us to eliminate the surrounding zombies within our capabilities, as we are uncertain of the specific abilities of the evolved zombies, Jiangyi said, frowning while holding her phone. Easier said than done. We lack long-range weapons. Even if I were given Molotov cocktails, I trailed off, suddenly realizing, of course, Molotov cocktails. How did I not think of that before? Just as I recalled that the diesel in the dorm was nearly depleted. It seemed I would need to procure some tomorrow. With that thought in mind, I exited the dormitory and kicked open Han Bin's door, where the lad was displaying his prowess on the bed. What the hell? When did this happen? Why so quiet? Who s with you, Binzi? As I spoke, I strode inside, causing Han Bin to hurriedly cover the girl's head with a blanket. Damn, are you really competing with me? I playfully nudged Han Bin. Brother Tian, what are you doing at this hour? Han Bin asked, looking woeful. Can you make Molotov cocktails? I asked. Just for that? Han Bin stared at me in despair. Just that? You need gasoline, glass bottles, and rags. Are you kidding me? Do you really need your brain for that? Han Bin was nearly in tears. Is it really that simple? What do you think? All right, continue. I'm just pretending to leave. As soon as Han Bin relaxed his guard, I jumped back in and pulled the blanket away. Na. I gasped in surprise. Na blushed and called me third brother. Does the boss know about this? Na is the girl I saved at the supermarket. Hadn't she always been close with the boss? The boss knows and wishes us well. He is currently pursuing Xiaoyu, one of the archers. This foolish guy. I knew he couldn't maintain a long-term relationship with anyone, I muttered. Brother Tian, do you have nothing better to do? Don't you feel embarrassed? Han Bin's face bore a tear streak. Take care, brother. Hope your core strength is sufficient, I said, giving Han Bin a firm pat on the back as I left. Before I could exit the dorm, I heard Han Bin's heavy groans behind me. Upon stepping out of the dorm, I murmured to myself, did I hit too hard? Is it really that uncontrollable? The next morning, I began leading everyone in collecting drink bottles throughout the entire building. The larger the better. By around 10 o'clock, we set out with our backpacks filled with empty bottles. At this critical juncture, I left the 4th, 2nd, and 1st brothers behind, fearing others might steal from us. With the remaining few boys, I cautiously moved forward. The gas station was soon reached, and the zombies on the road had all vanished. They must have either evolved or been lured away by those fools from the business school. We arrived safely at the gas station, where the others began to fill up on gasoline and diesel. I, however, ventured back into the supermarket. Upon entering, I realized it was a lost cause. The shelves were utterly bare. Not a single item in sight. It seemed the business school folks had swept it clean, perhaps multiple times. True to the saying, thieves never leave empty-handed. When I couldn't find anything in the front, I slipped into the storeroom. Although it was also empty, I unexpectedly discovered 2 gigantic oil drums. The weight marked on the barrels was 50 liters, far more useful than those mineral water bottles. Carrying the 2 drums outside, the 3 individuals were just finishing filling their bottles. With both fuel pumps in operation, it didn't take long to fill the oil drums, and we began retracing our steps. However, when we reached the corner of the building outside the campus, 2 figures approached from a distance. We quickly crouched behind a derelict car to hide. Could it be a trap? The 2 conversed as they walked. It shouldn't be. Didn't we just pass through according to the map you provided? What did the boss say? The boss is also observing, but I feel he might have that intention. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent us to scout. Currently, the primary concern is resources. Let them create chaos at Haicheng University. It has nothing to do with us. Are we thinking too small? With 3 universities nearby. The medical school is currently our equal. If we can take control of Haicheng, the medical school will have to bow down. At that point, we will dominate, and resources will be ours. Wow, it sounds like the Three Kingdoms era. What if the medical school intervenes? They can't. They still lack electricity and internet, making them effectively blind. Watching the 2 boys' silhouettes fade away, I furrowed my brow. Has Haicheng University been infiltrated? These 2 mentioned electricity. Aside from me, the student council also has no power. After pondering for a moment, I suddenly widened my eyes. It's that chairman. He has electricity. Chapter 36, The Fifth Brother. To be honest, when I realized it was that foolish chairman, my worldview and outlook on life shattered. If I weren't aware that the bear-like fat guy intended to rebel against him, I would genuinely think this second-rate brain was mentally ill. How could a perfectly good school leader betray his own institution and become a dog for others? What does that signify? Fear of the opponent. Such cowardice. And yet he establishes a student council. However, upon returning to the dorm and sharing my thoughts with everyone, a remark from Mu Qingshui awakened me. Darling, perhaps that chairman has already learned of the bear-like fat guy's plan. Right? That makes perfect sense. If that student council chairman knows about the bear-like fat guy's scheme, then everything falls into place. You hold a strong force intending to rebel against me, while I am weak and seeking to survive. So what to do? Seek external aid. If I cannot obtain it, then I shall destroy it so that no one can have it. This is entirely normal. Having understood everything, I began to hesitate. I wondered whether I should inform the bear-like fat guy about this matter. Third brother, let us play along, the boss reminded me. What do you mean? I didn't grasp it. Let them fight. If Haicheng wins under such circumstances, it will inevitably be a Pyrrhic victory, maximizing the depletion of business personnel. And then we can seize control of the school, the second brother said, smoking with a profound expression. Wow. I gazed in astonishment at these 2 fools. The man stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Now we must see if we can control the situation and make them both suffer, the fourth brother summarized. Wow, I was utterly shocked, staring at the trio before me. Unable to contain myself, I reached out to touch their foreheads. Finding no fever. What's wrong with you? The boss swatted my hand away. How dare you? The second brother glared at me. Don't touch my head. You'll wipe away my luck. The fourth brother protested vehemently. In utter disbelief, I turned to Jiang Yi and asked, has the internet mentioned that even those previously considered dull might suddenly evolve? Jiang Yi glanced at me, then at the trio, before bursting into a light laugh. Covering her mouth. Is this a personal attack? The boss glowered at me. Are you seeking trouble? The second brother also displayed hostility. Curse you, this calamity is definitely not the third brother's fault. Hold him down while I draw a talisman for him to drink. The fourth brother declared. With that, I nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was still those 3 fools. That afternoon, we used the glass bottles collected by the entire dorm to create dozens of Molotov cocktails. When the first bottle exploded amidst the horde of corpses below, I was astonished to discover that these zombies were indeed different from before. It seemed as though they had developed a sense of pain. After being burned, they would suddenly let out heart-wrenching screams. Although the fire wouldn't extinguish, they would run around in panic. Furthermore, those zombies that remained unscathed would instinctively avoid the burning ones. While not as pronounced as humans, they would naturally sidestep to prevent contact. This was markedly different from what I had witnessed at the gas station, where the flames had consumed those creatures. I murmured in astonishment. No wonder the authorities urge us to eliminate the existing zombies as much as possible. If they continue to evolve, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for humanity. Hanbin looked down in terror. Everyone, don't be idle. Save some for the final battle, and burn as many as we can. I glanced back at the group. They nodded, and soon, Molotov cocktails began to soar from the various dorm rooms on the 3rd floor, raining down below. In an instant, a raging inferno engulfed the area below. While the horde of zombies gradually dispersed, yet they continued to wander restlessly in the vast open space beneath. Wait, don't throw me. I yelled urgently. Heads poked out from every window, their curious gazes fixated on my direction. Pointing incredulously into the distance, I exclaimed, Is that you, Lao Wu? How the hell did you get down there, you useless piece of trash? Upon hearing my call for Lao Wu, the expressions of everyone around me stiffened, and they hurriedly scanned the distance for his figure. When they finally spotted that frail silhouette on the outskirts of the zombie crowd, curses erupted from their lips. Lao Wu, you fool, do you wish to die? With your pathetic state, are you really going to deliver warmth to them? My leader bellowed from the windowsill, his voice echoing with concern. Lao Lu, Fanbo, you two go check the second floor and see what's happening. Be cautious, I shouted to Lao Lu. After a while, Lao Lu entered my dorm room with a mournful expression, holding a clearly bitten rope. Third brother, it was Wu Gu who bit it. Despair washed over me as I turned to gaze out at Lao Wu, who, coincidentally, was also looking back at me. His dull gray eyes betrayed no emotion, yet I felt an inexplicable sense that he wanted to convey. I longed for the outside world. I no longer wished to be bound. Perhaps this was what they called a shared understanding. I lit a cigarette and placed it on the windowsill. Lao Wu, Sangha promised never to harm you. You're free now. Do as you wish. Lao Wu continued to stare blankly at me, and as my words hung in the air, he seemed to comprehend, suddenly lunging at a female zombie whose legs had been burned away, watching Lao Wu from afar. Devouring the flesh, methodically extracting the innards of the zombie before him, I felt no revulsion. Rather, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over me. How to put it? You might perceive him as weak, fearing for his safety, showering him with undue care. Yet when you let go, he reveals an unparalleled ferocity. You know he is capable of thriving, and that is enough. In no time, Lao Wu had consumed the innards of the female zombie. When he slowly rose to his feet, his actions once again shattered my preconceived notions of zombies. He did not attack the other injured zombies. Instead, he cast a deep glance at the shouting Lauda and the others before turning away. Lao Lu stood behind me, disbelief etched on his face. I too was perplexed, my mind a blank canvas. Was this a sign of consciousness? This was undoubtedly not a reaction typical of a zombie. Lao Wu, I blurted out, pondering why, if you had gained your own consciousness, would you choose to leave? In the distance, Lao Wu did not react to my call, yet as I watched his retreating figure, an understanding dawned upon me. Indeed, if Lao Wu were truly like an ordinary zombie, upon breaking free, he would not leap from the building but would effortlessly ascend to devour us, the delectable humans. At that moment, we were hurling Molotov cocktails with wild abandon, the dormitory door wide open. He could have easily slipped in unnoticed, yet he chose to depart. With this thought, I sank onto a chair, not only worrying for Lao Wu's future but also marveling at this incredible bond of brotherhood. Listening to Lao Da and the others outside, lamenting Lao Wu, I suddenly realized how wonderful it was to have these few foolish companions to survive with. Chapter 37. The visit of the bear-like fatty. The fierce flames below raged for nearly 2 hours. The horde of zombies was left in tatters, with only a few remaining, resembling mere reptiles. That night, for the first time, the dormitory was devoid of the high-pitched gasps of girls. After dinner, the brothers returned to their respective rooms, not to emerge again. I felt an overwhelming sorrow, particularly in this eerily quiet night, as Lao Wu's departing figure lingered in my mind. Darling, don't be sad, Mu Qingxue and Jiang Yi whispered from beneath their thick blankets, watching me lean against the windowsill. Hearing them, I hurriedly discarded my cigarette and closed the window. Is it cold? I'll go smoke in the hallway. The two girls remained silent, their gentle gazes filled with concern. I'll go check on things. I'll be back shortly. Though I claimed to check, my true intention was to see how my brothers were faring. If I was feeling this wretched, they were likely not faring much better. The room next door belonged to Lao Lu. The door was unlocked, swinging open with a gentle tug. What I beheld within left me in disbelief, my eyes widening. What the hell? There stood Lao Lu, alone, meticulously applying makeup, dressed in a leopard print pajama set, striking poses before the mirror. Upon noticing my entrance, he smiled shyly. Third brother, you finally thought of me. With a resounding bang, I slammed the door shut. It was that I hadn't seen Lao Lu's antics before. I was furious because this fool still had the audacity to indulge in vanity while his brother, Lao Wu, was all alone out there. Suddenly, I froze, pondering whether I was the only one feeling this way. To confirm my suspicion, I strode over and flung open Lao Da's door. For crying out loud, at that moment, Lao Da, wearing headphones, was fixated on his computer screen, while a stunning girl lay on the bed, gazing at him with a forlorn expression. Even my forceful slamming of the door went unnoticed by that idiot. I hastened to Lao Air's door, where the room's lights flickered erratically, leaving me puzzled. Why had he thought to replace the bulb? As I squinted to discern the scene inside, I realized just how undervalued my feelings were. The fool was clad in nothing but shorts, a cigarette dangling from his lips, headphones on, dancing energetically. The flickering lights were due to a girl at the door repeatedly turning the power switch on and off. I recognized that Lao Air had likely indulged in too much alcohol. A recurring scenario in the past. Third brother, the girl at the door, noticing my unfriendly demeanor, called out fearfully. It's fine. You all enjoy yourselves, I said despondently, turning to leave. As for Lao Si, I held no expectations. That fool never seemed to have a care in the world, but since I was already there, I still wanted to see what he was up to. I opened the door to find Lao Si sitting alone at his desk. his head propped up with one hand, facing away from the door, his trembling shoulders indicating he was likely crying. I was stunned. I had always thought he was the least sensitive among us. Yet here he was, the most emotionally affected. That fleeting glimpse of sorrow instantly resonated with me. With reddened eyes, I quietly approached Lao Si from behind and delivered a playful smack to his head. What the hell, Lao San? Why are you hitting me? Lao Si jumped at my sudden action, staring at me in shock. I said nothing, but in my mind, I cursed him for being oblivious to my feelings, deceiving me with his lack of regard while I bore the weight of my tears. Just continue, you bastard, I muttered, turning to leave. Behind me, Lao Si's voice called out, you scoundrel, taking advantage of Lao San's body. I need to think of a way out. Alone, I made my way to the second-floor dormitory where Lao Wu had stayed, the only room on that floor left with an unsealed window. Lighting a cigarette, I gazed out at the desolate campus. Halfway through my smoke, I heard heavy, labored breathing from downstairs. Instinctively, I reached for the knife at my waist, cautiously peering down. Bear-like fatty, I exclaimed, astonished to see someone climbing up the railing to the first floor. Hey, Xing Tian, you're here. Good thing you are. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare come up. The bear-like fatty chuckled as he continued his ascent. Curious, I extended my hand to help him up. What are you doing out here so late? Aren't you afraid of getting bitten? I inquired after pulling him into the dormitory. It's nothing. The horde in the campus has been lured over to the sports field by that idiot. He replied with a grin, peering around the room. Where's Jiang Yi? Isn't she in this dorm? The bear-like fatty rubbed his hands eagerly. I narrowed my eyes. Wasn't he had agreed that we'd act after the operation as success? We were going to act tomorrow. I'm here to let you know that at noon, we'll move. He looked impatient. I can't wait any longer. That bunch of superficial girls has grown tiresome. I need to see what Jiang Yi's little feet taste like. As he spoke, he moved deeper into the room, reaching for the dormitory door. Don't open the door. There are zombies in the hallway. I cautioned him. The bear-like fatty jumped back, but seeing that the room was empty, his expression turned quizzical. The bathroom has been opened. I gestured towards it. All right, he said eagerly, rushing to check it out. And upon confirming it was indeed open, he didn't hesitate to crawl inside. I led the bear-like fatty to the last dormitory on the south side. He was panting heavily, yet the room was empty. Just as he turned to ask me what was going on, a sharp knife pierced through his throat. I quickly covered his mouth with my hand, stifling any sound. His eyes blazed with rage, despair, and reluctance as he glared at me. Shh, don't shout. Jiang Yi is asleep. Don't wake her up. Relax, it'll be over soon. The more you struggle, the more it will hurt. I whispered into his ear. You fat fool, you should never have had your sights on Jiang Yi. Who do you think you were to touch my woman? I've wanted to kill you for a long time, but there was never a chance. Since you've delivered yourself to me, I shall gladly accept. With that, I twisted the knife, and the bear-like fatty's eyes rolled back before he fell silent. His lifeless body slumped onto my legs, and I finally understood the meaning of being dead weight. Despite my attempts to push him off, he wouldn't budge, and it took considerable effort to kick him aside. Staring at the 200-pound carcass, I initially thought to deliver a final blow to his head to prevent him from turning. But then I reconsidered. Dragging the deceased rotund figure back to the dormitory from whence he came, I secured him under his armpits with ropes and suspended him from the windowsill. Once this was accomplished, the lifeless body began to undergo its transformation, emitting guttural sounds and thrashing about. You come out looking for me. Your people must know that by hanging you here, I am sending them a message. Do not provoke me tonight. I patted the head of the hefty corpse and then closed the window. Chapter 38. Deception and Trickery. That evening, I did not return to my own dormitory. The two young ladies, worried by my prolonged absence, enlisted the help of Lao Lu to search for me. Upon entering the room, they found me sprawled on the bed in the second-floor dormitory, drenched in blood. Their brother. It was that scoundrel who struck with such ferocity. Lao Lu pushed past the two girls, one of whom collapsed to her knees before the bed. You wretched. How could you? I cursed, barely opening my eyes. Lao Lu's sudden shout startled me, causing me to fall back in shock. Darling, what has happened? Why are you covered in blood? The anxious Mu Qingxue inquired. The hefty one came after me. I replied that I feared retaliation, so I did not return to my room. Why didn't you call? Mu Qingxue chided, still trembling with concern. I didn't have my phone. Now, go to sleep. I'll keep watch here tonight. Lao Lu, come back to relieve me in the morning. I dismissed them and lay back on the bed, deep in thought. With the death of the hefty one, it seemed that his gang would soon fall into disarray. However, upon further reflection, I realized something was amiss, while his subordinates would be aware of his demise. The foolish student council president likely remained oblivious. He must have already contacted the business school. Once they arrived, wouldn't that mean the complete surrender of Haiching? No, I could not allow that. I did not wish to become a pawn for others. If I were to serve anyone, it would be to my two wives. What to do? I lit a cigarette and pondered deeply. I had been told that I could do anything, but I was not to think. Every time I did, I found myself weary. Unable to devise a plan, I succumbed to sleep. When I opened my eyes again, daylight had already broken. Lao Lu stood by the window, brandishing two axes, engaged in a heated exchange with those below. The eldest had even procured 2 gasoline bottles. With that intensity, any hint of rebellion from the opposition would likely result in their swift demise. I stretched lazily, sat up, rubbed my face, and leisurely lit a cigarette. Only when the cigarette was nearly finished did I rise and approach. I kicked Lao Lu's backside. Caught up in his verbal sparring, he turned and cursed. "You incompetent fool." Realizing it was me, he chuckled. "Third brother, I was cursing you. It was those below. I shot him a glare. Of all things to curse, you chose incompetent. If those below truly were incompetent, it would be quite disheartening." Approaching the edge of the windowsill, I surveyed the crowd below, armed with bricks and shouting incessantly. I impatiently tapped my ear. Then, drawing my knife, I severed the rope binding the hefty one. With a loud thud, his 200+ pounds fell to the ground. The sound of his legs breaking sent a chill through me. For a zombie, breaking its legs does not diminish its resolve to seek sustenance. Slowly crawling, it continued its advance toward the crowd. It was that I looked down upon the students below. How many could truly confront a zombie? Their makeshift spears were nothing more than toys meant to intimidate their peers. Were it not for the student council president, they would have long since become the zombies' feast. Watching the students retreat in fear, I sneered and leapt down. Approaching the hefty one, I delivered a swift kick that shattered his skull. The explosion of flesh and brain matter splattered onto the faces of those nearby, causing them to double over and retch uncontrollably. I watched with amusement, squatting over the corpse of the hefty one, taunting, "Is this all you've got? You're already throwing up, and yet you've been blubbering about your strength? Pathetic." A crowd of over 30, terrified by my earlier actions, stared at me in horror, especially when they glimpsed the scene from the second-floor window. They were rendered immobile. At this moment, Jiang Yi had her bow drawn, ready to release an arrow at anyone who dared move. Seeing their expressions, I smirked. Knowing my goal had been achieved, I intended to rattle their cages, to let them know that in my eyes, their student council was utterly inconsequential. Perched upon the hefty one's corpse, I surveyed the surroundings. "So, you wish to clash with the student council at noon today?" The expressions of the surrounding males became visibly rigid. "Do you think you can seize control of the student council in one fell swoop and ascend to the heights of life?" I inquired, smiling at them. Their faces were filled with confusion, and they stared back at me. Seeing their reactions, I feigned sympathy. "Fools, your plan has already been leaked. The one who divulged it is none other than your leader." "Impossible," shouted a boy who looked no more slender than Lao Lu. "Don't you believe me?" I challenged. The boy stared defiantly at me, proclaiming, "Not only do I not believe you, none of us do." This proclamation seemed to bolster the spirits of the group, for their previously scattered gazes now appeared resolute. I observed their reactions without flinching, calmly addressing them. The hefty one claimed to have swayed over 20 people. "Where are they? Your numbers seem insufficient." The boy shouted in panic. "That's our trump card. We want to use them until the last moment." "Fine, your trump card remains unexamined. But do you realize your leader has close ties with the student council president?" I asked. "You're talking nonsense." The boy yelled. I regarded him with indifference. "You may not believe it, but the resources at Haiching University are dwindling, and your leader and the student council president devised a plan to reduce the population. Their goal is to see you perish in battle, with the blame pinned on the business school, thereby tightening their control over you." "Brothers, don't believe him. He is definitely lying," the boy shouted. Yet, those around him began to exhibit signs of doubt. Recently, food shortages had become an undeniable reality, with rations for each person dwindling to almost nothing, particularly for the women back home, who suffered daily from hunger. They were as lifeless as fish. Hearing these sentiments echoed from my outsider's perspective inevitably sowed seeds of doubt among them. Truth be told, I was just as clueless about their resources as they were, but at such moments, wagering correctly could yield significant results. I noticed the gradual change in their expressions, and a secret smile crept onto my lips. "You may not believe me, so how about this? Let us make a bet. At noon, the people from the business school will arrive at your gathering spot. If they do not show, you may do with me as you wish. What do you say?" I added fuel to the fire. Chapter 39. The impending clash at my words. The entire assembly fell silent. Perhaps in their hearts, they believed I was merely spouting nonsense. Yet my sudden conviction left them. "Naive students, bewildered. Given your reactions, it seems you agree to this wager," I said with a smile. Silence reigned. A deathly hush enveloped the room. Even those upstairs fell quiet. After an extended pause, with no response, I chuckled. A group like you lacks any spirit or courage. Its no wonder you're being eliminated. With that, I turned to scale the window railing of the first floor. Wait. I turned back, puzzled, to see the same boy. If what you say is true, we are indeed facing a deadlock. Even if our leader dies, we will be equally doomed. I could not deny his analysis, and I nodded. You are correct. That is indeed the situation. What then should we do? The boy asked, his tone unfriendly. Is that how you ask for guidance? Do you want me to burn you with a Molotov cocktail? Before I could respond, the voice of the leader rang out. In past critical moments, if this fool had exposed the existence of the Molotov cocktails, I would have scolded him. Yet today, the leader's timely arrival not only revealed our trump card, but also served as a reassurance to the others. I pointed upstairs. Did you hear that? I possess resources that can guarantee your survival, but you must follow my commands from here on. The men's expressions were a mix of joy and concern. They were relieved at the prospect of surviving, yet anxious about whether following me might lead to a worse fate. With the support of my two brilliant advisors, I was no longer the fool I once was. I could anticipate the opponent's thoughts to a degree. The supplies I had stockpiled could sustain us for at least a month. Even with our current numbers, I could ignore you all and survive for half a year without stepping outside. But I refused to let Haicheng University become someone else's pawn, feasting while you merely sip broth. I declared. How can I trust you? The boy questioned, eyeing me suspiciously. I shrugged, uninterested in his doubts. Believe me or not, it matters little. As soon as my words fell, the group upstairs began to eat, each with a fragrant bowl of egg-fried rice. Even Lao Air raised a bottle of erguo too, gesturing to the crowd below before downing a large gulp. This is quite to my liking. However, I still wish to address those above me, as your acting seems rather exaggerated. What I did not anticipate was the group downstairs, who were eagerly swallowing their saliva at the thought of being able to indulge in egg-fried rice. I turned back, bemused, and asked, is this really that difficult, my friends? Are you truly living such a lavish life? The boy who had been speaking continuously cast an inquisitive glance my way. This time, there was no hint of skepticism in his eyes. I understood in my heart that this matter was essentially settled. I could hardly be bothered to engage further with the boy and leisurely made my way upstairs. Just as I steadied myself on the second floor, Jiang Yi handed me a bowl of rice. I took a mouthful and pointed my chopsticks towards the people downstairs, instructing, 5 minutes. If they do not comply and remain below, we shall throw Molotov cocktails. Since they are not friends, they are foes. There is no need for mercy. The thrill of this was exhilarating. It was my first experience of burning someone alive. Please do not agree to this, I urged my leader while gesturing dismissively towards the group below. I was reluctant to glance down again, preparing to turn away, but the boy downstairs grew anxious. Brother Tian, we will heed your words. After taking a couple of steps, I smiled faintly, turning back to say, Nana, go prepare another pot so everyone can have their fill. Perhaps for the girls. As long as there is no fighting, that is the best outcome. Upon hearing my words, Nana darted off, disappearing in an instant. Nearly 10 minutes later, Nana returned, cradling a wash basin. Third brother, how do we get this food down? I finished the last grain of rice in my bowl and once again leaned over the windowsill, sending the rice down. Watching the crowd scramble for the egg-fried rice like dogs, I felt quite uncomfortable. While you eat, I have something to say. I strolled about with my hands behind my back. Brother Tian, what should we do today? The boy who had been talking, perhaps too eager in his eating, was now choking. Seeing this, I called out, Muchinchiwe, sweetheart, bring a bottle of 1-liter cola to help this kid. After each person in the crowd took a sip of cola, I noticed their gazes towards me had transformed. They were filled with admiration, yearning, anticipation, and gratitude, an overwhelming complexity. 18 noon. I decided to turn the tables and see what tricks that self-proclaimed chairman could conjure. All right, we will follow your lead, the boy said earnestly, looking at me. By the way, where are you currently residing? Where should I find you at noon? I inquired. The gym. Those who escaped from the dormitory have taken refuge there. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but reflect on how the efforts of those before us benefit later generations. The gym, that was the very place my dormitory friends had fought tirelessly to clear, only for it to be turned into a stronghold. I asked your chairman there as well? I asked after a moment's thought. The boy shook his head. No, the chairman has not left the dormitory building. He can't come out. The 3rd floor is too high. Usually, it is Zhang Xuedong who brings food to him. I felt a surge of confusion. He hasn't come out yet. How does that rotund fool have such confidence that he can eliminate him? The boy answered without hesitation. He has already secured the dormitory, Building 7, Room 037. The boss's intention is to eliminate those around him first, and without anyone to send a message, he will quietly deal with him. Upon hearing this plan, I was left speechless. I didn't even want to consider how one might sneak up on the opponent. If they discover something amiss from a higher vantage point, they could easily use any available plank or stool to block your ascent. And if you still attempted to confront them, wouldn't that be tantamount to courting death? All right, I understand. After a moment's contemplation, I detained the boy once more. You all go back and spread the word about the bet I made with you to that group. Whether they believe it or not is inconsequential, but they must be made aware. The boy frowned, considering, before nodding in agreement, then led the group away. Upon returning to the dormitory, I first took a shower and then caught up on some sleep. When I awoke, it was exactly noon. I instructed the boss and Hanbin to stay in the dormitory to guard against any intrusions. I took a few remaining individuals, each grabbing 2 Molotov cocktails, and we jumped down to the ground. The spectacular performance was about to commence. Today was the day I would unify Haicheng University. As for the business school, those with eyes should return from whence they came, and those without should prepare for consequences. Chapter 40. Driven to desperation when our group arrived at the perimeter of the gym, it was nearly 12:30. I didn't allow everyone to accompany me inside. Instead, I instructed them to conceal themselves, just in case. Lao Lu disagreed, fearing for my safety alone, and I cast him a resigned glance. I genuinely wanted to say that taking you along would put me in greater danger, but I refrained from voicing it. As I staggered into the gym, I happened upon over 80 individuals from the business school, surrounding all members of the student council, including the girls. The tall boy from this morning spotted me from afar and was about to wave, but I gestured for silence. He understood and resumed negotiations with the others, yet it was evident that his tone had shifted from one of subservience to one of assertiveness. Your plan has been exposed. We are prepared. Do you truly wish to perish together? The leading boy from the business school sneered. Your plans? Don't be ridiculous. We have no plan, merely an intent to devour those from Haicheng University. By the way, if it weren't for your chairman providing us with a detailed map, to be honest, we wouldn't have dared to enter. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone from the student council exhibited expressions of despair. Perhaps they had never imagined that the one to betray them would be their own chairman. Do you truly think my 60-plus men are mere decorations? The boy shouted angrily, after he returned this morning and recounted the events. Many still did not believe him, yet now they had no choice but to accept it. The opposing side had clearly stated it. Upon hearing the mention of 60-plus individuals, I, standing at the back of the crowd, was suddenly taken aback. 60-plus? No, that fat fool said there were nearly 80 girls, right? Now, counting the girls, it only amounts to 60-some. Where are the remaining 40 to 50 people? As I pondered, a chill crept down my spine. This was a scheme within a scheme. That fool was pulling a two-pronged attack. Just as this thought surfaced in my mind, the two groups began to shove one another, and soon, someone from the business school had already gone for a lethal strike. A boy from the student council was stabbed in the abdomen, curling up on the ground, unable to move. Upon seeing the blood, the girls screamed and scattered, leaving only about 30 boys standing in the encircled area. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the boys could no longer contain themselves and shouted at me, Brother Tian, they have struck. Won't you intervene? My thoughts, previously focused, were interrupted by the sudden shout, causing me to feel a surge of annoyance. I casually ignited a Molotov cocktail and hurled it towards an open area. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted, and the business school students stood frozen, caught off guard, and unable to move. Shut your mouths. Let me think. I stepped forward from behind the crowd, my brow furrowed, wearing an unfriendly expression. Damn it, it's this idiot. One boy, whom I had previously injured in the thigh, leaped out and began cursing at me. However, in my agitated state, I had no intention of granting him an opportunity. My knife flashed at my waist, and he clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground, bubbling blood. You dare touch my people? The leader of the business school glared at me fiercely. I didn't even glance at him, simply raising the Molotov cocktail in my hand. Fool, if you're unconvinced, come at me. I'll burn you to ashes. Why can't you all just keep quiet? As I spoke, I approached the members of the student council. How many boys are there in total? I inquired. At 82, a boy replied. What about the rest? I asked, puzzled. It's strange, but when we returned this morning, only the girls were left. The boys have vanished. Vanished? I rubbed my chin, feeling as though my brain was nearing its limit. There are still over 40 people outside. Do they really think they can eliminate over 100 of us with just those 40? It seemed unrealistic. As I pondered, I paced back and forth. The two groups looked at me, holding Molotov cocktails, as I traversed their midst, and no one dared to interrupt me. Suddenly, I perked up my ears. What sound? The boy looked at me blankly. There is no sound. No, stop humming. I kicked the wounded boy on the ground. He winced in pain, promptly closing his mouth. After listening carefully once more, my head buzzed. It's a drone. Damn it. In that instant, everything clicked into place. It was indeed the chairman of the student council, truly formidable. This maneuver was a masterstroke. No, it should be said to be a triple-pronged attack. Executed flawlessly. At this point, I could hardly care for anyone else. I turned and ran. However, as I reached the gym's entrance, I realized it was too late. Escape was no longer an option. For just 50 to 70 meters outside the gym, a dark swarm of zombies, led by a drone, was swiftly advancing towards the gym. Damn it. I cursed loudly, hurriedly using a nearby fire axe to jam the door handle. Stop staring blankly and come help. Just as I spoke, the horde of zombies reached the entrance and began violently battering against the tempered glass door. The people inside the gym, witnessing the zombie horde at the door, trembled in fear. Yet some brave souls rushed over to help me brace against the door. You all hold the door. I'll head upstairs to throw Molotov cocktails, I shouted, turning to dash towards the second floor. Yet, just as I reached the corner of the staircase on the second floor, there was a resounding crash. The tempered glass door shattered. In an instant, the zombies surged into the gym like a flood. The 20 or so individuals who had been bracing the door were instantly overwhelmed by the horde, their screams and wails piercing the air. Heart-wrenching. I stood in shock, watching the chaos unfold, but there was no time to marvel, as the zombie horde clearly had no intention of sparing me. Time was of the essence, and without a moment's hesitation, I turned and sprinted up the stairs, racing to the end of the corridor. Only then did I narrowly evade the pursuing zombie, darting into the archery club's room and slamming the door shut behind me. At the very moment I secured the door, a thunderous crash reverberated as the zombie collided against it. I staggered back several steps, listening to the relentless pounding on the door. The zombies had indeed evolved, not merely in speed but also in strength, and their intelligence had markedly improved. In the past, I could take refuge behind a door, confident that silence would keep the zombies at bay. Now, everything had changed. I understood the fragility of these security doors in the school. They were nothing more than subpar products, and relying on them to withstand the ceaseless onslaught of the undead was nothing short of delusional. That I told myself I had to escape this place swiftly. I flung open the window and peered down. The drop was over 10 meters. Jumping down would likely result in death or severe injury. Scanning my surroundings, I noticed the smooth walls offered no footholds. Looking up, I saw the thin aluminum eaves, and whether I could grasp them was another question entirely. It was a desperate situation, truly a matter of life and death, compelling me towards my demise. Chapter 41. Ascending together in my profound despair. I heard the final groans emanating from the door as the last vestiges of hope slipped away. In those fleeting moments of life, I wished to call the two girls, leaning against the window. I lit a cigarette, and after what felt like an eternity, the call connected. The instant the line was established, a cacophony of noise erupted from the other end. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. The student council president was indeed a master of multitasking. Darling, where are you? Mu Qingxue cried anxiously. The student council has suddenly attacked us. What is the situation? I inquired calmly, for I knew that the Molotov cocktails at home were sufficient, and the only exit was that second-floor window. As long as the two fools, Lauda and Han Bin, didn't do anything reckless, the idea of breaching my dormitory was utterly fanciful. Lao Lu and the others are back to rescue us. But what? I asked, frowning. Lao Lu and the others have sustained significant injuries, and Fan Bo is dead, killed by the student council members. Upon hearing this dreadful news, I slammed my fist against the balcony. How brutal. It truly was a case of mutual destruction. Fine, very well. So you're the student council president, are you? Even if I become a zombie, I will not let you escape my wrath. Darling, how are you over there? Lao Lu said the gymnasium is surrounded by zombies, and they need the Molotov cocktails to save you. Mu Qingxuan knew this was not the time for sorrow. She hurriedly inquired, Tell Lao Lu not to come, I said, glancing back at the door behind me. At that moment, one corner of the door had already dislodged from the frame, and a zombie's hand was desperately reaching inside. What do you mean? Don't come? What is happening? Where are you? If you can call, you must be safe. Tell me quickly, Mu Qingxue cried, her voice laced with desperation. There's no time, sweetheart. Listen to me. No, there is time. Where are you? It's really too late. You must listen to me. I want to listen. I want to listen. Mu Qingxue wailed. Xiu, calm down. Listen to me. If I don't speak now, it will truly be too late. It was the first time I had spoken to Mu Qingxue in such a stern tone. It felt like reprimanding her while my heart ached. On the other end of the line, Mu Qingxue was utterly unable to control her emotions. Soon, the phone seemed to be seized by someone else. And Jiang Yi's trembling voice came through. Darling, I gently responded, sweetheart, I know you've always been calmer than Xiaoxiu. Listen to me carefully. What I'm about to say is crucial. Yes, I'm listening. I'm listening. Jiang Yi struggled to maintain her composure. The zombies have evolved. Their speed and strength have significantly increased, and their intelligence has risen as well. They now know you're inside the room, and they will relentlessly pound on the door. Unlike before, where silence could keep them away. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Jiang Yi choked out, her voice barely audible as she began to grasp the horror of the situation, for she could hear the zombies' howls and the banging on the door. Good. Tell the others that the first floor door must be reinforced and sealed tightly. As I finished speaking, a loud crash echoed. Jiang Yi gasped in shock, her cries piercing the air. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm fine. I hurriedly reassured her, but in truth, it was only a temporary reprieve. The door had been breached, and the loud bang was the sound of it crashing to the ground. Yet, the zombies had not entered, for I had thrown a Molotov cocktail at the doorway. The roaring flames halted their advance and revealed a new discovery. One zombie, unable to retract its foot in time, had its leg caught in the fire, turning to char almost instantaneously. Sweetheart, the zombies fear fire after their evolution. Remember this. I declared before decisively hanging up the phone. Why such decisiveness? Because upon realizing their fear of fire, I resolved to use my limited life to alleviate as much concern as possible for my loved ones and comrades. Seizing the opportunity while the flames still surged, I quickly gathered all the flammable materials in the room and cast them into the blaze. Come on, come in. Don't you want to eat me? Come in. I shouted excitedly. The flames grew fiercer, and the zombies, terrified of the fire, began to retreat. I toppled a table, using it to push the fire towards the corridor. Then, I leaped out after it, glancing through the internal window to behold the gymnasium, now a veritable den of the undead. Those who had once been alive were now grotesquely devoured, their forms barely recognizable. I even saw half of a girl's chest lying forgotten in a corner. Witnessing this scene, my hatred surged to unprecedented heights. Honestly, I had never regarded zombies with disdain. They were merely different species, each with their own survival instincts. This was an undeniable truth. But today, having resolved to die, my animosity towards them was profound, perhaps rooted in the actions of the student council president. Yet in my final moments, I could neither see nor touch that fool. Ultimately, I could only channel that hatred onto the zombies. The phone in my pocket continued to ring, but I had no time to answer. I was nearly deranged. So, you've evolved, have you? Impressive. Indeed. Let me show you this. With my elbow, I shattered a nearby window and grabbed a burning piece of protective gear, hurling it towards the massive curtain below. This material, made entirely of rubber, burned fiercely and was sticky, refusing to extinguish. Within moments, the towering curtain ignited, a conflagration that sent the zombies below into a frenzy of retreat. Now that you know fear very well, today, I shall take you wretches with me to the heavens. With that, I began to push the flames along the corridor, leaving a trail of fire in my wake. As I passed the combat training room and the wrestling training room, I ignited various protective gear and mercilessly hurled them down. The blaze below intensified, the floors and linoleum caught fire. The zombies' intelligence was still concerning. Although they knew to avoid the flames, they did not understand to flee outside. As the air grew thinner upstairs, the smoke engulfed me, and I could barely keep my eyes open, struggling to breathe. With my last ounce of strength, I shoved the fire towards the staircase and stumbled back into the first training room. Inside, the smoke was thick, and visibility was nil. The moment I entered, I was tackled to the ground by someone, and sharp pain shot through my shoulder. Instinctively, I thrust my claws into the assailant's skull. And then I blacked out. Chapter 42. The most difficult transformation. In the split second before losing consciousness, a faint smile crossed my lips as images of Mu Qingxue and Jiang Yi flashed through my mind, along with memories of my brothers. Farewell, my family. This was all I could do. The inferno in the gymnasium raged on, the thick smoke visible for miles. In the dormitory, a group of people leaned out the windows, tears streaming as they gazed towards the gymnasium. Lao-san, you're a good man. Lauda choked out. Third brother, what will we do without you? Lao Lu cried out towards the window. Mu Qingxiu had long since fainted from her tears, and Jiang Yi was in a daze, sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, silent and still. Damn it, I'm going to kill that fool, Lao Er yelled, brandishing a knife, ready to leap down, but he was restrained by Lao Si. None knew the situation outside. If he jumped, not only would he fail to kill that moronic president, but he might not return himself. making Lao San's sacrifice in vain. Lao Er recognized the truth in Lao C's words and collapsed to the ground, weeping helplessly. Time passed, and the flames on the first floor of the gym blazed fiercely. In my delirium, I caught the scent of charred flesh wafting into my nostrils. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through my shoulder, pulling me from the depths of unconsciousness. Above me, smoke billowed, but the ground below was significantly clearer, thanks to the open window in this room. That I glanced to the side and saw the source of the burning sensation. A smoldering piece of wood had fallen from somewhere and was searing my wound. I swatted the burning wood aside and attempted to rise, but I had no strength left. My head spun in confusion. I contemplated giving up, but the deep-seated hatred within me would not allow such surrender. Having been bitten, I would soon transform into a zombie. I resolved to kill that wretched individual before my transformation was complete. With great effort, I turned over, striving to crawl towards the window, for I vividly recalled that this classroom belonged to the tug-of-war team. And there must be some ropes or similar items. A glance at the zombie that had bitten me nearly startled me into a gasp, prompting an internal curse. What manner of grotesque creature is this? Unlike ordinary zombies, this one was entirely a sickly greenish hue, hairless, with jagged teeth and, most disturbingly, devoid of eyes. Further inspection revealed 4 emaciated arms and a complete absence of any sexual organs. My shock lasted only a fleeting moment, as a thunderous crash from the collapsed ceiling reminded me that I needed to leave quickly. Otherwise, this place would become my coffin. Summoning every ounce of strength, I crawled to the edge of the window. And to my astonishment, I found a rope tied to the window frame. Without a second thought, I grasped the rope with all my might, barely managing to flip myself out of the window. However, as I slid down to the second-floor window, my weak hands failed me, and I fell to the ground. Lying there, I felt no joy at having survived. The pain coursing through my body jolted my senses awake. I realized my time was limited, and there was far too much I wished to accomplish. Stumbling forward, I made my way toward the dormitory, tripping and rolling along the way. This journey felt excruciatingly arduous. And as I stood at the base of the dormitory, my vision began to blur. I shook my head vigorously, mentally urging myself to hold on just a little longer. I took out my phone and called Jiang Yi. The call connected almost instantly. Her incredulous voice filled the line. "Darling, are you okay? Where are you?" "I'm downstairs," I replied softly. In the next moment, windows on the 3rd floor of the dormitory opened, and my family appeared. Eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed down at me. "Third brother, wait for me to come get you." 6th brother shouted excitedly. "Don't move," I called out urgently. Everyone paused, looking at me in confusion, unsure of my meaning. I forced a bitter smile, pointing to my bitten shoulder, exclaiming, "I've been bitten. I came back to see you all, but I must leave now. At my words, the people above erupted into tears. I shook my dazed head and struggled to focus on their faces. "Where's Xiaoxue?" I asked Jiang Yi, my voice trembling. "Xiaoxue, Xiaoxue. She wants to see Xiaoxue," Jiang Yi cried out. 6th brother dashed into the room and soon reappeared, cradling the unconscious Mu Qingxue in his arms. Seeing her pale face, my heart twisted painfully. "Darling, evolved zombies can't climb stairs, and they're extremely sensitive to fire. When you go out to gather supplies, make sure to take torches and incendiary devices. Please stay safe and live well for me. The next time you see me, tell them to give me a swift end." With that, I decisively hung up, removing the claw hook from my hand and gently placing it on the ground. I had to discard the claw. If I transformed while carrying it, I would undoubtedly become a significant threat to those in the dormitory. "I'm leaving. Don't worry about me," I shouted, waving goodbye to the people above before turning and stumbling away. Behind me, cries and shouts echoed, but I dared not look back, fearing I would be unable to bear it. The blurriness before my eyes signaled that my remaining consciousness was fading. I reminded myself that I could not change yet. Give me a little more time. The damned where I cannot concur with this assessment. During my pursuit of Lu Yi, I was utterly devoted. My dormitory companions can attest to this. It was she who never reciprocated my feelings, leading me to accept Lu Jiao after 6 long months. Yet now, I find myself disinclined to even exchange a word with her. I smoke one cigarette after another, oblivious to which one may be my last. Speak as you wish. All I can assert is that my feelings for you back then were sincere and untainted. Upon hearing my words, Liu merely laughed, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she retorted. "Sincere? You are nothing but a scoundrel, a complete and utter scoundrel. You may say whatever you like, but to label me as a scoundrel is unacceptable. I am devoted, profoundly devoted. It was you, after all, who treated me with indifference. How can you accuse me of being a scoundrel?" I challenged. Lu Ye's agitation only intensified. "Indifferent? Xingtian, let me enlighten you. Stop making excuses for yourself. You are akin to a dog, a lapdog that any woman could easily lead away. I was infuriated and could endure it no longer. I abruptly stood up and glared at Lu Yi, cursing, "How dare you insult me? In this apocalyptic world, you find yourself trapped in a male dormitory. What do you think you're worth? You are nothing but a contemptible wretch, subject to everyone's scorn." As my words echoed, despair washed over Lu Yi's face, her gaze piercing with an intensity that was palpable. "In my eyes, you don't even rank among dogs. You are but a pile of excrement." Her words struck deep, causing my heart to clench painfully. Yet, a man's dignity urged me to remain steadfast. If I yielded now, I would be defeated. All right, so I am excrement, am I? Then I shall be excrement that is on the verge of becoming a zombie. With an unexpected surge of strength, I seized Lu Yi and dragged her struggling form to the window. Chapter 44. I change, yet I do not with a swift motion. I flung open the window, casting Lu Yi's upper body onto the ledge. "What are you doing, you dog? You trash? You scoundrel?" Lu Yi's insults fell on deaf ears. My gaze was vacant. If my suspicions were correct, I was on the brink of transformation. I stared out at the gloomy sky beyond the window. "Did you not call me a dog, a scoundrel? Today, I shall grant your wish and show you what a scoundrel truly is, you wretched creature." My vision blurred, my speech slurred. Yet, I knew then that I sought to overthrow the heavens before me. Tavanka, in order to confirm that my assumptions were erroneous, I crouched down to observe her closely. Was this her first time? How could she possibly be in the male dormitory in an instant? My heart felt as though it were ensnared by 1,000 chaotic threads, impossible to sever, tangled beyond comprehension. "Lu Yi, you," and I stood at the precipice of unspoken words. Startled, Lu Yi, upon hearing my voice, looked up at me in disbelief. Her gaze seemed to convey the thought, "Weren't you bitten? Why haven't you changed?" I could hardly afford to dwell on such matters, suppressing the excruciating pain in my shoulders and chest. I swiftly lifted the nearly frozen Lu Yi and laid her upon the bed. Turning back to the windowsill, I gathered some of the accumulated snow before closing the window. Returning, I disregarded Lu Yi's struggles and began to rub the snow against her thighs. I continued this repetitive action until her thighs began to regain their color, at which point I fetched all the blankets in the dormitory and draped them over her. As I untied the bindings on Lu Yi, a wave of guilt washed over me, and I spoke. "Now it's too late for words. What has been done is done. If you feel wronged, then go ahead and kill me. I will not retaliate." As I said this, I picked up the dagger from the floor and placed it beside Lu Yi's pillow, presenting my neck to her. Lu Yi, her face barely visible, regarded me with a complex expression. Yet she did not reach for the knife. Noticing her reluctance to act, I leapt off the bed, declaring, "I will not leave. I am right here. When you come to terms with it, you may kill me whenever you wish." I arranged the chairs in the room into a long line and lay down upon them with great effort. My already weakened body, after such exertion, began to feel dizzy once more. Glancing at the clothes and belts that had bound Lu Yi yesterday, I climbed back up. As I tied my own hands and feet, I spoke without raising my gaze. "Lu Yi, I do not know when I will change. For now, I bind myself. Should you notice anything amiss, do not hesitate." After a moment's contemplation, I added, "If you encounter fire, it will consume you. The drainage ditch outside your window is quite sturdy. With your physical condition, you should be able to climb down without issue." Lu Yi remained silent, making no move. Seeing her lack of response, I reminded her once more, "After I die, go to my dormitory building. You know where it is. Tell them that I sent you, but do not mention that you are the student council president. Just live well." Having said this, I reclined back onto the chairs, resigning myself to fate. My silence cast an oppressive stillness over the dormitory, as if it had descended into a deathly quiet. In a hazy state, I drifted into sleep, or perhaps it was merely a semblance of sleep, as my thoughts remained disordered. At that moment, I beheld many visions, a laboratory I had never visited, filled with individuals clad in white coats, bustling about before me. Then the scene shifted, and I found myself escaping into the wilderness, entering a farm where I consumed all the cattle and horses, followed by the farmer himself. Next, I was in the cargo hold of an airplane, surrounded by numerous small animals that spared me from the pangs of hunger. "You don't want me to die, do you?" Lu Yi's voice broke through my semi-consciousness after a long silence. I blinked awake. "The student council president died yesterday. Now there are only you and Xingtian here. No, it should be a half-dead, half-human being." Upon saying this, the room once again fell into a profound silence. "Why didn't you save me?" Lu Yi suddenly asked. I was taken aback. "What do you mean, save you? I posted so many distress messages on the campus forum. Why didn't you come to my aid?" Lu Yi questioned, her emotions heightened. "I didn't see them," I replied, bewildered. Then why did you risk your life to save Jiang Yi? She pressed. That was merely coincidental. At the time, we needed weapons and supplies, so I went to the gym and happened to run into Jiang Yi. I explained. After I finished speaking, the dormitory was once again engulfed in an endless silence. I was at a loss for words, rendered mute. If you had seen my distress posts, would you have come to rescue me? After an indeterminate period, Li inquired once more. Of course I would. At least I once loved you. I responded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Li scoffed. Loved? Loved means you ended up with Lu Jiao. Right? Her words rendered me speechless. Do you not recall how many love letters I penned for you? You never acknowledged a single one. Whenever you saw me afterward, it was as though you had encountered an enemy. Treating me with disdain. Am I so wretched that I must hang myself from a tree? There weren't that many. I only received one. And I did reply. I asked Lu Jiao to deliver it to you. But you let that reply sink into oblivion. As Li spoke, she suddenly sat up, and I too, struck by a realization, sprang up with a jolt. Damn Lu Jiao. I muttered through clenched teeth. In contrast to my agitation, Li appeared remarkably composed. Having pieced everything together, she slowly reclined back onto the bed. I am hungry. Oh, I exclaimed, hastily unfastening the clothing binding my hands. Wait here. I will go find you something to eat. No need. There is instant noodles in the bedside cabinet next to you. Oh, I repeated, rising to fetch it. Upon opening the cabinet, I was taken aback to find hundreds of packets of instant noodles of various flavors neatly arranged inside. I was perplexed. How had Lu Yi, who hadn't even left the building, managed to acquire such an abundance of instant noodles? On the day the virus broke out, I came to this dormitory to find someone to sign my scholarship application form. But that person was absent. I waited for a while, and when you scolded me yesterday, I was quite upset. I handed her a packet of instant noodles, saying, I apologize, Lu Yi. You know my state was poor yesterday. It was unintentional. Looking at the packet of noodles I offered, Li lifted her gaze to me. Can't you cook noodles? I was momentarily dumbfounded. I can, but there is no electricity. This room has electricity. Chapter 46. To bite or not to bite. Give me a clear signal. Upon hearing this, I suddenly recalled that Han Bin had mentioned the president could charge drones. I rummaged for a pot to cook the noodles. I asked, how do you know about such high-tech things? Everyone else has no electricity, yet you do. It's not my doing. I don't know. There has always been electricity here, Liu replied, looking at me. I was at a loss for words, unable to suppress my admiration for Lu Ye's fortuitous circumstances. I want to eat 3 bags, Liu reminded me as I had only taken one. Surprised by her appetite, I did not inquire further and retrieved 2 more bags. After cooking the noodles, I presented them to Lu Yi while binding my own hands and feet once more. The enticing aroma of the noodles filled the room, and my stomach began to betray me, growling uncontrollably. This puzzled me greatly. I was on the verge of becoming a zombie, yet I still craved instant noodles. Watching Lu Yi devour the noodles with great vigor, I involuntarily swallowed hard. Just as I was about to lose control and leap for the noodles, Lu Yi suddenly pushed the small pot towards me, declaring, I can't eat anymore. Here, take it. In that moment, I finally understood that Lu Yi was not merely a voracious eater. Rather, she had prepared more noodles because of me. I quickly used my mouth to untie the bindings around my hands to receive the noodles. Stop binding yourself. If you're going to change, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Besides, even if you do change, I wouldn't want to lay a hand on you. Li nestled deeper into the blankets, shivering. Upon hearing this, a warmth flooded my heart, and a tender sentiment coursed through my veins. Her words, I wouldn't want to, made me realize that the love I once held had not been in vain, but rather had been caught in a web of miscommunication. Are you running a fever? Why are you shivering so violently? I inquired gently. It's nothing. A good sleep will suffice. I quickly stood and touched Lu Ye's forehead, which was alarmingly hot to the touch. With no time left to enjoy the noodles, I began searching frantically for medication. Don't bother looking. There is nothing here. After a month, I know exactly what is in this dormitory. Lu Ye's light voice floated to me. Wait here. I will go find something in another dormitory. With that, I seized the dagger and prepared to leave. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lu Ye exclaimed urgently. When I arrived yesterday, the zombies treated me as one of their own. None of them bit me. Since we are all destined to die, I might as well take the risk. At least I can find something to cure your illness. Without waiting for Lu Yu to respond, I opened the door and stepped outside. Upon stepping out, I was stunned to find the entrance to the dormitory piled high with the corpses of zombies. Had the door not opened inward, I would have likely been unable to push it open at all. The amount of zombie bodies must have numbered in the dozens, each with a punctured forehead. Without exception, Xingtian, come back. Lu Yi whispered urgently. I turned back to offer Lu Yi a reassuring smile before closing the door behind me. The corridor on the third floor was devoid of any zombies. I treaded carefully, fearful of making even the slightest noise. The fact that zombies had ignored me yesterday did not guarantee that they would do so today. I still possessed some sense. I did not rush to open the doors of other dormitories, but instead stealthily approached the few that were ajar in the distance. In the first dormitory, after searching thoroughly, I found nothing. In the second dormitory, I grew increasingly agitated, creating a louder commotion. I glanced nervously toward the door as I heard footsteps approaching. Sure enough, the next moment, a zombie appeared at the dormitory entrance. With its dull gray eyes scanning the area, I held my breath, bracing for a confrontation. However, it seemed as if the creature had not detected me. After a moment of searching, it returned to its aimless wandering. Seeing this, I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that my current state must have led them to perceive me as one of their own. Coming to this conclusion, a bitter smile crept across my face as I exhaled deeply, attempting to alleviate the turmoil within. Yet, the next moment, the zombie at the entrance seemed to be jolted awake, abruptly turning and lunging toward me with outstretched claws. Without a moment to ponder, I delivered a swift roundhouse kick to my adversary, and before the zombie could rise, a sharp dagger had already found its way into its forehead. After executing this act, I stood up in bewilderment. What was happening? Hadn't it just failed to notice me? How could it suddenly be aware of my presence? After contemplating for a considerable time without arriving at a conclusion, I realized that if it could detect me, I needed to be cautious. I mustn't fall victim before finding the necessary medicine. I rummaged through the dormitory for a while, only managing to unearth a bit of anti-inflammatory medication. It was evident that Lu Yi had been afflicted by a cold, rendering the anti-inflammatory drugs virtually useless. Just as I was about to discard the medicine, it struck me that given my current condition, shouldn't I be taking the very anti-inflammatory medication I had been dismissing? With that thought in mind, I swiftly consumed 2 tablets, chewing them hastily, the bitter taste assaulting my palate and jolting my mind into clarity. Peering cautiously out of the dormitory, just as I turned to make my way to the next dorm room, I heard footsteps approaching from behind once again. My heart raced with anxiety, and I held my breath. Unwilling to make a sound, the footsteps behind me were slow, allowing me to deduce that the individual had not yet noticed my presence. Yet, how could that be? Here I was, a living person, standing right here. Was it blind? With a sense of confusion, I slowly turned my head. To my shock, it wasn't just one zombie, but a whole horde of them, over a dozen. Gathered at the corner of the staircase. It seemed that the commotion from earlier had attracted them from other floors. Without a second thought, I bolted towards the next open dormitory. As I ran, the zombies behind me appeared to have received a signal, chasing after me with alarming speed, far beyond my capabilities, upon bursting into the dormitory. Before I could shut the door, the horde of zombies surged in like a tidal wave. Terrified, I held my breath and retreated a few steps to the window. Just then, a surprising turn of events unfolded. The very zombies that had been relentlessly pursuing me now seemed to lose their target, aimlessly wandering around the dormitory in search of something. What on earth was happening? I was utterly perplexed. Not daring to make a sound, I watched as the zombies drew closer, slowly crouching down, holding my breath, afraid to make. Though this kiss was rather awkward, it was nonetheless sweet and delectable. Imbued with an unparalleled sense of affection, Xingtian, had I known all of this beforehand, the subsequent events would have been averted. I am truly sorry. Chapter 48. Li expressed his satisfaction. In my embrace, Li slept like a little kitten, soft and delicate. I dared not succumb to slumber, fearing that I might transform into a zombie in my dreams, which would undoubtedly endanger Lu Ye's life. To rouse myself to full alertness, I continually rubbed Lu Ye's smooth back with one hand. My intentions were purely to invigorate myself. Please do not misconstrue my actions. As warmth began to emanate from that area, accompanied by perspiration, I nodded in satisfaction, believing such technique deserved to be celebrated and widely practiced. Yet, alas, I was mistaken. It was likely the antipyretic starting to take effect. The quilt was stiflingly hot, and coupled with Lu Ye's fragrant sweat, it rendered the bedding almost unbearable. I yearned to extend a foot out for a breath of cool air, but Lu Ye's long leg firmly pinned me down, rendering me immobile, ultimately, in a state of utter helplessness. I had no choice but to turn over and change my position. However, Liu seemed dissatisfied, furrowing her brow in her slumber. Her petite nose brushed against my cheek as she murmured, Xingtian, I hold no grudges against you for anything you do. But you must not perceive me as a wicked woman. I do not, I stammered, eager to explain, only to realize upon lowering my gaze that Lu Yi was merely speaking in her sleep. Gently, I pressed a kiss to her forehead, recalling my excessive actions from the previous evening, as well as her heart-wrenching cries from the windowsill. Overwhelmed with shame, I longed to slap my own face. Yet I found my hands immobilized. However, as my thoughts wandered, a peculiar smile crept across my face. For, in truth, the events of the previous day had been quite exhilarating, particularly when Lu Yi ceased her cursing and struggling. Even gasping softly in pleasure, the sensation of gazing at the sky, as if defying the heavens, had me somewhat entranced. A man, even one who is half zombie, remains a man. In that moment, I still felt a flicker of response. Lu Yi, still cradled in my arms, seemed displeased and pushed away the object beneath her leg, further heightening my sensory awareness. After several moments of restrained impulse, I gazed at Lu Ye's pale face and managed to suppress my urges. To alleviate my restless thoughts, I began to contemplate. First, I pondered how I would resolve my predicament without involving Lu Yi if I retained consciousness prior to my transformation. As I continued to think, my musings veered off course, recalling the surreal experience from that morning. I was certain I had never visited that laboratory, yet the sensation was hauntingly familiar. The farm and its owner were equally unknown to me. Ridiculous. How could I possibly know those two foreigners? They were clearly Europeans. Yet, I vividly remembered my intense hunger and insatiable craving for their flesh. What could this mean? Suddenly, I recalled the creature I encountered in the gymnasium yesterday, which could hardly be classified as a zombie. Was this the outcome of a zombie's mutation and evolution? That seemed implausible, as it was evidently not of the same species. If I had to describe it now, I would liken it to an extraterrestrial being. Was the dream from that morning a memory of that monstrosity? Surely, that was too far-fetched. After pondering for a while, I shook my head in resignation. This was far too complex for my simple mind. As my thoughts relaxed, a sudden thrill washed over me. I realized I should exploit this newfound ability. Moreover, I yearned to return and check on Xiaoxue and Jiangyi, ideally preparing more supplies for them before my impending demise. Yes, that would do. Once Lu Ye's health improved, I would relocate her. Yet, as I contemplated, a smile more dismal than tears emerged on my face. Given my current state of injury and the zombie toxin coursing through my veins, how many more tasks could I possibly accomplish? With thoughts of injury swirling in my mind, I quickly glanced at my chest. The self-inflicted wound was not overly deep and had already scabbed over. I then inspected my shoulder, pierced by Lu Yi. It too had formed a scab. This seemed amiss, although the wound was small. It was a penetrating injury. How could it heal so swiftly? Raising my gaze to my bitten shoulder, it appeared charred and unrecognizable. Yet, when I had slain the zombies, I genuinely felt no significant pain in that shoulder. It seemed to be healing as well. What in the world was happening? I distinctly remembered a chunk of flesh being bitten off yesterday. How could it be healing so rapidly? Could it be that I was on the brink of zombification? With dulled pain receptors, this possibility struck me as plausible. Checking the time, I noticed Lu Yu had been asleep for nearly 3 hours. I gently patted her serene face, but she showed no response. I kissed her smooth, white forehead, yet still, there was no reaction. My heart raced. Could she be in a coma? I bolted upright in alarm. With a soft laugh, Lu Yu covered her face, seemingly unconcerned about her current state of undress. "You scared me to death?" I exclaimed, quickly covering her with the blanket and feeling her forehead. Thankfully, the fever had subsided, I murmured. The little girl laughed for quite some time before wrapping her arms around my waist, saying, "I knew you were worried. It's so sweet. You knew I was worried, yet you still played." I glared at her. Lu Yu giggled. "I'm hungry." I replied softly, "I understand," and then leapt from the bed. My own clothes were tattered and unwearable, so I rummaged through the drawers in search of a suitable outfit. To my surprise, the previous occupant of this dormitory had quite good taste. Still eating noodles? "Would you like some egg-fried rice?" I suddenly inquired, remembering. Upon hearing egg-fried rice, Lu Ye's eyes lit up with excitement. "I want some." "All right, wait there. I'll be back shortly." "Where are you going?" Lu Yu called out suddenly. "I'm going to make you egg-fried rice. Don't worry, zombies won't bite me now. My safety is guaranteed," I assured her with an okay gesture. Lu Yu nodded, though her gaze was filled with apprehension. Understanding her concern, I knew she feared I might leave and not return. Turning back, I climbed onto the bed and bestowed a long kiss upon her. "Listen, even if I become a zombie, I will return to find you. Now, sleep a little longer. I will be back once you awaken." With my promise, Lu Yu smiled sweetly and whispered something that ignited my passion, before bashfully retreating beneath the covers, reflecting on her words. I felt an exhilarating rush as I stepped outside, murmuring to myself, what a peak in life. Even if I become a zombie, I would accept it, for Lu Yi had revealed that she felt quite well and comfortable yesterday. It was only my thoughts of her as that kind of woman before my demise that had left her feeling desolate. What was this? Clearly, a hint, an indication that I could still gaze skyward and defy the heavens. The more I thought about it, the more exhilarated I became. Were it not for Lu Ye's current condition, I would have been eager to challenge the heavens myself. Leisurely, I exited the dormitory building and glanced back at it. I couldn't help but marvel at my own audacity. Why climb stairs? I confidently took the staircase. Look at that foolish zombie over there. With a swift motion, it's done for. Would it dare resist? It would be in sheer ecstasy. Chapter 49. Why are you such a braggart? Upon leaving dormitory building number 7, I did not immediately seek out the others, but instead sprinted away, scaling the wall to escape the school grounds. Fortunately, the tricycle I had used previously remained, and with it, I began to collect rice, flour, oil, and eggs from house to house. These were hidden resources I had previously hesitated to approach, as the conditions inside were entirely unknown. What if I were to open a door and find a raucous, naked party taking place? In that narrow corridor, it would undoubtedly be a hellish ordeal. However, things were different now, armed with my impressive skills. I had no fear of a mere naked gathering, be it a drug den or a cult hideout. I would not be intimidated. Trained by Hanbin, I wielded 2 screwdrivers as I navigated through the streets, prying open doors, forcing locks, and rummaging through drawers, leaving no stone unturned. In less than 2 hours, I had completely ransacked several residential buildings outside the school, during which I even managed to swipe a phone, 2 computers, and a box of condoms. Pushing my tricycle, piled high like a small mountain, I dialed old Lou with the phone I had taken from someone else's home. A solitary figure stood in place. A visage of bewilderment etched upon their face, questioning inwardly, could it be that love truly fades away? Before long, merely 10 minutes had elapsed, and I found myself leaning against the railing of the school's perimeter wall, catching sight of 5 or 6 individuals hastily approaching my direction. As anticipated, Mu Qingxue and Jiang Yi had undoubtedly disregarded the warnings and followed suit. However, to my astonishment, a near 20 zombies trailed behind them. Realizing the urgency of the situation, I wasted no time and leaped into the school grounds. Sprinting towards them, I darted towards the eastern wall, intending to lure the zombies away, and shouted loudly as I neared their position. Without hesitation, the 4 leader figures charged forward, yet Mu Qingxue and Jiang Yi ran toward me. At that moment, I had no time for tenderness. I swiftly grabbed each girl and flung them aside into the snow, then shouted to divert the zombies' attention. Although they fell to the ground, the 2 girls bore no anger, fully aware that I was acting to safeguard them. Watching my retreating silhouette, tears streamed down their faces. Estimating that I had already ventured far beyond the reach of Xiao Xue and the others, I abruptly halted and held my breath. With a single breath, I dispatched 6 or 7 zombies before hastily fleeing. Gasping for air. As the zombies caught up, I again held my breath. Following the same strategy, within a short span, I had taken down all 20 zombies. Already injured, the continuous combat coupled with the frantic running left me breathless, and I found myself seated atop a fallen zombie's abdomen, lighting a cigarette. This path was the inevitable route for Mu Qingxue and the others' return, yet by the time I had nearly finished my cigarette, I still had not seen them emerge. From the moment I led the zombies away, to the time I dispatched them, and then casually enjoyed my smoke, at least a good 10 minutes had passed. By normal reckoning, they should have returned by now. Why had I not seen them? With a heart full of questions, I began to retrace my steps. From a distance, I spotted a few guys from the dormitory, all wielding weapons and shouting towards the wall, especially Jiang Yi, who had drawn her bow, seemingly ready to release the string at any moment. Dragging my weary legs, I hurried over. Initially, I thought they were being robbed of supplies, but upon my closer approach, I realized the supplies had all been moved inside the wall, which eased my mind considerably. What was going on? I inquired as I neared. Darling, this group intends to seize our supplies, Mu Qingxue exclaimed, having never witnessed such a scene, rushed over to embrace my arm. That I was utterly bewildered. Hadn't everything already been moved inside? The leader interjected, we fear they might scale the wall to pursue Jiang Yi. Casting a glance at me, Jiang Yi wore a gentle expression. Upon hearing this, I nodded. Indeed, that was the case. Carrying supplies would hinder one's speed, and if they scaled the wall to pursue, it would become far more challenging to manage. Approaching the leader, I took the Molotov cocktail from his hands, lit one without a second thought, and hurled it forth. The incendiary bottle traced a graceful arc, landing amongst the group of 10 or so individuals. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted, engulfing 2 unfortunate souls in an instant. The air filled with their anguished cries as they reached out for help from those nearby. Yet, Their once close classmates now recoiled in terror. Hastily retreating. It was not until the two could no longer withstand the searing pain that they collapsed to the ground. The others then turned to me with expressions of fear and disbelief. Lao Lu, take the supplies and your sisters and retreat first. Today, I wish to see who dares to invade our Haicheng University, I bellowed at the crowd. At this critical moment, Lao Lu understood my intent. Immediately pushing the tricycle back without hesitation. The two girls, however, were different, glancing back every few steps. Seeing that Lao Lu and the others had distanced themselves, I called out, "Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, you all should leave too." Third brother, no, the eldest interjected, attempting to dissuade me. I understood he wanted to say that I could not withstand an assault from so many, yet he remained silent. Hearing this, I pulled aside my clothing to reveal the bite mark on my shoulder. I was bitten. It's uncertain when I might transform to my death matters not. But you all must survive. The eldest wished to say more, but was halted by the second brother, who whispered something in his ear. Only then did the eldest trio reluctantly turn away. Watching them depart, I could not help but exclaim silently in my heart, "Second brother, you finally seem to understand, able to grasp my meaning. In truth, my act of revealing the bite was merely a performance for their benefit. I intended for them to realize that I had nothing left to lose. If they desired death, they could come forth. I had them firmly in my grasp, wagering they would not dare confront a dying man. No need for wagers. Really, which sane person would risk their life against someone on the brink of death? Unless, of course, their brains were jumbled. Holding the Molotov cocktail, I cast a scornful glance at the opposing group. Dare you scale the wall? Fire will consume you. Well, quite the brave one, still protecting those around you even when facing death. Today, our medical school concedes, but mark my words, I will remember you. Haicheng. Do not venture outside. If you do, I will hunt you down, a male student shouted from the wall, pointing menacingly at me. For such braggarts, I usually offered only a wry smile, ignoring them entirely, but today, I lit the Molotov in my hand and tossed it toward him. What a loudmouth you are. If you dare, come in. The bottle struck the railing with a thunderous bang, sending flames scattering. The male student, startled, recoiled several steps, clutching his head before regaining his footing. Look at you, a pitiful sight. You think you're tough, but soon you'll join the ranks of the undead. Do you believe I won't lead a horde of zombies to your medical school? I grinned, though anyone could see that my smile was laced with a cruel edge. All right, you're impressive. Just wait, he retorted, supported by others as he shouted back at me, still daring to taunt me. Why not put it to the test? After you leave, let's see if I won't lure zombies to your school. I stepped forward, pointing at them, my confidence unwavering, having never been bested in this regard. Fine, I've had enough of your dying words. We are leaving to AS. I watched them turn away. I couldn't resist sneering. Just leave already, no need for more chatter. Upon my return to the dormitory, I found the group had not ascended to the upper floors, but stood below, eagerly awaiting my return. As soon as they saw me emerge around the corner, they marched towards me in unison. Yet, I raised my hand to signal them to halt. I cannot say when I might transform. Even zombies no longer bite me. It's dangerous. Hearing this, they stopped, but Mu Qingxue and Jiang Yi disregarded my warning and continued to run forward. Lao Lu, I shouted. Understanding my intent, Lao Lu swiftly caught up to the two girls, cradling them under his arms. Be good. Go upstairs, let me see you from a distance, I said gently. After much persuasion, the two girls reluctantly ascended to the second floor. I stood below, gazing up with a tender expression. Don't cry. I can't explain why I didn't change yesterday, but I'm uncertain when it may happen. If I return in a few days and have not changed, perhaps it will all be fine. Darling, with all that snow yesterday, where did you spend the night? Mu Qingxue sobbed, her concern palpable. At her words, a wave of embarrassment washed over me, yet I knew I could not speak the truth. The student council president had me killed. I spent the night in his dormitory. Who was it? Do you know him? Jiang Yi asked, her voice choked with emotion. I don't know. Who knows what department that was from? I've never seen him. I fabricated. Third brother, are you hungry? The eldest called from the third floor. At his words, I suddenly remembered my task, nodding vigorously. Yes, I want to eat Nana's fried rice. Third brother, wait for me. I will go make it now, Nana shouted before retreating, leaving only Han Bin behind. Darling, are you sure you didn't misjudge? If you were bitten, how come you're still fine after a night? Mu Qingxue cried. It's certain I was bitten. However, after I fainted yesterday, a burning stick happened to fall onto my wound. I suspect it might have had some disinfectant effect. I pondered aloud. Third brother, that is possible. You mentioned that evolved zombies fear fire. Perhaps it truly relates to that. The second brother called from the third floor. I considered this explanation. Indeed, it could hold some truth. Who knows? However, today I noticed that zombies no longer attacked me, leading me to suspect I was in a state of limbo between transformation. As soon as I uttered this, I regretted it, for the two girls began to weep even more profusely. Were it not for Lao Lu's restraint, they would have already jumped down. Third brother, the fried rice is ready. I brought you lots. If you're hungry, just come back, and I'll make more. Nana from the third floor, who had somehow procured a thermos, lowered it down with a string. Upon receiving the fried rice, I opened it to find it brimming full. Third brother, here's a pack of cigarettes. The fourth brother tossed down a whole pack of my usual brand. Picking up the cigarettes from the ground, warmth flooded my heart. It was the thoughtfulness of family that truly mattered. However, before I could feel touched, the fourth brother admonished me, if you can smoke, smoke a few more. Who knows when you might not be able to. After the fourth brother's warning, I didn't even need to speak, for the eldest's voice echoed in the dormitory. You truly are a dog that can't spit out ivory. I should have tied you to the window for sacrifice. Outsider, even a sacrificial offering to the heavens must be that of a virgin. Lao Si turned his head and spoke. Lao Air, this damn thing. I truly cannot endure any longer. Come over here and help me throw it down with the elder brother. Listening to the commotion from above, I could not help but smile slightly. My dear, do not be afraid. I am leaving now, but if there is no news in a few days, I shall return. Mu Qingxue and Jiang Yi continued to weep. I knew I had to depart. If I lingered any longer, I would be unable to bear it myself. Without hesitation, I turned and walked away, my heart lighter at the thought of my dear Louis. Douc, this is the omen of impending change. Lao Si remarked, pointing at my retreating figure. Get lost, you idiot. What you described was a zombie. Have you ever seen a zombie jump out? Lao Air scolded. In theory, these two species are quite similar. Perhaps they have evolved further. Lao Si mumbled. Elder brother, could you possibly silence him? Mu Qingxue called out, glancing upwards. By the time I returned to dormitory number 7, it was nearly 2 o'clock. Just as I knocked, the door swung open, wrapped in a quilt. Lui rushed towards me, and I embraced her without hesitation, swiftly closing the door behind us. Wow, is this really fried rice? Where did you get it? Lui asked excitedly. Back in the dormitory, I had them make it. I replied with a smile. As I scooped a spoonful of fried rice, Lui did not eat it herself, but instead offered it to my mouth. I chuckled and took a bite. You should eat it while it's hot. Just as I finished speaking, my phone in my pocket rang. Darling, have you reached the dormitory? Mu Qingxue and Jiang Yi asked simultaneously on the line. Yes, I just got in. Don't worry, I replied softly. Good, rest well. Be sure to call us in the morning, noon, and evening so we know you're all right. Jiang Yi reminded me over the phone. After hanging up on the two girls, I smiled as I tucked my phone away, only to remember Lui beside me. I cast a guilty glance her way, noticing she seemed completely unconcerned as she devoured her meal. I wanted to explain, but I don't know how. I stammered. No need to explain. I'm fine. The world has changed to this extent, so there's no need to discuss any notions of singular devotion, Lui replied, squinting her eyes with a smile. Observing her demeanor, I sighed in relief. I was genuinely a bit apprehensive that she might throw a tantrum. The key issue was that just yesterday, she had called me a scoundrel, and now, it seemed my wish had come true. It was undeniably awkward. Chapter 51. Heartfelt Confessions. Lui, I'm truly not a scoundrel. I still want to explain. How should I put it? When faced with unrequited love from the past, one often wishes to present oneself as pure as a lotus emerging from muddy waters. Although this endeavor may be somewhat superfluous, one stubbornly believes it serves a purpose, which is merely self-deception. Before I could finish my thought, a spoonful brimming with fried rice was thrust toward my mouth. I know. It's all right. I don't mind. Living in such repression now is merely unnecessary. Lui laughed, her arms smooth as lotus roots. Did she not realize? Was there truly emptiness beneath her quilt? Who could endure that? Noticing my gaze was awry, Lui curiously glanced down, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Whose is larger, Jiang Yi's or mine? What? I was a bit bewildered. What do you think? Lui shot me a sidelong glance. I cleared my throat a couple of times. You're somewhat similar to Xiao Xue, but rounder than her. You must be an athlete, hence more toned. Xiaoyi is smaller, likely due to her constant archery practice, which has its effects. But her elasticity is quite impressive. How to describe it? I found myself increasingly animated in my analysis. Unwittingly enjoying the self-indulgent reverie. I failed to notice Lu's small face gradually darkening. By the time I realized something was amiss with Lui, it was already too late. You still claim not to be a scoundrel. Who is this Xiao Xue? You wouldn't be like those boys from the student council, treating women as mere tools for release. Would you? Lud frowned, pouting at me. I conceded, feeling foolish. Zhang Wuji's mother had warned him never to trust a woman's words, especially those of a beauty. Seeing my silence, Li huffed dramatically, shoving the thermal container into my arms before climbing onto her bed. To be honest, my mind was somewhat short-circuited. How was I to resolve this? It felt utterly hopeless. Yet, pondering my imminent demise, was there truly anything left to explain? Xiaoxiu, Muqingxue, on the day of the outbreak. I intended to escape back to the dormitory and happened to save her. I climbed the ladder to her bed, attempting to clarify my thoughts to Lui's back, noticing she was ignoring me. I felt somewhat disheartened. I am not a scoundrel. You know Xiao Xue and I have known each other for quite some time, and she treats me well. As for other women. Before I could finish my sentence, Lud abruptly turned, wrapping her arms around my neck, her soft lips advancing toward me. After a fervent exchange, Li buried her head beneath the covers, speaking in a barely audible voice. Come up. Huh? What did you say? I asked, unable to hear. Come or not? Lud pouted, turning away again. All right, I laughed, climbing into bed. Outside the dormitory, the snow was gradually melting, while inside, I felt myself melting under her warmth. Today, Lud had shed her former goddess-like demeanor. With pearly white teeth lightly biting her lower lip and her enchanting eyes fixed on my face, she never once looked away. Time passed slowly as two hearts, filled with mutual affection, drew ever closer. After a considerable time gazing at the drowsy girl in my arms, I realized that this first formal performance of mine had concluded perfectly. Xingtian, to die like this is indeed quite blissful, Lui suddenly remarked. Do not speak nonsense. You must live well. If you feel better tomorrow, I will take you back to my dormitory. I hurriedly replied. I will not go. Wherever you are, I will be there too. That is out of the question. You and Xiao Xue must live well for me, I gently admonished. No. After finally being with you, even if I die, I want to die together, Lin insisted, glaring at me defiantly. Observing that captivating gaze, I felt a surge of emotion. She was still as fierce as ever. The contrast between her previous softness and her current fierceness was striking. No wonder the wise say that women exhibit two faces, one in bed and another out. It is quite similar to how men, after pulling up their pants, refuse to acknowledge their actions. What about the baby? I inquired. What baby? Lid looked at me, puzzled. The one in your belly? If there truly were a baby, would you be willing to let it die with us? I felt proud of my clever excuse. I deserved 100 accolades for it. Upon hearing this, Li's face flushed, and her small hand instinctively rested on her belly. But then, her expression shifted. Don't tease me. Do you think it's that easy to conceive? But what if it truly happens? I pressed. Li pondered for a moment, her brows furrowing, yet she remained silent, appearing conflicted. In truth, while Li grappled with her emotions, I was equally troubled. I contemplated the implications of her possibly bearing a child in our current situation. Would the child be a zombie or a human? If it turned into a zombie, it would be utterly disastrous. I shuddered at the thought, prompting Lud to reach out and check my forehead. I am fine, I said, gently taking her hand from my forehead and kissing it. What are you thinking about? Li asked with a sweet smile. I dared not speak of my fears regarding the potential zombie child. Instead, I quickly improvised. I was thinking about the people from the medical school. What about them? Lud inquired. Yesterday, during the skirmish between our school and the business school, they must have realized what was happening. They've already begun recklessly searching for supplies near our school, I recalled, frowning at the memory. That can be easily resolved. I can lure a large number of zombies away with a drone, preventing them from coming out, Lud suggested nonchalantly. I shook my head. Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot confront them head-on. We currently lack manpower and must remain cautious. But if what? Lud climbed onto my chest, pointing at my lips, feeling the delightful sensation radiating from my chest. I hesitated before speaking. If I discover I am about to turn into a zombie, I would have to go and cause some chaos before I depart. Lui covered my mouth, forbidding me from speaking recklessly. The authorities have reported that one turns into a zombie within an hour of being bitten. You have been unchanged for over a day now, so you should be safe. I chuckled bitterly. I don't wish for this either. I didn't want to before, but now that I have you, I want to live even more. The problem is, in my current state, it's impossible not to think about it. Upon hearing that I wanted to live more because of her, Li rewarded me with a passionate kiss. I believe you will be fine. So far, neither the authorities nor individuals have documented anyone who has remained unturned for this long after being bitten, Li said anxiously. I was equally perplexed, furrowing my brows. How exactly were you bitten yesterday? Tell me. Li turned to face me, her expression serious. Good heavens. With that gaze, how could I even begin to explain? It felt like I was facing a relentless interrogation. Chapter 52. Laboratory video this time. There's no escape, is there? You better behave, I mumbled, panting heavily. Lee lay alluringly in my embrace. But I don't want to leave you. Confronted with my past love, I truly could not bring myself to refuse. I must go to the gym tomorrow to take a look, I murmured. What's left to see? It's all burnt down, Lee retorted. The creature that bit me was not an ordinary zombie, though I was somewhat dazed at the time. I saw it quite clearly. I must investigate what exactly it was, I recalled. Not an ordinary zombie. Lee looked at me with confusion. I nodded slightly and proceeded to recount yesterday's events to her in meticulous detail. Just as I finished, particularly after vividly describing the appearance of that extraterrestrial being, Lee, who had been languidly reclining, suddenly sat up with determination. What are you doing? I asked, watching as she prepared to get out of bed. I am going to get my laptop. My dear, you've just recovered from a fever. Don't move around recklessly. Shall I go instead? Seeing the concern in my eyes, Lee smiled gently and burrowed back under the covers. With a mix of surprise and irritation, I muttered to myself as I leaned forward and grabbed the laptop from the desk. Lee took the computer, propped herself against the headboard, and after a flurry of activity, finally found a video, presenting it to me. As I gazed at the footage, which resembled experimental documentation, my eyes widened in shock. This was the very place I had encountered that surreal experience this morning. It actually existed. Had I seen or visited this place before? After a moment of contemplation, I was utterly certain that I had never laid eyes on this video. The drug trials had concluded. From subjects 1 to 7, there were currently no anomalies noted on the first day of experimentation. By the 7th day, subjects 1 through 6 exhibited symptoms such as irritability, violence, and bloodlust. On the 14th day, the subjects began to languish without food or water. By the 30th day, however, the vehicle lurched forward, bouncing along the way as I clutched an entire load of bananas and dashed out of the yard. This time, I had learned my lesson. Thanks to my improved driving skills, I managed to speed away from the zombies at a pace of 50 or 60 miles per hour. Yet, to err on the side of caution, I refrained from heading straight back to the university. Instead, I made a conspicuous visit to the medical school. I parked the car alongside the walls of the institution and jumped onto the hood. Gazing at the students approaching me from within the courtyard, upon seeing their numbers, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. How many were there? Hundreds. What was the point of competing with the business school? They were simply ignoring us. Observing the remaining crowd, I couldn't help but feel that the leader of the medical students was no ordinary individual. You again, the boy from yesterday shouted at me. Wait a minute, weren't you bitten? How come you haven't turned? Standing on the car, I chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps I was too tense to realize. It seems I wasn't actually bitten. You idiot. Can't you tell if you've been bitten or not? He retorted. A refined young man stepped forward from the crowd, addressing the boy with a note of authority. Jibo, mind your manners. It was Zhao Pengfei, the leader of the medical school. Jibo, that name has a ring to it, I remarked with a grin, glancing at the men and women in the courtyard. The boy named Jibo was about to scold me again when Zhao Pengfei intervened. He looked at me with an icy expression and asked, What brings you here today? I remained seated in the car, disregarding the 5 or 6 zombies below, and lit a cigarette. Nothing much. Firstly, I wanted to familiarize myself with the surroundings, and secondly, I thought I should inform everyone that Haicheng University is still standing strong. Don't overstep your bounds. Right. Jibo, you're courting death, Jibo shouted, attempting to charge forward, but was restrained by Yuan Ji beside him. I glanced at him, uninterested. Next time, remember this. While resources can be taken outside, once you step onto the grounds of Haicheng University, don't try to take anything. It's a sign of weakness. As I spoke, I stood up, dusted off my pants, and leaped into the cargo area. And lastly, I acted impulsively yesterday and accidentally harmed 2 of your people. Today, I've come to offer some compensation. With that, I lifted a box of bananas and tossed it into the medical school's courtyard. The students inside remained motionless, all frowning at me, utterly bewildered by my intentions. Was it a warning, a display of strength, an insult? They never considered I might genuinely be here to deliver a gift. In truth, that was precisely my intention. Currently, in the vicinity of South City, there are organized groups, and the medical school stands out. In this context, antagonizing them would be unwise. We wouldn't be able to consume this entire truckload of bananas anyway. It would be better to extend a friendly gesture, offering them something while also gauging their strength. After tossing over a dozen boxes, I noticed they still hadn't reacted much, so I grew weary of using my hands and began kicking them down. Regardless of whether they fell inside or outside the walls, I had given them face. They could take it or leave it. Chapter 54. A warning to the medical school. The medical students seemed to realize I genuinely intended to offer something. With no ulterior motive, Zhao Pingfei exchanged a glance with those around him. One of the boys nodded, and, with a call, a group of dozens armed with spears moved to the wall's edge. They began clanging their weapons against the railing, luring away the zombies near the truck. Observing the organized and disciplined team before me, I couldn't help but admire their cohesion. After all, they were the white-coated angels. With such unity, wasn't it reasonable to have a one-on-one conversation with an anesthetist before surgery? Was it inappropriate to accept a little token of gratitude? In less than a minute, dozens of zombies were swiftly dispatched. Zhao Pingfei signaled again, and 5 or 6 boys climbed onto the truck. I felt no fear, stepping aside and lighting another cigarette, leisurely enjoying the moment. Aren't you afraid I'll have them kill you? Zhao Pingfei asked, also lighting a cigarette as he leaned against the wall, watching me with keen interest. Report, Senior. I'm from the Physical Education Department, specializing in free combat, and I've consecutively won the provincial championship 3 times. I replied with a casual smile, shifting to a more relaxed tone. To me, ordinary people are merely targets. With weapons in hand, I wouldn't bat an eye at 10 or 8 of them. Oh, so you're quite confident, Zhao Pingfei chuckled, but then his expression turned serious. What if I have them all come at you? Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow, pretending to ponder deeply, stroking my chin as I looked down from my elevated position. It would be easy. Taking out 100 or so shouldn't be a problem. However, Senior, that would not be a wise trade. Furthermore, I trusted that Senior wouldn't resort to murder simply because someone offered you warmth. Would you? I leaned on the truck, grinning down at him. Zhao Pingfei paused momentarily before nodding. They say students in the physical education department lack brains, but it seems that's not entirely true. Hey, that's not fair. Just because we struggle academically doesn't mean we lack intelligence. Those are 2 different concepts. After some playful banter with Zhao Pingfei, I glanced back at the trailer, noting that over half of the bananas had already been moved. All right, that should suffice. My friends, my people still need to eat. Even if there's a little left, we can't consume it all. But I must put on a show that we can. I needed to ensure the medical school was uncertain about how many of us at Haicheng University were still around. Can you actually eat all this? Zhao Pingfei asked, casting me a sidelong glance. About 100 or so. It's been a few days. I hopped onto the truck's roof. Oh, it seems you triumphed greatly over the business school? Zhao Pingfei chuckled at me. He had already sent someone to scout Haicheng. The streets were teeming with zombies, and hardly anyone could be seen. With chaos outside, everyone was hiding in their dorms, and only now. After clearing a few zombies, had they come out to search for supplies. Anyone can put on an act. Who doesn't know how to show off? I retorted. As I watched the large truck drive away. Yuan Ji approached Zhao Pingfei, stating, "This guy is quite the smooth talker. We can't trust him." Zhao Pingfei nodded. "We can't take everything he says at face value. Inform the others to hold off on any actions regarding Haicheng for now. It's best to avoid provoking someone bold enough to venture to the supply station alone." Achoo. I sneezed heavily. Damn it, who's cursing me? It must be that Zhao Pingfei, I thought, as I dialed Lao Lu. Upon connecting, before I could speak, Lao Lu shouted, "Third brother, didn't you take down the student council president? Drones have been flying all over the school for an hour." I nodded. Lao Lu was correct. I had indeed taken down the student council president, but it was a different matter altogether. What's there to panic about? The president is dead. Can I smash the drones? It was Lu Yu operating the drones. Who? Lu Yi? Your unrequited love. Lao Lu teased. I could practically picture him making a mock gesture. His loud voice triggered a chain reaction among those around him. The phone erupted in chatter until Shashua's voice broke through. Who is Lu Yi? What unrequited love? I felt a headache coming on, but there was no avoiding it. I needed to meet them, so I concocted a tale of rescuing Lu Yi. The phone buzzed again. And Jiang Yi's voice followed. Lu Yi isn't dead. Has she been in the student council all this time? Has she been bullied? Listening to Jiang Yi's concerned words, it dawned on me that she and Lu Yi seemed to share a good relationship. No, she has been bullied. I fabricated another excuse to gloss over it. In the end, Lao Lu took the call, instructing everyone to gather by the wall. The large truck roared to life, drawing more zombies as it approached the school as perimeter. With the combined efforts of my friends and myself, dispatching the zombies wasn't too troublesome. However, Once the undead were cleared, we faced a dilemma: how to transport such a large quantity of bananas, numbering in the hundreds of boxes. Ultimately, it was Xiao Shui who proposed a brilliant idea. We spread the plastic tarp from the trailer on the ground, using the slick snow to our advantage, hauling in batches of dozens of boxes at a time. Once we completed several trips back and forth, we collapsed onto the snowy ground beneath the building. Jiang Yi gently wiped the sweat from my brow. Darling, since you haven't changed in 2 days, that means you want to change. Come back and stay. Mu Qingshui turned to look at me expectantly. In truth, I felt a bit reluctant. I had painstakingly built up this small group and assets, and if it all fell apart in my hands, I would have nowhere to cry. But after some thought, I decided that it was fine. At worst, I wouldn't share a dormitory for now. I would return once I was completely stable. I nodded. I'll tidy up today and come back tomorrow. Upon hearing my promise to return, everyone was overjoyed. However, Lao Si interjected with a different tone. You were bouncing around yesterday because Liu was waiting for you. Huh. Upon hearing this, my expression darkened. Damn it. Do you need to explain? Do you need to enlighten me? Knowing your own limitations, can't you just keep quiet? Seeing my glare, Lao Si offered me a banana with a smirk. Third brother, open wide. Let your fourth brother give you a deep throat. I sprang up, exclaiming, get lost. Lao Si dashed away, and I chased after him, ultimately ending our playful skirmish with him stuffed full of snow. I departed amidst the resentful gazes of Mu Qingshui and Jiang. Yet, I hadn't taken more than a few steps when I heard the 2 girls shouting behind me. No bouncing. With a thud, I fell face first into the snow. Had I been so obvious? No, I was certain I hadn't bounced. Struggling to get up, I saw both girls peering down from a second-floor window, covering their mouths and giggling. I realized I had been played. Chapter 55. The current state of the shelter. Early the next morning, as I opened my eyes peacefully from slumber once more, I couldn't help but think that I had surely escaped the fate of becoming a zombie. After all, who remains untransformed 3 days post-bite, especially when one is still lively and full of vigor? In certain respects, I felt utterly tireless. However, this had been a burden for Xiaolui, who had steadfastly supported me until the very end. First, she had helped transport instant noodles and drones back to our dormitory in several trips. Then, she clung to me as we went over our statements. The people at home truly harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the student council president. If that little girl returned and inadvertently let something slip, it could spell disaster. While we needed to ensure no major issues arose, it would undoubtedly impact internal unity. Before taking Xiaolui away, I resolved to tidy up our dormitory building. I understood the wisdom of having multiple hideouts. It was imperative to secure a second or even third refuge for myself. After spending an hour clearing out all the locked dorm rooms, I took Xiaolui's small hand and exited the dormitory building. Since the onset of the pandemic, this was Xiaolui's first time venturing downstairs, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, even shedding a few tears. As I held her petite frame, I comforted her until her tears turned into smiles. With the zombies in the campus being lured away by Xiaolui once more to the sports field, the 2 of us strolled through the eerily silent, snow-covered campus, the atmosphere undeniably pleasant. Given such a delightful ambience, we felt no urgency to return to the dormitory, instead enjoying a leisurely walk around campus. Along the way, I took the opportunity to lock the gates of the sports field once more. These zombies needed to be dealt with, I muttered. Why? Xiaolui looked at me, perplexed. I furrowed my brows, observing the zombies approaching us. Their evolution had enhanced their speed, strength, and even their intelligence. I couldn't help but wonder what they might become next. Should they learn to climb stairs, we would be in dire straits. After pondering for a moment, Xiaolui nodded in agreement, suggesting we let everyone handle it tomorrow. There was no rush. Those we could control with drones still had their uses. Let's head back. I planned to drive to the military-established shelter and launcher this afternoon. With decisive action, I dispatched the few zombies clustered at the entrance before turning back to Xiaolui. Upon returning to the dormitory, I introduced Xiaolui to everyone. To my surprise, Mu Qingshui exhibited no unusual behavior and quickly became familiar with Xiaolui. The 3 girls appeared to have an abundance of secrets to share, soon retreating to their room to engage in hushed conversation. I relayed my thoughts to the leader and the others, only to be met with unanimous opposition. Nonetheless, I remained resolute. I had to go, which incited a collective frustration among my companions who seemed ready to bind me against my will. I had no idea how long I could sustain my current abilities, and I felt compelled to act while I still could. I implored, what if my powers were to suddenly vanish amidst a horde of zombies? Fourth brother interjected with an expletive. The leader, who had just sipped his tea, sprayed it all over sixth brother's face at this comment. "Oh no, my foundation," sixth brother complained, visibly displeased. "What does that have to do with me?" The leader retorted, feeling wronged that if you don't stop spewing nonsense, how can the leader possibly remain unfazed? Sixth brother shot back, standing his ground. "Fine, I yield. You guys are impressive," fourth brother declared, turning away to light a cigarette. Expressing his melancholy. "Old third and second brother, I'm joining you," old second suddenly said after a prolonged silence, discarding his cigarette, but with a resolute demeanor. "All right, I agree," I replied. Old second was stunned, struggling to find words. And when he noticed that no one attempted to dissuade him, he became anxious. "Damn it. Isn't anyone going to pull me back?" I stifled a laugh. "Second brother, your sense of righteousness is commendable." Old second trembled. "Am I being righteous? I was just careless." Observing old second's despondent expression, no one felt inclined to tease him further, especially me. As I laughed so hard I fell from my chair at noon, the three girls armed me to the teeth. After a long time without wearing protective gear, they forcibly strapped on a jockstrap. "Is this really necessary?" I lamented with a mournful expression. "Wear it, or you won't be allowed to go." Xiaolui glared at me. I conceded with a nod, admitting defeat. "Husband, I suggest you don't go. The military hasn't communicated anything for days. I fear the worst." Mu Chengxue continued her insistence. Shaking my head, I replied that even if the situation was dire, I needed to see what lay ahead for us and how we could remain closely connected. "That I can't dissuade you, but please prioritize your safety." Jiang Yi gently adjusted my collar, accompanied by the group. I was just about to leap from the second floor when Hanbin's voice called out from a distance. Third brother, wait, you need to take this." That I turned back, puzzled, to see Hanbin rushing towards me with something resembling an oxygen mask in hand. "What the hell? Are you trying to pick a fight? I'm not dead yet. What's the point of this?" I retorted. Undeterred by my words, Hanbin slung a shoulder bag over my neck. "Third brother, considering your current abilities, I thought of this. The oxygen mask connects to a 20-meter tube. In a critical moment, throw out the tube, and you can at least take a few breaths." That I opened my waist bag to inspect its contents. And indeed, it was filled with neatly coiled transparent rubber tubing. I shot Hanbin a grateful look. "You're the best. Your brain is truly sharp." "This is all I could manage, third brother, but I can't guarantee its effectiveness. You should first find a zombie to test it out." Hanbin scratched his head. Embarrassed, I gave him a thumbs up before addressing the others. "All right, let's go. It's a 30-kilometer journey. If all goes well, we'll have the two boys back soon." With that, I leaped down and vanished around the corner of our building. Launcher features a vast logistics port along the coast, bustling with countless civilians and soldiers. Their faces were etched with panic and despair, their eyes revealing a longing for life and a fear of death. Yet, on the front lines of battle, there remained a group of individuals fiercely guarding their patch of sanctity. "Commander, the evolved zombies, as that netizen mentioned, are indeed terrified of flames," the soldiers reported. The military officer's brow furrowed. "How much incendiary ammunition and flamethrowers do we have left at the second defense line?" "Not much," came the reply. "What do you mean not much? Are my soldiers so ill-informed about their own ammunition?" the officer bellowed. "Commander, those items aren't like bullets. Each unit has its allocation," a soldier replied, his face lined with worry. "Dispatch an assault team to locate the nearest gas station. Tell them to procure gasoline at all costs. We need fuel." Chapter 56. The zombie battle at the shelter. The launcher rescue station was besieged by zombies, and the military was in a quandary. The military. The original intent behind establishing shelters was to rescue and shelter the populace. However, what the military did not anticipate was that as more civilians arrived, the number of zombies would also increase daily. This was entirely predictable. Zombies follow humans, and as the populace fled for their lives, who had the capacity to monitor the zombies trailing behind? Furthermore, some bitten civilians concealed the truth of their afflictions to survive. This had led to the chaotic and dilapidated state of the shelter. The sole consolation for the military commander was that the two teams tasked with restoring electricity and communications had successfully completed their missions. Otherwise, we would have been left in total darkness, relying solely on luck to survive. That I had already wrecked 3 vehicles on my journey, which began to rekindle the sense of urgency I felt yesterday. At this point, I was exhilarated, for the vehicle I was driving was a fuel tanker designated for transporting gasoline. Just thinking about the fuel, once I secured it, How many incendiary devices could I craft? Even if a few thousand people attempted to storm our dormitory, it would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Based on the location Mu Chengxue provided earlier, I should be less than 10 kilometers from the shelter. However, to my astonishment, after driving for quite some time, I had yet to encounter a single zombie on the main road that I couldn't help but wonder if the military had successfully cleared the area. If that were true, it would certainly be a good thing, but how could that even be possible? I maintained a skeptical mindset. While driving, Xiaolui called to inquire about my progress and I recounted everything I had observed to the three girls back home. After a prolonged silence, the trio concluded that the shelter must have fallen, that I struggled to comprehend how they arrived at such an analysis. However, Xiaolui cautioned me that if the perimeter of the shelter was swarming with zombies, there would be no need to proceed further. Just as I was trying to grasp her meaning, I abruptly slammed the brakes on the fuel tanker. What the hell? I gasped, my eyes wide with disbelief as I beheld an ocean formed by the zombies in the distance. Damn, I should have listened to my wife. Misfortune looms ahead, let's get out of here. I swiftly turned the vehicle around, preparing to make my escape when I suddenly heard the sounds of gunfire in the distance. Are there survivors? I involuntarily turned my head back, watching the flames erupting from the explosions, my heart torn between the decision to assist or to flee, the internal struggle raging within me. However, after a moment of deliberation, I realized that perhaps I was overthinking it. I am certainly not a superhero, nor am I the protagonist endowed with a system from a novel. While they wield firearms and artillery with ease, I find myself utterly insignificant in comparison. With this thought, a bitter smile crosses my lips as I crush two oblivious zombies beneath my wheels and accelerate into the distance. However, after merely a dozen meters, I slam on the brakes. When faced with ordinary individuals, I can harden my heart and refrain from rescue, for saving them means they would consume my provisions and could even turn against me. Yet, when confronted with soldiers who fight for their nation and its people, I cannot bear to abandon them. That a glance at the steering wheel solidifies my wavering resolve. Damn it, I curse inwardly, and once more, I turn the vehicle around, charging straight into the sea of zombies. The second line of defense at the aid station has been breached by the undead. Makeshift barriers have been torn open. And though most of the zombies that surge in are swiftly dealt with, a few still lunge toward the soldiers in the trenches. The soldiers of Huaxia, resolute in their duty, refuse to retreat even an inch. Some, despite sustaining bites, continue to unleash a hail of gunfire upon the horde. After dispatching the remaining zombies, one soldier offers a faint smile before taking his own life with his sidearm. Others, upon realizing they have been bitten, abandon their rifles, grabbing grenades instead and charging into the fray. The soldiers still fighting in the trench, witnessing their comrades fall one by one, become consumed by rage. Yet, alas, the sheer number of zombies is overwhelming. The recently blocked gap is once again inundated with the undead. Xiao Wang, hand me the C4. The 5th Company commander bellows, his eyes filled with fury. Commander, let us try again. Xiao Wang cries out. Try what? It's futile. My entire contingent has been decimated. The commander roars, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Wang, gazing at his commanding officer, gradually calms his expression, saluting him with solemnity before sprinting towards the ammunition box. You brat, come back. You're not the hero here. You've never even had a partner. I at least have children. The commander wishes to intervene, but the overwhelming horde of zombies keeps him anchored to his position. Fully laden with explosives, Xiao Wang ascends the trench, declaring, cover me. I'll go as far as I can. Brothers, we'll be comrades again in the next life. With that, he leaps into the sea of zombies. Wait, Xiao Wang. A comrade yanks him back by his tactical vest. Being of smaller stature, the sudden pull sends Xiao Wang tumbling onto his back. What is happening? The 5th commander inquires, noticing a significant reduction in the zombie onslaught. From a higher vantage point, a machine gunner calls out, Commander, there's an oil tanker crashing through the horde. The commander is astonished. Such audacity could only belong to an extraordinary individual. Could it be reinforcements sent by the military? But swiftly dismissing this notion, he recalls that all units are currently engaged in battle. Even the aerial divisions have taken considerable losses. Who could possibly assist them? As he contemplates, he feels the tide of zombies easing and hurriedly climbs to the machine gun platform with binoculars in hand. Just one person? What is he doing? From his distant position, the commander cannot discern my face, but he vaguely perceives that I am alone at this moment. Despair grips my heart. upon crashing into the fray. I opened the valve of the fuel tank, recklessly hoping to disperse gasoline over a wide area. Unfortunately, as the number of zombies surrounding me multiplies, I realize that my front wheels seem to be stuck. The vehicle has become a mere shell, revving the engine without moving forward. As the car slows and the horde closes in, I find myself cornered. Frantically scanning my surroundings, I curse my own foolishness. I am ensnared in the very epicenter of the zombie ocean, with no direction in which to flee. Chapter 57. Han Bin's Divine Artifact. Accepting fate is not my style, since I am stuck moving forward. I shall reverse. Indeed, this tactic proves effective, and the massive fuel tank becomes a formidable weapon. Wherever I pass, zombies either collide or are sent flying. Yet, with the increasing number of crushed undead, the vehicle begins to bounce uncontrollably. The frequency of jolts intensifying, lifting the car higher with each bump. On several occasions, I find myself airborne in the driver's seat. Had I not clutched the steering wheel, my head would have surely collided with the roof. I realize that if this continues, a rollover is inevitable. Glancing through the rearview mirror, I see that after my reckless maneuvers, I am still a good 40 or 50 meters from the edge of the zombie tide. I know this won't suffice. The density of the undead makes escape impossible. Gritting my teeth, I shout, if I'm to die, then so be it. I slam the accelerator to the floor, disregarding the potential for the fuel truck to flip. Hoping only to bring myself closer to the zombie horde's edge, even by mere meters, as that would enhance my chances of survival. After experiencing the wild ride of a bouncing vehicle, the tanker finally overturns. The surrounding zombies quickly converge upon me. Climbing out through the driver's side window, I scramble onto the roof. The undead surge toward me like a relentless tide, their emaciated hands grasping at the air beneath me, sending chills down my spine. Light it up? I shout, fumbling for the oxygen mask in my pack, while calling out to the refuge several hundred meters away. Within the refuge, the 5th commander, perplexed, turns to the machine gunner above. What is he saying? Commander, he telling us to light it. With that, the 5th commander's expression hardens, a sense of admiration swelling within him. What a remarkable lad! If only everyone possessed such a sense of patriotic duty. The eradication of this virus would be within reach, he mutters, unbeknownst to me. Admiration blooms in the hearts of those within the refuge. All I comprehend is that if they do not ignite the fuel soon, my escape will be impossible. As the zombies draw nearer, the edge closest to me is now blocked by an additional dozen undead. Damn it. I can't believe this. I should never have involved myself in your affairs. I mutter as I light a cigarette. After taking a deep drag, I flick the cigarette butt away, turning to sprint toward the rear of the tanker. As I run, I secure the oxygen mask. Tossing the coiled tubing as far as I can. I take a deep breath and exhale into the mask, intently watching the zombies' reactions. 1 second, 2 seconds. No response. They remain fixated on me, and despair washes over me. 3 seconds, 4 seconds. The zombies' eyes begin to glaze over, and I glimpse a glimmer of hope. 5 seconds, 6 seconds. The flames have now engulfed the fuel tanker, and I have no choice but to leap into the horde. I do not land. Instead, I find myself perched upon the back of a female zombie. The density of the horde below is palpable. That I expected the zombie to lunge at me, but instead, it disregards me entirely, rising and heading straight for the end of the rubber hose. Holy hell, Han Bin is incredible, I exclaim internally, rising to my feet and sprinting with the hose in tow. Within the refuge, as the 5th commander witnesses my leap, his eyes widen in astonishment. What a remarkable lad. I will remember you. Though you have reached the end of your journey, your deeds will echo through time. All of you, ensure the flames do not die. Grab anything that can burn and follow me. The 5th commander bellows, leaping from the platform. Meanwhile, I rely on the rubber hose, racing out a good 10 meters. The hose twists and turns, ensnaring the legs of the zombies. Although it is laborious to pull, I find joy in the task. Yet, as I run, I suddenly notice the resistance from the hose has vanished. With each breath, I am assaulted by the acrid scent of burning rubber, causing me to want to cough, but I dare not, fearing it would attract the zombies' attention. Filled with confusion, I glance back at my life-saving artifact. To my shock, I discover that the hose has ignited in flames. Except for the 2 or 3 meters I hold, the rest has been consumed by fire. Damn it. I forgot that the ground is drenched in gasoline, though I have none beneath my feet. The area around the tanker is saturated. Looking at the flaming tanker, I am stunned, repeatedly questioning myself about how much fuel remains inside. Will it explode? Is this distance sufficient? Will I be sent flying? Well, I am airborne now, clutching onto a zombie that has also taken flight, a makeshift cushion for my landing. Moments later, the head of my cushion splatters upon impact, akin to a watermelon dropped from a height. Though I have the cushion's protection, I am still jolted and disoriented at INA days. I spot a military vehicle charging toward me. The door swings open, and a soldier effortlessly hauls me into the vehicle, tossing me inside like a sack of potatoes. How is this kid still unscathed? How peculiar and strange, the newcomer muttered. That I shook my head, filled with a desire to curse him to oblivion, questioning whether he could speak like a human. Yet, as I opened my mouth, I realized my vocal cords and tongue seemed unresponsive. Hey, young man, are you all right? The newcomer patted my face. Damn it, asking if I'm all right. Do you really have to take the opportunity to slap me twice? I suddenly muttered aloud. Hey, this kid has quite the temper, the newcomer chuckled. What the hell, who's driving? Stop swerving. My head feels like it's spinning. I lamented, eyes closed in discomfort. This is a real mess. Young man, let me tell you, next time there's an explosion. Next time? Are you out of your mind? I'll keep my distance from you all, that I'm just bored. It's purely a matter of my erratic mind. I interrupted in exasperation. The two people in the car burst into laughter, none of them appearing the least bit offended that I was unsure how much time passed, but I finally felt less dazed and slowly opened my eyes to glance outside the car. What on earth is going on? I blurted out. The rear of the vehicle was trailing a large ball of fire, circling around a horde of zombies. After watching for a moment, it dawned on me. Oh, a sheepdog, herding the sheep. Huh. Chapter 58. The fool. Upon hearing my words, the people beside me burst into laughter, patting me on the back. Your mind is still sharp, brave, and resourceful. How about joining my team? Handguns, rifles, grenade launchers, rocket launchers. Take your pick. What nonsense. I have 3 beautiful wives. Why would I play with your shabby toys? As for military ranks, I had never been educated on them and had no clue how high the rank of the person across from me was. Thus, I felt no psychological pressure while speaking. Do you know our squad leader invited you out of respect? And yet, here you are, acting all high and mighty. The driver retorted without hesitation. Just a squad leader? I thought you were someone important, I muttered at quite the arrogant one. But I like it, the squad leader remarked, glancing at the dwindling horde of zombies with a lightened mood. It's nearly done. Just let me off. I need to get home. This ride is making me nauseous. That you're heading home. We're at the rescue station now. It's safer than home. The squad leader looked at me as if I were a fool. Not a chance. I wouldn't have known otherwise. This place is no match for my school's safety. That I could wander around freely there. I shot back, matching his gaze. So impressive? Absolutely. Right now, we're not worried about zombies. It's people we're guarding against. For supplies, they'll do anything. Upon hearing this, the squad leader initially intended to deliver a stern lecture, but after a moment's thought, he fell silent. The chaos outside was evident. It was an undeniable fact. Restoring the original order required addressing the current pandemic situation first. Discussing laws or humanity at this point seemed excessively redundant. Where do you stay? Do you need me to give you a ride back? The squad leader inquired. Haiching University. No need for your help. That I'll find a luxury car by the roadside and get back myself. That I just saw a big Bentley. Huh? Where did it go? The squad leader chuckled, pointing at a vehicle engulfed in flames. That what you're talking about. What the hell? How did it burn like that? I exclaimed, wide-eyed. My Bentley. You truly are a foolish lad, relying on firepower to keep warm. Do you realize that if you had been even slightly unlucky, you could have been blown to bits or burned alive? The squad leader shook his head, smiling wryly. What do you mean? I was puzzled. The fuel truck explosion isn't just a simple explosion. It involves burning gasoline splattering everywhere. That a little touch can ignite you. The squad leader elaborated. The more I listened, the more alarmed I became. I knew I had been reckless, but it seemed I wasn't just reckless. I was downright foolish. After finally acquiring 3 wives, I hadn't even enjoyed the fruits of my labor before nearly causing my own demise. As the zombies outside were gradually being subdued, the car came to a stop. That I leaped out, eager to leave, but the squad leader called out to me. What is up? I asked, irritated. The squad leader smiled again, tossing me a small backpack. .2 handguns, 100 rounds of ammunition. That I hope you can use them to protect yourself, not to harm innocents. Worried? You're giving this to me? I opened the backpack for a glance. Muttering, the squad leader shook his head with a smile. If you can risk your life for strangers, you can't be all that bad. I nodded resolutely. Next time, I won't act like a fool. What's your name, brother? Xing Tian. All right, Haicheng University, Xing Tian. I'll remember that. Take care, and remember not to point the gun at people. It could misfire. Watching the military vehicle drive away, I scoffed. Really, how tedious do you think I don't know about misfires? I glanced down at the handguns in my backpack, feeling an exhilarating thrill as I strolled towards the nearest vehicle, muttering, misfire? What's that? A Chang'an Binbin zigzagged its way towards the city, swaying unsteadily. Looking at the two handguns in the passenger seat, I felt an itch of excitement. The more weapons, the better, much safer than engaging in close combat. After taking a spin, my heart raced, and I genuinely didn't want to return home just yet. With my foot on the gas, I headed straight for the special police team in the southern district of Launcher City. What's the plan? You might ask. What boy doesn't like guns? I had none before, but now that I had two, my heart raced with the desire for more. Ideally, I wanted to get my hands on a few sniper rifles to play with. I muttered to myself. Accelerating beyond the speed limit, AT2 in the afternoon, I arrived at the special police team's entrance. Sitting in the car, I lit a cigarette, watching two zombies incessantly banging on my window. I rolled it down. I genuinely wanted to poke the gun out and take a shot at each of those fools to test the feel. However, I knew that would attract more zombies. So I could only draw my dagger and give one a quick stab. Watching the two zombies slowly collapse to the ground, I felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Just then, I spotted a rather peculiar zombie pushing a shopping cart filled with various items, most of which were chips and bread. With a wry smile, I opened the car door, intending to assist this fool on his journey to the final destination. However, as soon as the door swung open, the pushing zombie jolted in fright. I too flinched, leaning against the car door. Staring at the zombie across from me for a good 3 to 4 seconds, it unexpectedly spoke. Brother, have you seen Mommy? I was taken aback, stunned, and questioning my existence. Zombies could talk now. Was this the apocalypse turned upside down? Out of curiosity, I stepped 2 meters closer, taking a deep breath while tightening my grip on the dagger. If this fellow lunged at me, I was certain I could strike him down in one blow. However, he didn't. A man who appeared to be in his 30s stood there, pouting and stomping his feet. Brother, I want Mommy. Take me to find Mommy. At that moment, I realized he was not a zombie, but rather a simpleton. Yet, none of this mattered. What puzzled me most was how such a person, with a clear intellectual deficiency and such slow movements, had survived until today. Examining his attire, I frowned. In December in the Northeast, while it wasn't freezing, one would still need to wear cotton clothing to keep warm. Yet, this simpleton was dressed in just a single layer of clothing, with a pair of cloth shoes exposing his big toes. I even noticed his toes curled tightly within his shoes from the cold. Unexplainably, my heart ached for him. I knew I couldn't ignore someone like this. After a moment of silence, I said, Brother, I don't know where Mommy is, but I can help you find her. Upon hearing that I could assist him, the simpleton jumped up in joy, but after a moment, he began to tremble uncontrollably, perhaps due to his excitement. Chapter 59. Gunshots. I pulled the simpleton into the car, leaving the engine running and the heater set just right. Once inside, he felt the warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time and began to dance with joy. This scene didn't annoy me. Instead, it made me feel as if the entire world bloomed with spring warmth because of his happiness amidst this apocalyptic paradise. You wait here for your brother. I'll handle something and be right back. I opened the passenger door, filled 2 magazines with the handguns, and tucked them into my waistband and pockets. Upon hearing that I was leaving, the simpleton looked anxious, gripping my arm with fear in his eyes. Brother, Mommy said she would come back for me, but she never returned. A single sentence made it clear to me that his mother was likely in grave danger. It also deepened my confusion about how he had managed to survive alone for over a month. I gently caressed the simpleton's dirty hands, using the softest tone I could muster to reassure him that don't worry, your brother will definitely come back. Just stay here and wait for me. Don't wander off. No matter who tries to take you away, don't go. The simpleton nodded vigorously, like a child. Seeing this, I felt both heartbroken and helpless. I didn't want to carry a burden in this cannibalistic world. Yet, I couldn't harden my heart, for in him, I saw a reflection of my own childhood. At the age of 3, my parents divorced, leaving me behind before I even understood the concepts of paternal and maternal love. The memories they left me were filled with endless arguments and the destruction of everything in the house. As I grew older and began to comprehend it all, they had already rebuilt their families and had children they adored. At 11 or 12, I suddenly felt like the most superfluous person in the world. If it hadn't been for my grandmother's unwavering love, I might not have made it through that dark time. Subsequently, I took to fighting indiscriminately against classmates within the school, local ruffians, and even the notorious thugs of the entire county. With a reckless abandon in my combat style, I was momentarily unmatched. However, I eventually faced defeat at the hands of my martial arts instructor. A loss that I accepted with humility. It was this very encounter that set me upon the path of professional combat. As for the fool before me, I perceived a strange sense of happiness radiating from him. At least his mother, in her dying moments, could utter a comforting lie to him, a flicker of hope for that child's spirit. As for me, I hadn't received a single phone call in all this time. I felt a profound hatred, truly, a deep-seated loathing, just as I had contemplated during my entrapment in the stadium. If I were to become a zombie, I would indeed return to seek them out and devour their children before their very eyes. This is the indelible hatred that has festered within me since childhood. After soothing the fool in the car, I turned towards the Special Police Brigade's compound. The electric gate of the compound stood firmly closed. But to me, it was merely a matter of a short sprint that I swung my leg over the doorframe. My body executed an unparalleled spinning maneuver. The fool in the car erupted into applause and cheers. Though I could not hear him clearly, I faintly discerned him exclaiming how wonderful I was. Had it been my dorm mates, I would have shot them a glare, but I was genuinely concerned about frightening the fool. I cast a glance back, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. The fool, upon witnessing this, bounced with even greater delight. Holding my aching back, I cautiously entered the building before me. Logically, a well-armed special police unit should have been able to prevent a massacre, even in the event of a zombie attack, provided they reacted swiftly. Yet today, I was about to witness something different. Upon entering the main hall, I was greeted by a sight of decaying and dismembered corpses strewn across the floor. That I barely glanced at the couple of zombies wandering within. They were dispatched with ease. My interest lay not in exploring this place, but in locating one thing, the armory. After searching for what felt like an eternity without success, my spirits sank. Just as I was about to abandon my quest, I heard an almost imperceptible gunshot emanating from the back of the building. Could there be survivors? My curiosity piqued. I scanned the area, noting the absence of any alerted zombies, and stealthily descended the stairs. Circumventing the main building. Behind the main building lay a training ground with a 400-meter track, complete with various training facilities, yet not a single zombie was in sight. In the distance stood a small, cage-like courtyard, encircled by a towering iron fence, which at that moment was being pushed against by a horde of zombies, all stumbling towards the enclosure. Witnessing this, I felt a tumult of emotions, struggle, conflict, and helplessness. I wanted to turn and leave, but my conscience would not allow it. "Hey, fools!" I shouted, cupping my hands around my mouth to amplify my voice. The outer circle of zombies all turned in unison to face me. As I swayed provocatively, nearly 100 zombies charged towards me. With them still a good 10 meters away, I took a deep breath and dashed to the side. The zombies halted, momentarily disoriented, looking around in confusion. Once I sensed the timing was right, I inhaled deeply again as a handful of perceptive zombies began running in my direction. That I executed my plan flawlessly, scattering the horde, all the while marveling at my impressive lung capacity. Though my face flushed crimson from exertion, with swift precision, I dispatched one after another, and it took me over half an hour to eliminate every last one. Exhausted and gasping for air, I plopped onto the ground. "You are the largest idiot in the world, bar none," I scolded myself, giving my face a slap. Glancing back at the distant courtyard, I couldn't help but smirk bitterly. I had just helped them eliminate nearly 100 zombies, and they still hadn't resolved their predicament with the mere 10 remaining, despite having firearms at their disposal. Was this some sort of cruel joke? Driven by curiosity, I cautiously approached the small courtyard. It was modest in size, containing only a small room akin to a guard station. However, the door was barricaded by several zombies, obscuring my view of the situation inside. With a heavy sigh, I approached and eliminated the zombies blocking the entrance. finally gaining a clear view of the interior. 5 individuals, 5 zombies. The reason for the barricade was a burly special police officer who had heroically wedged himself against the doorframe. Yet now, his back was ravaged, and I could even see the stark whiteness of his exposed spine through his bulletproof vest. Looking at the fallen man, I felt a surge of respect. Such selflessness, willing to sacrifice oneself for friends, is a spirit worthy of emulation, particularly by those of us in the dormitory. The 5 inside, 3 men and 2 women, appeared utterly spent, pinned to the ground by the zombies, unable to mount even a semblance of resistance. It was evident they were starving, and judging by the state of the room, the gunshot I had heard earlier must have been their last bullet. The nearest man, spotting me at the door, cried out for help. I turned to see him. A strikingly handsome figure, his fair complexion reminiscent of a young star. His desperate shout drew the attention of the others, and another man urged that we should save the women first. Before I could decide, the handsome man shouted again, insisting he should be saved first, claiming he hadn't been bitten while the others had this. The group shot incredulous glances at him that I had no interest in their petty dramas. For me, it mattered little whom I saved first. I stepped forward to the nearest handsome man and plunged my knife into the skull of the nearest zombie. Dark, viscous blood sprayed across him, covering his face and even entering his mouth. That I dismissed any revulsion at his plight. Quickly dispatching the remaining 4 zombies, I stood up. I intended to depart. I had already done more than enough by saving them. As the saying goes, less meddling leads to less trouble. However, one of the women called out to me, asking if I could spare some food, as they were starving and lacked the strength to search for sustenance. Please, if you save us, do so completely. With my back turned to them, I furrowed my brow. Refusal? I felt I could not do that. Acceptance? I felt no obligation. Resources were scarce, and what reason did I have to provide for them? I had already been exceedingly generous. I'll give you money. You can have as much as you want. The handsome man, now spitting out blood, called out. Standing at the door, I chuckled softly, shaking my head without turning back. Money. I advised him to understand the situation clearly. To us, it was merely paper. Unyielding, he persisted. The red Ferrari at the entrance is mine. Just give me food, and it's yours. I retorted with scorn. In a few days, if you starve to death, it will still belong to me. Besides, I find you rather unimpressive. With that, I turned to leave, my frustration mounting as I had yet to locate a firearm, and having expended so much effort slaying zombies only added to my ire. Now to encounter such an imbecile, did he think money would sway me? Sure, I was short on funds, but that was a past concern. What did I need money for now? As I exited the small room, I hadn't gone far when I heard a piercing scream from behind. Unable to contain myself, I turned back, my heart sinking. The burly zombie had vanished from the entrance. How could I have forgotten? The man had been bitten. He was bound to turn. I rushed back, just in time to see the handsome man abandoning his comrades to flee. The remaining 2 men stood resolutely in front of the 2 women, desperately trying to fend off the now reanimated zombie. As fate would have it, the retreating zombie lunged forward, colliding with the fleeing handsome man. A deafening scream erupted as the zombie bit into his neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Howren, one of the girls shrieked. Howren, that name. It's common enough that one could name 800 people with it and still find it fitting. Was he truly a wealthy heir? Observing the chaos before me, I felt no emotional upheaval. After all, they were not my friends. Life and death were but a part of this grim reality. I approached and swiftly dispatched the burly zombie. Even the writhing Howren, clutching his neck, did not escape my blade, as I ended his suffering with a single stroke. Are you mad? Why did you kill him? The girl who had previously screamed questioned me. I glanced at her. While she wasn't particularly beautiful, she was passable. If I hadn't, he would have risen and bitten you first. You foolish girl. I noted the 2 men who had valiantly defended the women, one of whom had already sustained a bite on his forearm. At that moment, he was desperately tying a belt around his elbow. Would we truly have to resort to such measures? Another male SWAT officer asked in agony. The man named Ziu nodded resolutely. Whether he swung the blade or not, survival seemed futile, yet perhaps with a strike, there might be a glimmer of hope. Witnessing everything unfold, I silently exclaimed in my heart. A true man. Ah, what the hell is an aha? Why am I even singing? I inwardly cursed. Perhaps it is unnecessary. Just wait a moment. Upon hearing my words, all 4 of them gazed at me in utter astonishment. I couldn't be bothered to explain. Tearing off a few strips of cloth from the youthful figure beside me, I ignited them with a lighter, and began to prepare that I had been bitten before, and by some twist of fate, had been burned by fire. I remained unchanged. I was uncertain if this would work, but it was certainly a more prudent option than severing an arm. Zoe looked at me as I returned, nodding with assurance. Indeed, at such a moment, if he did not trust me, who else could he rely upon? Without further ado, I placed the burning cloth directly onto Zib's wound. He gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the searing pain brought by the flames. Watching the wound sizzle and emit white smoke, I was suddenly reminded of the day I discovered my own wound being scorched. The resemblance to my current situation was striking. My actions were also a form of experimentation to ascertain whether there was indeed a correlation with fire. Once the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the room, I gently removed the burning cloth. Before transformation, you will feel disoriented, dizzy, and your speech may falter. During that time, do not fall asleep. It is best to silently recite the incantation, I advised. What incantation? The previously silent girl hurriedly inquired. Damn it, I replied earnestly. Hearing my incantation, the four individuals in the room simultaneously turned their gazes toward me, their expressions akin to that of watching a fool. What s with those looks? I recited it just like that. This is a lesson learned from experience. What? Don't believe me? I innocently asked. The other three remained silent. But Zib smiled at me, saying, the incantation is not important. What you describe should embody a belief. I understand. Upon hearing this, I refrained from further persuasion. What belief? I haven't yet divulged the most crucial step. That is, one must find a certain girl. This confidential matter must not be disclosed, regardless of whether one lives or dies. It all depends on one's own destiny. Chapter 61. Louis May, you three should bind him first, I reiterated before turning to leave. Little brother Zib, he weakly called from behind. I turned back in confusion. Little brother, I implore you, help me take my 3 team members away, Zib pleaded with earnest eyes. Non-relatives, a group of burdens. Can you think of a reason that would compel me to relent? I replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Zib fell silent, lowering his head, unable to utter a word. Captain, stop begging him. I've had enough of this life. Let us go out and fight. Perhaps there's a chance of survival. Another team member shouted. Sunshine, in times like this, we must not give up. You are a SWAT officer. You must remember your mission. Zil glared at Sunshine. Captain, now that there's no police station, what mission matters? Complained the girl who had a soft spot for the rich second generation. Observing the individuals before me, I suddenly grew interested. Lighting a cigarette and squatting to watch the unfolding drama. Care for a smoke? I inquired, holding out my cigarette box. I noticed the struggle in Zil's eyes, so I wasted no time and tossed the box over. Catching the box, Zil forced a bitter smile. I quit smoking 10 years ago, yet here I am, unable to escape. I discerned multiple layers of meaning within that statement, but the predominant one was resignation. Zil lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, and for the first time, he leaned back against the bed, visibly relaxed. Observing his demeanor, I glanced at the cigarette in my hand, pondering if it contained marijuana. It seemed awfully potent. Just as I was lost in thought, the usually reticent female officer picked up the cigarette box and gently lit one for herself, but it was evident she was a novice. After just a few puffs, she erupted into a fit of coughs. We have guns, ammunition, and equipment. As long as you can save us, I can take you to retrieve them, she suddenly spoke after a bout of coughing. Ime, you. Zoo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lou Ime. Captain, the current world is like this cigarette. You know it's harmful, yet you have to accept it, for perhaps in the next moment it will turn into regret. Lou Ime gazed earnestly at Zib. Oh, how the iron shoes are worn in vain, yet here comes the opportunity without effort, I thought to myself, filled with joy, though I feigned indifference on the surface. Guns, I have those too, I declared, drawing my handgun from the small of my back. You may not fully understand the current situation. Guns are useless now. Firing will only attract more zombies, I continued. And what about the ruthless individuals? What if your supplies are taken? Lou Ime asked, her gaze steady. I couldn't deny that point. It did pique my interest slightly. Our captain is the top marksman in the province every year, and we are not lacking either. Lou Ime asserted earnestly. How do I know you want to turn on me once you have the guns or after we reach our safe house? I countered, feigning indecision as I paced back and forth. Firstly, you saved us. Secondly, we are police officers. Lou Ime's eyes shone with sincerity. All right, take me to find the guns, I relented. Looking at Lou Ime. I can't walk. She lowered her head. What a hassle, I muttered, turning to exit the small room. After a few steps, my gait lightened, and I bounced out of the team's courtyard. The fool in the car cheered and clapped upon seeing my return. I smiled at him, then rummaged through the shopping cart. He had just pushed out a bottle of liquor, 5 bags of bread, and the rest were mostly useless items and snacks, cradling the 5 loaves of bread and the bottle of liquor. I approached the car window, saying, "I'll be back soon." The fool nodded vigorously, and I shook my head with a wry smile before re-entering the courtyard. This was all I could find. Make do with it. Eat and drink a bit of liquor to bolster your energy. At least you'll last until we return to the safe house. Watching them devour the food without concern for their image, I felt a pang of pity. From now on, we're comrades. Shoot and tea, we introduce ourselves, I asked as they munched on their food. Through the introductions, I learned that the captain's name was Shinzeo. Sun Zheng was the sniper, and the chattering girl was Liao Ting. As for Lu Yimei, my understanding of her remained superficial. The tactical vest she wore concealed a scale I had never encountered before, leaving me uncertain whether it was genuine or counterfeit. After the 4 of them had consumed some food and drank a bit of liquor, they finally regained some strength, so I wouldn't have to accompany them alone. To save time, we would all go together. I wouldn't want to have to return to fetch them later. Lu Yimei clearly had never consumed alcohol before. After just 1 gulp of liquor, her face flushed, her beautiful eyes, now hazy with intoxication, appeared extraordinarily alluring. Standing at over 1.7 meters tall with devilish curves that I suddenly shivered, reminding myself not to look any longer. This girl was dangerously enchanting. If I continued to gaze, I might lose control. The group arrived at the training ground, and upon seeing the scattered zombie corpses, their faces were filled with shock. "Did you kill all of these?" Lu Yimei asked incredulously. "Listen to the wife. Never reveal your abilities." I merely responded with a non-committal grunt. "How is this possible? Our entire squad fell, and yet you single-handedly killed so many," Sun Zheng said in disbelief. I felt a twinge of guilt at his words. It was indeed hard to explain, but to safeguard my secret, I could only grit my teeth and retort. At the onset of the outbreak, everyone was in a daze. It was normal for so many to die that it's been over a month. "Can't there be some strategy?" "What strategy?" Lu Yimei inquired. "Stretch the front lines and take them down one by one," I exclaimed, my eyes wide in exaggerated fervor. Perhaps having been cooped up in that small room for over a month had left them dazed, for they seemed to accept my explanation without question. I was pleased with this outcome, as I had no desire to elaborate further. Following the 4 of them into the main hall, they had grown accustomed to the sight of zombie corpses there. I genuinely wished to say that I had already searched this place, but the direction Lu Yimei was leading me was one I had not ventured towards, not that I hadn't been there. After all, the armory was in the basement, and I had no chance of going there. Fortunately, there were no zombies along the way, and when we opened the armory door, even I, who could act, could no longer contain my emotions. It was simply magnificent. Guns, all guns, walls lined with them. Chapter 62, Zombies Don't Bite the Fool, 3 large bags. Over 10,000 rounds of various ammunition. I wore a triumphant smile as I slung 2 heavy bags over my shoulders and made my way out. The remaining bag was handed to Sun Zheng, but he appeared utterly drained that I couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this it? You still shout about missions while looking like this? You're starving, yet you want to go out and fight. What audacity." However, I failed to notice that the gazes of the other 3 began to shift towards me. Handguns aside, rifles and shotguns, each one weighing between 8 to 10 pounds or more. The 2 bags I carried must have weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds combined. Yet I was able to carry them effortlessly, without breaking a sweat. How could it be that the remaining few individuals did not begin to doubt whether I was still human? In truth, I myself was oblivious to the changes occurring within my body. I merely sensed that the 2 bags I carried were manageable, not too light, nor excessively heavy. Accompanied by several bewildered faces, we exited the building. As we reached the entrance of the courtyard, I noticed 5 or 6 persons outside, forcibly dragging a fool from the vehicle. Good heavens, a bear of a man. Has the bullying reached my doorstep? I hurried over, questioning their intentions. "What are you doing? Is there a problem? If not, get lost," I shouted, throwing the gun bag to the ground as I leapt out the door. "Who are you?" A man turned and shouted back at me. His tone unfriendly. I scoffed, drawing my handgun from my waist and aiming it at him. "Can you clear out? Asking me that? Who are you trying to scare with a rusty gun? Do you dare pull the trigger? Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies?" The man mocked, glaring at me. Staring at someone who dared to taunt me while facing a gun, I was taken aback. This world is utterly insane. Mice are even willing to be bridesmaids for cats. A gunshot rang out, and he fell straight to the ground. The remaining few turned to stare at me as if they had seen a ghost. "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll have you for dinner," I said cheerfully, not forgetting to fire a few shots at their feet. Watching them flee in a frenzy, I returned to collect my gun bag, muttering about how ridiculous these players were, utterly deranged. You didn't have to kill him, Louis May said behind me, her tone laced with discontent that I did not respond directly, but I spread my arms wide, welcoming them to this world where humanity devours humanity. Hearing her words, Louis May and the others fell silent, especially Ziwu, who appeared to be in a poor state, his gaze somewhat dazed. Upon reaching the side of the Chang'an Binbin vehicle, I suddenly felt a headache coming on. With so many people and guns, there was no way to fit them all in. Sun Jing glanced at my vehicle, offered a wry smile, and turned to run back into the courtyard. Moments later, a special police armored vehicle crashed through the electric gate. Seeing this, my spirits lifted. If it weren't for the apocalypse, ordinary folks could never ride in something like this. Delightful. I gathered the group and wobbled back to the school. You a student? Louis May asked in astonishment, gazing at the walls of Haicheng University as we disembarked. Am I supposed to be a criminal then? I replied impatiently. I knew what they were thinking, a ruthless individual. Mercilessly cold-blooded, killing without a second thought, yet somehow just a student. This contrast was somewhat hard to accept, but it depended on the situation. That phrase, "Welcome to a world where humanity devours humanity," was not merely an idle threat. As I watched a few people climb over the school wall, I took the firearm from Liao Ting's hands. Hey, I said, slapping Ziwu's face a few times. Don't hit him, Liao Ting shouted from inside the wall. Ignoring her, I continued to slap Ziwu's face. The deal, you want to live or die, sleep now, and if you wake up, you'll be a zombie. Ziwu opened his mouth to mumble something, but I couldn't catch it. What did you say? I leaned in closer. After hearing his words, I broke into a grin. What did the captain say? Louis May asked anxiously. Leaning against the railing. I shook my head with a smile. Nothing, just reciting a mantra. What mantra? A few of them were momentarily puzzled, but after a moment, Louis May shot me a glare and turned to help Sun Jung lift the gun. What mantra? Just the one I mentioned. I cursed under my breath. Hey, where's the fool? I noticed I hadn't seen him around and began to feel anxious. After placing Ziwu against the wall, I shouted, Fool! I was not the least bit concerned about attracting zombies. The ones lurking around had mostly been dealt with, making it quite a hassle to draw them in now. I'm here. I'm here. The fool popped his head out from a third-floor window. Come down. We're going home. What are you doing up there? Are you trying to get yourself killed? I yelled in an unfriendly tone. The fool responded with an "Oh," and withdrew his head, shortly thereafter emerging from the corridor. Clutching a bundle. What on earth did you bring out? I asked impatiently, stepping forward. Little brother, the fool said, grinning foolishly. Little brother? I was utterly perplexed, but when I approached and took the bundle, I finally understood the fool's meaning. Good heavens. I startled and pushed my arms away. It was indeed a little brother, but this little brother was currently bearing a mouthful of sharp teeth, glaring at me with fury. A baby zombie. I had never encountered one before. Yet it did not strike me as peculiar. What intrigued me was how this little creature did not attempt to bite the fool. Moreover, when the fool carried him down, he seemed quite well behaved. You hold him, I said, wide-eyed, extending the baby back. The fool tenderly cradled the baby, even rubbing its head affectionately against his chest. Witnessing this scene left me utterly astonished. Was this not another experiment? One wrong move, and the fool could have easily met his end. I could not be blamed for my ruthlessness, yet I had no other choice. I had long doubted why a fool had survived until now. But reality taught me a lesson. The bloodthirsty infant, when nestled in the fool's embrace, immediately fell silent, and no cries, no biting, and aside from its somewhat discolored face, its obedient demeanor melted my heart. Why? Why did that zombie baby not bite the fool? Return it. Its mother might not find it, I said in shock, watching the fool's mind spin in confusion. At that moment, I finally understood why those few individuals were so eager to snatch the fool from me. It turned out the fool was a sort of insulator. In this world, he could freely enter various places, bringing back whatever they desired. Return it to its original position. Listen to your brother, I reiterated firmly. The fool initially appeared bewildered, but soon grasped the situation. Watching him reluctantly retreat, my heart felt heavy. The child was innocent, but this era had birthed all manner of wrongs. Countless helpless situations left people powerless. The fool hesitated to let go, peeking out from the third floor to look at me. If it were any other matter, I could nod in agreement, but that child was something we could not accept. I will count to 3. If you don't return it, I want to help you find your mother, I warned, gritting my teeth as I glared at the fool. He stared at me solemnly from the third floor. Initially confused, but ultimately left with no choice, he turned and walked back into the room. Chapter 63. Diverse opinions. Upon returning to the dormitory with the group, The older ones watched the newcomers with vigilance. I knew that if I had only brought back 2 men, they would have protested vehemently. Perhaps Ziwu and Sun Zheng would never realize they were able to enter the dormitory due to Liao Ting and Lu Yimei's influence. I felt powerless. Although they had brought a substantial amount of firearms and ammunition as a sort of welcoming gift, it was hardly enough to persuade the 3 blockheads to lower their guard. If it weren't for Lu Yimei, Liao Ting, and the others getting along reasonably well, I would genuinely feel that I might have erred in this matter. All I could do now was tie Ziwu to one of the dormitory beds and watch him mutter to himself. "Can you not see who I am?" After a lengthy tirade, I inquired. "Xingtian, a student from Haicheng University," Ziwu mumbled, his words unclear. I smiled in relief, though it was merely 2 short sentences. It clearly indicated that he still retained some semblance of awareness. Whether he lived or died would be revealed come morning. "Hold on," I said before turning to leave the dormitory. It was now past 6 in the evening, and the aroma of fried rice wafted through the dormitory. Everyone gathered together, each with a hearty bowl. This left Lu Yimei and the others in a state of astonishment. In such dire circumstances, the fact that we could still enjoy fried rice was undoubtedly something to take pride in. "Everyone should be acquainted by now," I asked. The group nodded, the older ones gazing at Lu Yimei, who had changed back into her casual attire, with eyes that seemed to devour her whole. I held no particular opinion on this. How could I? I knew my brothers well enough to understand they were of the type with thieving hearts but lacking the courage to act strong. They would never dare. Moreover, in my view, Lu Yimei, with her special police background, could easily handle those 3. If those 3 truly dared to entertain any ill intentions, they would find themselves easily dealt with, and I would bear no responsibility. The fool, however, had no such thoughts, devouring the fried rice with gusto, his eyes darting about suspiciously, as if we might snatch it from him. It seemed he had likely endured some psychological trauma in the past. In front of everyone, I recounted the events of our visit to the refuge from beginning to end. Upon hearing about the dire conditions at the refuge, the crowd fell silent, their heads bowed. 2 options. We can all go to the refuge, where food and drink are provided by the military, facing only zombies as enemies, I stated calmly, surveying the group. Or we can stay behind, relying on ourselves for supplies. But the enemies we will face in the future will be far more complex than mere zombies. Observing the silence that ensued, I lit a cigarette. You choose. The minority will yield to the majority. After another moment of silence, Mu Qingxue spoke first. "I believe we don't need to leave just yet. Given the school's closed environment, the zombies remain within our control. There is no need to go to the refuge and be subjected to regulations." Li nodded in agreement. "I concur with Xiaoxue. As my husband described, the refuge is fraught with peril. Leaving the comfort of home to venture into a place filled with anxiety would be a fool's errand. Our supply reserves are currently abundant, and even if it becomes challenging to procure more resources in the future, the remaining supplies will suffice for our group to sustain ourselves for several months." Jiang Yi remarked. "However, the only concern now is the potential evolution of the zombies. If they were to evolve to the point of climbing buildings, we would find ourselves in a precarious situation." Hanbin interjected. "Online discussion suggests that zombies fear fire, but this fear may not endure for long, as the virus will inevitably seek to optimize its inherent flaws," Mu Qingxue said, placing her delicate feet onto my lap. I understood her implication and quickly wrapped her feet with my clothing, placing them on my abdomen for warmth. It seems everyone is reluctant to leave, so we shall remain here, and our future departure will depend on the circumstances. After saying this, I recounted the peculiar incident I had observed with the fool to everyone. Upon hearing my account, the group regarded the fool with incredulous expressions. The fool, currently munching on a banana, noticed their stares and, fearing they might snatch it away, hastily stuffed the remaining banana into his mouth. I decided to search online to see if there were any similar occurrences. With that, Jiang Yi dashed out of the dormitory. Observing the fool's pitiful demeanor, it was clear he had endured considerable bullying from that group. I took the entire plate of bananas and placed it into the fool's embrace, reassuring him that there was plenty to go around. The fool grinned foolishly, flashing me a silly smile. "You should take a hot shower soon. You're starting to smell," I remarked as I looked at the fool's soiled face. It used to be my mother who bathed me. The fool mumbled, feeling a bit aggrieved. Just as Lao Lu was about to offer to help, I interrupted him before he could speak. "From now on, you must learn to bathe yourself. No one will be able to assist you." The fool lowered his head timidly at my serious tone. "Hey, what's your name?" Lao Si asked, patting the fool's shoulder. "I'm Xingsen. My mother calls me Xiao Sin." The fool replied with a silly grin. "Wow, Lao San, you're actually related. What a coincidence," Lao Er exclaimed in surprise. "You know, there is a resemblance between you and Lao San," Lauder remarked, scrutinizing the fool. "Get lost. Just because you share a surname doesn't mean you're related. I retorted angrily. Now that I look closely, this silly and robust fellow does bear a striking resemblance to Lao San. Lao Si stated with seriousness. Enough. No need for me to say anything. The two girls spoke in unison, chastising us. After a while, Jiangyi returned, clutching her laptop. According to online case studies, the zombie virus selectively chooses its host. In simpler terms, if the virus deems you unfit, it will refrain from transforming you into one of its kind, as that would dilute its superior genes. Is that why the fool is foolish? I gasped in disbelief. That seems to be the implication. We don't fully understand the virus, but it appears that the virus fears inferior genes that could lead to lower-level mutations. Jiangyi nodded. Hearing this, I incredulously pointed at the four individuals across from me. That is not scientific. Why would it bite them? Damn. Lada swatted my finger away. This situation is becoming increasingly audacious. Lao lamented, his hands trembling as he struggled to light a cigarette. Lao Si helped Lao ignite his smoke. Last night, I received a revelation from the ancestors to hasten the end of the pandemic. We must sacrifice a tiger. I think this fool would be perfect. After our meeting concluded, I took the fool to the dormitory that had the only hot water heater, standing at the door. I instructed the fool to undress and bathe himself. Lao Lu entered, carrying clothes and shoes he had found. 3 Gu. He is just a child, pushing him like this isn't a solution, Lao Lu said, his heart softening as he observed the fool's tearful face. How much time does this world leave you? How much time does it afford him? Do you think the world revolves around him? If he can't manage even these simple tasks, how will he cope without us in the future? I crossed my arms, glaring at Lao Lu. He fell silent, turning to leave while muttering about being soft-hearted and then hard-hearted like a stone, questioning the fairness of the world. Hearing Lao Lu's muttering in the distance, I frowned. I knew that in today's world, kindness was the least valuable trait. Yet, witnessing the fool's ragged state, I found it difficult to be compassionate. That group relied on the fool to help them gather supplies. Why couldn't they ensure he had enough to eat and wear? How had human compassion changed so drastically, teaching him bit by bit? I had yet to truly guide him. The fool, aware that I wouldn't assist him, could only learn gradually. When the fool emerged after shaving his beard, I was taken aback. He appeared quite handsome, though his messy hair detracted from his appearance. Fetching a clipper from Lao Lu, I gave the fool a buzz cut, and instantly he seemed much more refined. Hey, who is this dashing young man? The group exclaimed, laughing as the clean-looking fool returned. The fool, feeling shy, hid behind me. Observing his reaction, I felt a surge of frustration, unsure if it stemmed from disappointment in his lack of confidence or concern for his future. Listen, walk with your head held high. A man should stand tall and proud. I admonished the fool. He timidly nodded, but still kept his head down. Hiding behind me. I shook my head in disappointment and sighed. Stepping outside. Chapter 64. To save a life is to save a heart. That night, I sat in my dormitory, smoking. 3 girls lay together in a single bed, their 6 curious eyes studying my pensive demeanor. What are you thinking about, darling? Mu Qingxue whispered. He is probably pondering how large Lu Yime's chest is, Liu chimed in, nodding thoughtfully. No way, he can't even tell how old we are, Jiangyi remarked, turning over and stealthily placing her icy feet on Lu Yu's calf. Wow, you're like a block of ice. You're freezing, Li exclaimed, shivering. I extinguished my cigarette and glanced at the 3 girls. I was thinking. Before I could finish, Mu Qingxue jumped in. You were thinking whether you should help those living souls outside. It's best to be pure-hearted, just like the fool, protecting them from being bullied by bad people. That is acceptable, Jiangyi added. This is a tricky matter, as it's difficult to discern. Human nature is the easiest thing to hide, Li said, handing a hot water bottle to Jiangyi. How do you know all this? I asked, astonished. The 3 girls exchanged glances, rolling their eyes at me. I can tell what you're thinking just by your expression, Mu Qingxue quipped. Rude, I retorted. Your thoughts are practically written on your face. Lu Yi remarked. I touched my face, puzzled. What's wrong? Is there a screen on my face? There's something else you might not have considered, darling. So far, the majority of our supplies have come from you alone. With more people, can you still manage? Jiangyi said, snuggling the hot water bottle and comfortably closing her eyes. But her words pierced my heart. This was indeed a pressing issue. Relying solely on myself for so many people was not a sustainable solution. While you're pitying others, why not show some compassion for your own dearie baby? Her feet are as cold as ice, Lu Yi reminded me. That won't do. I sprang up, ready to climb onto the bed. However, the envisioned scenario of sleeping together did not materialize. Instead, I became a human foot warmer. The 3 girls lay vertically, leaving me to sleep horizontally at the bottom, just as I warmed the blanket. 6 little feet slipped in and settled on me. The following morning, I gently pushed the 6 warm feet back into their blankets. I put on my clothes and sleepily stepped out of the dormitory. As soon as I opened the door, I was startled by the 3 figures waiting outside. What the hell? Are you 3 crazy? It's barely dawn, and you're lurking outside someone's door. I exclaimed. We're waiting for you to go see Captain Lu Yimei, one of them said solemnly. Then go by yourselves. What? Scared? I shrugged, moving forward nonchalantly. The 3 remained silent, following closely behind me with heavy footsteps. After walking for a while without a word, I glanced back at them. Were they afraid of him turning into a zombie and being unable to fight back? Or were they apprehensive about seeing their friends transformed into zombies? The 3 remained quiet, but I could see the answer in Lu Yimei's eyes, a mix of reluctance, unwillingness, and inability to accept. Among the 6 of us in the dormitory, Lao Wu had become a zombie during the first wave of the attack. We kept him in the dormitory, but later he mutated. Do you know what happened to Lao Wu? The trio shook their heads, unaware. Lao Wu had the opportunity to bite us, yet as a zombie. He left the dormitory. It was then that I realized zombies are not the true terror. The real horror lies within the human heart. With that, I pushed open the door to Ziwu's dormitory. As the door creaked open, Ziwu, bound to the bed, began to thrash about, emitting muffled cries. Seeing this, I forced a smile and stepped into the room, staring into the frantic eyes of Ziwu. A wave of helplessness washed over me. I had already explained why I had not transformed that day, although I omitted the details about the girl. However, I felt that my immunity had little to do with that encounter with Lu Yi. I still couldn't hold on, buddy. I've done all I could. Draped in my clothing, I lit a cigarette and cautiously placed it into Ziwu's mouth. Unlike Lao Wu, who devoured the cigarette, Ziwu took a deep drag and appeared to revel in the experience. Perhaps this was his final wish in life, to enjoy a smoke. Draw it out, and once you're satisfied, let's hit the road. Having said that, I plopped down onto the chair, composedly awaiting the last cigarette of Zib to burn out. A cigarette lasts just over a minute. I tightened my coat and stood up, asking, shall I come to you? Or will you come to me? The 3 of them stared at me in silence. I sighed. It's always like this. I end up being the villain. With that, I drew a dagger from my waist and prepared to confront Ziv. Xingtian, Lu Yimei called out to halt me. I turned in surprise, truly not expecting Lu Yimei to be the one to stop me. I extended the dagger towards her. Here, aim for the head, swift and precise. He will feel no pain. Upon seeing the dagger presented before her, Lu Yimei frantically waved her hands. No, no, no. I meant to say, let him smoke a few more cigarettes. Stunned, I stared at Lu Yimei, unable to utter a single word. My shock was not due to her unexpected request, but rather their demeanor was intricately linked to my thoughts before sleep. In these troubled times, saving someone is paramount, yet if the person you save becomes a burden, then the act of saving loses its significance. Thus, I believe that saving someone means not only keeping them alive but also instilling in them the courage to confront this world. If that cannot be achieved, then their eventual demise at the hands of this world is inevitable. With this realization, I could no longer concern myself with the 3 special police officers. I placed the dagger and the cigarette on the chair and turned to leave. You must face this sooner or later. If you cannot even overcome this hurdle, it would be better to perish early, lest your mercy endanger the lives of your comrades. Though I spoke thus, I did not truly depart. Rather, I stood at the door of the adjacent dormitory, lighting a cigarette. Over there, Ziu and a few others were engaged in hushed conversation, though I could not make out their words. After an indeterminate time, a scream erupted from the next room. I swiftly tore off my coat and dashed inside. Within, Ziu was on the floor, pressing down on Liao Ting. Had it not been for Lu Yimei and Sun Zheng desperately holding him back, Zib might have already bitten into Liao Ting. I was utterly exasperated. Did these 3 lack any sense? Approaching them, I refrained from offering assistance. Xingtian, help Lu Yimei hold on to the now zombie Zid, she gritted her teeth. Struggling to restrain him. I shook my head in disbelief and stepped forward to replace Lu Yimei and Sun Zheng. I pinned Zid's arms behind him. Liao Ting, beneath him, was pale as a sheet from sheer terror. You too. If you don't act now, he'll break her arms, and Liao Ting will be lost. I possessed the ability to strike with lethal precision, yet I refrained, instead opting to illustrate to the 3 of them the stark reality of this world. Sun Zheng struggled, while Lu Yimei, still in shock, picked up the dagger. Observing the scene, I nodded in satisfaction. I will count to 3. If you do not act, I shall release my grip. 1, 2 Chapter 65. Someone is coming under my persistent pressure. Louis May's complexion turned markedly pale, her lips quivering as if she wished to voice something, yet found herself unable. My patience waned, and I was about to chastise this foolish girl when she struck. Clean and precise, she delivered a fatal blow, without hesitation. However, upon retracting the dagger, she collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at her trembling hands, as though they were the very embodiment of unspeakable guilt. Witnessing this, I coldly discarded Ziv's lifeless body from the window as if it were mere refuse. I approached Louis May, snatched the dagger from her hand, casually wiped it, and returned it to my waist. Is this all you can bear? After the outbreak of the zombie virus, I have witnessed students being killed over a morsel of food, and even seen roommates turned into jerky for sustenance. I crouched to meet Louis May's gaze. Special police officer, this is reality. If you can't handle it, then perished. We are on the 3rd floor. The window is there. Do yourself a favor. With that, I strode out of the dormitory. Amidst the admiring glances of the group, the leader gave me a thumbs up. Third brother, impressive. You've made the boss stiffen. With a thud, I stumbled and fell, my previously grand demeanor utterly shattered. I cast a resentful glance back at the leader. Third brother, to be fair, if you used the tactic to woo a girl, you'd definitely have her in bed in no time. The second brother nodded in agreement. I wished to retort, yet I held my tongue. Overall, this charade was commendable. I would give it an 80. Fourth brother, with chin in hand, was meticulously analyzing the situation. Third brother, I interrupted the sixth brother before he could finish, swallowing hard. All right, sixth brother. I know what you want to say. No. Third brother, what else does sixth brother wish to express? But I denied him the opportunity to speak. Understood. Third brother comprehends. Oh dear. Third brother, that's not it. I meant to say that just now. Dozens of cars stormed into our school. The sixth brother was practically stomping in frustration. Why didn't you say so sooner? I exclaimed, rushing towards the 2nd floor. As I ascended, I spotted Han Bin and Lu Yu stealthily peering out of the 2nd floor window. Who are they? I inquired. Never seen them. They're definitely not from the medical school, Han Bin replied. They came to our place. I pressed. Lu Yu shook his head. They just drove by, flaunting their presence, and brought along quite a few zombies. Did you see what weapons they had? I continued. Lu Yu shook his head again. Those in the pickup were wielding machetes. I didn't see the ones inside. What are they here for? I mused aloud. Not for supplies, then it must be for women, came the voice of the leader from behind. Look at their demeanor. They're clearly here for the female students. The second brother casually tossed me a shotgun. What for? I asked, bewildered as I accepted the weapon. To deal with them. What else? The second brother shot me a glare. I rolled my eyes in exasperation. What if I can't find them and they leave? Isn't that asking for trouble? That logic holds. The fourth brother nodded. Are those 3 still dawdling up there? I pointed upstairs. The leader nodded. Yes, dawdling. You're the one dawdling. Just as the leader finished, Louis May and her companions entered, each carrying a rifle. I feigned surprise. Well, your adaptability is commendable. Louis May's complexion remained less than favorable. Upon noticing my jest, she did not react in anger but instead moved to the window, parting the curtains slightly to peek outside. Sun Sheng, you and Ting Ting go to the top floor. If a fight breaks out, pick off the leader, Louis May instructed, turning back to address them. See, third brother, that's what professionalism looks like. The leader and second brother chimed in unison. Unfortunately, their flattery earned no favorable response from me. As the group conversed, the previously tranquil campus was abruptly pierced by a series of gunshots. From the sound, it seems to be mostly handguns. Perhaps a police station has been ambushed. Louis May speculated quietly. I stared at her in disbelief, marveling at her professionalism. They're coming to AT this. Everyone heightened their vigilance, with Louis May instinctively pressing closer to me against the wall. I couldn't fault her for that. Being a professional, seeking cover from an enemy is entirely appropriate. Yet, she seemed to forget that I was still standing there. The already cramped wall became even more so with 2 bodies pressed together, forcing us into close proximity. Louis May was of similar height to Mu Qingxue and Lu Yi, and standing before my 182 centimeters, she effectively obscured my view. I stood on tiptoe, attempting to peer down to gauge the situation. Don't move. Louis May blushed and shot me a glare. Oh, that timid demeanor has vanished, and now you're glaring at me. I mused, questioning whether I had inadvertently shown her kindness. Was this girl becoming a bit too bold? The 1st floor dormitory is immaculate, not a single zombie in sight. The 2nd floor has only 1 window without a board, but the curtains are drawn. There must be someone living inside, the gruff voice stated. Find 2 brothers, go take a look, kill all the men, and bring all the women down, the man with the gruff voice ordered. To be honest, hearing that man's speech made me want to cough. His voice was grating to my ears. Liu noticed my grimace and looked at me with concern. I shook my head and pointed to my throat. Liu instantly grasped my meaning, understanding that it was the man's voice causing my discomfort, and he smirked while rolling his eyes at me. The first floor dormitory is clean. There are no zombies. The second floor only has one window without a board. But the curtains are drawn. There must be someone living here. The man with the gravelly voice nodded. Get 2 brothers, go take a look, kill all the men, and bring all the women down. Just 3 words from him had already made me feel unwell. His lengthy monologue was enough to drive me to the brink of despair. I forcefully shoved Lu Yimei aside, and before she could react, she grasped my arm that I had already pulled back the curtain. Oh, please don't talk. Your voice is making my throat itch. Suddenly, dozens of people below spotted my head peering out, initially startled, before a dozen handguns were raised, all aimed at me. You little brat, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the supplies and the girls, and I may let you go, the man with the gruff voice declared, disdainfully regarding me as he lit a cigarette. Mimicking his actions, I leisurely lit my own cigarette. After taking a puff, I nodded, just a moment, please. Upon turning around, I snatched the 95 rifle from Lu Yimei's hands, pulled back the bolt, and flashed a grin at the crowd behind me. Without hesitation, I pivoted and unleashed a barrage of gunfire downstairs. My accuracy was woefully low. Out of dozens, only a few fell to the ground, and it appeared that none had struck a vital point. A few shabby handguns. Who are you trying to intimidate? Hurry up and scram. If you don't, do you believe I'll give you another round? Chapter 66, The Prison. A bit tempting, the gangsters below fell silent, particularly the one with the raspy voice. Unfortunately for him. Amidst my indiscriminate assault, he was hit in the thigh and was now trembling as he crawled toward the back of a car. The leader and his companions stared at me in shock, their expressions shifting faster than pages in a book. Third brother's in trouble. What did you all do last night? The eldest gaped at me. The 3 girls shot the leader a fierce glare, ignoring him entirely. According to Taoist beliefs, third brother must have been bewitched, and among these 3 girls, there had to be a captivating enchantress. Fourth brother squinted at Mu Qingxue and her companions. The 3 girls couldn't be bothered to look at him, while second brother reacted more fiercely, kicking fourth brother in the rear. Are you an idiot? Even if you are, you shouldn't say it out loud. Be careful, or third brother might shoot you. I was utterly oblivious to the chaos behind me. At that moment, I replaced the magazine and focused intently on the group of armed individuals below. My singular thought was this: should anyone dare to retaliate, I would undoubtedly take aim at each one of them with my rifle. Now, I am giving you a chance. Throw away all the guns you possess and scram quickly. If I find anyone hiding a weapon, I assure you, with over 100 people in my dormitory and dozens of rifles, you won't even make it to your vehicles. See, I told you. Third brother is definitely problematic. He never used to boast, but look at him now. He's brimming with it. Fourth brother pointed at me. Shut up. Do you understand tactics? Is this boasting? The elder retorted. What tactics? Fourth brother asked, puzzled. Tactics mean that now one must boast. Second brother interjected. Standing beside me, Lu Yimei, ever vigilant, rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath. Is your dormitory allocation based on IQ? What did you say? Are you insulting me or them? I cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yimei. Upon hearing my remark, she nodded, realizing her comment had inadvertently targeted both parties. Still no movement. Huh, fine. I'll count to 3.1. I shouted. Don't count. Don't count. We heard the raspy voice shout back. The moment he spoke, I felt an itch in my throat. I turned the gun towards his car and fired several rounds, all striking the vehicle's body. Shut your mouth. Don't you know I have phlegm whenever you talk? After saying this, I fired a few more shots into the ground beside him. All right, I won't talk. I won't talk. The raspy voice whimpered, extending his arm from behind the car. Still talking? Hurry up and throw out all the guns, quick. I've had enough. In a society governed by law, being a rogue is one thing. But even in an apocalyptic world, you still act like a rogue. Do you think you can stand tall? Who will coddle you? You bunch of fools. With a roar, a flurry of handguns were tossed out from behind the car. A quick glance revealed about a dozen or so. I paid it little mind and quietly asked Lu Yayao, how far can the farthest drone fly? Without needing further explanation, Lu Yayao immediately understood my intent and responded. I'll go prepare right away. All right, I'll let you off the hook today. Well, I haven't changed my mind yet. Hurry and leave, I shouted. The raspy voice dared not stand up but urged those around him to raise their hands first. Upon discovering that a younger brother had climbed into the car, I refrained from shooting, allowing the raspy voice to be quickly assisted into the vehicle by 2 others. The convoy swiftly departed from Haicheng University. Not long after their departure, a drone soared from Haicheng University, Heading straight for the convoy in the dormitory, a group of people gathered around Lu Yao, watching the mobile phone on the remote control. The drone hovered above, surveying the convoy, and as it observed where the vehicles turned and finally stopped, everyone collectively gasped. "The prison?" Lu Yimei exclaimed in surprise. "What about the prison?" the leader and his companions asked curiously. Lu Yimei glanced at me, her expression suddenly grave. "Violent criminals, combined with armed guards." She began. She did not continue, but everyone understood the danger posed by a group of ruthless armed individuals. "Baby. Come back. No need to watch." I clapped my hands and turned to leave. "Third brother, what about retaliation?" Second brother inquired. I turned back and shot him a look. "What do you think? Just go after them. The prison. There must be hundreds of them." The leader mumbled. "Your third brother is indestructible. Turning peril into safety is a breeze. Restoring peace to the city is just around the corner." I joked. Is this guy insane? Fourth brother stared at me in astonishment. "Insane? I'll be teaching them a lesson soon," I replied, heading toward my dormitory. "Hubby, what are you planning to do?" Mu Qingxue anxiously chased after me. I did not answer but merely chuckled. "Silly, going out to play with my brother." At 10 in the morning, I jumped down from the dormitory, accompanied by the silly one, under the incredulous gazes of everyone. "All right, stay put at home. I'll be back shortly." I waved at the upper floor. As I turned to leave, I heard the sound of someone landing behind me. I looked back in confusion to find Lu Yimei following me, carrying the only sniper rifle. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Going with you," Lu Yimei replied, walking past me. "I'm not going to fight. You want to be of any help? In a combat team, what is essential is comprehensive cover at all times, in case of emergencies," Lu Yimei stated. Upon hearing this, I opened my mouth, wanting to refute, but after a moment's thought, I realized she had a valid point, so I chose not to argue further. 18 noon. I parked the SWAT armored vehicle at a large factory compound far from the prison. After instructing the silly one to open all the factory doors, I drove away. We repeated this process at 7 or 8 factories, and Lu Yimei, sitting beside me, looked utterly bewildered. "What exactly are you trying to accomplish?" I smiled. 1,000 troops, all responding to my call. "What sort of nonsense is that?" Lu Yimei frowned. "SWAT comrades, we're outnumbered and can't fight head-on, but we have the silly one. That's equivalent to having an army of thousands. You want the zombies to besiege the prison? That's impossible. The zombies can't get in." I nodded, not intending to let them in. I merely wanted to trap them. Lu Yimei furrowed her brow, contemplating before looking at me. "Trap them? Occupy their territory?" Her words shifted my perspective towards this well-endowed woman, who said that those with ample bosoms lack brains. This was a clear exception. A group of thugs could brazenly storm in. And the school was definitely not a suitable long-term residence. Only high walls and large courtyards were the best choices. You're not guarding against zombies. Exactly. I'm guarding against people. Chapter 67. Can you handle it? If not, I will. The zombies from the 7 factories were utterly insufficient for my needs. Afterward, we targeted several primary and secondary schools. Using the same method, I had the silly one go in to open the doors. And once he was in the car, he pressed the horn repeatedly. Now, who would dare say I picked up a free meal? This silly one is a treasure, a supreme asset for both offense and defense. With a series of graceful maneuvers, I led the zombies from various schools and factories, taking 3 hours to finally pile up zombies at the prison's front gate amidst a hail of bullets. Hail of bullets? Come on. I'm driving a SWAT armored vehicle with bulletproof glass. What can you do to me? This was a situation where conditions were not favorable, if only the opposing side had worse aim. I would have loved to jump on top of the vehicle and mock the fools in the 2 guard towers that can't hit me. Huh? Can't hit me. With that, I drove away in the armored vehicle, feeling elated, swaying my head to the upbeat music blasting from the speakers, accompanied by the silly one. What a stroke of luck. At this moment, the value of the silly one far surpassed that of an entire regiment. Even a division. Seated in the passenger seat, Lu Yimei observed my exuberance, hesitating to speak. "Feel free to ask whatever you want. No need to hold back." I chuckled. Lu Yimei, momentarily startled, rolled her eyes. "What do you mean by holding back? How should I describe it?" "Ambiguous." I asked. "If your language skills are lacking, just speak plainly." Lu Yimei sighed, rubbing her temples. I laughed heartily. "Are you trying to say that they have guns? And the walls are so high that surrounding them with this many zombies won't have any effect?" Lu Yimei nodded, indicating that was more or less the point. I grinned widely, but I'm not foolish. They have so many people and guns that a direct confrontation is impossible. I want to exhaust them, even if it means wasting their ammunition. And then, I hadn't thought that far ahead, I muttered, pouting. "Seriously, Louis May turned away in frustration, probably thinking about how she ended up in this situation with a group of fools. It was no wonder she felt that way. After several hours of effort, we were merely creating a bit of trouble for the other side. Everything that unfolded felt like a farce, akin to a playful jest. I parked the vehicle in front of a well-known massive supermarket in Launcher, preparing to take the silly one out of the car. I'm going too, Louis May shouted. What for? Delivering a delightful afternoon tea to the zombies, casting a fleeting glance at Louis May's ample bosom swaying before me. I firmly shut the car door. My decision to leave her behind was not a reflection of her capabilities, but rather a desire to conceal my own abilities from outsiders, particularly these few special police officers. Even during my recent conversation with Louis May, I merely feigned ignorance. Did they truly believe I was devoid of a plan? After expending several hours merely to exhaust my adversaries, was I merely idling away my time? The certainty of retaliation from them was as solid as a rock. A group of ruthless individuals could hardly be expected to endure such indignities. However, a direct confrontation was absolutely out of the question. Amidst a hail of bullets, casualties were inevitable. That was the last outcome I wished to witness. I needed to buy myself time to devise a plan and time to seek additional supplies. Near the first prison of Launcher, the presence of these lawless criminals had instilled a sense of dread. I was certain that no one dared to scavenge for supplies in that vicinity. Furthermore, those criminals seemed hesitant to enter buildings, as they lacked the capability to do so. The military had utilized drones to eliminate most of the zombies within the urban area, yet those inside the buildings remained. In a confined space, without abilities akin to mine or that of a fool, even carrying a rocket launcher would equate to courting death. As I contemplated this, I suddenly realized I needed to pay a visit to the temporary shelter. I had to inform them not to foolishly lead zombies away at the sight of them roaming the streets, or else all my efforts over the past few hours would be rendered futile. After all, I was merely acting for the benefit of the people. I regretted not having retained the phone number of that company commander, forcing me to undertake this journey myself, accompanied by the fool. I cautiously entered the supermarket. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with only the occasional low groans of zombies breaking the silence. Holding my breath, I led the fool to the second floor via the elevator. The moment we arrived, a wave of dizziness washed over me. It was too dark to see clearly within the depths of the supermarket. There were far too many zombies within my limited field of vision. I counted no fewer than 20 aimlessly wandering about. I quickly turned, guiding the fool back downstairs to the first floor of the marketplace. Fool, go up and bring down 2 zombies at a time. Do you understand? I instructed. The fool flashed a silly grin and nodded in response. Working in tandem with the fool, we managed to clear the second floor of all zombies in just over half an hour. After an additional 2 hours, we began transporting supplies to the vehicle. Eventually, I felt the pace was simply too slow. I drove the armored vehicle directly into the mall, positioning it at the elevator entrance. Thankfully, the armored vehicle was spacious enough to accommodate bags of rice, flour, and barrels of oil. We loaded every last piece of vacuum-packed food, had it not been for the prolonged power outage rendering the meat and fish foul. I felt certain we could have made several more trips. Exiting the supermarket, we sang joyously all the way back, even stopping to refuel the vehicle, noticing the ample space remaining in the car. We also filled it with 2 large barrels of gasoline. After dropping Louis May and the fool back at school, reminding them to unload the supplies, I sought another vehicle by the roadside. Just as I started the engine, the passenger door swung open, startling me. Looking over, I found Louis May sliding into the seat, and I could only respond with exasperation. Why are you everywhere? Since I've joined the team, I have to contribute something. I can't just sit around eating and drinking, Louis May replied, her tone lacking warmth. In light of her remarks, I chose not to argue. If future recruits shared such resolve, it would indeed be a positive development. After approximately an hour of frenzied driving, as we approached the perimeter of the shelter, I was utterly taken aback, gazing at the distant, surging sea of zombies. I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. The absence of gunfire indicated a lack of resistance. It appeared that the area had succumbed. This is tragic, Louis May lamented. I had intended to warn them here not to concern themselves with the zombies from the prison. Now it seemed we were truly on our own, reliant solely on our wits. Discarding the cigarette butt, I turned the vehicle around, driving away slowly. I refrained from glancing back at the scene, but Louis May kept casting backward glances. Xingqian, hurry up, Louis May suddenly exclaimed. Who are you calling to hurry? Are you disparaging me? I retorted, displeased. Hurry, hurry, Louis May urged, gripping my shoulder anxiously. Looking down at my torn shirt, I stared blankly at Louis May. Did the special police officers possess such a sense of urgency? Was it a matter of resolving issues immediately once the heat was on? At the very least, I expected some foreplay to acclimate to the situation. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Can you handle it? If not, I'll take over. Louis May pressed as the car grew increasingly sluggish. She seemed determined to pull me onto her lap.d. Oh, I look like I can't handle it. That statement stings. I snapped back, feeling a surge of indignation. Before I could showcase my prowess, Louis May suddenly vaulted over from the passenger seat, planting one foot firmly on the gas pedal under my foot. The car surged forward with a jolt, leaving me momentarily stunned. What was the meaning of this abruptness? If she intended to use me as a cushion, I had no objections, but did she really need to be so intense? Chapter 68. Frantic Madness. Boom. 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 Just as I was on the brink of losing control, ready to deal with Louis May on the spot, the rear of the car erupted with deafening explosions. Wires rang painfully, and the earlier anger dissipated in an instant. Straining to peek out of the window, I witnessed a distant inferno, the sky illuminated in an orange glow. Damn. I exclaimed, my eyes widening in disbelief. You almost got us killed. I told you to speed up. But you wouldn't listen. Louis May scolded, infuriated. I had no idea speed up was what you meant. I replied, feigning innocence. Louis May scoffed heavily and pulled the car to the side, her cheeks flushed as she retreated to the passenger seat. I saw the missile launch from the sea, which is why I urged you to go faster. You just wouldn't listen. Louis May added, her voice tinged with frustration, turning her head away in embarrassment. Gripping the steering wheel, I glanced back at the distant blaze, sighing at the tragic sight. Tragic. Louis May shot me a bewildered look. Of course it's tragic. Sacrificing oneself for the greater good. Thousands of zombies reduced to nothingness. Louis May shot me a skeptical glance. If I'm not mistaken, the people in the shelter must have retreated onto the warship before launching the missiles. Where's the heroism in that? Really? Is that so? I turned to look again, the endless expanse of the sea devoid of ships. Louis May rolled her eyes. If we could see the ships, we wouldn't have been able to escape. Oh, I see. It's the special police comrades who are different. They understand everything, I remarked. For some unknown reason, as I mentioned Louis May's intellect, I noticed a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. What was this about? Did she have some secret she couldn't share? But upon reflection, it wasn't my concern, so I decided not to pry. If I had known that didn't concern you, what were you doing just now? Louis May would definitely lash out if she knew my thoughts. The most crucial point was that Louis May had to admit that it was quite an exhilarating experience. How to describe that feeling? Though it was incredibly embarrassing, there was an undercurrent of anticipation. Especially given the life and death stakes we were facing. Driving in silence, when we returned to school, it was evident that the supplies from the previous trip had yet to be fully unloaded. The sheer volume of goods I had managed to bring back was staggering. From the second-floor window, Lee spotted my return and called out, "Husband, come take a look. Darling, if there's something urgent, I must attend to it," I exclaimed, scampering up the stairs. "What is it, sweetheart?" I asked, feigning eagerness. "Take a look for yourself." Lee replied, her face darkened. Perplexed, I took the phone she handed me. Why was her face so grim? Had I not been innocent, I might have thought I was caught in some scandal, with a heart full of questions. I glanced at the phone, and the screen revealed a video captured from a drone's perspective. As I watched, my expression morphed into one of growing dread. When was this filmed? I inquired. Half an hour ago. I wanted to confirm whether those individuals had made any moves, and then I discovered this, Louise said, her anger palpable as she stomped her foot. What happened? Just then, the last supply was lifted upstairs. And Louis May jumped in through the window, asking. I handed the phone to Louis May. These people are utterly deranged. They are actually sending live individuals out to distract the zombies at the prison gates. Upon hearing this, Louis May's brow furrowed in concern. In the footage, those criminals were shown throwing a woman down by the wall to divert the horde of zombies. Watching as the woman, her leg broken, was torn apart by the undead, Louis May could no longer bear to witness it. This is unacceptable. We cannot allow them to treat human lives so casually. Let's focus on our own survival first. I replied, I have a feeling they will come for us soon. I nodded in agreement with Louis' sentiment. Time was of the essence. Who knew when those wretched beings would come seeking retribution? With a swift motion, I leaped out of the window, landing on the ground without any external support. Upon landing, I felt a surge of surprise. When had I become so impressive, to appear even more formidable? I feigned nonchalance, brushing dust off my pants. The nearby leaders looked at me as if I had sprouted horns. What are you staring at? I shot them a glare and then grasped the fool's hand. Heading toward the opposite dormitory. Something feels off, the leader murmured. This is not merely a slight oddity, it is indeed something amiss. Why don't you try leaping from the second-floor windowsill and see if you float gently to the ground? I wish to see the awe on your face. Old 2. This fellow, has he summoned the ancestral spirit behind my back? Why does he succeed while I cannot? Old 4 remarked, his face a canvas of jealousy. Who is his ancestral spirit? Old 1 inquired. Spider-Man, Iron Man, Thor, the Hulk. Old 6 shot a glance at the others before following me. This young rascal, is he in need of another lesson? Pointing at Old 6, who was swaying his ample backside away. Old 1 turned to Old 2. As the eldest, akin to a father, you possess the authority. You ought to confront him. Old 2 nodded earnestly. Let us deliberate cautiously. We must not waste our efforts like meat buns thrown to a dog. Old 1 covered his face. We cannot confront Old 6 at all. He must bear no psychological burden, and will cooperate wholeheartedly for that confrontation. Coward, face it like a man. Old 4 stoked the flames. You would be wise to seek out your ancestral spirit. Could it be that he is losing his sight and mistaking individuals? Old 1 shot a glare at Old 4, who also began moving in my direction. Before the sun set, we thoroughly cleared the zombies from the opposite dormitory building. Additionally, we tidied up the dormitory of Mu Chengxue next door, which brought great delight to the young lady. Finally, she could return to her own dormitory and reclaim many of her belongings. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that the young lady retrieved numerous alluring undergarments. For this alone, I felt my exhaustion was justified. That evening, the group gathered around, enjoying handmade noodles with egg sauce while discussing our response plan. Everyone contributed their thoughts. However, the 5 of us from the dormitory, along with the fool, remained silent, engrossed in our noodles. Old 1 had once said that when faced with those of superior intellect, silence is the best policy, for excessive words lead to mistakes and unwarranted scolding. Initially, a few young ladies would tag us in their messages, but our stance was clear. You call the shots, whatever you decide is fine, we will execute. Eventually, the young ladies understood that asking us was futile and directly ignored us, which brought relief to us fellows. 3 days later, in accordance with the young ladies' plan, everything was ready, merely awaiting the arrival of our adversaries. They mobilized, with dozens of vehicles and at least 100 people rushing into the dormitory shouting. In Chapter 69, The Medical School in Peril, the drones of Lui did not return directly, but followed the convoy closely. Zhang Yi had previously questioned whether such brazen reconnaissance and tracking would go unnoticed. However, after some discussion, the others ultimately heeded my advice. What we desired was for them to realize that their every move was under our watchful gaze, testing whether they had the audacity to come at us recklessly. The convoy sped along, heading straight for our school. While everyone wore serious expressions, I smiled and instructed everyone to take their positions, preparing to receive guests. This time, the brothers in the dormitory did not jest, but departed according to the plan. The drone remained in the sky, and I had already positioned myself on the rooftop of the opposite dormitory. Although this plan appeared flawless, there were too many variables. Do you truly feel at ease? Lu Yimei whispered beside me. I did not answer directly but smiled, asking, do you trust me? Lu Yimei paused, then replied, of course, I trust you. Then why would I doubt your judgment? I countered with a smile. After a moment of silence, Lu Yimei shook her head. As a leader, you are unqualified, yet you perform your duties admirably. Quite the contradiction. I chuckled. Lu Yimei nodded. A leader requires personal charm, which you lack. But when it comes to mutual trust, you have succeeded. Regarding Lu Yimei's assessment, I remained non-committal. I suppose I should accept it, albeit somewhat reluctantly. If I were to argue, I genuinely could not find flaws in her words. If it were you, what would you do? I inquired in return. Lu Yimei fell silent once more. Perhaps I would do the same as you. Upon hearing this, I nodded, pleased. Then there is no need for further discussion. I await their arrival. Lui's drone continued to follow, but as we reached the intersection near our school, the convoy surprisingly sped past without slowing down. Darling, it seems their target is not us, Lui shouted from the opposite building. I was momentarily taken aback, asking, where are they headed? It seems to be the medical school, Lui replied. Upon hearing medical school, I could not help but frown. That institution housed hundreds of students, nearly 200 of whom were girls. How could a group of students armed only with cold weapons stand against assailants wielding firearms? Remembering the tragic deaths from that day's video, I clenched my fists. What now? Lu Yimei inquired. After contemplating, I inserted several magazines into my tactical vest and turned toward the dormitory door. You're insane. The first floor of the dormitory is swarming with zombies. How will you get out? Lu Yimei chastised. You all stay put to prevent them from luring me away. I'll check the medical school, I stated before stepping outside. Seeing me leap from the second floor, Lui and the others rushed to ask what to do. When they learned I intended to check the medical school, their faces reflected reluctance. Yet, Observing my retreating figure, they understood their pleas were futile, just as I jumped over the wall and prepared to quicken my pace. Footsteps echoed behind me. Filled with curiosity, I turned to look. There were Old 2, Old 4, and Old 6, fully armed and following closely. "What are you doing?" I asked. "We share fortune and misfortune," Old 6 declared resolutely. "Seeking to play the hero, not inviting me." Old 2. He grinned. "To eradicate evil and save the world is the duty of those on the path of cultivation, all right." "All right," the three of us interrupted Old 4. Gazing at these typically unremarkable brothers, I felt a surge of pride. What does brotherhood mean? This is brotherhood. Knowing the dangers yet still stepping forward to brave the tiger's den. Such camaraderie is priceless. "Let us set off," I declared proudly. The three smiled in silence, their steps unwavering. "Goodness, you little rascal, what has big-breasted sister taught you? Don't point the gun at me," Old 2 shouted after a few steps. "Oh, got it." Old 6 adjusted the gun away from him. "And don't point it at me either, you fool," Old 4 chimed in. Following behind the three, I was engulfed by a wave of helplessness. Regretting my earlier bravado. On the main road, a few scattered zombies posed no threat. With a mere pass, I dispatched them all, just as we were nearing the outer wall of the medical school. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from within. The four of us exchanged glances and hurried our pace. This was my first time entering the medical school, and I truly had no idea what awaited inside. The only indicators of direction were the continuous gunfire and cries of despair. We had barely walked for a while when I realized the medical school was quite small compared to our school. It was akin to a high school in scale. In under 10 minutes, we had already reached the scene of the incident. It appeared to be a gymnasium with a vast open area in front, adorned with flower beds and trees, and at the far end of the open space were several compassionate stone statues. At that moment, we were peeking from behind one of the statues. "This distance is hard to gauge," Old 2 muttered. "What nonsense, we don't even know what is happening," Old 4 retorted. "Old 6, you're tall. Take a look," I suggested. Old 6 nodded and stood to jump onto the statue's base. "Damn it," I yanked Old 6 down. "Did I tell you to jump out and look? What are you doing?" I scolded in frustration. "You dimwit, have you never seen a military movie? Do you know what it means to expose oneself?" Old 2 chastised Old 6 with disappointment. "Exposing? That means being undressed. Remember that," Old 4 added, gritting his teeth as he glared at Old 6. I gazed at Old 4 in despair. At such a moment, I truly had no desire to correct this fool. If I had any thoughts left, it was a wish to end my life with a gun. I was thoroughly exhausted, truly. "You all wait here. I'll see what's going on," I impatiently tossed out as I leaned against the bushes in the flower bed to conceal myself, slowly crawling forward. When I was about 20 meters from the gymnasium, I found myself at the end of the flower bed, which meant I could not proceed further. Slowly raising my body, I peeked out. Good heavens, there were at least 100 men gathered at the entrance of the gymnasium, each appearing fierce and menacing. No need for close inspection to know they were certainly not good people. The only solace was that among them, most wielded sticks and metal objects, with only about a dozen holding guns. Primarily handguns. How could such pitiful firearms compare to ours? "Let us take them on." Suddenly, voices startled me, causing me to jerk back my head. "What are you all doing here?" In Chapter 70, I faltered. Was I in the wrong? As I gazed at Lao Lu's distressing expression, I hastily leaned out to observe the scene outside. At that moment, the chaos beyond had escalated into a fierce confrontation. The assailants, armed with knives, guns, and clubs, had surged through the doors of the gymnasium. However, it was not long before the crowd within was forcefully pushed back out. The perpetrators fought and retreated as if they had orchestrated this retreat in advance, suddenly dispersing in an instant. When the ranks of the assailants completely scattered, those relentless students who had been pursuing them were immediately met with a barrage of gunfire. The unilateral massacre unfolded before my eyes, and I witnessed many boys, no older than myself, fall to the ground, struck by bullets at the entrance. I saw even more boys, attempting to rescue their wounded classmates, succumb to the same fate in pools of blood. These fools, why charge forward without firearms? Do they lack common sense? Lao air pounded the ground in frustration. From within, a voice echoed ominously, demanding, "We only want the women. Hand over the girls, and we won't harm the injured at the entrance." "Damn it, Lao San is determined," Lao Air said, looking at me with a pleading gaze that left me torn. "What are you thinking? What time is it?" Lao Air growled, his patience wearing thin as he noticed my prolonged silence. "Lao San, we must eliminate the demons that plague us," Lao Si urged, his eyes filled with fervor. "I will follow your lead," Lao Lu chimed in, also looking to me for direction. Faced with the eager eyes of the three, I could only shake my head in silence. "Are you scared?" Lao Er exclaimed in disbelief, perhaps seeing me as an invincible warrior. Unable to comprehend my sudden hesitation, I continued to bow my head. Remaining mute, if you won't go, I will. Lao Er seemed disappointed in me. Ready to rise, I grabbed him, firmly pressing him back down. I am scared. And why shouldn't I be? Who are they? Do we know them? Why should we risk our lives for them? I'm afraid that if another one of you leaves me, I will be left alone. Is it wrong to be scared? Upon hearing this, the three fell into a heavy silence, instinctively lowering their heads. Perhaps it was only then that they realized this was not the time for reckless bravado. If we were 4 elite soldiers, and if we could ensure that every bullet we fired would take down an enemy, I would not hesitate to charge out. But the reality was that we were merely 4 students. To put it bluntly, once the guns were fired, none of us could predict where the bullets would land. The number of opponents and their firepower far exceeded ours, and one misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. My fervent tone elicited another round of silence among my brothers. Yet outside, the atmosphere was far from the stillness we experienced. The sound of gunfire pierced the air, marking the departure of vibrant young lives. I closed my eyes, enduring the torment within as I awaited the opportune moment when the man named Ping Fei from the medical college would provide me with the chance to act. Fine, you won't come out. Then don't blame us. Attack, leave no one behind, and try not to kill the women, a commanding voice ordered, prompting all the assailants, led by those wielding firearms, to charge toward the gymnasium entrance. As the most vicious of them approached the door, a barrage of Molotov cocktails flew from the second-floor windows of the gym. Instantly, the area before the gym transformed into a sea of flames. The first few assailants, rushing forward, were engulfed by the inferno, their cries of agony echoing into the sky. What is so great about having guns? Dare to come closer, and I'll burn you alive. A boy from within the gym shouted. Hearing this gave me a measure of reassurance. That voice was unmistakably Ping Fei's. As long as he remained alive, the medical college would hold its ground for the time being. The assailants watched helplessly as their comrades were consumed by the flames, perhaps indifferent to their fates. Does this futile resistance serve any purpose? Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies to surround you? The leader of the assailants shouted. You can certainly try, Ping Fei retorted. The man laughed, a derisive sound. Do you really think this is a game? We must breach the front door. With that, he signaled to his companions. And the ranks of assailants quickly scattered. In groups of 3 or 4, each consisting of about 10 individuals with 1 gunman, they began their assault on all the windows. Although the first-floor windows of the gym were sealed, the assailants began to climb toward the second-floor windows using the railings. Spread out, Lao Si urged me. I kept my eyes fixed on the unfolding battle, nodding slightly. Not yet. It's not the right moment. How long do you intend to wait? Lao Er pressed anxiously. I struggled to answer. I didn't quite know myself. I couldn't articulate the nuances of the situation, but I sensed that it still was right. It was too risky to venture out now. Soon, resistance emerged on the second floor of the gymnasium, with nearly every window manned by a vigilant student. Without hesitation, they thrust their rifles at the climbing assailants. The gymnasium had transformed into a battleground, the sound of gunfire reverberating throughout. Students struck by bullets and assailants impaled by makeshift spears began to fall from above, marking the official start of the conflict. As I observed the first wave of assailants nearing the second floor, the man at the front signaled to his remaining subordinates. Without hesitation, they dashed toward the main entrance, just as those individuals entered the gym. The delayed Molotov cocktails finally arrived. It became clear to me that the medical college's forces were becoming stretched thin and overwhelmed. I understood, at last, that the leader outside was no reckless brute. His tactics of diversion were executed with masterful precision. As assailants suffered casualties, the defending students on the upper floor were also falling in droves. This was an inevitable outcome, with handguns on the opposing side. Any student who dared to show their face would be met with bullets. If they didn't expose themselves, they would be vulnerable to those climbing through the windows. One breach would lead to another. And eventually, both the front door and windows would fall. Even if the remaining students were numerous, they would be no match for the armed assailants. Isn't it about time? Lauer questioned me. I frowned and shook my head. If we charge out now, we could easily be flanked by the assailants. Before long, the gymnasium's main entrance fell completely, and the unmistakable screams of girls echoed from within. My heart raced with urgency, yet I felt utterly powerless. I wanted to capitalize on the wind, but all I encountered were contrary gusts. Chapter 71. The siege. The windows of the second floor of the gym began to fall one by one. And I realized that if we didn't act soon, rescue would be impossible. I cursed inwardly. In a moment, I will take control of the leader, Lao Er. You and Lao Si go to the right. And Lao Lu, follow me to the left. Before I could finish, Lao Er and Lao Si shouted and charged out. Stunned, I wanted to curse them, But it was too late. I could only scramble to my feet and follow Lao Lu outside. "You two idiots, do you even know what a surprise attack is?" I yelled in anguish. The brush was merely 20 meters away from the leader, just a few seconds, yet those precious moments had been squandered by these two fools. The alert leader, leaning against a car and smoking, sensed the noise behind him. Without turning his head, he crouched down, hiding behind the vehicle. My heart sank. I realized we were doomed. I had sensed something was off all along. Those damned cars were perfectly positioned between us and the assailants. If we charged forward, we would be fully exposed, while the assailants could use the vehicles as cover. "Ambush! Fall back!" the leader shouted. "Damn it! Concentrate fire on him, quickly." I understood the urgency of our situation. We had no cover. If we retreated, it would mean exposing ourselves in open ground. Such a withdrawal would be tantamount to inviting a hail of bullets. Our only option was to charge forward and seize control of their leader. If we could capture him, we could dictate the terms and throw the opposing forces into disarray. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the unspoken understanding among my brothers proved invaluable. As I fired shots at the leader behind the car, my companions abandoned our previous plan and unleashed a barrage of fire toward the leader, suppressing him so he couldn't even lift his head. Thankfully, the leader was unarmed. Otherwise, one of us would surely have been injured. I leaped onto the car's roof and swiftly jumped over, with the others following suit. "Fire at will, then smash the butt of your rifle into the leader's right cheek," I shouted. Without hesitation, my companions opened fire on the returning assailants. To their credit, these three were decent shots. In a matter of seconds, a significant number of their reinforcements fell. "Stop right there. Anyone who dares to approach will die," I roared, pressing my rifle against the man's forehead. The man looked at me with disdain. "You little brat. Ever killed anyone? Do you know what it sounds like when a bullet hits bone? Do you dare?" I had little patience for such arrogant bravado. Did he think he was the protagonist of some time-traveling novel? Invincible with a band of loyal subordinates, he was sorely mistaken. Before I could deliver a decisive blow to teach him a lesson, the chaos continued to unfold. Lao Si, that insufferable fool, rose abruptly from his position, brandishing a rifle and unleashing a barrage aimed at the man's legs. "Who dares approach again? One more step, and I'll finish him," Lao Si shouted with exuberance. I stood in shock, my eyes fixed on the man sprawled on the ground, his legs rendered unrecognizable. "You son of a gun, you've mangled him beyond recognition. Is he even alive? What kind of threat is that?" I berated Lao Si, exasperated by his foolishness. After all, they were merely a group of prisoners. Where was the semblance of order? This dimwit at the helm had likely seized control through sheer brute force. Now, with Lao Si having incapacitated him, he was nothing more than a nobody in the eyes of his fellow inmates. They wouldn't care for him at all. As I anticipated, the surrounding prisoners, momentarily stunned, disregarded Lao Si's threats and charged forward once more. "Damn it, you fool, are you trying to get us killed?" I shouted, hurriedly seeking cover to return fire. Lao Si, closest to me, quickly used a vehicle for shelter. But where were Lao Lu and Lao Er? Those two were in a bind. Had it not been for Lao Si and me specifically targeting those armed, they would have surely been taken down on the spot. For heaven's sake, I'm truly at my wit's end with you. Lao Si, your brain is slower than my testicles, Lao Er exclaimed as he dashed back, seeking refuge behind my car while cursing. "What? Is that a personal attack?" Lao Si retorted defiantly. "Can your little egg support hair down to your waist?" Lao Er shot back. Lao Lu limped back, wounded. Seeing this, I felt a surge of anxiety. "Lao Lu, how are you?" I called out. "I'm fine. Third brother, just a scratch on my thigh. Nothing serious," he reassured me, easing my concerns somewhat, but the frustration simmering within me was hard to quell. I genuinely wished to put a bullet through Lao Si's thick skull, yet the barrel of my gun was instead trained on the man with the shattered leg beside me. This is what you get for showing off earlier. I pulled the trigger, and the wailing man fell abruptly silent. No more noise. His head was reduced to pulp. "Third brother, what do we do now?" Lao Lu inquired. "We fight. What else can we do? If we can't aim properly, we'll fire into the crowded areas." I refuse to believe we can't take them down, I declared. With that, we took our positions, each guarding a direction, using vehicles as cover while we engaged in a skirmish. Shell casings flew out of the guns, magazines rapidly depleted. Finally, when the opposing side ceased firing and hunkered down, I called for a halt. "Damn it, I'm out of bullets," I bellowed at Lao Liu. As he was about to respond, I shot him a fierce glance, and he understood immediately, nodding as he replied, "I'm out too, third brother." Seeing Lao Lu's growth brought a smile to my face. The five fools of the dormitory had shed one of their own today, as Lao Lu finally stepped out of the ranks of the dim-witted. Just as I was about to proclaim my pride, Lao Si interjected, You two are such a waste. Look at me. I still have a full magazine. My heart sank as I cursed inwardly. I had hoped to trick the opposing side into revealing themselves by feigning a lack of ammunition, ideally leading to a rush where we could reap the rewards. This idiot had ruined my perfect plan. I shot Lao Si a murderous glare, silently vowing that if he uttered another word, I would ensure Lao Lu taught him a lesson about the consequences of his foolishness. I'm out too. What now? I wondered aloud, glancing at Lao Air, whose clarity was oddly evident amidst the chaos. I couldn't fathom how Lao Si, who indulged nightly in absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, could still be so lacking in wit. Just then, I noticed Lao Air and Lao Si sitting on the ground, meticulously dividing the remaining bullets between them, one for you, one for me, in painstaking detail. Suddenly, it dawned on me. It wasn't that Lao Air understood me, but rather that I had underestimated the mental faculties of those around me. Lao Air, I called out, realizing he had completely run out of bullets. Chapter 72. Communicating with the enlightened. The gunfire within the gymnasium ceased, replaced by an eerie silence that followed the previous screams and scuffles. Faced with this sudden stillness, anxiety gnawed at me as I gazed at the gym's entrance, fearful that a group of prisoners might emerge, dragging students with them as leverage. Yet, my concerns were unfounded. I spotted Ping Fei, brandishing a Molotov cocktail, peering down from the second floor. How's it going in there? I inquired, lifting my gaze. Upon seeing me, Ping Fei hesitated briefly before regaining his composure. We've secured it. Thanks, buddy, he replied. I nodded and turned to the hidden prisoners, declaring, You've already lost. It's not too late to retreat. They remained silent, seemingly disinclined to respond. Lao Air, do you see those exposed arms and legs? I asked. He nodded. When we practice our marksmanship, take your shot. Everyone counts, I commanded. Lao Air and Lao Si exchanged wicked grins before commencing their performance. Having briefed the duo, I turned to Ping Fei, silently gesturing as if to throw something. Remarkably, he understood immediately, nodding before retreating. If only these three in front of me had the same clarity. As ordinary, somewhat dim-witted college students, Lao Air and Lao Si had truly mastered the art of inefficiency. They accomplished nothing while consuming all resources in a matter of moments. They had wasted dozens of bullets, yet failed to hit a single target. I held no illusions regarding their shooting abilities. My intention was merely to suppress the enemy, preventing them from moving while relying on Ping Fei and his Molotov cocktails to handle the situation. Before long, our plan bore fruit as fiery figures rolled out from behind trees and walls, howling in agony. Damn, that's brutal, Lao Air murmured. If you end up in their hands, you'll face something far more savage, I retorted, rolling my eyes. What would that look like? Lao Lu pondered, his voice tinged with shyness. I shot him a glare. They look like a bunch of fools. It's quite laughable. Lao Lu awkwardly nudged me, sending me tumbling. Old 3, it seems they're out of bullets too. They haven't fired a shot in ages. Lao Si exclaimed, astonished. I nodded. That seems likely, but they might also be waiting for us to run dry before launching an assault. Seriously? Are we just sitting ducks here? Lao Air exclaimed. Before I could respond, the enemy made their move, seemingly driven to desperation by the flames. Gunfire erupted, targeting the gym's second-floor windows. In an instant, 2 or 3 students were struck, dropping their Molotov cocktails at their feet. I watched the inferno blaze within the gymnasium. I clenched my teeth in frustration. Soon after, the gunfire from the prisoners below ceased. They were genuinely out of ammunition. Forced into a corner, they steeled themselves and charged towards us. Good grief, they're coming at us, over 50 of them. What do we do? Lao Air yelled in panic. Who says we can't handle them? Let them get closer, I chuckled, observing my magazine swap. The looks of shock on Lao Air and Lao Si's faces were priceless. But you're out of bullets, aren't you? When did you stash some away? Lao Air queried. You two are naive. Third brother was pretending to be out of bullets to lure them in. Lao Lu explained, and I gave him a thumbs up. As I peered at the approaching throng, now only 20 meters away, I knew that even with my eyes shut, I could take down dozens. Let us go, I shouted, raising my weapon. In mere moments, several of them collapsed. By the time those in the back realized they had been duped, it was already too late. Bullets pierced through them like peanuts. Third brother, I'm out, Lao Lu yelled. I glanced back. Only 7 or 8 remained, and with my companions, we were ready to fight. After depleting my magazine and taking down 2 or 3 prisoners, I donned my long-neglected grappling hook. I'll handle this side. You 3 take care of the others, I commanded before leaping into action. My comrades followed suit, drawing their blades as we charged forward. This was my first real confrontation with living foes since the zombie outbreak. My previous encounter with Duan, who had been a one-sided slaughter, not true combat. Brimming with battle fervor, I felt no trepidation as I faced 5 or 6 opponents. In fact, I was exhilarated in the blink of an eye. My grappling hook ensnared one man's neck. Feeling the resistance, I exerted a slight pull, and his head came clean off. I was taken aback by the ease of the action. How could it be that, despite the angle and depth of penetration, the head came off so effortlessly? Was this person devoid of muscle and bone? After a brief moment of bewilderment, realization struck me. My strength had unknowingly reached an astonishing level. Could it be connected to that monster-esque bite? That was the only explanation that made sense. Dodging a fire axe swung by an assailant, I glanced at Lao Lu and the others. The battle had devolved into a 3-on-2 situation, and it seemed that the conclusion would soon be at hand. From the moment I had decapitated my first opponent, the remaining adversaries had lost all will to fight. Had I not relentlessly pursued them, they likely would have fled long ago. Everything appeared to be progressing favorably, and the tension that had gripped my heart began to ease. Yet, as is often the case, reality proved to be less than ideal. Just as I allowed myself a moment's respite, I felt a firm grasp around one of my legs. Looking down in alarm, it dawned on me that the numerous casualties from the recent skirmish, those with gunshot wounds or stab wounds, would inevitably rise as zombies. In that brief moment of distraction, I felt a tightening around my calf. Had it not been for the book strapped to my leg, I might have been bitten. With a swift motion, I ended that unfortunate soul's brief existence. I had no time to concern myself with the 4 fleeing individuals. I bellowed for Peng Fei in the direction of the gymnasium, urging him to quickly organize a response. There were corpses turning into zombies. Chapter 73. A person. Peng Fei's reaction was swift. As soon as I finished speaking, a multitude of people surged out of the gymnasium, most of whom were girls. That it seemed the male students from the medical school had suffered considerable losses in this confrontation. Observing that help was already on the scene, I leapt into a pickup truck and made a quick turn to pursue. Who was I chasing? Certainly, it was the 4 who had fled. They could not be allowed to return alive. If they did, everything here would be exposed. If the prison were to act recklessly, we would be at a significant disadvantage with just our numbers. 2 legs would ultimately fall short against 4 wheels. And after merely one turn, I spotted the 4 panicked individuals. Without hesitation, I slammed on the accelerator. 2 figures were sent flying in graceful arcs, landing over 10 meters away. A truly gruesome sight. I even caught a glimpse of a severed leg soaring through the air, flailing more than 2 meters long. It must be said, the exhilaration of running someone down with a vehicle is unmatched. The remaining 2, however, chose not to flee, but instead pursued me with knives in hand. They were not foolish. Who could outrun a car? After driving a short distance, I leapt from the vehicle, my claws glistening as I rubbed them together in anticipation, my face alight with excitement. I shall give you both a chance. Tell me how many people are in the prison and how many guns you possess. Speak, and I shall spare you. I assumed a stance, awaiting their approach. Slow. So dreadfully slow. Their movements seemed akin to that of a tortoise in my eyes. I could even discern the grip of their fingers around the knife handles. Is this what society has produced? It appears that the legal system has fostered your existence, rendering you devoid of any real skill, just relying on shamelessness to claim the title of society person. I slashed one claw across a man's outer thigh, leisurely stepping aside. The injury elicited a grimace from him, his face contorted in a mask of hatred that rendered it grotesque. What is with that expression? Do you think you are more terrifying than a zombie? What era are we in that you would try to act so viciously? I chuckled. Listen, we have our sights set on the resources and women of the medical school. Do you think we are unaware of your affiliations? It seems you have done your homework, and the conclusion drawn is to bypass our school and head straight to the medical college? You made me wait for several days. You were truly pathetic. Where is the honor of being a society person? As I spoke, I advanced steadily toward him. Had he not uttered those words, he might have stood a chance. But now that he recognized who I was, there was no way I could allow him and his companion to escape. As I closed in, the 2 exchanged glances and lunged at me simultaneously. Yet to me, they moved as if they were elderly ladies practicing Tai Chi. I effortlessly parried their weapons and, in one fluid motion, thrust my claw into one man's neck, watching his blood foam from his mouth, and he collapsed to his knees. I took my time extracting my claw, pulling upward gradually. The man locked his eyes onto mine with a look of utter despair. Meanwhile, I turned my attention to the other man. I shall give you another chance. How many people? How many guns in the prison? Tell me, and I will let you go. Refuse, and I assure you, your fate will be tenfold worse than his. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. I knew he was torn. I did not pressure him. Instead, tossing the keys to the pickup truck 5 or 6 meters away from him, I remained still. Tell me, or grab the keys and leave. I gestured nonchalantly. The man glanced between me and the keys on the ground before ultimately resigning, dropping his knife. There are over 300 people in the prison, more than 50 of whom are women. As for the guns, there aren't many left. Excluding today's losses, there should still be 5 or 6 rifles. At his words, I scoffed, dismissively waving my hand. You may leave. Are you truly letting me go? He asked incredulously. Do you think I am like you? I am a university student, civilized, well-mannered, and trustworthy. The man's face lit up with joy. And without a second thought, he dashed toward the keys. Bang, 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 bang. In rapid succession, 5 shots rang out, striking him in the back. He fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide with rage as he attempted to glare at me. But his body lacked the strength to raise his head. I strolled over, picked up the keys, and turned to face him. In his eyes, I could read the unspoken words of regret and disbelief. You were trustworthy? I shook my head. Uncle, what kind of society do we live in that you would so easily trust another? No wonder you can only be a rogue. With that, I walked away, not forgetting to crush his skull beneath the vehicle's tires. Would you dare to curse me? That wouldn't he do. Even if his eyes held malice, it would be futile. I was simply that audacious. By the time I returned to the gymnasium, it had mostly been cleared up. I intended to leave with Lao Lu and the others, but Lao Si informed me that the medical students were tending to Lao Lu's wounds, so I decided to wait in the car for a while. Perhaps having noticed my return, Peng Fei emerged from the gymnasium. Approaching the vehicle, he offered me a cigarette, and I accepted it without hesitation, lighting it up. Xing Tian, thank you. Without you all today, our medical school would have been finished. I shook my head. No need for thanks. I merely happened to notice the situation concerning that group in the prison. They are prisoners. I nodded. They were chased away by us before arriving at your school. Do they know how many remain? Peng Fei inquired. Over 200, armed. You need to devise a plan. I cannot guarantee they won't retaliate, I warned. Upon hearing this, Peng Fei glanced at the gymnasium where they had taken refuge. It seemed my perspective had been too narrow. I had initially thought we could hold out for a few months until help arrived, but 3 days ago, I visited the harbor's refuge, which had transformed into a sea of zombies. I leaned against the car door, speaking in a subdued tone. Peng Fei's face drained of color, his hand shaking slightly around the cigarette. Sensing his distress, I offered a faint smile. However, when I left, several missiles struck the zombie horde from the sea, indicating that the military had not abandoned the refuge. Really? Peng Fei's eyes sparkled with hope. Now that the main road has fewer zombies, you could take your classmates and take a chance. Aren't you going? Peng Fei asked. I shook my head, patting the rifle slung over my shoulder. I have this. I do not require protection from others. We can discuss it later. Who knows how the zombies might evolve next time? Artistry breeds audacity. No, unity is strength. As Peng Fei and I conversed, Lao Lu limped out of the gymnasium, accompanied by a petite girl with a round face. How are you? I inquired, looking up. The wound is somewhat deep. I received 8 stitches. I need to rest for a while. The girl spoke first. You did the suturing? I turned to her. Her name is Tian Chi-Chi, a talented surgical student, Peng Fei introduced, glancing at Lao Lu's leg. I returned my gaze to Tian Chi-Chi. Come with me. You'll have food and drink aplenty. Just focus on our medical needs. Are you up for it? Chapter 74. Life at the medical school is tough. My words caused Tian Chi-Chi to pause. And even Peng Fei appeared momentarily stunned. Third brother, don't scare her. Lao Lu shot me a reproachful look. Upon hearing Lao Lu refer to Tian Chi-Chi as a sister, I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. This old fool, can't you see that the gaze she casts upon you is anything but sisterly? By calling her sister, do you realize you have lost a surgical doctor? I truly wished to signal Lao Lu. But with Peng Fei and Tian Chi-Chi standing before me, making any gestures would only lead to my own demise. I dare. Just as I was about to lose my composure, Tian Chi-Chi unexpectedly responded with 2 resolute words. Wow, I was taken aback, staring at Tian Chi-Chi. What does this mean? Is she so confident in herself? Does she intend to straighten out Lao Lu? Knowing full well it's a challenge, Peng Fei, can you spare a person? After my shock subsided, I turned to Peng Fei. Peng Fei smiled bitterly. I can barely keep myself safe. Following you is merely an escape. What is wrong with that? Hearing this, I smiled slightly. Then let us get in the car and head home. I'll go pack my things, Tian Chi-Chi said before dashing back into the gymnasium. I genuinely wanted to call out to her, to assure her that our university had no shortage of supplies. But in front of Peng Fei, I felt reluctant to embarrass her. As Lao Si helped Lao Lu into the vehicle, Tian Chi-Chi reappeared, accompanied by 2 girls carrying their belongings. What's going on? I asked. My classmates, all surgical majors, Tian Chi-Chi replied. her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I nodded and suggested we get in the car, making a bit of room, leaving the remaining space for you, Pingfei. Pingfei gratefully returned my nod. Choosing not to speak further, the medical school was not far from Haicheng University. Driving there would take just a few minutes. Outside the walls of Haicheng University, a group of people climbed over. As Lao Lu scaled the wall, the recently stitched wound on his body split open once more. Though Lao Lu insisted he was fine, my heart ached at the sight. You all head back first. I will go to the school infirmary to fetch some medicine. I told the group, but I'll accompany you. You might not know what medicine to take, Tian Chichi replied. After pondering this, I chose not to refuse. And together with Tian Chichi, we made our way toward the infirmary. It had been quite some time since I had strolled through the campus like this. After a while, Tian Chichi suddenly expressed her feelings. I'm curious, how did you all manage to sleep in the gym? I inquired. We squeezed together to sleep, Tian Chichi succinctly answered, leaving me puzzled. What do you mean by squeezing together? I asked. Inside the gym. There are some training mats, but they are limited in number, and without bedding, we had no choice but to huddle together for warmth. I shook my head with a bitter smile. Did it never occur to you to clear out a dorm room? Tian Chichi bit her lip in frustration. The boys disagreed, claiming it was too dangerous, and the girls lacked the capability. Hearing this, I chuckled lightly. It is only natural for people to look out for themselves. And what about you all? Tian Chichi looked at me. Our situation is simpler. We share both joys and hardships. Just like today, when we came to your rescue, I initially intended to come alone. But my three brothers insisted on accompanying me out of concern for my safety. Thanks to their presence, not only could we save you today, but I also avoided unnecessary danger. I expected my words to elicit admiration, envy, or at least a flood of praise for our brotherhood. Instead, after a prolonged silence, I received only a faint "that's nice, that's nice." Is that it? Is that your idea of a compliment? It seems a bit dismissive, I thought. Upon reaching the infirmary's door, I gestured for Tian Chichi to be quiet. Then cautiously approached. If it weren't for this girl, I wouldn't need to act like a show-off. I could have kicked the door open and walked right in. But regrettably, I had a little secret to keep. Gently pulling open the infirmary door and sidling inside, I emerged just a minute or two later, waving to Tian Chichi. When she entered the infirmary, her expression turned to disbelief at the sight of 5 or 6 zombies on the floor. Did you just kill those? She asked. Astonished, I waved my hand dismissively. Basic skills, nothing to fret over. How can zombies seem so pathetic in your eyes? Tian Chichi still seemed incredulous. In truth, they are easy to dispatch. It is just that the boys at your school are too afraid. After a few encounters, one learns the tricks to eliminate them. I fabricated this explanation. I couldn't reveal that I had held my breath and entered without them even noticing me. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike. In such a cramped, enclosed environment, without my unique abilities, even 1 or 2 ordinary zombies could incapacitate a regular person. There was no place to hide. One had to confront them head-on. Tian Chichi, who had never encountered such a situation, was easily convinced by my words. As she rummaged through the supplies, I realized how beneficial it was to have a doctor nearby, though I could not name the various medications and equipment. Tian Chichi expertly packed items while explaining their uses. Eventually, the two of us nearly emptied the infirmary. As we made our way back, I noticed that Tian Chichi was still wearing only thin clothes. Despite the chill of late January, feeling a surge of compassion, I removed my down jacket and offered it to her. Perhaps truly cold, Tian Chichi accepted it without hesitation, donning it immediately. You all have dealt with plenty of zombies at school. Why are you still dressed like this? Aren't you going to strip some clothes off the zombies? A gust of cold wind sent a shiver down my spine. Those in the medical field tend to be a bit fastidious. Tian Chichi murmured, her nose reddening from the cold. Still not cold. If it were truly freezing, I doubt you'd be so particular about cleanliness. Initially intending to head straight back to the dormitory, I reconsidered after noticing the 2 girls accompanying Tian Chichi were also dressed lightly. I made a quick turn and led Tian Chichi to Fat Sister's clothing and lingerie store. We promptly cleared the remaining clothing from the shop. With the enormous bundle on my back, it was as if only my feet could be seen behind me. You have some serious strength, Tian Chichi exclaimed in astonishment. Dear lady, how are you so surprised? I'm from the sports department. I'm not like those genteel boys. Indeed, she replied, that's quite insightful. Calling her a conversation ender would not be an exaggeration. When we reached the bottom of the dormitory, everyone was gathered in a circle, seemingly discussing something. What's going on? I inquired as I approached. Honey, Lao Lu can't use his leg. He can't make it upstairs, Muching Shiwei said anxiously. I nodded and set down my large bundle, suggesting everyone take what they needed. and someone hand me the curtain. At this point, no one had the heart to sift through the items. They merely grabbed handfuls of clothing and stepped aside. I gestured for Lao Lu to lie on the curtain fabric. He had always obeyed my commands without hesitation and promptly laid down. Have you ever seen how ethnic minorities carry their children? I thought as I jumped onto the windowsill with Lao Lu on my back. Everyone below gaped in disbelief at the sight of me vanishing through the window. Chapter 75. Words too extreme. How much does Lao Lu weigh? The eldest asked, staring blankly at the second-floor window. About 196, the fourth replied dazedly. That's just his height. His weight must be at least 220, the second remarked, while still clutching a pile of bras and women's underwear. Is that how you go up? The eldest asked incredulously, glancing at the second. The second nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow with the women's underwear. Luo Yi snatched the clothing from the second's hands, saying, if this is how you go up, what's next? Will you fly up? Luo Yi wondered, exasperated with her man's choice in companions. Oh, you all plan to spend the night here? Lu Yimei approached with her gun slung over her shoulder. Big-chested sister, your sisters are cursing us, the eldest remarked. Rightfully so, Lu Yimei replied. Sister, you must uphold justice, not family loyalty, the second stated firmly. Justice is never on your side, she retorted. Sister. Don't call me sister, I cannot accept that title. Lu Yimei said before climbing upstairs. Her compliment made the fourth extremely happy. Did you hear that? It was incredibly flattering. The eldest licked his lips, though the wording left something to be desired. The second smiled blissfully. At dinner time, when Tian Chi-Chi and the other girls took their first bite of ham-fried rice, tears unexpectedly streamed down their faces. Lao Lu, lying in bed receiving at 4, was stirred awake by their sobbing. He sat up suddenly. What happened? What's wrong with my third brother? I, leaning against the windowsill smoking, turned back in disbelief. Your brother is right here. Could you not wish for my well-being? It took considerable effort to calm the 3 girls. But seeing Tian Chi-Chi move to tears over a bowl of fried rice tugged at my heartstrings. Gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, my thoughts began to wander, drifting through memories of my former campus life. Old classmates, and the grandmother who raised me. I even recalled my irresponsible parents. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, I had not received a single call from them. I would never reach out to them either. I had assumed they were dead. The thought of their demise caused a brief pang in my heart, but I quickly let it go. With a bitter smile, I mused to myself that I had indeed overthought it. They clearly didn't care whether I lived or died. Why should I be troubled by it? This led me to a realization. While my parents had abandoned me, the people around me had not. Throughout this long ordeal, I had been preoccupied with survival, never once inquired about everyone's family situation. The more I thought about it, the more puzzled I became. I swiftly turned to the group and asked. I've completely forgotten to ask. Have any of you been in contact with your families? Upon mentioning family, many in the room lowered their heads, indicating they had lost contact. However, a few raised their hands, including Mu Qingxue. After a thorough inquiry, I learned that those who survived mostly reached the local shelters in the first wave. A few families, like Lao Lu's parents, had rushed to the school out of concern for him, but lost contact along the road. Third brother, you haven't mentioned your parents since school started. Where are your mom and dad? Lao Lu asked. I have no parents. I was raised by my grandmother. Whenever those two are mentioned, I wear a sour expression. Lao Lu still wanted to inquire further, but was halted by Tian Chi-Chi, who was changing her dressings. It seemed they could glean something from my demeanor. Why suddenly bring up family matters? Lu Yimei asked. I sat down and lit a cigarette. Today's events at the medical school have imparted a profound lesson. In this world, possessing material wealth alone does not guarantee survival. Force is the undeniable truth, but what is the source of that force? Ultimately, it boils down to personnel. Our numbers are woefully insufficient. However, one cannot trust unfamiliar faces, the boss remarked. I nodded in agreement. Which is why I thought of everyone's families. Only kin can be truly reliable. This is a noble thought, yet impractical. A city like Lan is rife with chaos, and our loved ones are scattered across distant lands, Luo Yi murmured. Everyone nodded, endorsing Luo Yi's sentiment. Are there many people at the medical school? Tian Chi-Chi suddenly interjected. Her words. I smiled wryly. Yes, there are many, but it's of little use. Don't they understand the adage that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, with Ping Fei around? There will inevitably be conflict. I mimicked a throat-slitting gesture while holding a cigarette. Second brother, think for a moment. If someone displaces me, would you choose to side with them? I looked at Lao Er. Exasperated. Lao Er stared at me, momentarily stunned, gazing at me blankly. In his eyes, I saw a tumult of sorrow, rage, and despair, even a fierce willingness to stand against the world. I felt a surge of comfort. Second brother would always remain my second brother, a good comrade for life. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Lao Er, heartbroken, finally spoke. I would, damn it, let us disperse. What is the point of discussing how to bolster our strength with these fools? Clean yourselves up and await your demise, he cursed as he exited the meeting room. Watching him storm out in anger, Lao Er looked perplexedly at the boss. Did I say something wrong? The boss patted Lao Er on the shoulder, offering a soothing remark. Your words might have been a tad too extreme. You should tread lightly. You fool. This simple yet blunt retort was echoed by 4 girls, Mu Chenxue, Luo Yi, Jiang Yi, and Lu Yimei. After they spoke, they turned and left the dormitory with an air of indignation. The boss was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, glancing at the others. Did I say something wrong? Everyone responded with expressions of helplessness before dispersing. Huh. Lao Si noticed that no one was paying him any mind. The boss turned his gaze back to Lao Si, who, while pinching his fingers, declared, I calculated it. There's nothing wrong. According to the divination, there shouldn't be any karmic retribution. Oh, what's their issue? The boss insisted, pointing towards the departing figures. Big brother, if you have no further business, you might as well return to your own room. I need some rest, came Lao Lu's gentle voice from the bed. Chapter 76. The mysterious downfall of the medical school that evening. Due to my tumultuous emotions, I initially sought to vent, but 3 hours later, I began to doubt my very existence. My eyes were vacant, panic-stricken, my hair disheveled, and I curled helplessly in the corner of the bed, gnawing on my fingers. I am finished. This is the end for me. I slapped myself across the face, feeling utterly useless. 3 hours had passed, and I was human, not livestock, forced to toil without sustenance. What would become of me in the years to come, serving the people? Mu Qingxue was the first to open her eyes, gazing at me with sultry eyes. Darling, don't overthink it. This is surely just the result of overwhelming pressure. I truly wished to tell her to drop it. As pressure was not the issue, the question was whether I could continue at all. What if we try a different environment? Jiang Yi peeked out, looking at me. That shouldn't be the case. Luo Yi was just fine until recently, she said, nestling beside me and gently comforting me. What am I to do? I helplessly shut my eyes as a tear of despair slipped down my cheek. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. I couldn't comprehend it. Was this a good thing? Why were they laughing? But upon reflection, I realized that my current state might indeed be a source of amusement for those 3 girls. What could be better than having a steadfast and readily available boyfriend? I burrowed under the covers, suddenly feeling devoid of hope and anticipation for a brighter future. At the medical school, Pengfei, wary of immediate retaliation from the prison, drove a group of boys onto the main road after we had left. Despite the significant casualties from today's brutal conflict, nearly 400 individuals still remained. This was not a number that could be relocated in one go with just a few cars. Thus, he needed vehicles, many more vehicles. There were indeed a few large buses parked along the main road. However, Pengfei dared not commandeer them, as each bus housed a considerable number of zombies. Those zombies, upon sighting them, relentlessly banged against the car windows, their force causing the boys from the medical school to fear that the windows would shatter under the strain at any moment. Even with 5 boys per vehicle, we still required at least 60 vehicles. We were nowhere near that goal. Everyone, hurry and stay safe, Pengfei urged, with the energy spent trying to gather 60 vehicles. We might as well raid a few police stations. If we have guns, why would we need to flee? We should have secured firearms long ago. Merely hiding in the school, waiting for rescue, was a grave mistake. Ever since the tragedy unfolded today, Pengfei noticed dissent brewing among the students. Rather than turning a blind eye, he felt utterly powerless. As a leader, when significant errors and losses occur, discontent is inevitable. A fact he was keenly aware of. Yet, his current decision was aimed at minimizing losses. Go to the police station. Don't be absurd. If these people had any capability, they wouldn't be crammed in the gymnasium. If he could successfully lead the remaining individuals to safety, he would consider his mission accomplished. What did insults matter when it came to the lives of those left behind? Pengfei, where on earth are we going to find so many vehicles? Given that many are broken or destroyed, exactly. If we keep searching like this, we could reach the shelter without any vehicles. This remark drew laughter from several boys nearby. Pengfei halted, gazing at those who had once cowered before him, a murderous impulse rising within him. Yet he ultimately restrained himself. He was filled with pent-up frustration, unwilling to shift the blame. But he had initially proposed clearing an entire dormitory building. What had transpired? These very individuals had voted against him, forcing so many to cram into the gym during the biting cold of winter. If they believed this course of action was utterly futile, they were free to abstain. They could easily find a couple of good vehicles and head straight for the shelter, yet they did not do so. Why? Because they were simply a bunch of cowardly blusterers. Ping Fei unleashed all the discontent he had been harboring within him. Yet these words struck a sensitive chord with some individuals. That night, Ping Fei met his end at the hands of a few students. When they returned to the school in a state of panic, everyone was asking where Ping Fei was. They could only say they encountered zombies on the road, and to protect them, Ping Fei had been bitten and succumbed. Suddenly, the medical school was left leaderless, as if everyone had lost their anchor. Yet it was precisely this that spurred a greater urgency to escape to safety. The medical school descended into chaos, with boys fighting over a few. A group of individuals observed my return, steaming bowls of food in hand. Yet not a single soul inquired about my well-being. The fool, lured by the enticing aroma of zhajiangmian, scampered to a corner, devouring the dish with abandon. Meanwhile, my bowl remained cradled in the arms of Mu Qingxue. The crowd encircled me in silence, their gazes fixed intently upon me. I lit a cigarette and settled into their midst, inhaling quietly. Once the cigarette was extinguished, I accepted the bowl of food Mu Qingxue offered and delicately prodded the noodles with my chopsticks. Starting tomorrow, individuals will accompany me daily to gather firearms, ammunition, and supplies. I intend to sweep through Lanshur. Having spoken, I took a substantial bite of noodles, chewing with palpable fury. Upon hearing my declaration, the expressions of everyone present twisted in unease. However, the four misfits from the dormitory erupted in exhilaration. "Old 3 is amazing," the overjoyed oldest shouted. "Hey, Old 3, I always knew you wouldn't be content to remain confined to the school's little patch of land. Uphold justice, act righteously. This is a noble cause, one that is both feasible and commendable," Old 4 mumbled. "Speak plainly," I retorted, my words a muddled blur. "Third brother is formidable." Seeing this, I nodded in satisfaction. "Xingtian, our numbers are too few. We currently have no grasp on the city's forces," Lu Yimei cautioned. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging her insight. "Indeed, therefore I must broaden our search for resources. While scouring for supplies, we may also rescue some isolated individuals, as they tend to be more reliable." "But won't that slow us down?" Liu whispered. "Thus, we require a significant victory to establish our reputation, to let the survivors in Lanshur know that we are a group actively resisting malevolent forces." "Prison?" Jiang Yi inquired. "Precisely. Until they are vanquished, my resentment shall not be quelled." Finishing my last bite of noodles, I declared vehemently. "Darling." Mu Qingxue took the bowl and chopsticks, hesitatingly calling out to me. What is it?" "It seems we have misunderstood," Mu Qingxue replied, her tone tinged with bitterness. "What misunderstanding?" I asked, perplexed. "Today, 3 of Chi-Chi's female classmates came to our school," Mu Qingxue said with a bittersweet smile. "Are there survivors? Really?" "Where?" I scanned the surroundings but found no one. "Where's 308? I stood up, intending to step outside to inquire. Yet, before I could move, my arm was seized by Lu Yimei. I turned back, confusion etched on my face. "What's wrong?" Lu Yimei shook her head in dismay. "Not prisoners. It's an internal conflict within the medical school." "What?" I nearly shouted, my eyes wide with disbelief. My expression was as exaggerated as if I had seen a ghost, prompting laughter from everyone around. While I stood dumbfounded in the center, after Jiang Yi recounted the events from the medical school the previous night, I slumped heavily onto a chair. What a catastrophe. I spent the entire day braving gunfire. And for what? I lamented, observing the fool exhaustedly clutching his bowl while slumped on the ground. I sighed. "Darling, people's hearts are the most unpredictable during these times," Mu Qingxue summarized. After a lengthy pause, my wounded heart began to heal. "Are the 3 of them injured?" I inquired. "They are hurt, but it appears they were not attacked by zombies. It seems more like human-inflicted wounds," Jiang Yi explained. "Speaking of which, Old 3, you ought to admonish Second Brother." These girls did not conduct a thorough inspection, and Second Brother volunteered, only to be met with their scolding. Old 2 interjected. "What happened?" I didn't look at Old 2, but rather turned to Lu Yi. Knowing this fool must have done something regrettable, Lu Yi, noticing my gaze, flushed crimson, indignantly pointing at Old 2. He tried to remove the girl's pants for an inspection. Before I could express my anger, Oldest interjected. "What's wrong with that? Is there a problem?" Second Brother was right. "Old 3, do you not recall that Old 5 is a prime example?" Upon hearing this, I trembled as I lit a cigarette. My eyes clouded with uncertainty about the path ahead. Per 5th Brother, Old 4 suddenly shouted, startling me into awareness. I chuckled, genuinely amused. "So it's Old 5, is it? Old 5 has the audacity to bite silkworm pupae. What about the girls? Can he nibble on watermelon rinds when confronted by zombies?" I lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Why are you getting so riled up? Why such a temper? I remarked. Third brother's wives, we mustn't indulge these men too much. Otherwise, they will develop bad habits, Oldest said with a grin. Indeed, once amiable Old 3, look at how you've spoiled them. Old 2 tightened his grip around my shoulders, observing the sycophantic demeanor of the two brothers. The girls collectively covered their faces, stifling laughter, disinterested in their antics. I was merely joking. How can one simply sever ties? I reflected. The brothers in the dormitory are not merely friends, they are akin to family. No matter what, I cannot abandon them. After calming down for a while, I turned to Lu Yimei. Isolate those 3 girls. Let the fool deliver their meals tomorrow morning. We'll see if they have changed. That has already been arranged, Lu Yimei replied. I nodded in satisfaction. This girl was worth saving, at the very least ensuring the safety of my household while I was away. After some contemplation, I spoke. The plan remains unchanged. Within a week, I shall acquire all the firearms and launcher. That night, as I lay in bed, Mu Qingxue and the 3 girls finally recounted the current state of the refuge. It turned out that the 3 girls had indeed visited the refuge, and they were not alone. There were 4 to 5 dozen girls who had arrived trembling, searching for a vehicle along the way. However, the port was still teeming with zombies. Despite hearing gunfire, they dared not enter. While they were at a loss, a group of individuals led a horde of zombies directly towards the refuge. The girls were terrified and hid in a vehicle, too frightened to move. Initially, they thought those were military personnel intending to eliminate the zombies in one fell swoop. However, to their shock, that group returned and abducted their classmates. Had they not been quick-witted enough to hide beneath the vehicle, they too would have likely been taken. Contemplating the details of the incident for a long while, I pondered, is someone opposing the military? Who could it be? What benefit could there be in this zombie-infested world? Discussing interests in this era is somewhat absurd. Who, aside from personal gain, would wish for chaos? Truly perplexing. Chapter 78. Testing the waters. The following day, my plan commenced in earnest. To ensure safety, I retained 3 special police officers at home to guard against any intruders. I set forth with Lu Yi, the fool, Old 2, and Han Bin. As we departed, Old 4 was notably displeased, questioning why he was not as favored as Han Bin. Without needing my response, Han Bin retorted, I am obedient, low maintenance, and considerate. Old 4 was left speechless, watching Han Bin's retreating figure. According to the information provided by Lu Yimei, there were 4 special police teams and 1 headquarters in total throughout Lanshur. To acquire a substantial amount of firearms and ammunition, I chose the headquarters as my initial target. What a joke. If we're going to do this, let us make it a grand affair. Otherwise, I'd be doing a disservice to the name I've given myself. What was that saying? If successful, I'll be known as General Xing in Dubai. If not, I'll face the law as Xing something. That's the spirit. However, when the armored vehicle arrived at the headquarters, I was deflated. This was no special police headquarters. It resembled a large zombie. I had just intended to give my younger brother a lesson when Lu Yi immediately grasped my meaning. I understand. Dear, just make a call to the zombies in the park, and they'll certainly arrive within half an hour. The ease with which he understood my thoughts was rather delightful. I pressed my lips against Lu Yi's in a fervent kiss before I flung open the car door and leaped out. Cautiously, I pushed open the main building's door, and I could hear a faint patter of footsteps echoing through the corridor. A frown creased my brow as lingering doubts clouded my mind. Were our movements being monitored? Why did this group arrive just after I had lured the zombies away? I sincerely hoped it was merely a coincidence. The thought of being watched unsettled me greatly. To put it plainly, it was a case of the enemy being concealed while we were exposed, an utterly precarious situation that could turn us into their prey at any moment. I endeavored to keep my footsteps light as I approached a corner on the first floor. Peering cautiously into the corridor, the first floor was deserted, indicating that this group had already begun their search on the second floor. If they were on the third floor, I wouldn't be able to hear their footsteps so clearly. Lu Yimei had once mentioned that the SWAT team's armory was typically located in the basement, especially in the main headquarters, where there were 3 heavy doors. Unless opened by an insider, the only option would be to blast them open. Thus, Lu Yimei had advised that the plan to raid the main headquarters should be the last resort. However, she could never have anticipated that I would be so greedy as to bypass the other 3 squads and head directly to the headquarters. After wandering around for a while, I finally located the entrance to the basement, but as I gazed at the extraordinarily thick iron door, a wave of helplessness washed over me. At this moment, blowing open the door was simply unrealistic. Not only would the zombies be drawn to the noise, but so would the people upstairs. What to do? I stood there, lost in thought, anxiously pacing in front of the massive iron door when suddenly I froze, for I heard footsteps approaching. Had I been discovered? Acting swiftly, I found a wall niche and pressed myself against the wall, concealing myself behind it. The newcomer, perhaps alerted by the sound of my footsteps, peered in, and upon realizing the basement was empty, he stepped inside with a puzzled expression. Listening to his relaxed footsteps, I felt a surge of relief, just as he was about to reach my hiding spot. I sprang at him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The man was momentarily taken aback by my sudden attack. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, I drew my knife and pressed it against his throat. "Make a move, and you're a dead man," I warned. The man complied, shutting his mouth and gazing at me with a calm demeanor. "Who are you?" Upon hearing this question, I instantly understood. In Lawn City, we were certainly not the only ones thriving. Many other organizations existed. "I'm just a wolf desperate to survive," I replied softly. "With your skills, our leader would definitely put you to good use. Come with us." The man painted a rosy picture, but regrettably, I was not swayed by his words. I had passed by the medical college yesterday, where hundreds had perished. I pressed the knife further into his skin. "Do you have any connection to that?" I sought to confuse him, leading him to believe I was a survivor from the medical college, a tactic I had learned from Mu Qingxue the previous night. "Medical college? That's not us," the man replied after some thought. "How can I trust you?" I growled menacingly. "Yesterday, we captured a few girls from an organization. They claimed to be from the medical college, saying it was a place of internal strife." Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of urgency. Their claims perfectly aligned with what I knew. This only validated that the man was not lying. Continuing to feign ignorance, I pressed him further. "How many girls did you capture? Where did you take them? How many organizations are there in Lawn City aside from yours? You're quite the lone wolf, aren't you? You don't even know the current landscape of Lawn City." The man stared at me in disbelief. "Enough with the chatter. Speak quickly," I urged, pressing the knife against him, the blade piercing his flesh. The man tilted his head back in submission and hurriedly replied, "There are 5 major organizations in Lawn City: the Science Museum, the airport, Jiannan College, South City Prison, and us." "You must be joking. Which of you has the audacity to claim the airport as a force? That place should have fallen first," I shouted incredulously. "We're from the North City Women's Prison. I'm not joking. The airport hasn't fallen. In fact, it has become Lawn City's largest power. I heard the person leading them was bitten but didn't turn. He possesses special abilities." The man, sensing the knife tightening against his throat, hastily explained. When he mentioned someone who had been bitten but remained unchanged, my heart skipped a beat. Could there be someone like me? If so, did his powers mirror mine? If that were the case, it would be wiser to stay hidden, for under equal circumstances, with so many subordinates at his command, I would be courting death by confronting them. "How many people are at the airport? How many do you have? And which organization took the girls yesterday?" I quickly regained my composure, ready to extract as much information as possible. Perhaps I appeared more like a madman to him. The man, surprisingly obedient, straightforwardly divulged the personnel configurations of each faction. The airport was the strongest, boasting over 5,000 members, encompassing men, women, and children. However, in terms of average combat strength, they were comparable to the other organizations. The weakest among the remaining factions was South City Prison, ranked 5th. Following closely was the Science Museum, which was continuously supplying zombies to the shelters. The man added that the Science Museum's reputation had fallen below that of South City Prison, as it was filled with a group of middle-aged perverts in their 40s and 50s. Any women who fell into their hands would be subjected to a fate worse than death, reduced to mere tools for their gratification. Once a woman was found to be pregnant, her fate was almost always sealed. Listening to the man's account, my heart twisted with sympathy for the captured female students of the medical college and anger at my own powerlessness. Before I could process my feelings, the man suddenly muttered, "Oh, I forgot one. What is it?" I asked. "There's also Haiching University, but I don't know the exact numbers. I heard the leaders are 5 thugs, fierce and quick to resort to violence. South City Prison has suffered considerable losses." As he spoke of Haiching University, his enthusiasm grew. While my expression darkened, I felt an overwhelming urge to stab this fool in front of me. "Don't you ever learn not to speak ill of others behind their backs? Calling me a thug right in front of me. What am I supposed to feel?" What infuriated me further was that I couldn't retaliate. Doing so would expose me. "Stop your prattling. Do you think you're the good guys? Aren't you also out there stealing women?" I retorted angrily. "We're different. Our leader is a woman. Such things could never happen under her command. Besides, those are the girls from the medical college. What value does a doctor hold now?" The man shot back defiantly. "Who are you trying to fool? A woman as a leader. Can you all truly follow her? Believe it or not, everything I'm saying is the truth." The man displayed a resigned demeanor. Shall Wu. Just as I was about to press further, a A man's voice called softly from a distance. Point one last question. What are you doing here? I forcefully pulled the man in front of me as a shield. We're looking for guns. The Science Museum has set its sights on us. A confrontation could happen at any moment, and we must arm ourselves. Nodding slightly, I replied, tell your companions you're fine. The man complied. But I swiftly knocked him unconscious, taking his shotgun and ammunition before departing. I hurriedly left the SWAT headquarters, finding Lu Yi and the other's vehicle in a nearby cluster of buildings. As soon as I settled in, my younger brother anxiously inquired about the situation inside. I recounted the intelligence I had gathered, and a heavy silence enveloped the car. Honey, I think we should wait a bit. If they detonate the armory, the commotion will surely be significant, and we might just find some opportunities. Lu Yi suggested. Do you have a plan? I asked, looking at Lu Yi. With a shy smile, Lu Yi replied, I won't directly lure the zombies. I'll merely lead them a little closer, so it's not entirely malicious. After pondering for a moment, I shook my head. I believe they won't be using their guns today. Why? My younger brother questioned. Puzzled. They knocked out one of our men. If they can inflict harm, they are undoubtedly foes, and the specifics of their situation remain unknown. Using their guns now would be tantamount to walking into a trap, handing their enemies an advantage. What then? Lee pressed. You four should return first. I'll stay here and observe. If they abandon their plans, I'll take action later tonight. No way. Absolutely not. This time, it was not just Lu Yi opposing me. Even my younger brother and Han Bin began to voice their dissent. With this time, can't we check on the other teams? My younger brother grumbled. Given the current circumstances, it seems the other teams have likely been thoroughly stripped of their weapons. I analyzed. Upon hearing my reasoning, the others considered it, and it indeed seemed plausible. The Science Museum was to the east, Jiannan College to the west, while the airport was directly north. If this were the case, then the SWAT headquarters had undoubtedly become a target. Han Bin murmured, we must act swiftly. The longer we wait, the more perilous our situation becomes. Let us accompany you. Li hastily remarked. Be good and obedient. If you are here, I cannot indulge myself, I jested. However, before Lu Yu could finish her sentence, I interrupted her, gently stroking her hair, and spoke earnestly. Opportunities must be seized. They do not come again. You must listen to me. Now we know that the leader of the airport possesses abilities akin to mine, and with so many subordinates, we must acquire those weapons. Only then can we have the leverage to confront others. After persuading the four of them with heartfelt reasoning and earnest entreaties, they ultimately drove away. I did not linger but sought a residential building from which I could observe the headquarters compound. I arrived at the door of an apartment on the third floor and, using the technique that Han Bin had taught me, held my breath and opened the door. As the door swung open, I was greeted by a little girl clad in a pink princess dress. She appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, but at that moment, she had transformed into a zombie. Within that room, I dispatched 6 zombies, effectively wiping out the entire family. After resolving that situation, I settled by the window, barely having time to relish my newly warmed seat when I heard faint clattering sounds emanating from the distant special police building, occasionally interspersed with the roars and scuffles of zombies. What the hell? Are they so reckless? I stood up in astonishment. I was unsure how much time had passed, but as I watched black bags being carried out from the building across the way, I felt a wave of despair wash over me. It was over. My gun was gone. Chapter 80. The fisherman and the sparrow standing at the window. My heart bled. The zombies, which we had painstakingly lured away, had ultimately fallen into someone else's hands. The most frustrating part was my utter inability to resist. It was infuriating. Watching over 20 individuals gleefully carry away my possessions, I slammed my fist against the windowsill. Envy, jealousy, and resentment. It was not merely envy at their numbers but also jealousy at how harmoniously they coexisted. Reflecting back, the medical college had over 500 students. What a formidable concept that was. If things had progressed well, it could have developed into a powerful organization. Even in the current Lawn City, it would undoubtedly have found its place. Alas, greed knows no bounds. With a promising hand, they ended up losing it all. Remembering those young men and women, I couldn't help but lament the whims of fate. Once, I had thought the medical college would be my greatest adversary. Now my silent sorrow would not halt anyone's progress. The group carrying my belongings would not stop, nor would the dozen or so vehicles that followed. The subsequent vehicles, in the blink of an eye, the sounds of screeching tires and abrupt stops pierced the air. Before I could discern the weapons of the newcomers, the two factions had already engaged in combat. The group that had been carrying away my possessions, having upgraded their equipment, gained the upper hand in the exchange. However, their good fortune was short-lived. The zombies from the upper floors, previously undisturbed, charged down like a tempest. Witnessing the group inside the building fall into a precarious situation, I stomped my foot in frustration. A bunch of fools, caught up in their own triumph, knowing full well that zombies lurked above yet still firing their weapons. They could easily have refrained from shooting and let the zombies deal with the outsiders. I scolded internally as if my thoughts had been overheard. The attackers outside immediately ceased their assault. The gunfire within the building continued, mingled with screams, cries for help, and shouts, all echoing vividly even from my distant vantage point. To be honest, I felt a twinge of regret. I should have insisted Liu stay behind, or at the very least, left a drone with her. In this current predicament, if I had a drone to lure the zombies from the park back here, it would have been a perfect opportunity. Just as that thought crossed my mind, my eyes widened in astonishment as I saw a drone descending vertically from the sky. Damn it, I muttered under my breath. Observing the operator of the drone, who was smiling and shaking his head at another person, I realized I was outmatched. How could an organization with so many people lack drones? This was pure folly. I had underestimated them. It was over. There was no point in watching anymore. They had come prepared. I would not be able to retrieve that gun. I resigned myself to the idea of going home to wash up and sleep. Just as I was about to turn away, gunfire erupted near my building. I was taken aback and quickly leaned out to look down. Below, over 30 people had emerged from somewhere, forming a fan-shaped formation, and began firing at the vehicles in the special police compound. What? A twist? I exclaimed in delight. Then, in the next moment, there was a loud crash as the window of my room shattered. The shards of glass left several cuts on my face. I quickly crouched down. What the hell? I'm on the 3rd floor. How can someone on the 1st floor shoot up here? Their aim is worse than our 4th brothers. This time, I dared not expose myself, fearing that the shooter below would accidentally hit me if they missed their intended target. I leaned against the window. I listened as the gunfire below began to fade. I knew this was the moment to seize the opportunity and rush in to eliminate the enemy. A quick glance confirmed my suspicions. The newcomers had pushed all the way to the entrance of the compound. Both factions had suffered casualties, yet they continued to exchange fire, locked in a deadly standoff. To be honest, this was far more exhilarating than watching a movie. Real bullets were flying. With the battle no longer posing a threat to me, I felt emboldened and peeked out again at the lively battlefield below. The situation was deadlocked. The attackers at the entrance could not break in, while those inside could not break out. The key to resolving this standoff lay with the people in the building. If they could eliminate the zombies and then launch a two-pronged attack, the group inside would be doomed. However, I waited and waited, but the moment of high tension did not arrive. In my impatience, I even considered rushing down to join the fray, but that was merely a fleeting thought. The two factions did not know me. In such a chaotic scene, if I charged out without explanation, I would be riddled with bullets in no time. I was no fool. Perhaps sensing my frustration, just as I was about to give up on this grand spectacle, the people in the building finally began to counterattack. With their involvement, the previously stalemated situation quickly tilted in favor of the newcomers. The defenders inside fell like dominoes. Just then, a drone soared swiftly into the sky from the courtyard. Take out the ones at the entrance, someone shouted. In response, nearly all the guns turned skyward and fired wildly. However, as is often the case in life, despite the dense barrage of bullets, not a single shot struck the drone. Shoot the one controlling the drone. Came another command, and the group at the entrance desperately began to attack a particular vehicle in the courtyard. Enjoying the view from my perch, I let out an excited cheer, embracing the notion that shared joy is better than solitary pleasure. I dialed Mu Qingxue for indeed. You continue your chatter, blissfully unaware that the zombies will arrive in just a minute. I remain puzzled by the fervent debate occurring at the entrance of the main building. Their animated gestures suggest a heated discussion. Casting another glance at the approaching horde of the undead, I secretly relish the fact that the enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. However, my momentary joy is swiftly dashed as I observe the group dispersing, each retreating to their respective vehicles. No, don't leave, I whisper anxiously, watching as the cars rev their engines, make U-turns, and maneuver away. I again glance at the imminent arrival of the zombie throng. My mind, long dormant, races to calculate the time differential between both sides. My eyes dart frantically between targets. It's too late, I murmur to myself in excitement. As expected, before the vehicles even reach the entrance, the undead swarm surges into the courtyard. The leading car collides head-on with the horde. The driver, in a panic, floors the accelerator, seemingly intent on breaking free. Unfortunately, he grossly underestimates the sheer number of zombies. After surging forward a mere few meters, the windshield shatters as the undead clamber inside. The vehicle soon loses all sense of direction, careening wildly before toppling over. The cars behind react swiftly, attempting to reverse. But before they can gain momentum, they are engulfed by the relentless tide of zombies. A dozen surrounded by a horde of zombies. I remained remarkably calm instead of succumbing to panic. I held my breath and gently opened the car door. The previously agitated mass of corpses fell silent as I stifled my breath. Aware that time was of the essence, I hurried to the rear of the vehicle and retrieved several grenades from the black bag. Without a moment's hesitation, I pulled the pin and, summoning all my strength, hurled them towards the pursuing foes. In the past, my strength might have faltered over a distance of 100 to 180 meters. However, this time was different. The first grenade soared high into the air, tracing a graceful arc before detonating mid-flight, a testament to the distance I had managed to throw it, with a thunderous explosion. The zombie horde momentarily paused, then rushed towards the source of the blast in a frenzied stampede. Seizing this opportunity, I swiftly tossed 2 more grenades into the fray. This time, I controlled the trajectory well, and the grenades detonated beside the convoy. In an instant, my pursuers were thrown into disarray. I knew they would never believe that the grenade exploding so near to them had been hurled by me. The nearby zombies, startled by the distant explosions, surged like a tide towards that group of people. I quickly drew a rifle and jumped into the pickup truck, driving away without a second thought for those left behind. At that moment, my only desire was to return to the school as swiftly as possible. In a flurry of urgency, I made my way to the armory, seizing 2 rifles along with several magazines, and swiftly descended from the dormitory, heading straight for the opposite building. To my surprise, as I ascended to the second floor of the adjacent dorm, I heard footsteps behind me. "What are you doing?" I exclaimed, astonished to see Lu Yimei, fully armed, climbing up alongside me. "No time for chit-chat. Let's stick to the plan," she replied, her vigilance evident as she readied her weapon. I felt a sense of relief. Had those fools finally come to their senses, ignoring me? Lu Yimei shot back. "Considering your speed climbing up, I take it your stomach isn't bothering you anymore?" "It's manageable, just holding on," I replied. She glanced at me, assessing my situation. "Well, you've already done the most inadvisable things. Scaling a building should be a walk in the park." "Damn it, you really misunderstood me this morning," I said, my expression grimmed. "No need for explanations. Given our predicament, any sense of modesty between men and women is obsolete. I understand, and I don't mind." Her words echoed in my head, and I genuinely contemplated lifting my shirt to reveal my wounds, proving I wasn't the so-called king of hand cannons. Yet, after a moment's reflection, I refrained. Let them think what they will. The wives were right. I must not let outsiders know of my changes. Compared to being captured and imprisoned, living off 2 oranges a day, and occasionally having blood drawn or a kidney removed, what shame did I have left? As I pondered, I faintly heard voices nearby. A mix of male and female, whose tone revealed they were not from the Tech Museum or the Southern City Prison. If they were soldiers preparing to invade, they would either approach stealthily or make a grand entrance, not saunter casually as if strolling through a market. That moment, as Lu Yimei spoke, a group emerged from the east side of the dormitory. I leaned out to get a better view. But before I could discern their identities, Lu Yimei yanked me back. "What's the matter?" I asked, puzzled. Lu Yimei rolled her eyes. "In military strategy, the first to reveal themselves is the first to die. Still, one must know oneself and the enemy," I retorted. "We don't need to wait for an opportunity," she replied without looking at me. With just that fleeting glance I took, I already grasped their formation, their equipment, and even your attributes. There appeared to be around 15 or 16 of them, a mix of genders, with women seemingly outnumbering the men. What astonished me more was that the female members of this group, based on their attire, were evidently seasoned veterans, clad in tactical vests, pants, and boots. They resembled a squad of highly trained female warriors. Is this the place? One of the women inquired. "We checked this location earlier this afternoon. There are definitely signs of activity here," a man responded. The woman nodded, observing the orderly footprints in the snow, which could not have been left by zombies. "Looks like there are quite a few. The footprints from both dorms connect." A plump woman squatted down to analyze the ground. "Is anyone willing to speak?" The woman called out. "We mean no harm. I'm from the Northern City Women's Prison." "The Women's Prison?" Lu Yimei's gaze sharpened. "What about it?" I asked, intrigued that a friend of mine works there. "I'm not sure if she is still alive," Lu Yimei murmured. "Why not just ask?" I suggested, rising to my feet. Though Lu Yimei attempted to restrain me, it was too late. That I lacked concern. I was simply aware that they bore no ill intentions to him, why certainty stemmed from their demeanor, which suggested they weren't here to provoke a confrontation. Despite knowing that there could be individuals inside the dorms, they dared to stand between both buildings, indicating they had no intention of escalating matters. Hey, over here. I leaned against the windowsill, lighting a cigarette. The woman turned her head at the sound. Are you in charge here? She asked, and I shrugged. I senti it obvious. The woman, undeterred by my tone, led her group a bit closer to my position. The vehicle outside is ours, she stated. As darkness enveloped the night, I finally got a better look at the woman below. With a single ponytail and clad in tactical gear, she exuded a sense of competence and authority. Standing at about 5'5", yet commanding an undeniable presence. What era are we in? There's no such thing as yours and ours anymore. Whoever uses it owns it. I can't believe you'd be oblivious to that, I remarked nonchalantly, flicking ash from my cigarette. The woman nodded in acknowledgement. You're right, but every time we go on a mission, our vehicle is equipped with GPS, and this one was sent to retrieve weapons. Speak plainly. Spare me the circumlocution, I replied, my patience waning. Kid, do you have any idea how many lives were lost for these weapons yesterday? A man shouted in frustration. What am I boasting about? Just because I have hundreds of guns aimed at your heads. Do you think I'm bragging? Have you not lost lives as well? I've lost hundreds for this batch of weapons, I retorted angrily. Really? You think you can outshout me? Do you think I'm bluffing? I can turn my boasts into reality. Do you possess that capability? Lu Yimei, crouched by the windowsill, stifled a laugh as she overheard my bluster. I wanted to kick her, but I knew this boisterous lady wouldn't let it slide. I decided to ignore her. The woman raised a hand to halt the man, then looked back at me. I assure you, I have no ill intentions. I simply want to express that we're in a tough spot. This batch of guns is crucial for us. I chuckled. At this point, guns are essential for everyone. The woman brushed off my sarcasm. I understand the importance of firearms during this time, and I know you won't relinquish this batch easily. So I'm here to discuss cooperation. Cooperation? What sort of cooperation? Wouldn't that expose my earlier bluster? I'm not that foolish, I thought. You might be mistaken. I'm not interested in collaborating with anyone. I am strong and well-equipped. Why would I need to partner with you? I replied mockingly. Kid, you really can talk a big game. How many people are left at Haicheng University? You think we don't know? The man interjected disdainfully. His condescending tone ignited my ire. Caught red-handed, Lu Yimei stifled a giggle. I shot her a glare, wondering how this foolish girl had suddenly aligned herself with the four dimwits in the dorm. Couldn't she see the gravity of the situation? I lit another cigarette, feigning calmness. How many people I have is none of your business, but I'll remind you to find someone reputable when gathering intel. Like this gentleman here, who is blissfully unaware. It's best for him to just stay home and live off handouts. The man, visibly agitated by my taunts, took a step toward me but was pulled back by the woman beside him. Classmate, are you really not interested? We only need to borrow some guns. Once we resolve the crisis with the tech museum, I give you my word, we'll return them in full. She pleaded. I'm sorry, but your word holds no value with me. Please leave. Don't disturb my rest. If you don't leave soon, I'll have to give the order to open fire, I replied, losing interest. Classmate, as factions in launcher, you must be aware of the Tech Museum's current actions. Have you considered that if our women's prison falls, you'll be unable to stay uninvolved? The woman continued to implore. I pondered her words for a moment. Indeed, I found them intriguing. Yet in these times, trust had become a rare commodity. I've already stated, I'm strong and well-equipped. I can mobilize thousands in an instant. Not just the Tech Museum. Even if an entire battalion came, I could easily handle it. Upon hearing my declaration, the woman below showed no extreme reaction. However, Lu Yimei, crouched beneath the windowsill, suddenly erupted in laughter. Hua, long time no see. Seeing Lu Yimei's beaming face, I was momentarily taken aback, wondering what had overcome her. You're alive, the woman below exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. I visited your SWAT team but couldn't find you. I thought realization dawned on me. They indeed knew each other. Thank goodness I had restrained my tongue. Otherwise, I would have suffered the consequences. How odd it was that every time Lu Yimei chased me, her companions merely stood by with ambiguous smiles, never offering to intervene on her behalf. It baffled me. As a man, I couldn't fight back, yet they stood idly by. Lu Yimei, you almost got yourself killed. But he saved you by chance. She pointed at me. I glanced at Lu Yimei, whose figure was constrained by her tactical vest, yet her enthusiasm was unmistakable. Oh, you know him? Lu Yimei nodded excitedly. Hua Hua, he asked the friend I mentioned earlier that I squinted down at them, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over me. Did this foolish girl have to recognize me, now that there were personal connections involved? How could I refuse? Hua Hua, come up quickly. It's too cold down there. Before I could devise a solution, Louie Mei, that foolish girl, immediately made a move that felt like inviting a wolf into the house, leaving me utterly despondent and wishing for death. Now, all I can do is hope that the other party possesses some discernment and refrains from accepting the invitation. Unfortunately, I was mistaken. I heard a resounding good from downstairs, and Hua Hua climbed up onto the balcony of the first floor. Seeing the others wanting to ascend as well, I quickly cleared my throat and exclaimed, "Hey, aren't you aware of the rule that when the big shots are speaking, the little ones should stand guard?" As soon as my words fell, the man downstairs glared at me with fury, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, Hua Hua, who had already reached the second floor, turned back and offered him a calming expression. Upon witnessing this, the man could only swallow the words he was about to utter, casting me a resentful glare. I couldn't be bothered to argue with such a petty individual. Turning away, I took the opportunity to admire the beauty before me. The name Hua Hua conjures an image of fragility, and while her appearance is indeed sweet, the overall impression she gives is utterly devoid of any association with delicacy or sweetness. If Louie is the type of girl who merely possesses a striking exterior, then Hua Hua embodies the essence of a strong woman from the inside out, creating a stark contrast with her name and looks. Xingtian, Louie Mei, enough is enough. Her voice tinged with mild anger. I had not let go of Hua Hua's hand, much to Louie Mei's chagrin, who called out to me several times, but I feigned ignorance. My actions undoubtedly led both girls to silently curse me as a rogue in their hearts. To be frank, I felt wronged. I was merely lost in thought, analyzing my opponent, among my family, who is not superior to Hua Hua. Do I really need to feel this way? My apologies. I didn't sleep well last night and was a bit distracted just now. Come, Huajia, right? I awkwardly scratched my head today. As soon as the three of us took our seats, I pulled out my phone and called Lao Lu, deciding to put on a show and accumulate some capital for the upcoming negotiations. Lao Lu, start a fire downstairs for the brothers. Don't let the guests freeze. Third brother, Imei said to avoid using lighting equipment tonight, as it would easily expose us. Lao Lu said, his voice strained to, I am your third brother. You should listen to me, not her, I retorted, feeling my pride wounded and my anger simmering. Lao Lu did not respond immediately, but instead fell into a brief silence that I smiled faintly, knowing he was complying with my insistence under pressure. However, the next moment, Louie Mei's phone rang. Being right beside her, I could see clearly that it was Lao Lu calling. Filled with curiosity, I leaned in to listen as Lao Lu urgently spoke on the phone. Imei, third brother is getting fired up again. He insists on having a bonfire. Are we going to do it or not? Louie Mei, aware that I had overheard, couldn't possibly miss the darkening of my expression. Let us have a bonfire. Give him some face, she said, stifling a laugh as she hung up. The next second, Lao Lu's voice came through on my phone. Of course I'll listen to you. Third brother. I'm going to start the fire now. Get lost, you worthless piece of trash. I don't want to see you today. Don't appear before me. I shouted, fuming with rage. I truly felt defeated. My own brother had been swayed and manipulated, while I foolishly tried to play the big shot. Everything that transpired did not escape Hua Hua's keen observation. She stifled laughter at my flustered state. Had it not been for Louie Mei pressing down on her knee, I wager she would have burst into uncontrollable laughter. The more Hua Hua suppressed her amusement, the angrier I became. Yet, in the presence of such beauty, I needed to maintain my composure. Clearing my throat, I began. Well, Huajia, as you can see, we maintain strict discipline here, with clearly defined roles. It's crowded, with plenty of food and drink, kindling. Wait. You, a sports student, are trying to compose poetry? Louie Mei interrupted impatiently, stopping my attempts to string together phrases. Nevertheless, Hua Hua continued to look at me with a smile, her adoring gaze giving me a false sense of confidence, as if she might leap at me if Louie Mei were not present. I felt privileged by the admiration of a little fan. I tossed my hair, preparing to bask in the outpouring of her affection, when Hua Hua turned to Louie Mei and said, You poor thing. Isn't it difficult to follow around such a little fool? I was taken aback. A little fool? Who is she referring to? Is it me? I looked around the dormitory, noticing that the others were absent. Could she genuinely be talking about me? What happened to courtesy? The traditional virtue of not striking a person's face or exposing their flaws seems to have vanished. I stared in disbelief at the sweet yet strong-willed woman before me. Hua shot me a glance. Had you asked earlier, I might have believed you, but now it seems our investigation yielded accurate results. Before I could explode, Louis May interjected. What results? The leader of Haicheng University is a complete fool. Hua stated. Upon hearing this, Louis May burst into laughter, her amusement infectious. Infuriated by their words, I stood up abruptly, pointing at Hua, my face flushed with indignation. You, damn it. Lao Lu, see this person out. I shouted towards the window. Third brother, the fire is just starting. What's wrong? Lao Lu called out loudly. What fire? Just toss that bunch of idiots down there into the flames. I cursed angrily. Lao Lu responded with a simple "oh" and fell silent. However, the next moment, a scream erupted from below, accompanied by a warning that echoed like a standoff. Oh no, I thought, rushing to the window in haste, with Lu Yimei and Hua quickly following suit to peer outside. I saw Lao Lu holding the man who had just glared at me, his head down, poised to toss him into the fire. Women from the prison around them brandished guns, warning Lao Lu not to act recklessly. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the opposite dormitory, every window had someone aiming a rifle at the scene. Most striking was the leader, clad in a yellowed pair of briefs, standing on the windowsill, shaking his hips and shouting. The more I pondered, the angrier I became to this moment. I found myself too weary to engage in rational discourse. She was the one who hurled the first insult. And she was the one who struck the first blow. Now, after receiving a beating, she expects me to back off. What kind of reasoning is that? As the saying goes, the sky is high, allowing birds to soar freely. If you can stay, then stay. If not, then leave. Am I truly lacking without you few? Louis May helped Hua Duo to her feet, her gaze filled with an inexplicable resentment. You get up. I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat a college student. Hua Duo declared, pushing Louis May aside as she prepared to charge at me again. Hua, stop fooling around. You genuinely cannot defeat him. Louis May firmly grasped Hua Duo. Hua Duo turned in surprise to Louis May, unable to comprehend why Louis May was so certain of my strength and so dismissive of hers. He practices unrestricted combat. Professionally, Louis May whispered. Upon hearing this, Hua Duo paused, her eyes reflecting a blend of hatred and indignation, as if to say, I may not be able to defeat you, but I refuse to submit. What is this? Not willing to submit. If you think it's unfair for a woman to fight a man, then come at me together. Sister. If I lose, I'll perform a self-castration with my sword. If I blink even once, I'm no longer a man. Xingtian, are you ever going to stop? Louis May glared at me. Her reproachful gaze ignited a surge of anger within me. Stop? She was the one who insulted me first. And she was the one who initiated the violence. The fact that I haven't eliminated her already is a sign of my restraint. Once again, if you can stay, stay. If not, then leave together with her. No farewells. With that, I lost interest in the two women before me and leaped out of the window to I passed by the bonfire. I glanced at the dozen or so people gathered around it, none of whom offered me a friendly countenance. Old Lu, I'm leaving. In the opposite dormitory, Louis May helped Hua Duo sit up, checking for injuries while complaining. Hua, can't you change that temper of yours? Use your brain when speaking. If he were truly foolish, would he allow dozens of people to eat and drink well? Eat and drink well? Hua Duo scoffed, delicately rubbing her lower back with a slender hand. Louis May sighed heavily. Can you eat fried rice and noodles every day? We can. Hua Duo turned to Louis May in disbelief. Really? Louis May remained silent, but nodded emphatically. Seeing her affirmation, Hua Duo huffed defiantly. So what? It has just a few bags of rice and eggs. Hua Duo's self-assured demeanor amused Louis May, who noted, Weren't you calm and collected downstairs? Why do you reveal your true self the moment we come upstairs? I don't want you to suffer. Hua Duo declared earnestly that I never said I was suffering. How did you conclude that I was? Hua Duo paused, then stubbornly shook her head. Those few folks from Haicheng University. The rumor has spread. The reason Nanjing prison has targeted you first is due to those 5 brutes. Louis May chuckled at her friend Hua. Have you ever considered that this is actually a form of fear? Louis May's words left Hua Duo momentarily stunned. Indeed, isn't this a manifestation of fear? Nanjing prison publicly claimed that there were a few fools at Haicheng University, too lazy to deal with them. They even said that those few wouldn't need to be touched, they could starve themselves. But is that truly the case? If they were just a few fools, would they remain silent after suffering? Wouldn't that contradict their claims? Ultimately, it's rooted in fear. Chapter 87. Coming with sincerity, reclining on the bed in the second-floor dormitory, I clasped my hands behind my head, smoking that I couldn't even be bothered to glance at those downstairs. As for whether they had left, I could discern that by sound alone. Before long, I heard the sounds of climbing on the first-floor window railing. When Louis May jumped into the dormitory, I must admit that my mood inexplicably brightened. However, I refrained from voicing any compliments. "Where'n't you supposed to leave with them? Why haven't you?" I inquired. Louis May ignored me and walked straight toward the dormitory door. Seeing her dismiss me, I felt a surge of irritation, adjusted my clothing, turned over, and faced away from the door, choosing not to speak further. After a prolonged silence, I did not hear the sound of the dormitory door opening. Instead, the footsteps indicated that Louis May had returned. "This is the first and last time. If you dare to tell me to leave again, I will slap you," I huffed, burrowing deeper into the bed. Intending to convey my indifference, to show that I was sulking, I expected my behavior would prompt Louis May to storm off. However, to my surprise, she gently sat beside me. "Did you check your wounds after coming back? Did they reopen?" she asked softly after a moment of silence. "I'm not dying," I replied curtly. "Wawa is just too straightforward. I didn't expect you to get angry. We usually joke around with you like this." At her words, I jolted upright. "You are you, and we are we. What kind of relationship do I have with her?" That was not a joke. It was an insult. Observing my righteous indignation, Louis May smiled slightly. Then suddenly wrapped her arms around me, resting her delicate face against my shoulder. This embrace left me momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind this silly girl's action, breathing in the fragrance wafting from her hair. I struggled to maintain my composure, fighting not to lose myself amid the overwhelming sensations. "Don't play this game. Are you trying to make me help them? Not a chance. You insult me and expect my assistance?" "That's a fool's errand," I stated, somewhat lacking in conviction. "She is my friend," Louis May replied softly. "What of your friend?" "Isn't she also my acquaintance?" I retorted. "She is my friend," Louis May whispered, exhaling a sweet breath against my ear. Who's friend doesn't matter?" I shivered, my tone softening. "She is my friend." Louis May gently kissed my cheek. I inhaled sharply, my mind spinning. "What friend? We cannot use our own resources to assist." "Don't be angry. She is truly a very good friend of mine," she concluded, pressing her fragrant lips against mine. A kiss that felt eternal, a kiss that seemed to transcend time. And when Louis May and I finally parted, I nodded resolutely. Since she was a friend, it was only right to lend assistance. Turning a blind eye in times of need is not my nature. Upon hearing this, Louis May chuckled, her alluring demeanor making me feel an urge to act. Her delicate, jade-like arms draped gently around my neck. "If you dare to tell me to leave again, I'll cut you." Her words startled me, causing me to shudder slightly, and I hastily pressed my legs together before daring to speak again. "I want to say it again, but your sudden show today wouldn't just happen to be for me to help your friend, would it?" As my words fell, before I could react, a sharp slap resounded, and I felt a burning sensation on my cheek. "Say that again." Louis May glared at me. "That's definitely not love. It can't happen so suddenly." I grimaced. Another slap echoed, this time on the other side of my face. A fierce sting. "I don't understand. This is far too sudden." There were no signs whatsoever. My words were cut off by yet another slap, and this time I didn't give Louis May another chance to retort. "Who doesn't have a bit of temper? If you get used to hitting me, what will I do if you just casually slap me in the future?" I flipped over and pinned Louis May down on the bed. "I don't care whether it's love or not. In this day and age, one must live freely." Over an hour later, I felt yet another searing sensation across my face. When I glared at her, I noticed Louis May appeared slightly out of breath, almost on the verge of collapse. Quickly regaining my composure, I intended to pinch Louis May's acupressure point, only to feel a sharp pain in my arm. This little girl had bitten me hard. "Do you not regard me as human? Over an hour of this endless ordeal, you don't look like someone who has been injured at all." I managed an awkward smile, gently caressing Louis May's abdomen. "I couldn't tell you before, but I can now. What I once couldn't say is no longer a secret, since we're practically family now." I shared my secrets. After listening to my explanation, Louis May struggled to sit up, insisting on checking my wounds to verify if I truly was as I claimed. When she realized everything was indeed true, she was left speechless. After a long silence, she finally accepted the reality, immediately launching into a series of admonitions, insisting that I must not reveal this. I had heard the same thing 4 times over. Nodding and agreeing to appease her. "Little girl, you're not genuinely considering sacrificing yourself for a woman, are you?" I asked, embracing Louis May's smooth, delicate form. My words earned me a light slap. Louis May hurriedly helped me clean the blood flowing from my nose while recounting her emotional journey. Apparently, from the moment I saved Lu Yimei, she had begun to harbor feelings for me. However, due to her pride, she didn't wish to share a man with anyone else, so she had been suppressing her feelings. But today, when I insulted her and told her to leave, she felt a sudden fear. She realized that in my heart, she was a dispensable person, and that realization frightened her. She feared I might truly cast her aside. And the prospect of life without me prompted her to muster the courage for what followed. Listening to this tale from the little police officer, how should I put it? To claim that I had no feelings for her would be a blatant lie. However, I didn't feel as desperate as some of my friends. Given the presence of 3 exquisite beauties at home, I still felt quite content. Yet now that she had come to me with sincerity, what more was there to say? Simply take her home, and that's that. There's no need for unnecessary chatter. That night, as I brought the shy Lu Yimei back to the dormitory, I found myself at a loss for the impassioned speeches I had rehearsed. It appeared that the 3 girls at home were already aware of the situation, effortlessly guiding Lu Yimei to bed. Just like that, it was over. Don't you want to hear the words I had meticulously prepared as I stood at the foot of the bed? Dumbfounded, oh dear, what time is it? Are you going to sleep, darling? If not, we will, murmured Mu Qingxue with impatience. It's just a matter of time. You needn't prepare any speeches. Zhang Yi shot me a glance. Even a fool can see that Yimei has feelings for you. Yet you're still oblivious, Liu interjected, poking her head out. I was bewildered, truly. Why did I suddenly feel as if the world I inhabited was vastly different from theirs? How had I been so unaware? With a face full of confusion, I turned to Lu Yimei, who had just slipped under the covers. She seemed unfazed by the 3 girls' presence, her face merely slightly flushed, showing no signs of discomfort. Chapter 88. Capturing the mutants. The dormitory had 2 beds merged into one, and with 4 people already sleeping, it was a bit cramped. Now, with an additional person, I once again became the girl's foot warmer. The next morning, I extricated one of her little feet, which had been tucked into my t-shirt, while the other retreated back into her own blanket, rubbing the foot nestled in my lap. The little one reluctantly pulled back. Counting the feet, I realized something was amiss. Where was the other one? Groggy, I sat up and glanced toward Lu Yimei, only to find she had vanished. Could she have left right after we died? I thought in shock. Just as that thought flickered, I heard the sound of the toilet flushing. How chilly, she exclaimed, emerging from the restroom in her thin nightgown. Upon spotting me sitting up, she flashed a radiant smile and hurriedly climbed into my bed. Her icy body pressed against me sent a shiver down my spine. I should have worn something warmer, I thought, as I had assumed the restroom would be similarly temperate due to the air conditioning. You're such a silly girl, I chuckled in response. How about you accompany me to the women's prison today? Lu Yimei asked, glancing at me with some trepidation. I nodded. Sure, but if that silly girl starts her usual chatter, I won't hesitate to silence her. I assured her. I guarantee I won't be soft on her. With a calm demeanor, I quelled the impulses within me and steadied my heart. How do you know? Because yesterday you were the leader, and today you're my husband. After saying this, Lu Yimei burrowed under the covers, too shy to meet my gaze. For someone who had always been so fierce, her sudden shyness filled me with a sense of pride. What did this signify? It indicated that my efforts the previous day had been remarkably successful. At 10 in the morning, I accompanied Lu Yimei, carrying over 20 rifles as we exited the school. A few of the older students insisted on joining me, but I declined their offers. As we sat in the battered pickup truck, Lu Yimei looked at me with confusion. Why aren't you taking them along? Is it because you're worried about their safety? Not at all. Hua wouldn't deceive me. I shook my head. Then why? She tilted her head. Looking perplexed, I was surprised to discover this adorable side of her. Regaining my focus, I drove attentively, though I remarked disdainfully, if we were headed to the men's prison today, do you think you'd see those 3 fools before we left? Upon hearing my words, Lu Yimei instantly grasped the underlying meaning. She covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. You might be right. As we continued along the road, the scenery outside shifted constantly, yet it could not alter the profound sense of desolation at the coastal refuge. A massive aircraft carrier lay anchored in the distant harbor. A rare sight of ease amidst the chaos. Squad leader, the zombies in launching have been mostly cleared, and other counties have begun organizing the surviving populace. Why are we still stationed here? A soldier asked, chewing on something resembling a spicy snack. Due to insufficient manpower, 2/3 of the national forces have been deployed, leaving us as this country's last hope, the squad leader replied in a low voice. The soldier nodded. That's true, but do you think it could be related to the rumored mutants? Hearing this, the squad leader shot him a glare. Where did you hear that? Online. Reports are circulating that several countries have experienced mutant outbreaks, with the transformation occurring after being bitten by unknown creatures. Listening to the soldier's account, The squad leader furrowed his brow. The online monitoring department has already collapsed. Some statements that should not have surfaced are now inexplicably trending. Our duty is to defend our homeland, and we should neither listen to nor believe in these tales. Meanwhile, in a country that had fallen into chaos, a local organization, notorious after the outbreak, was led by a mutant. However, this organization was currently besieged by the Chinese military. Within its ranks, drones were deployed to lure and control the surrounding zombies, attempting to thwart the advance of the Chinese forces. But they were systematically shot down by snipers positioned above. Ultimately, a significant rift emerged within the organization, leading to an internal conflict where the mutant leader was captured and delivered to the Chinese troops. Simultaneously, similar events unfolded across multiple nations, with mutants escaping unnoticed from 3 cities. As for Lansheng in China, a city also home to mutants, it remained eerily calm. The military's attention remained focused on basic necessities such as water, electricity, and communication, without receiving any pertinent notifications. I drove on, the vehicle swaying gently as Lu Yimei looked at me with a mix of resignation and concern. Husband, multiple mutants have been captured by the military. Mu Qinshue's voice was low over the phone. I simply responded with a non-committal without elaborating. Lu Yimei, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly looked tense. According to Lu Ye's analysis, there should be 7 mutants like you, and currently, 5 remain. The researchers won't give up. I chuckled and shook my head. I don't care about those mutants. All I know is that I must ensure everyone continues to survive. Seeing my calm demeanor, Lu Yimei felt a sense of reassurance. Given the current situation, the whole world is hunting mutants, so why hasn't there been any activity regarding the mutant at the airport? Lu Yimei furrowed her brow. That's not for us to ponder. The country has its own strategies. Perhaps they are negotiating cooperation at this very moment, I replied. Lu Yimei nodded, accepting my speculation. She acknowledged that while the Chinese military was unyielding towards foreigners, they were considerably more lenient with their own citizens. Such is the nature of our country. With a large tree comes the wind. I am particularly grateful I didn't recklessly expand our numbers back then. I chuckled, relieved at my prudence. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly have found myself on that list of mutants. Beside me, Lu Yimei scoffed. Is that wisdom? You were just too lazy to expand. Her words pierced through my facade, and I felt my face flush as I eased off the accelerator. What had once been a battered pickup truck now crawled along at an excruciatingly slow pace. Seeing the vehicle's speed barely surpassing a walk, Lu Yimei shot me a reproachful glance. Husband, I admit my fault. Is that satisfactory? At this rate, we won't reach our destination before dark. Pleased with the title. I nodded, acknowledging her admission of guilt. A man from the sports department possesses good physical stamina, endurance, intellect, and exceptional core strength. Chapter 89. Borrowing people, not available. Approaching noon, Lu Yimei and I finally drove through the open gates of the women's prison in the northern part of the city. Before even exiting the vehicle, I noticed armed personnel stationed at the surrounding watchtowers. Impressive. Just the sight of this setup was far superior to that of the men's prison, I muttered as I pushed open the car door. I couldn't be bothered with the guns in the car. Having entered this gate meant bidding farewell to them. I felt no regret, as my hands were now free for other pursuits, like scaling peaks to survey the vastness below, or playfully teasing the adorable creatures within the mountains, especially those irresistibly cute little noses. In the distance, Hua Duo approached, her expression darkening as she noticed Lu Yimei clinging to my arm. The incredulity etched on her face made me want to deliver a swift reprimand. That look of hers is quite bothersome, I muttered to myself. Beside me, Lu Yimei, dissatisfied, nudged my arm. Mind your manners. The unexpected benefits brightened my mood considerably, and I made an effort to remain silent. That's more like it. Lu Yimei smiled sweetly. What is going on here? Hua Duo stammered as she pointed at Lu Yimei clinging to me, astonished. Upon hearing this, Lu Yimei shyly bit her lip and said, well, that's just how it is. Hua, allow me to reintroduce. This is my husband, Xing Tian. Hua Duo did not respond but hurriedly pulled Lu Yimei aside. You wouldn't be offering to help me at the cost of selling your own body, would you? If that's the case, I'd rather not have his gun. Hua Duo shot me a fierce glance. I could not be bothered to engage with that insufferable woman, lighting a cigarette instead and beginning to observe the layout of the women's prison. To my surprise, I found it to be quite intricate. Just a few days prior, I had nearly impulsively driven into the southern city prison. Thankfully, I had restrained myself. Had I pressed the accelerator and charged in, I would have been oblivious to how I met my demise. The towering walls were not the final line of defense. It was the myriad of iron fences within that truly constituted the ultimate barrier. These fences were complex and interconnected, and for someone not accustomed to living here, Those 5 or 6 meter high barriers would undoubtedly present a labyrinthine challenge, darling. Just as I was feeling grateful for my fortunate fate, a delicate call pulled me back to reality. What is it, sweetheart? If you have something to say, just say it. I'll take care of it. I rushed over with feigned eagerness. Huaduo rolled her eyes in disdain at the stark contrast between my demeanor now and yesterday. Is something wrong with your eyes? Should I help you fix them? Seeing this foolish woman irked me. Day in and day out, she was a tempest of chaos. You, with that mouth of yours, are hardly one to speak. Huaduo shot back defiantly. You two should just get along. One is my best friend, and the other is my husband. Don't you think I'm in a difficult position? Lu Yimei said with a pained expression. Humph. This time, both I and the foolish woman shared a moment of unspoken understanding, falling silent. However, after a synchronized huff, we turned away in unison, refusing to look at each other. Hua, are you still going to talk? If not, we're leaving, Lu Yimei said, her brows furrowed in distress. Perhaps it dawned on Huaduo that her best friend was nearby, as she quickly took Lu Yimei's hand and led her deeper into the prison. I genuinely lacked the enthusiasm to move, let alone accompany that foolish woman, but with my arm being pulled along, I had no choice but to reluctantly follow. Yet, the further we ventured, the more alarmed I became. Observing the despondent demeanor of her close friend, Lu Yimei couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She turned to look at me, who appeared triumphant. Darling, you are quite resourceful. Why not help Hua come up with a solution? Resourceful? I thought. Bewildered. Is this girl suffering from severe myopia? Is she hearing things? Or is it that pregnancy has dulled my wits? No, that couldn't be right. My buddies have only been firing blanks lately. I was perplexed. After all this time living together, hadn't she noticed that whenever it came to brainstorming solutions, it was always Xiao Xue and her two companions doing the talking? Although I acknowledged my own stubbornness and the foggy state of my mind when it came to problem solving, I resolutely donned a day of deep contemplation for the sake of my dignity and self-respect. I had anticipated that by merely pretending to ponder and then shaking my head to declare it a deadlock, I could extricate myself from the situation. However, to my astonishment, the two girls stared at me intently, without even blinking, awaiting my suggestions. Realizing I was in trouble, I recalled the idiom about filling in with subpar talent. I had learned it, but not in great detail. I had forgotten to avoid showing off during a solo performance, as it would lead to glaring inconsistencies. Now, however, I was cornered, and coming up with something was proving to be quite challenging. The only viable strategy was to conjure up a way to break the deadlock quickly, even if it was riddled with flaws, at least to buy myself some time. My thoughts raced as my long and used brain began to warm up. And suddenly, an idea sparked. The Science Museum, with its glass walls, was a veritable fortress yet rife with vulnerabilities. Initially, I had thought so, but after visiting once, I realized that while it was easy to attack, it was also exposed, surrounded by nearly 1,000 meters of open space. Anyone appearing in that area would be spotted from hundreds of meters away. Upon this realization, I nodded emphatically. Such a vast open space. Could even a zombie traverse it? I had tested this theory. When a drone carrying a zombie approached, it was still several hundred meters away from the museum when their vehicle came barreling towards us, not only shooting down the drone but also diverting the zombie elsewhere. Hua, defeated, lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Where to? Lu Yimei inquired curiously. Hua smiled wanly, but I interjected, to the seaside refuge. Is that group of people from the Science Museum? Lu Yimei asked, her mouth slightly agape as she gazed at me. I nodded. A brilliant tactic to divert the disaster. Darling, is there truly no other option? Lu Yimei asked anxiously. I grimaced, my mind racing, and after a moment of frustration, I directed my ire towards Hua, who was also waiting for my final verdict. What business do you have with those perverts? Are you simply bored? Chapter 91. Someone is following us. In response to my genuine complaint, Hua chose not to retort but instead fell silent. In truth, I could surmise the situation without her input. It was evident that Hua did not wish to confront the Science Museum. Rather, circumstances had forced her hand. Clearly, the museum had set its sights on their women's prison. Why? Because a prison is undoubtedly far safer than a science museum. Not only is the environment superior, but it also houses a greater number of women, making it an enticing prospect for those vile old men. Capturing the women's prison would yield safety and women, a twofold gain. It would be tempting even for me. Have they been here? I inquired. Hua nodded. They came long ago, but the prison is easy to defend but hard to attack. They couldn't breach it, and we escaped unscathed. We must hold our ground. We have no other options now. If we can't defend this fortress, it would be futile to seek refuge elsewhere. I replied. However, the difficulty lay in the fact that nearly 300 people needed sustenance. Finding supplies was impossible now, as we were being watched. The moment we made a move, their people would be right behind us. Hua expressed angrily. In a wonder, the moment you acquired firearms, they appeared. I nodded. At her words. Hua sighed heavily. Now we can only act at night. But as you know, the undead are more active then, which severely hampers our supply efforts. I once again acknowledged her with a nod. But the next moment, an idea struck me. Of course, at night, under the cover of darkness, with a clear view, the odds are in our favor. Little zombies, more spirited and faster. The Science Museum's personnel cannot possibly stay awake all night. When they are at their most fatigued, unleashing 1,000 or even 3,000 to 5,000 zombies to silently encircle the museum would do the trick. Perhaps others might falter at this task. But not me. Let's not forget, I have an ace up my sleeve. The more I contemplated this plan, the more feasible it seemed, and I continued to ponder, stroking my chin. Hua, seeing my prolonged silence, was about to call my name when Lu Yimei beside her halted her. Hua, puzzled, inquired with her eyes. Lu Yimei pointed to her head and made a shushing gesture. Unbeknownst to me, I had risen and started pacing in the office. In the early hours of the morning, when exhaustion is at its peak, a rubber hose several dozen meters long and 3,000 to 5,000 zombies could very well become a reality. I earnestly implore the relevant authorities to not only focus on enhancing military proficiency but also to diligently address the emotional intelligence issues of individual soldiers. Is it truly that difficult to articulate oneself? What do you mean by I am still alive? What is the implication? Am I not meant to exist? Are you here seeking refuge? An excited soldier rushed towards me. And facing the formidable figure who had once saved their lives, it would be absurd for him to appear displeased. Refuge. My modest life is flourishing splendidly. Do I truly need to seek refuge? I retorted with a hint of annoyance. Indeed, with your audacity and shamelessness, it would be a challenge for you to lead an unsatisfactory life. The soldier chuckled. At that moment, I was tempted to deliver a swift chokehold to this fool, but was interrupted by the melodious laughter of Lu Yimei, signaling the activation of my skills. Noticing the peculiar glint in my gaze, she quickly covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Comrade, could you escort us to meet your superior? We have significant matters to report. Regardless of the circumstances, beautiful women tend to be more persuasive. The young soldier nodded vigorously. All right, follow me. I'll notify him right away. After uttering these words, he turned and dashed joyfully into the barracks, shouting, Squad leader, the fierce one who saved us last time has arrived. As I fell to the ground, Lu Yimei was doubled over with laughter, clutching her stomach. Inside the barracks, I was delighted to see the long-awaited squad leader. Upon spotting me, he burst into hearty laughter, throwing an arm around my shoulder as we walked down the path. I had intended to lodge a complaint regarding the lack of quality education among his soldiers, but the squad leader's first words extinguished my desire to continue. Xingtian, with that boisterous spirit of yours, it's a marvel that you've made it this far. The girl beside me tried to stifle her laughter, shooting me a fierce glare to quell her amusement. I must ask, comrade squad leader, is this how you speak to someone who saved your lives? I gazed at him with a look of incredulity, feeling as if I had regrettably misjudged my decision to rescue them. The squad leader laughed heartily, ignoring my resentful expression, and led me into his command post. Inside the command post, I recounted the heinous deeds occurring at the South City prison and the Science Museum. Lu Yimei looked at me with a perplexed expression, unable to grasp my train of thought. We had previously discussed gathering intelligence, yet I had not mentioned anything about sharing it. The squad leader offered me a cigarette, gesturing for Lu Yimei to decline since she did not smoke, before returning to his chair with an indifferent demeanor. What is the matter? Is this something you want to address, squad leader? I feigned a look of deep concern, fully aware of the answer. It's not that we want to act, Xingtian. The soldiers below have repeatedly requested to eliminate the threats in the city, but as you know, military personnel are bound by the duty to obey orders. And what about the mutants? Other countries have already taken action. You must be aware of the situation at Lawn City Airport. I finally broached the main topic. The squad leader hesitated for some time, seemingly grappling with a decision, before walking to the entrance of the tent to survey the surroundings, then returning with a solemn expression. There are matters that I should not disclose to you. They are classified. However, for your sake, it seems inconsequential. I nodded, eager to hear more. The nation has captured Japanese mutants for the purpose of researching and controlling the epidemic, while we discreetly safeguard our own mutants. Think it over, but I cannot elaborate further, he whispered, his words trailing off. I squinted, contemplating the cause and effect relationship of this information. Is this your personal analysis, or is it a directive from the state? After a moment's reflection, I inquired. Of course, it's my personal analysis, the squad leader replied earnestly, yet he winked at me. I understood, the realization dawning upon me like a flash of enlightenment. the South City Prison, and the Science Museum. I intend to take action. Will this bring trouble upon me in the future? I looked up at the squad leader. With a cigarette still in hand, the squad leader waved dismissively. I haven't heard anything. And I saw nothing. I can only suggest you take your men to the refuge. I am unaware of anything else. Understood, as long as someone knows that I act for the benefit of the people. I will handle the rest. I will act within my means. If necessary, I will retreat to this safe haven. As for the matter of attracting zombies from the Science Museum to our location, I will report it step by step and provide you with personal assistance. The squad leader shot me a meaningful glance. Verbal assistance, I presume. I shot a skeptical look at the squad leader. He grinned widely and called out, "Squad Leader San." After whispering a few words to the third squad leader, the latter nodded resolutely and dashed outside. I watched the squad leader with curiosity, baffled by his intentions. A short while later, the third squad leader returned, carrying 2 large bags. From the camouflage canvas bags, it was evident they were quite heavy. I can only offer you verbal support, but since a savior has arrived, I must bring you some local specialties. The squad leader gestured towards the canvas bags. I was intrigued, but, in pursuit of maintaining my composure, did not approach to inspect them, instead nodding towards Luime. Understanding my cue, she stepped forward, opened one of the bags, and her face lit up with surprise. "Darling, there are peanuts and mung beans. So many." Listening to Luime describe the contents of the bags, the squad leader gazed at her in astonishment, realizing her expertise. No wonder she is so knowledgeable. Amused. I felt utterly bewildered, as if I were the fool in this exchange. To be honest, I truly believed the squad leader had presented me with 2 bags filled with peanuts and mung beans. Peanuts were acceptable. They made for a delightful snack. But what was the purpose of mung beans? Just as I was about to inspect the peanuts' quality, the squad leader exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, impressive. Where did you acquire these?" Reporting to the commander, Luime from the South City Special Police Team, Black and White Team as sharpshooter, at your service, Luime saluted the squad leader. The squad leader smiled in return. "No wonder you're so knowledgeable." Their conversation left me utterly bewildered. What were they discussing? Finally, I resolved to approach and see for myself what had inspired such secrecy between the two. As I walked over and squatted down, Luime pulled back a corner of the bag for me to glimpse the contents. After a quick glance, I looked at the squad leader with a flattering expression. "The more, the merrier. Let us have some more." Chapter 93. Undercurrents. On the way back, I was ecstatic, my limbs flailing with excitement. Although my subsequent attempts to gain more were unsuccessful, and I was ultimately scolded and expelled from the barracks by the squad leader, it did nothing to dampen my exuberant spirits. By all accounts, I had acquired over 1,000 rounds of ammunition and hundreds of grenades, a requisite toolkit for mayhem and pillage, effortlessly obtained. Who wouldn't be elated? Anyone in my position would be grinning from ear to ear. "Darlings, it seems you're trying to leverage this situation for your own gain," Luime remarked, glancing at the 2 bags in the back seat after leaving the Science Museum. "Otherwise, aside from the Science Museum, this would be akin to a freebie," I replied with a calm demeanor. "Indeed, but the feeling of being used as a pawn is rather unpleasant," Luime pouted. Hearing this, I chuckled. "Silly girl, we brought this upon ourselves. I never truly expected them to offer us any assistance. I still couldn't comprehend why they were well aware of the dire situation in the city, yet chose to remain uninvolved. This matter is beyond our concern, but through our earlier conversation, I seem to have gleaned a hint of understanding," I mused, glancing at the pensive little special police officer. "What? Share your thoughts with me," Luime urged, her curiosity piqued. "The mutants in Huaxia are still Huaxia citizens. Our nation would not sacrifice its own people for pharmaceutical research. That's one point. The second," her large eyes sparkled with eagerness for knowledge. "The second point is that I suspect the state has a specific purpose for protecting the mutants, though I cannot ascertain what it is. Perhaps." I paused for effect. "Perhaps what?" she inquired. "Perhaps after assessing the capabilities of the mutants, they plan to send them to neighboring countries like Japan, India, Vietnam, and Myanmar, and then reclaim lost territories." I shot Luime a knowing glance. Initially, her furrowed brows relaxed as she exclaimed, "Wow, expanding territory. What a grand purpose." I chuckled. "That's no concern of mine. I'm just an ordinary person. Let those with the capability handle such matters. A double-edged sword, with both advantages and disadvantages," she replied after some contemplation. "Indeed, I have no such lofty aspirations. I am content managing my own little plot of land," I stated, turning the steering wheel as the vehicle veered off the main road. "Where to?" Luime queried, her gaze curious. "Over there is a villa district. Since we're here, we might as well take a look and see if we can procure some supplies. Otherwise, this little pickup will have been a wasted trip. In truth, while I didn't explicitly state it. Securing supplies was secondary. My primary concern was the lingering fear of being followed. The goal was to lead her through various locales, keeping her guessing about my true identity. At the Science Museum. An urgent delivery rider on an electric scooter rushed back. The rider barely halted the vehicle before leaping off, leaving the scooter to topple to the ground as he sprinted toward the museum without a backward glance. Is this for real? The museum's head, Hao Dong, inquired, observing the messenger's frantic return. Indeed, boss, I observed those two individuals emerging from the women's prison and making a beeline for the sanctuary, where the soldiers appeared to be engaging in jovial conversation with them, indicating a close rapport. Hao Dong furrowed his brow, his hand lightly stroking his beard with a sense of contemplation. Boss, I believe we should swiftly seize the women's prison. A rather effeminate man approached. What say you? Hao Dong inquired, directing his gaze towards the newcomer. Given the military's current predicament, struggling to secure their own safety, if we were to annihilate the women's prison before their arrival, those troops would likely refrain from deploying for an already futile ally. The effeminate man delicately tapped his lips with his fingers. What the second said makes sense, but I still believe that holding our ground or relocating would be more prudent. A stout man with a robust frame interjected in a gruff voice. Why do you say that? Hao Dong queried, turning to the rotund figure. For their army, our mere 600 individuals barely constitute a full company. Even if they are in dire straits, they can still dispatch a single company. He replied. The room fell into an oppressive silence. A single company comprises over 100 troops, and perhaps we have overestimated their capabilities. How could a ragtag group possibly contend with a professional army? Even if they dispatched half a company, our motley crew would still struggle to stand against them. What news from the southern prison? Hao Dong turned to a man clad in more refined attire. They agree to cooperate, but refuse our request to occupy the southern prison. The man responded with a fierce expression. Those scoundrels should have acted sooner. Hao Dong muttered through narrowed eyes. Boss, it is not too late. The women's prison has guards, but the men's prison does not. If we seize that, we can fortify our position. Even if the troops do come, they must consider the cost of attacking us, the effeminate man asserted once more. This time, before anyone else could respond, a gleam lit up Hao Dong's eyes. If everything proceeds smoothly, we might even relocate the occupants of the southern prison to the Science Museum as scapegoats. Lost in thought, Hao Dong's eyes narrowed with excitement as the seeds of a plan began to take root in his mind. At the coastal villa complex in Lawn City, the normally closed gates stood wide open, and not a single zombie was in sight within the grounds. As I ascended along the winding mountain road, the number of zombies gradually increased from a few scattered ones to a substantial gathering, most halting at a midway point, their vacant stares wandering aimlessly. At the summit, a battered pickup truck was parked within the courtyard of a villa, inside the master bedroom on the second floor. Spring blossomed with peach blossoms in full bloom. A massive waterbed gently swayed, while the petite special police officer gazed dreamily. Meanwhile, I found myself engulfed in profound self-doubt. What was I to do? I had devoted myself wholeheartedly to serving the people, yet received not a shred of the deserved recompense. Who could fathom such anguish? Casting my gaze downwards, I lamented my lack of weaponry, wishing I could arm myself. What was the difference between having and not having? Suddenly, I recalled the creature that bit me. It appeared devoid of sexual organs. Could it be? I stared incredulously at myself. Darling, perhaps I. Lu Yimei, regaining her composure, wrapped her arms around my waist. Just as she was about to speak, I raised my hand to interrupt her. Sweetheart, I'm done for. I sighed despondently. Chapter 94. The Star. Li Weishao. Just moments ago, to escape the relentless pursuit of zombies, I had fled to the mountaintop with Lu Yimei. Upon entering the villa and dispatching a family of 4, along with a fully nude maid and a half-clad male homeowner, I discovered the enormous waterbed. I had never experienced one before. To ascertain its comfort, I pulled the petite officer into the room. An hour and a half later, I remained unchanged, my face a mask of despair as I gazed at the special police officer. Darling, I'm finished. It's over for me. Alarmed, Lu Yimei quickly sat up and gently stroked my forehead. What's wrong? Why are you speaking nonsense? Isn't this wonderful? I despairingly recounted the encounter with the creature that had bitten me, particularly emphasizing its lacking attributes. It could be hermaphroditic or perhaps genderless, Lu Yimei pondered, gazing at me thoughtfully. Isn't that a stretch? You're making me want to cry. But isn't it merely speculation, if what you say were true? Then things shouldn't be as they are now, she said, shyly gesturing towards me. Following her gaze, I scrutinized myself and realized, indeed, if it were truly the case, I wouldn't be reacting this way. With that thought, my spirits lifted considerably. As the great Jin Yong once said, let the strong be strong, Let the gentle breeze caress the mountain ridge. In the past, I focused on self-cultivation. From now on, I shall cultivate my heart. Here I am, with 4 wives, and I refuse to believe you can withstand that. Setting aside my inner turmoil, I leaped from the bed to investigate the waterbed beneath me. Why was I so intrigued? Because I envisioned taking it with me. Its size could easily accommodate 5 people, perhaps even 10. Judging by the bed's unique specifications, the former owner was undoubtedly a free-spirited individual who relished the pleasures of life. For someone like me, who merely drifts through life, he seemed divine, a god among men, having achieved what others could not. Apologies, I digress. What are you studying, darling? Louise, wrapped in a thin blanket, observed me from the bed. There's no drainage hole, I muttered. Upon hearing my words, Louise recognized my intentions. She shook her head. Don't bother. The water in the bed is specially formulated, not tap water. What? I scratched my head, feeling utterly frustrated as I stood up. That's medical common knowledge. Medical common knowledge. Isn't this a novelty item? I incredulously pointed at the waterbed. Louise rolled her eyes at me. The inventor of the waterbed was a doctor. Her statement rendered me speechless, yet mere moments later, I found solace in the thought. Regardless of who invented it, the widespread use of waterbeds in various boutique hotels speaks volumes. What does that signify? It indicates that like-minded individuals still dominate the world. As I began to swell with pride, Louise seemed to grasp my thoughts and shyly smiled. It's too large. We surely can't take it with us. But, Louise hesitated. But what? I asked, intrigued. The bed is inanimate, but people are alive. Her simple yet profound statement illuminated my mind, awakening clarity within me. However, after contemplation, I still felt uneasy and shook my head. The location is excellent, but moving in is tantamount to entering a dead zone. If an attack were to occur, escape would be impossible. There's no mobility like that of a school. In truth, the school's mobility is also limited and offers no advantages. Louise softly interjected. How do you mean? I inquired. Though the second floor is sealed, it can only withstand 1 round of assault. If we were to engage in conflict with any faction, the school would be the worst place to remain, as the dormitory is vulnerable on all sides, and, moreover, the entire Lon City is aware of the presence of a force at Haicheng University, making it a target. Our current safety is merely due to the enemy's lack of knowledge about our strength. Louise's words plunged me into deep contemplation. She was right. Beyond our familiarity with the terrain, we possessed no other advantages. This place, however, was different. It had but one entrance, a singular winding road for ingress and egress. If one wished to ascend, they would have to do so under my watchful eye. As for the zombies, they could either be left to guard or not. I could set up traps along the way. Ascending without alerting me would be a fool's errand. The more I pondered, the more feasible this location became, and I began to dress with joy. What are you doing? The weary special police officer looked at my excitement with confusion. Preparing for our move. You rest a bit longer while I search through these villas at the mountaintop and will return for you. Upon hearing this, Louise smiled sweetly, though I couldn't discern if it was out of gratitude for my tenderness or relief at my willingness to heed her advice. Stepping out of the villa and into the courtyard adorned with a swimming pool, I counted the number of villas atop the mountain. 6 stood in a row, facing south, directly across from the main road leading to the city. Turning to inspect the backyards, the vast ocean came into view. Approaching the stone fence's edge, I gazed down. The drop was roughly 100 to 80 meters, yet not particularly steep, with the aid of ropes. I could safely descend to the sandy beach below. Not bad. Even in retreat, this could prove to be a rare escape route, I mused. Just as I turned to head back, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a striking figure waving at me from the 3rd floor of the adjacent villa. Furrowing my brow, I focused my gaze. It was a woman, her figure alluring, clad only in a lace nightgown amidst the frigid air, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Upon noticing my gaze, tears streamed down her face as she clasped her hands together. Bowing and kneeling before me, with a heavy sigh, I thought to myself, another burden, yet I found it difficult to turn my back on someone in need. Waving my hand in resignation, I turned to proceed toward the front yard. Upon entering the courtyard of the neighboring villa, I refrained from hastily opening the door and instead circled around to the rear, raising my gaze towards the balcony on the 3rd floor. The woman, noticing my arrival, disregarded the icy wind and stepped out in a sleeveless nightgown, pulling aside the floor-to-ceiling window. Sir, I beg you, save me. As I drew nearer, the trembling figure of the woman became clearer, and I couldn't help but be taken aback. Goodness, isn't she a major celebrity? What was her name again? She starred in numerous television dramas. Yes, Li Weixiao. In the past, encountering a celebrity would have sent a thrill through me. But now, apologies, I had grown numb. What did it matter at this point? Amid such chaos, if I save you, you're merely a burden. If I don't, you either starve or become fodder for the zombies. Don't blame me for my extreme thoughts. It is simply the reality of the situation. Are there zombies inside? I inquired casually. Li Weixiao nodded vigorously, her lips trembling as she bit down on them. I must admit, even in distress, a celebrity's tears can be strikingly beautiful. How many? In truth, the number was inconsequential to me now. My question was merely to maintain appearances and prevent her from realizing my other abilities. Li Weixiao, shivering from the cold, wrapped her arms around herself, her expression one of desperation. Observing her struggle, I narrowed my eyes and scrutinized her. How many? Seeing my expression, Li Weixiao hesitated momentarily before biting her lip. Sir, I do not wish to deceive you. There are at least 20 zombies inside. Taken aback by the number, I paused. In a villa, even a 3-story one. Surely there couldn't be that many. What kind of gathering is this? A nude party? But then I quickly dismissed my initial surprise. It merely indicated that celebrities lead exceedingly chaotic lives behind closed doors. 20 wasn't so outrageous after all. Noticing my prolonged silence, Li Weixiao likely feared I might abandon her, without uttering a word. She fell to her knees with a thud, her head bowing repeatedly to the ground, creating a resounding echo. All right. I never said I wouldn't save you. And, dear girl, in this frigid weather, couldn't you at least put on some clothing? I said with impatience. There are no clothes in this room. They're all in the wardrobe, Li Weixiao replied, her voice trembling, clearly feeling the cold acutely. Very well, let's go inside, I replied, gesturing as I approached the sliding glass door to the backyard. Due to my earlier conversation, 3 or 4 zombies were already banging against the glass door. They mustn't break it. This will be my property from now on, and I would rather not expend effort on repairs. Upon reaching the glass door, I glanced at the handle, which appeared to be locked. Drawing from my previous experience of breaking into dorms, I began to instruct the zombies to open the door for me. I couldn't tell if it was the evolved zombies that were more perplexed, or if my teaching skills had declined. This time, the tutorial was not progressing smoothly. The zombie inside seemed utterly confused, extending its tongue to lick the glass where my finger pointed. Damn it, you fool, get out of the way. Yes, you with the glasses, I exclaimed, feeling exasperated as I moved to another zombie to resume my instruction. Unfortunately, despite wearing glasses and giving off an air of intelligence, this one proved even less competent than the last, not only failing to open the door but also banging its head against the glass, creating a loud noise. As the noise echoed, I saw another 7 or 8 zombies descending the staircase, rushing towards the glass door. You bastard, I muttered under my breath, quickly stepping back and preparing to hold my breath. Based on my calculations, those zombies, given their speed and weight, would undoubtedly shatter the glass door upon impact. However, what followed left me stunned. With several loud bangs, the zombies collided with the glass door almost simultaneously. One even smashed its forehead against the glass, collapsing to the ground in a fit of despair, yet the door remained unscathed. What? This thing is that sturdy? I exclaimed, perplexed, while cursing under my breath. I took a few steps back and began surveying the entire villa to see if there were any other entry points. Sir, all the glass in this building is bulletproof, Li Weixiao called from the 3rd-floor balcony, as she noticed I hadn't entered the villa. What? Bulletproof glass? How come it didn't shatter when that zombie's head broke? I muttered, staring at the villa before me. Do you remember if that window was open? I asked, looking up. Li Weixiao shook her head. She could hardly remember anything, let alone how long she had been trapped in this zombie-infested villa. I rolled my eyes in exasperation. Then you have to let me in. The password for the front door is 921705539, she revealed. I stood there in disbelief, my mouth agape. I had been so caught up in my foolishness, teaching zombies to open doors, neglecting to inquire about a living person. Seeing my stunned expression, Li Weixiao's cheeks flushed, perhaps feeling embarrassed by my earlier antics, which she now deemed outrageous. Dejected, I turned back toward the front of the villa, holding my breath as I opened the double doors. 8 or 9 zombies came rushing towards the sound, but upon reaching the threshold, they lost their target. With a heart full of humiliation, I struck fiercely, aiming for their foreheads. I would not settle for anything less. 1 zombie swayed, and in my final moments, I managed to land 2 solid blows. Spitting in disdain, I stepped inside, creating noise by tapping on nearby furniture to lure down any remaining zombies from upstairs. Once I had dealt with all the zombies inside, I sat in the living room on the 1st floor, lighting a cigarette. All right, come down. After a considerable wait, Li Weixiao cautiously peeked down the staircase. Upon seeing her, I noted that she did not express gratitude but rather rushed to the kitchen to rummage through the refrigerator for food, clearly famished. When were you trapped in that room? I asked curiously. According to Li Weixiao, that room had no clothing, so it was implausible to have food there. I fled to this place on the day the virus began to spread, eating bread that may or may not have expired. She mumbled. That doesn't make sense. You should have starved long. My assistant stocked the room with plenty of food, Li Weixiao explained, choking slightly as she hurriedly drank some water to relieve herself. And your assistant? I inquired. After the last time they went out to find food, they never returned, Li Weixiao said, glancing around. Upon looking towards the glass door in the backyard, tears immediately streamed down her face. Following her gaze, I understood immediately. The zombie that had smashed its head was likely her assistant. Enough with the tears. It was bound to happen sooner or later. The fact that you're alive signifies your good fortune. I said, rising to leave. Sir, where are you going? Li Weixiao asked, abandoning her bread and rushing a few steps to grasp my arm. Seeing the once great celebrity now appearing so cautious before me filled me with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. I'm going to clear out a few more villas, elevate our status, I replied, tossing my hair back with flair. After laboriously clearing out all 6 villas, it was already past 5 in the evening. In truth, dealing with the zombies was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in figuring out how to enter the villas. Thus, I turned back toward the villa where Lu Yimei was located. I noticed Li Weixiao, now fully dressed, had packed her belongings and followed me. I didn't comment on her following me, but when I saw the array of bags she carried, I stopped in my tracks. What are all these? I asked. Clothes, cosmetics. Li Weixiao enumerated a long list of items I had never heard of. Which bag contains the clothes? I inquired. Li Weixiao pointed to a large backpack behind her. This one. Discard the rest. I replied nonchalantly. I expected her to resist vehemently, but to my surprise, she didn't hesitate and promptly discarded everything she was holding. Pleased, I nodded in approval. Good, decisive, just for that. Your chances of survival have increased. Li Weixiao said nothing but steadfastly followed me like a little tail. Upon returning to the first villa, Lu Yimei was still fast asleep. Clearly exhausted from her efforts. An hour and a half of continuous push-ups had taken a toll even on the physique of a junior special police officer. When the drowsy Lu Yimei saw an extra person, she jolted awake. Li Weixiao. Upon recognizing her, the junior officer's eyes widened in disbelief. During the ride back, Lu Yimei remained perplexed, unable to fathom how I had returned with a celebrity after merely wandering around. Once we reached the dormitory and Li Weixiao ascended to the second floor, I heard the unmistakable howls of excitement from the others before I could follow her. Amidst the crowd, Lu Yimei, and Li Weixiao sat in the dormitory, sharing our dinner of egg drop soup. Watching Li Weixiao weep openly as she ate, I felt a wave of irritation wash over me, prompting me to rise and move to the window. Li Weixiao, stop crying. Now that you're here, consider it your home. If you're still hungry, there's more in the pot, the leader chimed in, trying to console her. The younger brother hastily dragged the elder brother aside, uttering boastful remarks about treating this place as his own home, scoffing at the notion that it truly was. These two miscreants, mere celebrities, were hardly worthy of their own self-importance. Wasn't it true that Sang-gu and Si-gu whispered beside me? I shot a surprised glance at Si-gu, cautioning him against calling Sang-gu that. Rather, he should refer to him as Lao San. For invoking the name, Sang-gu surely held ulterior motives. Such a notion was utterly misguided. How could Sang-gu harbor such thoughts about his younger brother? Si-gu looked at him with utmost seriousness. Speak plainly, I said, swallowing the last morsel of my soup and glancing at Si-gu. He offered a shy smile, casting furtive glances between me and Sang-gu, suggesting that I should let Si-gu have some hope for the future instead of hoarding everything for myself. I already knew, having anticipated this, these 3 troublesome souls were undoubtedly cut from the same cloth. None could throw stones at the other, all equally shameless. After giving Si-gu a fierce glare, I turned and exited the dormitory, intending to freshen up before retiring for the night. However, just as I stepped outside, Li Weixiao, abandoning her meal, hurriedly followed me out. What are you doing? I frowned, glancing back. Li Weixiao resembled a contrite child, head bowed and fidgeting with her clothes, finally confessing, your 3 classmates are rather intimidating. Upon hearing this, the trio of fools eavesdropping inside the dorm let out a collective wail of despair. It was over. The chance had slipped away, and a sense of pointless existence washed over me. Lada lamented loudly, did Si-gu offer himself as a sacrifice to the heavens? Sacrifice you to the heavens? That would surely invite retribution, Si-gu retorted through gritted teeth. This little rascal was indeed audacious. I felt inclined to deliver a resounding slap. As the eldest brother, do you speak to your father in such a manner? Lada shouted. Listening to the banter of the 3 fools within, I shook my head in exasperation. while Li Wei Xiao stifled a giggle behind her hand, recognizing her laughter stemmed from fear. I summoned the 4 girls to help familiarize her with the surroundings, allowing me a moment of peace. After showering, I returned to the dormitory only to find the girls had yet to return. I opened the window, lit a cigarette, and gazed into the inky night sky, contemplating my next course of action. The question of whether to move had lingered in my mind all afternoon. I understood the rationale behind it. Relocating to the villa area would undoubtedly yield certain advantages for the future. Yet, I simply could not bring myself to part with it. How could I explain? Haicheng University, my alma mater, held my youth and memories. Every corner of this place bore witness to my past. To leave it all behind. I felt an immense reluctance, especially regarding this dormitory that had become my sanctuary, where I often caught glimpses of Lao Wu's presence. The thought of him made me inhale deeply, the smoke mingling with my melancholy. I had kept an eye on the campus. Lao Wu was surely not around, and I had no idea where he had gone. Darling, what are you thinking about? Mu Qingxue cheerfully bounded in from behind, wrapping her arms around my waist. Sweetheart, will you miss Haicheng when we leave? I inquired. Mu Qingxue smiled sweetly about the move. Imei Jia mentioned it to us. I don't mind. As a woman, wherever you are is home. At her words, my gaze softened. So, you think that way too? Mu Qingxue nodded. Pretty much. Feels a bit reluctant. But she said it's a matter of survival, and there is no other choice. I sighed. As long as you all can accept it, that's good. When shall we move? Mu Qingxue asked curiously. There are still a few matters to attend to here. We'll leave once they're settled. The science museum? The little girl looked at me with concern. Yes, I affirmed. I hadn't intended to wade into this murky water. But Imei's friend faced challenges that I felt obligated to address, and I sensed that the science museum was a matter that couldn't be overlooked. Why? Mu Qingxue furrowed her brow. Their reach is too extensive. If they manage to get to me today, I might not remain so resolute, I remarked, recalling the earlier stalking incident and gritting my teeth. Thankfully, with the little special police officer's vigilance, we had identified those tailing us. Had I gone alone, who knows what might have happened. It wouldn't have been a problem for me, as a man, the worst being death. But what about these girls? The thought of the science museum's treatment of women, paired with the memories of what Xiao Shui and the others had endured, sent chills down my spine. While I was conversing with Mu Qingxue, Liu entered, pulling along Li Wei Xiao, Jiang Yi, and Lu Yimei. What is going on? I asked, confusion evident on my face. Xiao doesn't dare sleep alone, Lu Yimei replied. But there is only one bed in this room, I exclaimed incredulously, staring at the girls. Then go to another dormitory, Jiang Yi retorted, rolling her eyes at me. What? I widened my eyes in shock at the girls, particularly at Li Wei Xiao, whose face was flushed. Has love vanished? Am I to be cast out of my own home? Have you consulted me? Is this polite? Has the 7-year arrived a bit too soon? This afternoon had already been stifling with the little special police officer, and I had hoped to shine brightly tonight. Yet here I was, left in the lurch. Ultimately, with the girls pushing and pulling, I exited the dormitory. As I stepped through the door, I couldn't help but inwardly shout. Damn it, we absolutely must move. The sooner the better. Chapter 97. Pre-war plan, rejected. The following day, I astonishingly spent the entire day indoors, remaining in the dormitory to draft my pre-war plan. Had it been in the past, Lauda and his crew would have surely disrupted me at every turn. This disruption was not necessarily intentional, yet their unconscious meddling often led to further frustration and despair. For instance, once, when the protective gear I needed for a competition broke, I was trying to figure out how to repair it. Lao Si snatched it from me, suggesting I just heat it up and stick it back together, before I could voice my objections. This fool had already ignited the protective gear, leaving me with nothing to show for it. Another time, I had injured my ankle and was seated on my bed applying ointment. However, as I continued, I sensed something amiss. It was becoming too slippery. Just then, Lauda entered and inquired what I was doing. I replied that I was treating an injury. He nodded, his face filled with concern, and exited the dorm without saying a word. I was puzzled, since when had this old fool suddenly shown such care? It was until Lao Air returned that I learned that Lauda had mixed his lubricant with my ointment, claiming it created a sensation of contrasting temperatures. At that moment, I realized his concern was not for my injury, but for my ointment. All these experiences made it clear to me that life rarely goes as planned, largely due to a bunch of foolish roommates. Darling, you've been working all morning. What exactly are you researching? Lu Yi and Jiang Yi entered, hand in hand. I didn't turn around but pointed to an A4 sheet filled with text. The two girls, filled with curiosity, leaned in to see the top of the paper. Large letters boldly declared, on how to shorten intercourse duration. What is this? Lu Yi's face flushed crimson, playfully hitting me. Rogue. Jiang Yi pinched my cheek, giving it a good squeeze. What is going on? Why are you two reacting like this? I asked in confusion. Jiang Yi shot me a glare and bit my cheek. Researching this topic will have you labeled as a rival by every man. What nonsense are you two spouting? I replied, bewildered, glancing at my own paper filled with text. Oh no, I exclaimed, quickly crossing out the large title in embarrassment. Misunderstanding. This is just a title. I hastily pointed to the first line of smaller text on how to safely engage with the Science Museum. The two girls exchanged amused smiles and took the paper to examine it further. I glanced at the time. It was almost noon. Why haven't I seen those three today? I asked. Lao Lu is playing with the idiot. Jiang Yi frowned at the plan. What about the other three? I inquired. They're gathered around Xiao Xiao, Lu Yi replied, casually taking my pen and doodling on the paper. These three troublemakers truly baffled me. I lit a cigarette, muttering a curse under my breath. Let them be. It's been a while since the dorm was this lively, Lu Yi softly suggested. Feeling that her reasoning was quite valid, I chose to remain silent, just as I finished my cigarette. Lu Yi handed my plan back to me. How about it? Isn't it flawless? Don't you admire your husband now? I beamed with pride. The two girls looked at me, speechless, perplexed. I glanced down at my plan. I stood there, stunned, as a massive cross had marked through all my writing. What is going on? I asked, baffled. The two girls simultaneously rolled their eyes at me. You estimated the number of zombies at 3,000. Yet the current count on the streets is negligible. Have you even researched how far the nearest residential area to the Science Museum is? Lu Yi crossed her arms, questioning me. I shook my head. Admitting I hadn't done any research. 6 to 8 kilometers, Jiang Yi added. That's quite a distance. Bringing 3,000 zombies to the Science Museum by car would be easily detected, without a car. How do you plan to go? Lu Yi pressed on. Run there, Jiang Yi suggested. Even if the plan were feasible, how long can you hold your breath in the midst of 3,000 zombies? Lu Yi continued. Not long. It would be certain death, Jiang Yi chimed in. But I've written it down. I have a 50-meter-long rubber tube, I argued. What's the weight of the 50-meter rubber tube? What's the added weight when dragging it on the ground? What if it gets tangled around a zombie's leg? Lu Yi fixed a serious gaze upon me. This time, I remained silent and did not shake my head, but instead directed my attention straight towards Baidu's encyclopedia entry for Jiang Yibao. Upon noticing my reaction, Jiang Yi's expression brightened with a sense of pride. Though I remained oblivious. My goodness. I was so infuriated that I widened my eyes in disbelief. Utterly perplexed. What gives you the right to be so arrogant and to look down on me? If you weren't my wife, I would have gladly set up a guillotine for you, and I wouldn't even call myself Xingtian. Moreover, Lu Yi attempted to continue speaking, but I interrupted him by raising my hand. I tore my plan into shreds and tossed it onto the ground, stepping on it twice for good measure. Still unsatisfied, I spat twice more. The two girls witnessing this erupted into laughter. Dear, for matters requiring thought like this next time, just leave it to us. Don't burden yourself, Jiang Yi said, affectionately cradling my head in comfort. I sighed in defeat, overwhelmed by regret. What on earth had I accomplished during those long hours? On a smaller scale, I had wasted my youth and my limited brain cells, and on a larger scale, it was merely a waste of air. I felt exhausted and disheartened, like a laborer attempting to unravel the secrets of the atomic bomb. That I acknowledged my impulsiveness. In my state of despair, the two girls dragged me off for a rather stale lunch. Outside the dormitory, the sounds of three foolish sycophants bombarded my ears. Before long, I spotted Li Weixiao rushing in like a sprightly deer. Xingtian, why don't you just take me back? Li Weixiao implored, her eyes pleading. Taken aback, I asked, what's wrong? After a brief struggle, she finally declared with determination amidst the incessant chatter of the three fools. These three are just too annoying. Having just been intellectually trampled, my mood was already exceedingly grim. Yet at that moment, I felt an even deeper sense of shame as I observed the trio, their faces animated with delight. How remarkable these three idiots were, managing to provoke a renowned star into uttering profanities. Gazing at Li Weixiao, I glanced over at the three fools engaged in their incessant banter about life. I said nothing, allowing my myriad of frustrations to coalesce into a soft sigh as I wearily stood and stepped outside. Perhaps my aura was simply too overwhelming. After I left, the trio inexplicably fell silent. Who just insulted me? The eldest inquired. What was said? The second asked, looking at the first. It was quite loud. Something along the lines of, why are you still alive? You idiot. The first responded confidently. That's not right. You didn't hear it the same way as I did. The fourth squinted. What did you hear? The second questioned the fourth. The fourth pondered for a moment before recalling. I believe they said, "You three fools, hurry up and die." Chapter 98. A restless night. My plans were ruthlessly dismissed, leaving me at a loss for direction. Yet the world outside would not pause for my indecision. On this day, the Science Museum and the Southern City Prison reached a verbal alliance agreement. The premise of this alliance was that the Science Museum must assist the Southern City Prison in eliminating our group from Haicheng University. Surprisingly, the Science Museum did not impose the usual conditions. Rather, they readily accepted and even supplied a considerable amount of weaponry to the Southern City Prison. This gesture left the inmates of the Southern City Prison positively ecstatic. With such significant incentives at play, the prison naturally lowered its guard. Not only did they permit a large contingent of armed personnel from the Science Museum to enter the prison, but they also provided an abundance of supplies to entertain the escorting staff. The second-in-command from the Science Museum, along with the ninth, drank merrily with the leader of the Southern City Prison while discreetly signaling to their subordinates. That evening, due to inebriation, the personnel from the Science Museum were unable to leave and thus stayed overnight. The leader of the Southern City Prison, although cautious, had placed 2 guards at each cell door. However, in the dead of night, those guards were silently dispatched. In the dormitory of Haicheng University after dinner, we engaged in online gaming to pass the time. The classic game, League of Legends, had become so popular that securing a spot for ranked matches could take an entire day. Yet, our group of elite players managed to achieve a level of performance akin to a national finals match against AI opponents. Sitting in my dormitory, listening to the carefree banter of my companions, I shook my head in resignation and lit a cigarette. "Here you go, darling." A piece of paper was soon presented to me. Upon glancing at the succinct lines of text, I was taken aback. "Isn't this a bit hasty? I wrote an entire essay, and you give me just a few lines?" Mu Qingxue flipped her beautiful eyes at me. "Your lengthy piece was all nonsense. What do you mean by that?" I retorted, feeling displeased as I looked at the girl. Xiaoxue is right. There was hardly anything of value in it. The rest was just self-indulgence. Lu Yi concurred. "Is that so?" I questioned Lu Yi, perplexed. Lu Yi nodded. "Remove the so. I've never seen someone inflate their own importance so extravagantly while writing a pre-battle plan. Nonsense. That's impossible," I exclaimed, wide-eyed. "What I find unacceptable is that someone would include celebratory actions post-mission success in a pre-battle plan. That's just bizarre." Jiang Yi, who had remained silent until now, crossed her arms, her expression reflecting utter bewilderment. What kind of outrageous claims are these? I was merely riding the wave of excitement, allowing my emotions to flow freely. I defended. In truth, I felt immensely embarrassed and was even more anxious when speaking, as that section regarding celebratory actions had taken me a whole hour to finalize. "Really? Riding the wave?" Mu Qingxue called out with a smile. "You even sketched out Cristiano Ronaldo's celebration, didn't you?" Liu confirmed with a nod. And Messi's ear-cupping gesture was heavily marked out in red, Lu Yimei added. After they finished, all three turned their gazes toward Jiang Yi. And even I glanced over. Jiang Yi wore a troubled expression, and after much deliberation, she muttered, "The key point that I cannot comprehend is, what does sliding on one's knees and shouting Pikachu signify?" Upon hearing this, the four girls turned to me in unison. "Yes, dear, what does sliding on one's knees and shouting Pikachu mean?" My face flushed with embarrassment, and after much stammering, I could only manage. I just got carried away in the moment. My emotions reached a peak, and it just burst forth. The four girls stood there, staring at me in stunned silence for a long time, before turning in perfect unison and starting to crawl onto their beds. Observing their shoulders quivering with suppressed laughter, I quietly stood up to patrol the area. "Feel free to laugh once I'm gone." As expected, shortly after I stepped out of the dormitory, a delightful burst of laughter followed behind me. I felt no perturbation. What did it matter if my wife laughed at me? It simply indicated my success in bringing joy to my family, did it not? I settled down at our usual entrance, taking a seat on the bench where the fifth had often lingered. Taking a deep drag from my cigarette, I mused, sitting here, if someone were to inquire, I could proudly declare, I am Xing Tian of Haicheng University. But if I leave this place, who am I then? You seem to be somewhat misguided. I turned to see Li Weixiao, puzzled. Why aren't you asleep? Li Weixiao did not respond, but gently took a seat on the bench where I once accompanied the fifth. Once, you were Xing Tian of Haicheng University, but now. Li Weixiao gazed up at the sky, pausing momentarily. I looked at her quizzically, waiting for her next words. But now, you, Xing Tian, are Haicheng University. Her words were profound, leaving me somewhat bewildered, grappling with a sense of understanding that eluded me, stirring an unsettling feeling within. I gazed intently at her profile, a beauty I had only ever seen on television. If only you were the sixth. I sighed, This time, Li Weishao appeared perplexed. She turned her head, tilting it as she looked at me, her large eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. If the sixth dared to engage in such profound discussions with me, I would have long since given him a piece of my mind, I mused, gazing indifferently at the starry sky. Li Weishao smiled, and her smile was far more beautiful than anything on television. She gently tapped my shoulder and turned to leave, reminding me that she would be sleeping with Xiao Xue and the others. I had no strength to argue against this request. Anyone would feel overwhelmed after being pestered all day by the first, second, and fourth. It was only natural for her to be apprehensive. This night would ultimately be one of restlessness and unease. While I mustered the strength to endure the agitation, the true unrest lay within the Southern City prison, where the personnel from the Science Museum were instigating chaos. As the ancients wisely stated, it is difficult to guard against treachery from within. I found it perplexing that the inmates of Southern City prison, seemingly oblivious, were being so easily deceived. Even a 5-year-old would understand the basic principle at play, yet they remained oblivious. This was a vivid lesson in social dynamics, brutally illustrated by the actions of the Science Museum personnel. When 6 guards stationed at elevated positions were silently dispatched, the gates of Southern City prison slowly creaked open. In the blink of an eye, a throng of 500 or 600 infiltrators slipped silently into the prison. Chapter 99. The Fall of Southern City Prison. The personnel from the Science Museum entered the prison as if they were familiar patrons. Each moved purposefully towards their designated locations, without interfering with one another. Their division of labor was remarkably clear, and their objectives were singularly focused. In under 20 minutes, 100 or so individuals from Southern City Prison were herded to the plaza before its gates. Observing the grand figure atop the elevated platform of the Science Museum, a bald man amidst the crowd of Qingnan prison roared with fury. Is that not Brother Long? Long time no see. Zhou Haiying chuckled heartily, clearly in high spirits at that moment. You deceitful scoundrel, shameless and despicable, Brother Long bellowed in outrage. Zhou Haiying merely chuckled. Igniting a large cigar and savoring its flavor. A life-sentenced felon dares to call me despicable? How utterly laughable. Do you fancy yourself anything of worth, you hypocritical cur? Do you truly believe you are a moral exemplar, a gardener of the motherland? Were it not for my protection, just for your lewd acts against underage girls, you would be just like us. Brother Long's words hung in the air. Zhou Haiying's gaze momentarily sharpened. However, that flicker of emotion was soon suppressed. Taking another puff from his cigar, Zhou Haiying raised his hand toward his subordinates below. Upon seeing this, the guards escorting the prisoners displayed cruel smiles. They brandished steel needles used for sewing, along with cotton threads. Moments later, the arena transformed from initial wails and roars into muffled sounds of despair. You enjoy cursing, don't you? Well, now you have ample opportunity. As Zhou Haiying observed the prisoners below with their mouths sewn shut, he laughed maniacally, even collapsing to the ground in fits of laughter, tears streaming down his face. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. This place belongs to me. I have generously opened the doors of the Science Museum for you. It seems I am too kind-hearted to completely annihilate you. Zhou Haiying declared as he rose, still chuckling. Brother Long, due to his status as the leader, received special treatment. His mouth was now a mass of tightly sewn cotton threads. Should he dare to open it forcefully, his lips would likely be rendered useless. All right. I know you wish to express your gratitude. The vehicle awaits just outside. I shan't escort you further. Goodbye. Perhaps you are mistaken. Clubbing, flying kicks, electric shocks, bludgeons. And no wax drippings, slip of the tongue. In any case, as the individuals from Qingnan prison were unceremoniously tossed out of the prison gates, they emerged battered, some with broken limbs. Present, this group, even if they were to encounter zombies outside, would find themselves overwhelmed even by a troupe of elderly ladies performing square dances, thus learning the true meaning of having turned into the very villains they once scorned. Despair, humiliation, regret. What use are any of these sentiments? Brother Long, having been thoroughly beaten, had a face swollen beyond recognition. How could one discuss despair or humiliation with a visage akin to that of a posterior? Such thoughts could only arise during the surgical ordeal of mixed hemorrhoids. From the sentry tower, the crafty Yin Lao Jio turned, a coy smile gracing his lips. Brother, your strategy of evading capture is indeed flawless. Zhou Haiying, hands clasped behind his back, grinned ominously as he addressed his subordinates below. Let's all keep a low profile for now. We shall soon be the rulers of Qingnan prison. Such restraint. Over time, I fear the brothers may voice their discontent. Yin Lao Jio whispered cautiously. Zhou Haiying furrowed his brow but soon regained his composure. This won't last long. We shall wait for the storm to pass and reassess our situation. Hearing this, Yin Lao Jio let out a sly chuckle. The head of the women's prison, you are destined for greatness. Zhou Haiying laughed heartily. That flower of a woman. She is certainly worthy of bearing my children. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Lao Jiu approached Zhou Haiying, speaking in a notably discreet tone. Boss, I've heard that among the remaining individuals from Haicheng University, there are indeed beauties. Shall we pursue? Oh, is that so? Zhou Haiying knew that whenever Yin Lao Jiu spoke in such a manner, surprises were sure to follow. Of course, the people from Cheng'an prison would say so. Yin Lao Jiu flattered. Zhou Haiying's eyes glimmered with intrigue, his inner conflict dissipating within mere seconds, replaced by a lecherous grin. If that is the case, we must leave the women's prison untouched for now. Surely no one will mind if we focus on Haicheng University, Zhou Haiying mused, half in inquiry, half to himself, wearing a smirk. Boss, you are indeed wise, Yin Lao Jiu replied with a devilish smile. Let it be so. But today, let us first send those young ones from the prison to my quarters. Understood. Boss, the following dawn, I mounted my beloved pink electric scooter with the fool and rode toward the rising sun. Singing joyfully, however, midway through my journey, I sensed something amiss. There were an unusually high number of zombies on the road today. Why do I say this? Because I have traversed this path more than 10 times. Since the military employed drones for road cleansing, I had not witnessed such a horde of zombies before. I paid it no mind, attributing it to a scarcity of supplies leading some to venture indoors. As I passed by the largest supermarket in Launcher, I halted my scooter. Observing 2 zombies closing in behind me, I handed a dagger from my waist to the fool. He accepted it, hesitating and struggling internally, yet ultimately advanced toward the zombies under my unwavering gaze. Despite the zombies not actively attacking him, one managed to break free from the fool's grasp and lunge toward me. I shook my head in disappointment, raising my claw and swiftly dispatching the creature. Turning my attention back to the fool, I found him tightly clutching the zombie's waist, preventing it from reaching me. Perhaps at that moment, he had forgotten he held a dagger. Along with the lessons we had imparted on how to swiftly eliminate a target using a blow-up doll. From a distance, I couldn't say I felt anger, but my profound disappointment was undeniable as I approached him and kicked one of the zombie's legs out from under it. Before the fool could react, I seized the zombie's arms and twisted them in a reverse motion. Looking sternly at the fallen creature, I commanded the fool, "Get to it, just as I taught you." The fool hesitated, even hurriedly concealing the dagger behind his back. Observing this, I pursed my lips and frowned. Fool, let me be clear. If you cannot accomplish this today, you may as well not return home. Upon hearing this, he gazed at me in silence, yet his expression conveyed a multitude of unspoken thoughts. Facing those expressive eyes, I managed a bitter smile. Xingxin, you are now an adult. Do not expect others to indulge you forever.